A writing desk, its paint long peeled off, revealing the wood beneath, stood in the room. It was impossible to tell what color it had originally been. On the desk sat a lamp shaped like a Patriot missile. A rare winter sunbeam filtered through the window, casting scattered light into the small room. It illuminated the face of a teenager sitting at the desk, whose cheeks were slightly flushed. His eyes remained fixed on the calendar lying on the table. January 1st, 1992. The boy's name was Ye Xiaowen, a name that sounded more feminine than masculine. It was no accident. That name had originally been intended for a girl. At the home of the Ye family, Ye Guoping and his wife Jiang Guizhi had already had 2 sons. When they became pregnant with their 3rd child, they had decided not to have a tunnel. The doctor told them it would be a girl. Overjoyed, they decided to go ahead and give birth. They even prepared a name in advance, Ye Xiaowen. But fate had other plans. A baby turned out to be a boy. Still, the name stuck. And so, he grew up with a name that many found oddly feminine. So what did I do wrong in my past life? Why did I end up reincarnated? Ye Xiaowen muttered with a helpless expression. After waking up from a drunken sleep, he had somehow traveled back to 1992 to his high school years. This morning, had even tried searching for a girlfriend, claiming he was dreaming. In an attempt to wake himself up, he plunged his head into a basin of water only to be slapped twice by his parents who thought he was going mad. Eventually, he accepted reality. Well, if I'm here, I guess I'll just make the best of it. Truthfully, Ye Xiaowen hadn't wanted to be reborn. In his previous life, after decades of hard work, he had finally struck gold, married a beautiful and kind-hearted woman, raised a lovely daughter, and lived a fulfilling, middle-aged life with both career success and family happiness. Of course, life was never without regrets. But those regrets had never been enough to make him wish for a second chance. Now he had to start all over again, struggle, fight, rebuild everything. Wait a minute. He had been reborn right at the dawn of a golden era. With the historical knowledge he carried from his past life, he could easily surpass his former self without nearly as much effort. 1992, a pivotal year in China's reform and opening up. After Deng Xiaoping's Southern Tour speech, the nation firmly embraced private enterprise. For anyone standing at this crossroads of history, success was practically guaranteed. All you needed was to stand in the right place when the wind blew. Thinking about it now, Ye Xiaowen felt a surge of excitement. Whether he liked it or not, he had to accept this new life and use it to build something even better than before. I want to make a little money. He didn't dare say richest man in the country. Though he was a reincarnator, this era was full of extraordinary people too. People like the businessman who traded canned goods for airplanes, or the visionary who wanted to blast open the Himalayas to bring warm, moist air to the northwest. Xiaowen, come help cook dinner. His mother Jiang Guizhi called from outside, interrupting his thoughts. Coming, Ye Xiaowen replied, getting up and heading out. The Ye family lived in Pingxing County, a small town in Hedong province. His father, Ye Guoping, and mother Jiang Guizhi both worked at the only factory in town, a glass factory. Back then, their life was relatively stable. As dual-state workers in a small county, they enjoyed decent living conditions. But according to Ye Xiaowen's memories, his mother would soon be laid off at the end of 1992, followed by his father in 1993. The couple opened a small restaurant in the county, barely scraping by. Come on, Xiaowen, his father said, gently, perhaps still feeling guilty for slapping him earlier. Help me roll the dumpling wrappers. Your mom's making dumplings for lunch today. What kind of filling? Ye Xiaowen asked casually while washing his hands. Pork and celery. Jiang Guizhi replied with a smile. That was one advantage of being state workers. They could enjoy dumplings even on New Year's Day. For most families, pork dumplings on New Year's Eve was already a luxury. Blue uniforms, white sweatbands, and thick gloves, those were the symbols of pride for workers of that era. Only those who lived through it could truly understand how proud they were. Next to the stove, his older brother Ye Hai was tending the fire, occasionally glancing at his younger brother, the one who had gone crazy this morning. But clearly, their father had given orders to stay quiet. Although curious, Ye Hai dared not ask any questions. After enjoying a delicious meal of pork and celery dumplings, Ye Xiaowen returned to his room and lay down on the bed, thinking deeply. 1992 was later described as a golden aging era where gold was everywhere. But knowing how to pick it up, that was another matter entirely. Real estate and the internet were still far away. Those industries were beyond the reach of a penniless high school student. The health supplement industry was booming, but it required significant marketing and capital investment up front. In the end, what he needed most was a large sum of starting capital. Suddenly, Ye Xiaowen's eyes lit up. The 1992 Shanghai Fortune Book, that's it. The Shanghai Fortune Book. That opportunity had made countless millionaires. It was also a chance that many in Shanghai would later cry over having missed. What was known as the Shanghai Fortune Book was actually stock subscription certificates. Because stocks were in short supply, clever people came up with the idea of distributing these certificates, something that would influence China's stock market for years to come. In 1992, Shanghai issued these stock certificates for the first time. Most people didn't understand them, which led to a wave of overnight millionaires. In his previous life, Ye Xiaowen had also missed this golden opportunity. But afterward, he had studied it carefully, learning how much he had lost. So, if memory served him right, the subscription certificates were sold between January 19th and February 1st, 1992, and they could only be purchased with ID cards. A set of 100 consecutive certificates could earn anywhere from 500,000 to 1 million yuan. At 30 yuan per certificate, that was a 1,000-fold return easily. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He jumped off the bed and wrote down Shanghai subscription certificate issuance date and fortune book. If he could buy a few sets, he'd become an instant millionaire. At a time when the media still praised 10 yuan households as the standard of wealth, Ye Xiaowen knew that term would soon vanish after this event. Still, excitement alone wasn't enough. Each certificate cost 30 yuan. A full set of 100 consecutive ones cost 3,000 yuan. In an era where the average monthly salary was around 100 yuan, 3,000 was no small amount. Though the Yi family lived decently in their small county town, with both parents working and 3 children in school, their expenses were considerable. There was no way they could afford to spend 3,000 yuan on something as risky as stock certificates. Even if they had the money, they wouldn't give it to Ye Xiaowen. And even if he managed to get one set, would that really satisfy him? Opportunities for wealth were plenty, but chances like this, where you could almost pick up free money, were rare. Miss one, and it might never come again. Chapter 2. The dance hall. Thus, matters returned to the starting point, the initial capital, albeit now significantly diminished. Yet, at least 3,000 to 10,000 yuan was still required. Lao San, let us go play. Ye Xiaowen called out as he rushed into the room to beckon Ye Xiaowen. I'm not going, Ye Xiaowen replied, shaking his head. His second brother, Ye Xiaohai, was notoriously unreliable, having been mischievous since childhood and often leaving him to bear the consequences. Ye Xiaowen had endured many a beating from old Ye, a quintessential troublemaker. He recalled his greatest childhood aspiration was to sever ties with Ye Xiaohai, a dream that sadly remained unfulfilled. Leaning closer, Ye Xiaohai whispered conspiratorially, Hey, are you still mad at your second brother? Today, I'll take you to a wonderful place. You mentioned wanting to meet women this morning, right? Let us expand your horizons. Ye Xiaowen was taken aback, scrutinizing his second brother. You haven't even matured fully yet. And you already know how to find women? Really, come on. Ye Xiaohai insisted. Ye Xiaowen rose to his feet, resolute in not allowing his brother to tread down a misguided path. He felt it was his duty to keep a watchful eye. Mom, I'm taking Lao San out to meet some classmates. Ye Xiaohai shouted as they passed through the main room. Got it. Be back early, Zhang Guizhi replied. Upon exiting the courtyard, a tall, lanky boy leaning against the wall approached upon seeing Ye Xiaohai. Juzwa, why have you brought your brother along? Casting a glance at the boy, Ye Xiaowen recognized Zhang Weiming, Ye Xiaohai's little minion. Zhang Weiming referred to Ye Xiaohai as Juzwa because his second brother aspired to become a military officer in the Nationalist Party. Just showing Lao San the sights, nothing serious. Ye Xiaohai said, turning to Ye Xiaowen. Remember, today's events must remain a secret, no betrayal. Ye Xiaowen nodded, following Ye Xiaohai as they ventured forward. Observing the surroundings of the alley, his memories began to align with the impressions etched in his mind. This is the old Zhang family. There's a pretty girl here who was my classmate. He recalled another household. This is Uncle Wang's place. Their eldest son works at the Urban Management Bureau. Later, the entire alley would be demolished during urban redevelopment. Ye Xiaowen felt a rush of nostalgia, awash with memories. They exited the alley, meandering through twisting paths until they halted before a venue adorned with a sign reading Tian Dance Hall. Wow, a dance hall. I can't believe that in 1992. Pingqing already had a dance hall. He remembered how, during his university days, teachers would caution students against frequenting such places. The dance hall was one of the infamous 4 halls, the other 3 being billiard halls, video halls, and game halls. The video hall needed no description. It was a realm of wonder and mystery. The game hall housed popular games like King of Fighters and Street Fighter. But finding a machine was a rarity, often necessitating a struggle against elementary school students for a turn. Hey, you two are here. Why did you bring the class monitor along? Ye Xiaowen was jolted from his reverie by a melodious voice. 3 young ladies approached, with the foremost being tall and graceful. Her fair skin and exquisite features complemented by a cascade of lustrous black hair tied into a ponytail that flowed down her back. In contrast, the other two girls appeared somewhat less remarkable. One sported a short haircut, while the other wore braids. "I brought my little brother to broaden his horizons," remarked Ye Xiaowen. The class monitor referred to as Ye Xiaowen, who was a year younger than Ye Xiaowen but had repeated a grade due to poor academic performance, placing them in the same class during their senior year. The brothers embodied opposites. Ye Xiaowen excelled academically and was known for his amiable demeanor, even serving as class monitor. "Ye Xiaowen, do be careful not to corrupt our esteemed class monitor, or you may find yourself in trouble at home," one of the girls jested, turning to Ye Xiaowen. "Class monitor, why are you staring at me so intently? Have you forgotten me, or are you merely shy?" Ye Xiaowen smiled sheepishly, genuinely unable to recall such a beautiful girl from his past, as it had been many years. During their school days, he had been solely focused on his studies, oblivious to her name. "Lu Sahan, stop teasing my little brother. When did you all arrive?" Ye Xiaowen interjected. "Sahan and I have been here for a while, hiding nearby waiting for you. We wouldn't dare enter without you," replied the girl with the round face and short hair. At that moment, the dance hall was chaotic, with other venues equally disorderly, and rowdy youths emulating Hong Kong gangsters frequently engaged in brawls. The three girls were known for their lack of academic diligence and mischievous behavior. Having heard about the dance hall from Ye Xiaowen before the holiday, their curiosity led them to arrange this outing with him. "Let us hurry inside. I've heard there's a black light dance party tonight," Ye Xiaowen said with a mischievous grin, pulling Ye Xiaowen as they entered the dance hall. The ambience was dimly lit, adorned with posters of Teresa Tung and the four heavenly kings of Hong Kong. A reserved table cost 20 yuan, which included snacks and tea, while general admission was 2 yuan per person. As they entered, a server approached them. "Let us get our tickets," Ye Xiaowen said, generously pulling out a wad of cash. He counted out 12 yuan and handed it to the server, draping an arm around Ye Xiaowen's shoulders. "This is your New Year's money that I'm using. I'll pay you back when I have more." "Wait a minute. I see you're feeling generous today. Turns out you're treating me with my own money." Ye Xiaowen thought incredulously. In these times, saving up 12 yuan as New Year's money was no small feat. He recalled the previous lifetime when his own savings, tucked away in a small iron box, had mysteriously vanished, leaving him heartbroken for quite some time, only to discover that it was this unreliable older brother who had taken it. "Never mind. This isn't the first time he has taken advantage of me," he mused, dismissing the notion. As expected, after making that remark, Ye Xiaowen lost interest in Ye Xiaowen, turning to engage in conversation with the girl with the round face and short hair. "I'd like a reserved table, please," Lu Sahan declared, then retrieved 8 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the waiter. "All right, this way please." The waiter guided the group towards the booth. The dance floor was already lively with numerous individuals dancing, some men dancing with men, and women with women. However, there were also couples swaying together. Such displays of affection in this era were akin to scenes from adult films, prompting many to avert their gaze. After delivering a plate of sunflower seeds and a pot of tea, the waiter ceased further attention. Ye Xiaowen busied himself, pouring tea for everyone. "Old 3. Observe and learn from them. Later, second brother will dance with you and teach you," Ye Xiaowen advised, before turning to engage in conversation with a round-faced girl sporting a bob haircut. "Lu Yuan, we shall dance together shortly. I assure you, my dancing skills are quite impressive." "Sounds good, but you must teach me, for I have never danced before." The girl with the bob haircut readily accepted without hesitation. Those brave enough to come here, beyond mere curiosity, required a certain courage. "No problem, leave it to me. Within 3 days, you shall be the queen of this dance hall," Ye Xiaowen proclaimed with a confident pat on his chest. Seeing the round-faced girl acquiesce, Zhang Weiming nearby also approached a girl with braids. Chapter 3. My fear of being taken advantage of. As the final notes of the melody faded and the lights dimmed once more, Ye Xiaowen and the round-faced girl, along with Zhang Weiming and a girl with braids, stepped onto the dance floor. Ye Xiaowen reclined lazily, nearly burying herself within the booth, cracking sunflower seeds and sipping tea. Her eyes half closed as she observed the center of the dance floor. The innocence of the people in this era is truly striking, couples dancing with a furtive air, blushing and too shy to meet each other's gaze. To the informed, it is merely dancing, while the oblivious might mistake it for an illicit affair. The year 1992 marked the onset of the reform and opening up policy, undoubtedly fostering economic development in our country. However, This rapid economic progression and swift accumulation of wealth also challenged the entrenched beliefs of society. The phrase, "Those who deal in missiles are outdone by those who sell tea eggs," originated during the first wave of entrepreneurship in the summer of 1984, amidst the fervor of Hainan. Now, 8 years later, we witness the final and most expansive wave of this entrepreneurial spirit. In the wake of this transformation, those once proud and dignified workers of state-owned enterprises, admired for their lofty ideals, have succumbed to the plight of unemployment, struggling to make ends meet. Meanwhile, the once derided individual entrepreneurs have ascended to the status of 10,000 yuan households and millionaires, flaunting their wealth with mobile phones, designer bags, gold chains, and luxury cars, often accompanied by charming companions. The entire era has gradually become fragmented, and the sentiment of laughing at poverty while scornful of vice has gained considerable traction. The pursuit of wealth and the maxim of earning abundantly have become the guiding principles of life. The tide of the times rolls in, and the relentless march of history envelopes everyone, inescapably. Lu Sihan felt as though she was rediscovering her class monitor, Ye Xiaowen. Typically perceived as a bookworm by the underperforming students, a model pupil by the teachers, a well-behaved child by parents, and the envy of neighbors as the other family's child. Lu Sihan had anticipated that in such a setting, Ye Xiaowen would be red-faced, reserved, and silent. To her surprise, Ye Xiaowen appeared utterly relaxed and engrossed in watching the couples dance, an activity deemed somewhat risky. Lu Sihan inched closer to Ye Xiaowen, who, sensing the movement beside her, turned to glance at Lu, her eyes appraising. With a soft chuckle, Ye Xiaowen returned her gaze to the dance floor. When Ye Xiaowen's eyes passed over her, Lu Sihan felt an inexplicable discomfort, not the bashful curiosity typical of a young boy who yearns to steal a glance, yet fears discovery, but rather an overwhelming sense of exposure. As if she had been laid bare before Ye Xiaowen's unabashed scrutiny. There was no hint of shyness. Ye Xiaowen's gaze was unabashedly thorough, sweeping from head to toe. That light laugh only intensified Lu Sihan's feeling of being ridiculed. After all, she was merely a struggling student. And to be looked down upon by a model pupil in such a setting was intolerable. Contemplating this, Lu Sihan leaned closer to Ye Xiaowen's ear and, with a breath as fragrant as orchids, suggested, "Class monitor, let us join the dance as well." Ye Xiaowen swiftly turned around, and Lu Sihan was momentarily stunned, for their lips had brushed against one another. A flicker of astonishment appeared on Ye Xiaowen's face, and she quickly distanced herself. "What are you doing?" Ye Xiaowen's expression was one of sheer terror, as if she had been taken advantage of by Lu Sihan. Forget it. Aren't you supposed to dance? Let us go." Lu Sihan regained her composure, glaring at Ye Xiaowen. Was that deliberate? What had seemed like an accident now felt intentional. As Lu Sihan observed Ye Xiaowen's demeanor, it was undeniable that something warm had pressed against her lips. "What are you talking about? Are we dancing or not?" Ye Xiaowen replied impatiently, having overexerted herself in the earlier performance. Lu Sihan gritted her teeth, stood up, and followed Ye Xiaowen into the dance floor. Ye Xiaowen placed her hands respectfully on Lu Sihan's lower back, causing Lu Sihan's cheeks to flush and her body to tense, though she soon relaxed. The two then embraced and began to sway gently together, with Ye Xiaowen awkwardly imitating the movements of the others. Lu Sihan gazed intently at Ye Xiaowen and declared, "Whether you admit it or not, that was clearly intentional. Stop talking nonsense, it wasn't he." You leaned in suddenly to speak in my ear, and I was startled. Ye Xiaowen vehemently denied, offering a trio of swift rebuttals. At that moment, the already dim lights in the nightclub were extinguished entirely, as Ye Xiaowen had mentioned. The main event, the blackout dance party, had begun. Lu Sihan jumped in surprise, perhaps recalling something. She nestled closer into Ye Xiaowen's embrace, and naturally, Ye Xiaowen wrapped her arms around her. Lu Sihan struggled momentarily, but then stilled, feeling a bit frightened in the darkness. "Don't move, Noah." In the shadows, unfamiliar women's voices mingled with the knowing laughter of men. This time, Ye Xiaowen did not need to take any action. Lu Sihan instinctively burrowed into her embrace. The warmth of her soft form nestled against Ye Xiaowen. Ye Xiaowen, not being a saint, greedily inhaled her scent, then held Lu Sihan tightly, slowly shifting her feet to dance. Her hands gradually descended. Lu Sihan gasped, "What are you doing? I'm afraid someone might take advantage of you in this pitch darkness." "I have to protect you," Ye Xiaowen murmured softly. Realizing that the hands on her backside remained non-intrusive, Lu Sihan relaxed, though her face burned with embarrassment. Suddenly, the door of the nightclub was forcefully pushed open from the outside, and a man strode in, his eyes bloodshot and wielding a kitchen knife. "How dare you seduce my wife? I'll kill you," he shouted, charging towards a couple dancing in the center of the floor. Panic erupted in the nightclub, screams and curses intertwining chaotically. "Run, hurry," Ye Xiaowen remarked, considering the situation, regardless of whether the chaos might ensnare him. The impending arrival of the police posed its own complications. If old Yi were to discover that he had ventured into a nightclub, he would undoubtedly mete out severe punishment. Even if he were to narrowly escape this predicament, he would likely find himself bedridden for a month. A month of confinement would certainly jeopardize his prospects of obtaining the lucrative license in the bustling metropolis. "Ah, where are Lu Yuan and your brother?" Lu Sahan was pulled along by Ye Xiaowen as they hurried towards the exit. Amidst the turmoil, she still managed to recall the whereabouts of others. "Rest assured, my second brother is quite astute," Ye Xiaowen replied as they squeezed through the crowd and made their escape. Chapter 4. I went to a classmate's house to do homework. The dance party was ruined. Yet Ye Xiaowen felt no remorse as she hurriedly pulled Lu Sahan to his safe location before finally stopping, gasping for breath. It took a while for her to regain her composure. As she began walking home, she reflected on her life, realizing that ever since following her elder brother Ye Xiaohai, she had never had much luck. Little did she expect that on the very first day of her rebirth, she would be ensnared by him once again. Not only had he taken her hard-earned pocket money, but he had also led her into such a predicament. Suddenly halting, Ye Xiaowen turned to Lu Sahan behind her and asked, "Why are you following me home?" "Wait, you're going home? Aren't we supposed to look for your brother?" Lu Sahan, momentarily taken aback, pondered the absurdity of returning home when they had just escaped, and without so much as a word. Impatiently waving her hand, Ye Xiaowen replied, "If you want to search for him, then go ahead. I'm going home. Don't follow me, and do not breathe a word of today's events." With that, she turned on her heel and strode away, refusing to glance back at Lu Sahan. "Why are you being so harsh?" Tears welled up in Lu Sahan's eyes. Her heart was in disarray, filled with thoughts reminiscent of the protagonists in Qiong Yao's novels, echoing sentiments of unfeeling and indifference. Lu Sahan was well-liked both in class and at school, had it not been for her poor academic performance and association with unruly peers. She would have likely garnered even more affection. Thus, her disposition remained rather optimistic. Earlier, in the dance hall, she perceived that Ye Xiaowen had taken advantage of her, believing he must have harbored some affection for her. Otherwise, why would he act so? Although the term simp was yet to be coined, she hoped that Ye Xiaowen would eventually become her devoted admirer. However, to her dismay, after leaving the dance hall, Ye Xiaowen completely disregarded her, appearing impatient and irritable. "Enough. Stop crying," Ye Xiaowen said, turning back with a hint of exasperation. Lu Sahan was startled into silence. "Listen to me now, hurry home. Once there, do not utter a single word about today's events," Ye Xiaowen instructed firmly. Lu Sahan, gazing at the fierce demeanor of Ye Xiaowen, nodded in compliance. "All right, let's go." Ye Xiaowen waved her hand and promptly headed home without lingering. Lu Sahan watched as Ye Xiaowen truly left her behind, vanishing into the cold wind. Her eyes reddened as she made her way home. Upon arriving home, Ye Xiaohai had yet to return. Jiang Guizhi poked her head out from inside and inquired, "Third, where is your brother?" "I don't know. After we left, he wanted to introduce me to his dubious friends, but I refused, and we parted ways. I went to study at my classmate Shen Jinhao's house before returning," Ye Xiaowen replied, rubbing her slightly reddened hands near the stove without looking up. "That second brother. What a nuisance," Jiang Guizhi muttered as she settled beside Ye Xiaowen. Taking Ye Xiaowen's hands into her own, she rubbed them gently to warm them, all the while advising, "When you come in from the cold, don't place your hands directly on the stove. It could harm them." "Understood, Mom." "Where's Dad?" Ye Xiaowen replied obediently. "He's out. He has been home all day. It's not like he can help with the chores on his only day off. He has gone visiting." Jiang Guizhi began to ramble about Ye Guoping's shortcomings. Listening to her, Ye Xiaowen remained silent, occasionally nodding. The desire to care for one's parents often comes too late. In his past life, he had been distant from them, seldom spending more than 2 days at home throughout the year. Now, having been reborn, he found himself savoring the moment. Before long, Ye Xiaohai rushed in, his anxious expression relaxing upon seeing Ye Xiaowen. "Where have you been?" Jiang Guizhi's face darkened as she looked at Ye Xiaohai, remarking that among her 3 children, the second was the most troublesome. Throughout his life, he had struggled academically and spent his days aimlessly, causing endless trouble that his parents had to resolve. "I didn't go anywhere, just playing outside for a bit," Ye Xiaohai replied, keenly observing his mother's expression and discreetly checking if the youngest brother was in the house. hoping he hadn't reported him. Thankfully, Jiang Guji's demeanor remained unchanged as she reminded him not to wander aimlessly outside, allowing the two brothers to return to their room. Once inside, Ye Xiaowen quickly closed the door and spoke in hushed tones. "Old 3, I thought you had been caught. After I ran out, I hid nearby and watched. I didn't see you and Lu Sihan come out until the police arrived, so I hurried away, dropped Lu Yuan and the others off at home, and returned." "How did you get out?" "Don't tell Mom and Dad about today." "What are you talking about?" "We split up when we left. I went to a classmate's house to do homework. I don't know where you went," Ye Xiaowen replied, confused, thinking to himself, "I left before you. I simply didn't wait for you." "Oh, what?" Ye Xiaowen was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, sizing Ye Xiaowen up. "Well, old 3, you're getting clever." Ye Xiaowen ignored him and climbed into bed to rest. The next morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Guiji called the two of them to wake up. After a quick breakfast of cornmeal pancakes and pickles, she sent them off to school. Pingqing No. 1 High School was the only high school in the county, with only 2 or 3 vocational schools available. Clad in thick cotton coats and slinging a military green backpack, the brothers braved the cold wind on their way to school. Throughout the journey, Ye Xiaohai chattered away, while Ye Xiaowen remained preoccupied, pondering where he would acquire the funds for stock subscription certificates. The Yi home was not far from the school, roughly a 20-minute walk, yet by the time they arrived, Ye Xiaowen had not devised a solution. Upon entering the school, Ye Xiaowen deliberately slowed his pace, trailing behind Ye Xiaohai. He vaguely recalled being in class 108, but couldn't remember the exact location of the classroom. The teaching building was a modest 3-story structure, and upon reaching the doorway of class 108, Ye Xiaowen finally recognized the scene from his memories. However, there remains one issue. Where is my seat? "Brother, could you please place my backpack on my seat? I have a stomachache and need to use the restroom," Ye Xiaowen implored, clutching her brother Ye Xiaohai, who was just about to step into the classroom. She thrust her backpack into his hands and turned to leave. While behind her, Ye Xiaohai's voice echoed, "Hurry up, class is about to start." Ye Xiaowen gazed through the back window of the classroom as she watched Ye Xiaohai position her backpack in a seat at the center of the second row. After waiting a moment longer, she finally entered the classroom. Chapter 5, The Great Reunion. "Xiaowen, did you not promise to come yesterday to help me with my homework? Why didn't you show up?" As Ye Xiaowen took her seat, her desk mate, a girl named Jiang Xian, immediately inquired. Jiang Xian, Ye Xiaowen's neighbor and classmate, had known her since childhood. Though neither was strikingly beautiful, both possessed a charming and refreshing appeal that drew attention. Their academic excellence garnered admiration from many male classmates. Some boldly pursued her, while others, more timid, covertly sought her attention under the guise of academic inquiries. In a previous life, Ye Xiaowen harbored feelings for this childhood friend and had secretly penned a love poem for her, only for Jiang Xian to decline. Consequently, Ye Xiaowen buried these sentiments deep within, and for 3 years, he cherished this affection. It wasn't until he spotted Jiang Xian with a boy from the neighboring class outside of school that he experienced profound heartache, which lingered until he gradually moved on in university. Subsequent encounters during holidays were limited to faint greetings. If one were to write a book for Jiang Xian, it would be titled "The Years We Chased After Girls Together." "Oh, I went to find Shinjin to work on our assignments," Ye Xiaowen remarked casually while packing her bag, dismissing the promise made decades ago. A boy seated in front turned around and said with a hint of melancholy, "You didn't seek me out yesterday." "Ah," Ye Xiaowen was taken aback. Goodness, with a face full of acne, it truly is him Shinjin. They had maintained a good relationship throughout high school, but as they ventured into university, their paths diverged and their friendship waned. "Didn't I? Think carefully. Perhaps you've forgotten?" Ye Xiaowen blinked her eyes. "Ha ha ha, do I need to think about it? I'm not foolish enough to forget yesterday's events. There was certainly nothing." "So why are you winking? Is there something wrong with your eyes?" Shinjin laughed heartily. Ye Xiaowen was momentarily stunned. "Is it my eyes that are faulty? Or is it your mind that is deranged?" However, before she could retort further, the class bell rang. The teacher entered the room. To be honest, decades had passed, and Ye Xiaowen could hardly recall much from her high school days. The teacher who walked in was only vaguely recognizable to her. In the first period, during the mathematics class, the teacher passionately lectured at the podium, yet Ye Xiaowen found herself utterly bewildered. Although in her previous life she had been a top student, achieving a score of 911 out of 285, the years that had elapsed had caused her to forget much of what she once knew. Now, even the high school curriculum seemed exceedingly challenging. As she gazed at the back of Shinjin's seat, Her mind wandered until it alighted upon a thought: Shen Jinhao's uncle. Shen Jinlong appeared to be the deputy director of the credit union in Pingxing County. At that time, the banking sector in the country was rife with turmoil, with various cities having their own credit unions, and bad debts were rampant, leading to a national overhaul that eventually closed 98 of these institutions. There was a period when credit union agents would personally visit to offer loans, requiring little more than a willing borrower and a guarantor, with no collateral necessary. It was astonishingly easy, resulting in many audacious young individuals securing loans in this manner. Naturally, some ventured into business only to incur losses, neglecting to repay their debts, or perhaps never intending to repay from the outset. In her previous life, Ye Xiaowen had heard tales of credit union leaders playing cards, with winnings leading to deposit slips and losses resulting in loan applications. The credit unions functioned as private treasure troves, seemingly inexhaustible. While this narrative may have been somewhat exaggerated, it highlighted the chaotic state of local credit unions during that era. Thus, Ye Xiaowen pondered the source of funds for purchasing stock subscription certificates. Finally, the class concluded, and she nudged Shen Jinhao. "Is your uncle home today?" she inquired. "Why?" Shen Jinhao turned around, puzzled. "It's nothing. I just need to discuss something with your uncle. How about we visit him after school?" Ye Xiaowen smiled. "What's so fun about going to my uncle's house?" "I want to go to the arcade," Shen Jinhao replied. "No, Jinhao, I really need to talk to your uncle," Ye Xiaowen reiterated. "I told you, there's nothing enjoyable at my uncle's house. I want to go to the arcade," Shen Jinhao insisted. Ye Xiaowen stared at him, momentarily stunned, thinking, what a stubborn brat. "Fine, I'll accompany you," she conceded. "I have no money, so I wouldn't be able to play anyway," Shen Jinhao lamented. "All right then, I'll treat you. You just play," Ye Xiaowen said nonchalantly. "Really? Okay, after we finish. I'll take you," Shen Jinhao responded with a smile. "Great," Ye Xiaowen said as she stood up and walked towards Ye Xiaohai. "Brother, do you have any money?" "Pay me back," Ye Xiaohai replied, his pockets seemingly emptier than his face. "I truly have none. If I had money, I would have already gone out to enjoy myself instead of relying on your New Year's money," Ye Xiaohai retorted. "Consider it a loan," Ye Xiaowen said through clenched teeth, exasperated with her brother's frugality. "Fine, I'll lend you 50 cents, but remember to pay me back," he replied. Ye Xiaohai slowly retrieved 50 cents from his pocket. "What?" Ye Xiaowen reached out to search again. "It's really gone, truly gone." Ye Xiaohai allowed Ye Xiaowen to rummage through his pockets. "Do you still want this 50 cents? Ye Xiaohai inquired tentatively. 3 days. Return my money in 3 days, or I shall inform our parents that you stole it from me," Ye Xiaowen declared fiercely. Shen Jinhao, though not very large in stature, possessed a cunning mind. He had taken Ye Xiaowen to his uncle's house and insisted on going to the arcade. But Ye Xiaowen had no money of his own. Where could he possibly acquire funds? His red envelope money had already been pilfered by his second brother. Indeed, it was a struggle to procure even a single cent. Ye Xiaowen furrowed his brow in distress, preparing to return to his seat. Just then, a melodious voice resonated. "Class monitor, are you short on cash? Speak to me. I can lend you some." Upon turning, Ye Xiaowen saw Lu Sahan winking at him, simultaneously pulling out a small red leather wallet from her pocket. As if to substantiate her claim of possessing money, she slightly opened the wallet, revealing several large denominations within, before promptly closing it again. Although Ye Xiaowen did not get a clear look, he was certain that there was more than one note. The 10 yuan bill was the highest denomination in the 3rd series of the renminbi, which, despite the issuance of the 4th series, had not yet exited the market. Ye Xiaowen had a profound memory of the large 10 yuan bill, as it was the very currency he could never obtain in his previous life during his childhood. Chapter 6 states, "You are mistaken, Sahan," to which Ye Xiaowen cheerfully extends her hand, eager to retrieve her wallet. However, she is met with disappointment as Lu Sahan snatches it back. Ye Xiaowen immediately expresses her displeasure, inquiring, "What do you mean?" "Come with me," Lu Sahan says, glancing at their classmates before rising to walk out of the classroom. Ye Xiaowen hastily follows, and at the end of the corridor, Lu Sahan halts, turning to face her. She produces a 10 yuan note from her bag, pinching it between her fingers, and asks, "Did you admit your mistake yesterday? A gentleman may be slain, but cannot be insulted. Lending money is one thing, but to offer a mere 10 yuan to demean a reborn individual such as myself is utterly excessive." "I was wrong," Ye Xiaowen responds decisively, swiftly snatching the bill from Lu Sahan's grasp. Lu Sahan, momentarily taken aback, had intended to exact revenge on Ye Xiaowen for her previous transgressions, taking advantage of her, scolding her. and ultimately discarding her like refuse before returning home. However, Ye Xiaowen's rapid admission of guilt subverts all expectations. It lacks the anticipated struggle between money and dignity. There is no drawn-out conflict, no fierce glare exchanged, nor the satisfying surrender that accompanies an acknowledgement of wrongdoing. It all transpires too quickly, depriving Lu Sihan of the pleasure of retribution. As Ye Xiaowen prepares to leave, Lu Sihan brandishes another 10 yuan note. Where did you err? Just tell me where I was mistaken. Ye Xiaowen glances back, producing another 10 yuan. With this, she finally has enough to indulge in a week's worth of gaming with Shen Jinhao. Your previous response was far too perfunctory, Lu Sihan laments, producing the last 10 yuan note from her wallet. Ye Xiaowen halts, and, turning to Lu Sihan with utmost seriousness, states, My dear lady, please refrain from using filthy money to insult an aspiring and exemplary class leader. With that, she departs, leaving Lu Sihan standing in stunned silence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? She ponders, realizing that her intent had been to use money to insult and retaliate against Ye Xiaowen. Yet it feels as though she has been the one wronged. Moreover, she has lost 20 yuan in vain, leaving her on the verge of tears. For the next 3 classes, Lu Sihan glares fiercely at Ye Xiaowen's back. If looks could kill, Ye Xiaowen would be utterly ravaged. During the lunch break, most students dine in the classroom, having brought their meals from home. The winter chills the air. Ye Xiaowen has already taken advantage of her position as class monitor to warm her food on the stove. It is, of course, impossible for every student in the classroom to have their meals heated this way. Some choose to heat theirs in the cafeteria, which primarily caters to boarders. Students who commute typically bring their own meals from home, seldom opting for the cafeteria. After a day of classes, Ye Xiaowen was preoccupied with her thoughts and found it difficult to concentrate. At last, the school day came to an end, and she slung her backpack over her shoulder. I'm heading to Shen Jinhao's house to do some homework, she declared. No way, you're definitely not just going to do homework. Tell me what you're really up to. Did Lu Sihan lend you money? Ye Xiaowen interjected. Why don't you return my money today? If you're going to Shen Jinhao's to study, I'll let mom and dad know when you get back. With a dismissive wave, Ye Xiaohai sauntered out of the classroom. Are you really inviting me to the arcade, Xiaoya? Shen Jinhao asked, his backpack slung over his shoulder. Absolutely, just lead the way. I've never been there before, Ye Xiaowen replied with a nod. We need to hurry. If we arrive too late, all the machines will be taken. Shen Jinhao exclaimed with excitement. The establishment, a makeshift arcade, bore a sign proclaiming Brilliant Arcade, yet housed only a dozen machines. Shen Jinhao was taken aback by the throngs of people inside. Xiaoya, what should we do? Ye Xiaowen bit her lip, resolving, never mind. I'm doing this for my loan and my stock subscription. It's fine. I'll handle it, she said, positioning herself behind a young boy. Hey, are you really that clueless? Can't you play? Come on, Housie, show him how it's done, Ye Xiaowen shouted, seizing the control stick from the boy's hands. Let us go, Housie, don't just stand there. She pulled Shen Jinhao down into a seat beside her, but then the situation took an unforeseen turn. Shen Jinhao, the rascal, monopolized the young boy's machine. Ye Xiaowen cursed under her breath, thinking, I just wanted you to demonstrate, not hog the machine. The young boy gazed at Ye Xiaowen and then at Shen Jinhao, feeling wronged yet too timid to speak up, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. After over an hour of play, Shen Jinhao, having thoroughly enjoyed himself, yielded the remaining tokens to the boy, as Ye Xiaowen was not unreasonable. Let us go to your uncle's house, she suggested. Sure, that was so much fun. How about we come back tomorrow, Xiaoya? Shen Jinhao ventured. All right. Ye Xiaowen nodded in agreement. Shen Jinhao's uncle lived quite a distance from the school, and by the time Ye Xiaowen and Shen Jinhao arrived, night had completely fallen. Knock, knock, knock. A middle-aged woman opened the door. Who is it? It's me, Housie, Shen Jinhao replied. Housie, what brings you here? Come in, she urged. Look, this is Nini. Auntie, this is my classmate. His parents are busy and not at home, Shen Jinhao introduced. Welcome, welcome. I'm Ye Xiaowen, Housie's classmate, she said formally. A little girl rushed over, hugging Shen Jinhao and calling him brother. Ye Xiaowen then pulled out a New Year's card she had purchased for 80 cents from a stationery store before coming over. On the way, Ye Xiaowen had inquired about the situation from Shen Jinhao. His uncle's family had only one precious daughter. The young girl graciously accepted and sweetly thanked Ye Xiaowen. Auntie, where's my uncle? Shen Jinhao asked. You still don't know? He is out socializing and won't be back until who knows when, the woman replied with a smile. As the deputy director of the credit union, he is akin to a god of wealth. He will never lack for food and drink. Ye Xiaowen felt a twinge of concern. After an hour of waiting, Shen Jinhao's uncle had yet to return. Ye Xiaowen exchanged a glance with Shen Jinhao, and they both rose to take their leave. Although they had not met this time, Ye Xiaowen felt no despair. Unexpected situations arise, and they could always try again tomorrow. Chapter 7. Loans, Part 1. The following day, Ye Xiaowen once again skipped evening study sessions and accompanied Shen Jinhao to the arcade. Afterward, they visited Shen Jinhao's uncle's house. The day was no different from the previous one, except this time, they didn't require Ye Xiaowen to demonstrate anything at the arcade. Shen Jinhao, that scoundrel, directly targeted a seemingly vulnerable elementary school student and seized control of the gaming machine. As they were leaving, Ye Xiaowen generously gave some tokens to the young boy. To which Shen Jinhao complained, "Why give him tokens? There's no need. Save them for tomorrow." This rascal, with a heart as dark as coal, not only snatched the machine from the child but also attempted to take away his tokens. Was it easy for an elementary student to save up pocket money? Ye Xiaowen was fortunate. Shen Jinhao's uncle, Shun Baolong, was at home. Shun Baolong was a middle-aged man with a slight paunch and a receding hairline. In these times, gaining weight was quite a feat. Most people were struggling to put food on the table. Only business owners, leaders, or cooks seemed to have the means to become portly in middle age. Shen Baolong had no sons, only a daughter, and he was quite fond of Shen Jinhao, the family's eldest grandson. Upon their arrival, he immediately offered them oranges. "Uncle Shen, I have a favor to ask," Ye Xiaowen said, feeding a peeled orange segment to his little cousin, Ni. "What is it, child?" Shen Baolong replied casually. Ye Xiaowen glanced at the others in the living room, hesitating to speak. Noticing Ye Xiaowen's somewhat adult-like demeanor, Shen Baolong chuckled and said, "What could this little fellow be shy about? Come, let us go to the study." Shen Jinhao took Ni from Ye Xiaowen's arms, showing no surprise that Ye Xiaowen sought his uncle's assistance. He was well aware. As for the nature of the request, he was indifferent, cradling his little cousin while contemplating which machine to target tomorrow. The elementary student lacked the prowess to claim a good machine. Perhaps he could attempt to challenge a middle schooler instead. Meanwhile, Shen Jinhao's aunt began to connect the dots. No wonder Shen Jinhao had brought this boy over for 2 consecutive days. It was to seek assistance from her husband. She was accustomed to people asking her husband for help, as it happened frequently. However, she found it rather astonishing that a high school student would seek assistance from him. "Sit down. Can you speak now?" "What is it?" Shen Baolong prompted. "Uncle Shun, I wish to apply for a loan," Ye Xiaowen stated plainly. "Haha, how much do you wish to borrow?" Shen Baolong inquired with a laugh, not taking Ye Xiaowen's words seriously. He presumed the boy was simply short on pocket money, having heard somewhere that loans were available, and had come to him. 30,000 or 50,000 is not too little. 100,000 or 80,000 is not too much, Ye Xiaowen replied. "Child, do you even know how much 10,000 yuan is?" Shen Baolong laughed, then shifted his tone. "All right, you're quite amusing. You must be out of pocket money. Let me give you some. You and Haozi can share it." As he spoke, he prepared to retrieve his wallet to give Ye Xiaowen 30 or 50 yuan. Ye Xiaowen remained unfazed by the 50 yuan on the table and instead pulled out a newspaper from his backpack. "Uncle Shun, take a look at this news," Ye Xiaowen remarked, gesturing towards an article about the stock issuance in the bustling metropolis, preparing to implement subscription certificates, and pushed the newspaper towards him. Shen Baolong accepted the paper and began to read. Having graduated from high school, he was literate. However, he had never delved into the realm of stocks before. "What does this mean?" he inquired, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. "You are aware of the stock market in the metropolis, right? There were only 8 companies previously, colloquially known as the old 8 stocks, with demand far outstripping supply. Last month, on December 8, 1991, the Pudong public stock was issued. Yet even on the night of December 7th, people were already queuing to purchase." As Ye Xiaowen spoke, he retrieved another newspaper from his bag, which featured photographs of the crowd queuing at Hongkou Stadium during the issuance of the Pudong public stock on December 8th. Originally scheduled to start at 8 a.m., the issuance was completed before dawn due to the overwhelming crowd, as there were concerns about even larger numbers gathering once daylight broke. Ye Xiaowen paused, allowing Shun Baolong a moment to absorb the information. He, too, wished to keep the details of the stock subscription certificate private, but the sum involved was considerable. As a high school student, persuading Shen Baolong was essential to obtain a loan. It was a predicament indeed. He mused that he must seem like a fortune bringer to Shen. "Old Shen, you are truly fortunate. Here I am, coming to offer you money." After reviewing the 2 articles, Shen Baolong nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. The metropolis was once again poised to issue stocks. He glanced at Ye Xiaowen, somewhat surprised. This high school student possessed a surprising depth of understanding, far removed from the stereotypical image of a youth seeking a loan merely for pocket money. At this moment, obtaining a loan was relatively straightforward, and lending was even simpler. Many acted impulsively, ready to borrow without a clear plan for the funds. After all, high school students were already nearing adulthood at 16 or 17, and Ye Xiaowen, currently studying, could easily transition into the workforce. Moreover, he had presented substantial evidence in the form of newspaper articles, articulating his points convincingly. In a future context, such a scenario might be deemed absurd. However, in this era, the general educational standard was not particularly high. Shen Baolong, having completed high school, found himself amidst this tumultuous and surreal time. Even professors and experts were known to endorse bizarre practices like qigong or the alchemy of turning water into oil, thus rendering anything possible. So, you intend to take out a loan to purchase stocks? Shen Baolong inquired. Yes, Uncle Shen, this is a significant opportunity, and I do not wish to miss it. Ye Xiaowen replied earnestly. Are your family members aware of this? Shen Baolong continued his questioning. They are not. If they knew, they would never agree. My parents are factory workers, and they cannot comprehend such novelties, even when countless individuals have become wealthy overnight, or when some have accumulated their first 100,000 through mere speculation. Ye Xiaowen spoke candidly. Well, young man, you certainly have some ideas, Shen Baolong praised him. Yet he neither expressed agreement nor disagreement. Who is your father at the factory? He inquired. Ye Guoping, came the reply. Ah, brother Ye, I know him. We met once, Shen Baolong remarked, noting the small size of their county where one often encounters familiar faces. The Yi couple were both employees of a state-owned enterprise, regarded as respectable figures within the county, which made their acquaintance rather unsurprising. Let me do some inquiries about the stock situation, and we shall see, Shen Baolong concluded. Ye Xiaowen wished to persuade him further, but ultimately settled on saying, Uncle Shen, please keep this confidential. Do not mention it to my parents. Rest assured, I will not share this with anyone, Shen Baolong replied with a smile. Chapter 8, Loans Part 2, the afternoon following her encounter with Shen Baolong. Ye Xiaowen could no longer accompany Shen Jinhao to the arcade. Instead, she took him directly to Shen Baolong's residence, only to find it empty. They were left waiting at the entrance of the community, and after a while, Shen Jinhao grew impatient and, under the pretext of needing to relieve himself, slipped away. Ye Xiaowen was unconcerned. She had already established a connection with Shen Baolong. It was now January 3, 1992. And only 16 days remained until the issuance of the stock subscription certificates on January 19th. If she could not persuade Shen Baolong swiftly, they might miss the opportunity. After all, the disbursement of funds required time, and she still needed to travel to the magical city, which further complicated matters. She also needed to devise a plausible reason for her journey to the magical city. In the biting cold of winter, Ye Xiaowen could not bear to stay outside for long. She was thoroughly chilled to the bone. Stamping her feet and occasionally pulling her hands from her pockets to warm them with her breath. However, as the clock ticked past 8 in the evening, and there was still no sign of anyone returning to Shen Baolong's home, she reluctantly decided to head back. Ye Guoping and his wife had left for their evening shift after dinner, but her elder brother had returned. He had been working as a temporary employee at the street party and government office for several years without securing a permanent position. Where have you been? And why are you only coming back now? Her brother asked. I went to a classmate's house to do homework and played for a bit. Is there any food left? I'm starving, Ye Xiaowen replied, shivering as she pulled up a chair by the stove, settling in for warmth. There's food. I'll heat some up for you, her brother. Ye Xiaofeng, who was typically taciturn, replied without further conversation, rising to warm her meal. After eating, Ye Xiaowen felt a bit warmer and quickly burrowed under the covers. Little three, Ye Xiaowen said, peering over the edge of the bed to see Ye Xiaowen settle beneath the blankets. What have you been up to these past few days? You've been elusive. If you don't tell me, I'll inform Mom and Dad. Tomorrow is the third day, the day to repay the loan, Ye Xiaowen stated, prompting Ye Xiaohai to cease his inquiries. She soon drifted into a drowsy slumber. On the third day, Ye Xiaowen once again waited outside Shen Baolong's home until past 8, but still, no one returned. The following day, she sought out Shen Jinhao in the classroom. What happened to your uncle's family? They haven't returned home in 2 days, she inquired. I don't know. I'll check at home, Shen Jinhao replied. All right, thanks, Ye Xiaowen nodded, her heart racing with anxiety, yet feeling helpless. Apart from the loan avenue, She truly had no other means to procure funds swiftly. On the fifth day, in classroom 108 of Pingqing First High School, Ye Xiaowen was taken aback. What? Your uncle is on a business trip, and your aunt took Nini to her family's home? She asked Shen Jinhao, bewildered. Where did they go? When will they return? I am unaware of that matter. Despite my efforts, I have struggled greatly to gather this information, even skipping lunch to inquire at my uncle's workplace. Shen Jinhao proclaimed with a sense of accomplishment. Here, take these 3 yuan, 1 for your meal and 2 for your expenses, Ye Xiaowen said, handing 3 yuan to Shen Jinhao. Shen Jinhao's face brightened instantly. Rest assured, this evening, I shall ask my father to inquire further. On January 12th, the day of the Laba festival. After 9 long days of waiting, Ye Xiaowen finally saw Shen Jinhao return. Observing Ye Xiaowen, shivering at the entrance of the community, Shen Jinhao paused momentarily before approaching. Yi, why are you here? He asked. Uncle Shen, regarding what I mentioned last time, Ye Xiaowen inquired. The community's gatekeeper, who happened to be passing by, chuckled and remarked. Director Shen, it turns out this child has been waiting here for quite a few days, leaving only around 8 in the evening. Shen Baolong was taken aback, scrutinizing Ye Xiaowen before nodding and saying, Come, let us discuss this at home. All right, Ye Xiaowen replied, following Shen Baolong into the house. Seated on the sofa, Ye Xiaowen watched as Shen Baolong busied himself with boiling water and brewing tea. Finally, he spoke, Young Yi, you are remarkable. I have been away for 9 days during this frigid season, yet you have waited outside for all this time. Honestly, it is the first time I have encountered a youth with such perseverance. You are destined to achieve great things. Uncle, you flatter me. It is nothing extraordinary. Ye Xiaowen replied modestly. Regarding the matter we discussed last time, I have also made inquiries, but I was informed that what is being issued is not stocks per se, but rather something called a stock subscription certificate, priced at 30 yuan each, akin to a lottery ticket with a drawing. If one does not win the draw, it becomes mere scrap paper, Shen Baolong explained. Uncle, if everyone shares your sentiment and refrains from purchasing, does that not significantly increase the chances of winning? Ye Xiaowen responded earnestly, placing his teacup down. 30 yuan for a stock subscription certificate, and then a lottery draw, should one fail to win. It is indeed a worthless piece of paper. For many during these times, 30 yuan is no trivial amount. Moreover, the citizens of Magic City are accustomed to calculating small sums and have rarely encountered substantial wealth. Coupled with the increased issuance of stocks this year, the stock subscription certificates can be drawn multiple times. Thus, this year's certificates have come to be dubbed the first golden train of prosperity in the Republic. This phenomenon also gave rise to a multitude of millionaires, whereas previously, the number of 10,000 yuan households in Magic City was scarce, becoming objects of envy. Following this year, however, 10,000 yuan households became commonplace. After pondering for a moment, Shen Baolong chuckled. You know, you make a valid point. How about this? I will lend you 2,500 yuan to give it a try. Shen Baolong smiled, though he still did not fully absorb Ye Xiaowen's perspective, acknowledging the merit in his words, but not giving them much weight. The willingness to lend Ye Xiaowen 2,500 yuan stemmed from her youthful ingenuity and the fact that she had waited for 9 consecutive days at his doorstep during the frigid winter. Uncle Shen, you just praised me, saying I would achieve great things in the future. So why not consider this as an investment in me? Ye Xiaowen said with a wry smile. 2,500 yuan is no small sum. In these times, it constitutes a considerable amount. Given old Ye's salary, which barely exceeds 100 yuan a month, he earns a little over 1,000 yuan a year, equivalent to 2 years' wages. However, from another perspective, it is rather insufficient. Each stock subscription certificate costs 30 yuan, and 100 consecutive certificates would require 3,000 yuan. Thus, 2,500 yuan would not even suffice to purchase a complete set of stock subscription certificates. Watching a golden opportunity slip away right before her eyes is truly disheartening. Chapter 9. Persuasion. Listening to Ye Xiaowen's words, Shen Baolong chuckled and replied, You really have quite the sense of humor, don't you? Not at all, Uncle Shen. You are the esteemed director of the credit cooperative. Who in Pingqing does not know you? You've only lent out 2,500 yuan. Who would believe that? As he spoke, Ye Xiaowen filled Shen Baolong's teacup with water. Shen Baolong looked at Ye Xiaowen with a smile. Indeed, the sum of 2,500 yuan was likely the smallest loan he had disbursed in recent years. However, he had no intention of expecting repayment from Ye Xiaowen. He simply admired the young man's tenacity, which prompted his generosity. How about this? I can lend you 5,000 yuan. Any more than that would put me at risk of incurring losses, and it must be repaid, Shen Baolong stated. Uncle, why not lend me 100,000 yuan? If I lose it, I'll repay you later. I'm still young. I won't run off, Ye Xiaowen boldly proposed, startling Shen Baolong. 100,000? You truly dare to dream. The credit cooperative only issues a handful of loans in that amount each year. Just the other day, Mr. Wang from the brick factory was granted 50,000. Even your father, Ye Guoping, could only secure 20 to 30,000 at best. Do you really think this cooperative is a treasure trove from your uncle's home where you can take as you please? Shen Baolong said, his patience wearing thin. He appreciated perseverance but had little tolerance for arrogance. Then let me borrow 30,000 in my father's name, Ye Xiaowen suggested. Are you trying to climb the ladder too quickly? Your father is unaware of this. If I ask him for the money, he would surely despise me for deceiving a child. Shen Baolong shook his head, still refusing. Uncle Shen, you can ask Haozi about my academic performance. I have never fallen below the top 3 in my class. While I cannot guarantee admission to a prestigious university, attending an ordinary one is certainly within my reach. Although I may not be able to repay immediately, once I start working, I will earn enough to pay you back, Ye Xiaowen asserted with determination. In those days, graduating from university was quite an achievement, often leading to job placements. A university graduate could start as a minor leader in the county and in a more remote area, even hold the position of deputy county head. Upon hearing this, Shen Baolong began to genuinely reconsider. He had previously thought of Ye Xiaowen as merely a high school student, failing to account for the possibility that he might soon be a university student seeking a loan. If handled properly, lending 30,000 or even 80 or 100,000 would not pose a significant challenge if one had the courage to ask. Shen Baolong had indeed heard from his nephew, Shen Jinhao, about Ye Xiaowen's commendable academic standing. With normal progression, entering university was certainly feasible. As Shen Baolong pondered, Ye Xiaowen remained silent, having laid bare all his potential capital. After a long moment of contemplation, Shen Baolong finally spoke. I can lend you 20,000. If you agree to put your father's name on the loan document, I will grant you the funds. Ye Xiaowen understood that this was Shen Baolong's limit. Without a moment's hesitation, he stood up and bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Shen. Shen Jinhao waved his hand dismissively, saying, All right, as long as you don't hold it against me in the future, please sit down. You're quite the schemer. Have you considered it thoroughly? 20,000 is no small sum, even after graduating from university and entering the workforce. That amount could weigh heavily and potentially influence the trajectory of your life. There's no need for further contemplation, Uncle Shen. How long will it take for the loan to be processed? The newspaper stated January 19th. Ye Xiaowen inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Shen Baolong chuckled. After class tomorrow, come find me at our office. In the evening, I'll invite the accountant to dinner. You can fill out the paperwork. You'll obtain a loan of 10,000 in your name, with your father as the guarantor, and another 10,000 in your father's name, with you as the guarantor. You can collect the funds the day after tomorrow. It's that simple. Ye Xiaowen was taken aback. He knew that loans at this time were quite accessible yet chaotic, but he had not anticipated it would be this effortless. Shen Jinhao remarked with a laugh. What did you expect? We're a credit cooperative, not a bank. By the way, Uncle Shen, would you like to invest as well? I can assist you, Ye Xiaowen ventured, feeling that since Shen Baolong had been of great help, it was only right to include him in the venture. No need for that. I'm not knowledgeable in such matters. You should focus on your own investments, Shen Baolong replied. Ye Xiaowen pressed once more, but Shen Baolong remained unmoved. Nodding, Ye Xiaowen stood and said, Uncle Shen, please rest early. I want to keep you. I'll visit you tomorrow. After Ye Xiaowen took his leave, Shen Baolong smiled as he watched the young man's retreating figure, thinking to himself how audacious this high school student was to dare to take out a loan of 20,000. He mused that Ye Xiaowen would either become immensely wealthy or would have to pray for Ye Guoping's heart to remain strong. The following day, during class, Ye Xiaowen was utterly distracted, preoccupied with thoughts of the evening ahead. He was even called into the office by the homeroom teacher for a reprimand. Finally, the evening arrived, and he made his way to the credit cooperative to meet Shen Baolong. Participating in the dinner gathering was only fitting, as it is customary to celebrate every loan dispersed with a meal. After completing the loan application, Ye Xiaowen indulged in a fair amount of alcohol. Though in later years he could handle his liquor well, his body at this time was not accustomed to it. When it came time to settle the bill, although Shen Baolong intended to cover it, it was technically Ye Xiaowen's responsibility. However, being merely a high school student, he had no funds. only to be informed that Ye Xiaowen had already settled the account. This kid is quite resourceful. I hope he has tea pilfered from home, Shen Baolong thought, noting that the meal had cost over 100. In truth, Ye Xiaowen had not stolen from his family. Rather, he had borrowed from Lu Sihan, a little affluent girl, who had given him her New Year's money along with her savings. Ye Xiaowen, in return, had signed a series of unequal agreements. On the third day, Ye Xiaowen withdrew 20,000 from the credit cooperative. As he stepped out, feeling the weight of the 2 stacks of cash nestled in his arms, he finally exhaled in relief. Now, all that remained was to await the winter break. On January 19, 1992, the stock subscription certificates of the bustling metropolis were officially issued. On that same day, far away in Heisei County, Ye Xiaowen had completed his examinations and crafted a plausible excuse for his parents. He intended to attend an Olympiad mathematics supplementary class in the city during the winter break and had managed to secure over 100 yuan in pocket money from Ye Guoping. On January 21, 1992, under a clear sky with no breeze, Ye Xiaowen stepped out of his home, clutching a substantial sum of 20,113 yuan. 113 yuan was tucked into his outer pocket, while the 20,000 yuan was discreetly sewn into his undergarments. On this day, though still a youth without a sword at his side, he ventured forth into the vast world. Chapter 10. Platform Ticket. Ye Xiaowen arrived at the Pingqing train station, where trains to the provincial capital of Hedong Province, Binzhou, departed twice daily. To reach the bustling metropolis of Magic City, Ye Xiaowen needed first to travel from Pingqing to Binzhou. The earliest train departed at 7:15 a.m., and by the time Ye Xiaowen arrived, passengers were already entering the station. Although tickets were no longer being sold, it mattered little. Ye Xiaowen purchased a platform ticket, blending into the crowd to board the train. A platform ticket, also known as a waiting area ticket, allows one to access the station's platform to greet or bid farewell to travelers. However, some individuals exploit this rule to evade fare. With over 20,000 in cash tucked away, Ye Xiaowen had no intention of fare evasion. He simply lacked the time to purchase a regular ticket. Once aboard, he found the morning train sparsely populated, with several vacant seats available. He casually selected a spot. Cradling his olive green shoulder bag, adjusted the train conductor's cap perched atop his head, and began to doze off. In truth, the olive green bag contained not currency, but a fruit knife and some snacks alongside a water cup. In these precarious times, venturing out was fraught with danger. Although he had sewn his money into his undergarments for safety, it still felt insufficient. As for the possibility of needing to pay a fare due to his platform ticket, Ye Xiaowen remained unconcerned. He had boarded the train through sheer determination, so why should he be compelled to pay? The journey from Pingqing to Binzhou took a staggering 8 hours by train, in stark contrast to the 2-hour drive of subsequent years. The slow speed was one factor, but frequent stops at major stations, as well as minor stops at quaint towns, where the train lingered for several minutes, contributed significantly to the lengthy travel time. Hey, wake up. A woman with a child nudged Ye Xiaowen awake. What is it? Ye Xiaowen rubbed his eyes and inquired. This is my seat, the woman replied. Oh, Ye Xiaowen said, rising to switch seats. Just as he was about to resume his slumber, the conductor approached to check tickets. Never mind. I'll just use the restroom first, Ye Xiaowen decided, standing to head toward the lavatory. Upon his return, he found that the conductor had already passed. The train departed at 7:15 a.m., and it was not until after 3 in the afternoon that Ye Xiaowen disembarked at Binzhou train station. The station, at that time, bore little resemblance to its modern counterpart, yet its simplicity was somewhat refreshing. Having consumed 2 baked pancakes during the journey, Ye Xiaowen was not particularly hungry. Moreover, he hesitated to dine at a nearby eatery. Every yuan saved was a step towards a stock subscription certificate, which could potentially be exchanged for thousands, or even tens of thousands, of yuan. Upon exiting the station, Ye Xiaowen turned back to the ticket hall, preparing to purchase a ticket to Magic City. The long queue seemed endless as he trudged forward with the throng. By the time he secured a ticket around 7 in the evening, darkness had enveloped the sky. The ticket was for a train scheduled to depart at dawn, just after 4 o'clock, yet Ye Xiaowen made no effort to find a place to stay. At this juncture, staying in hotels no longer requires a letter of introduction. However, Ye Xiaowen hesitated to part with his money, and the inns surrounding the train station were far from secure. The rampant tide of entrepreneurship in this era brought about a certain madness. There were even instances of scams and outright robberies occurring in shady establishments. With a fortune in his possession, Ye Xiaowen was unwilling to take such risks. Upon entering the waiting hall, he managed to find a seat and settled in, determined to wait there until the morning train departure. Though it would be somewhat tiring, the safety it afforded outweighed the discomfort. At 3:30 in the morning, Ye Xiaowen heard the voice of the announcer and joined the throng as they squeezed onto the train. The passengers on this train were not the same as those who had traveled from Pingqing to Bingzhou. The crowd was so dense that many could barely board, with some resorting to climbing through the windows. Ye Xiaowen removed his bag, called for a little space, and tossed it into the carriage before climbing in through the window himself. A young man nearby was startled by the commotion and was about to voice his displeasure when he spotted a fruit knife that had tumbled out of Ye Xiaowen's bag. He swallowed his words and casually walked away. After boarding, Ye Xiaowen secured the fruit knife and, with his bag slung over his shoulder, found his seat just as the train began to move. His seat by the window was quite pleasant, allowing him to rest his head on the small table during the night. As for any inconvenience in getting up, it was irrelevant given the overcrowded nature of the train. No matter where one sat, exiting would be a challenge. By this time, the aisle was laden with luggage as a mother and daughter squeezed through. The mother struggling with a large suitcase, just as Ye Xiaowen prepared to offer assistance. A middle-aged man sitting opposite him stood up to help place the suitcase on the overhead rack. The mother expressed her gratitude profusely, and the pair settled into the seats next to Ye Xiaowen. The young girl, with rosy cheeks and appearing around 16 or 17, seemed shy, likely due to this being her first long-distance journey, remaining closely nestled against her mother. The middle-aged man introduced himself as the head of procurement at a factory, mentioning that he was en route to Pingqing to purchase supplies. In this era, there were no direct trains from Bingzhou to Yanqing. One had to transfer in Shimin City or in Lu Province before reaching Yancheng, and then continue on to the special economic zone of Pingqing. Direct trains from Bingzhou to Yanqing would not commence until the late 1990s. "Where are you headed, young lady?" the middle-aged man inquired, glancing at the mother and daughter. "My eldest is studying at university in Modu. With the break, I'm taking my daughter to visit her brother, and we'll return together afterward," the woman replied, emphasizing the mention of university, which elicited envious glances from those around them. At that time, university students were guaranteed job placements, regarded as the true elite of society. "Oh, university students," the others mused, voices tinged with admiration. The mother and daughter shared a hint of pride at the acknowledgement. "And you, young man?" The middle-aged man turned his attention to Ye Xiaowen. "I'm also heading to Modu to work," Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile. Two young men were also introduced, who claimed to be brothers, embarking on a journey to Pingqing in pursuit of wealth. The elder brother's name was Lu Feng, and the younger one was Lu Ming, both hailing from the Hedong province, having heard tales of prosperity arising from the southern regions due to the reforms and open policies. They purchased a train ticket and set forth on their journey to Pingqing. As the brothers spoke, their faces radiated with hope, as if they were certain that fortune awaited them. It is widely acknowledged that the South is abundant in riches. Yet who can discern which treasures harbor poison and which conceal blades? Furthermore, who can fathom the countless souls lost in the tide of this entrepreneurial wave? Nevertheless, as the saying goes, it is amidst the turbulent waters that the true talents emerge. Interestingly, while others, such as Ye Xiaowen, the middle-aged man, and the mother-daughter duo, refrained from revealing their names, these brothers were refreshingly candid, voluntarily disclosing their identities without prompting. Chapter 11. The Border Pass. To reach Pingqing, one must possess a border pass. "Do you have one?" the middle-aged man inquired. The two brothers were taken aback, staring blankly at him. "A border pass?" "Indeed, a border pass. Those from the mainland require one to cross into the special economic zone of Pingqing. The area is surrounded by barbed wire. Without a border pass, if caught, you will." The man spoke at length, and Ye Xiaowen recalled some news reports he had seen in his past life. The border pass and the secondary checkpoints were unique to this moment in Pingqing's history. It originated from the proposal that, to establish the processing zone, Pingqing's precursor, over 7,000 kilometers of barbed wire needed to be erected to prevent the infiltration of capitalism into the mainland. Stretching from Beizaijiao by Daping Bay in the east to Nantou Anil village by the Pearl River estuary in the west, it spanned approximately 86 kilometers, with special checkpoints established at 6 road entries: Nantou, Shan, Buji, Beima, Yantian, and Beizaijiao, managed by Border Police and Customs. Later, the Kowloon Customs established a preparatory group for the construction of secondary customs. Since 1986, individuals from the mainland wishing to travel to Pingqing must possess either a Border Management Area Passage Permit or a Special Passage Permit to restricted border areas, colloquially known as the Border Pass. Although the middle-aged man was unaware of this history, He effectively conveyed the significance of the border pass to the brothers. Lu Feng and Lu Ming were left dumbfounded. Eager to venture to Pingcheng to earn substantial wealth, they were met with the harsh reality that they could not proceed. The saying to die before achieving success could not have been more fitting for them at this moment. My goodness, one needs a border pass to go to Pingcheng? The middle-aged woman exclaimed, equally astonished. Yes, acquiring this border pass is quite a challenge. It must be obtained from the village, township, and county levels. It's no easy feat. You have no idea how arduous it was for me. I nearly ran my legs off and wore my lips raw, collecting 5 or 6 stamps, all subject to scrutiny. The middle-aged man elaborated. In truth, not many were aware of the necessity of the border pass at that time. Many were simply swept away by impulse, ready to embark on grand ventures and amass fortunes. However, the middle-aged man was correct. Obtaining a border pass was as challenging as traveling to Hong Kong. Setting up a small stall surpasses a county official, and with a loudspeaker, one could rival a provincial governor. The fervor of this era was incomprehensible to those not living through it. Remarkable. How did you manage to secure such a difficult permit? The middle-aged woman gazed at the man with a hint of envy. I too exerted considerable effort, he replied nonchalantly, maintaining a slight air of superiority. The brothers, still in disbelief, pressed the man for any advice, but he was at a loss. This was his first attempt as well. He had sought information from others and knew of no alternative methods. Meanwhile, the train continued its journey along the tracks. Ye Xiaowen lowered his train cap and closed his eyes to drift into slumber. A middle-aged man and woman engaged in animated conversation, predominantly driven by the man, who shared anecdotes about Pingcheng. His tales were presumably gathered during his preparations for the journey. Meanwhile, a young girl nestled against her mother, listening intently to their exchange. Lu Feng and Lu Ming, the two brothers, wore expressions of despondency, contemplating disembarking the train whenever it halted. Yet, the image of their village elders and their own grand promises, returning only after earning 20,000, haunted them, instilling a sense of shame at the thought of returning home empty-handed. What should we do, brother? Let it be, was the resigned reply. Throughout the journey, Ye Xiaowen kept his words to a minimum. When mealtime arrived, he fetched some hot water and nibbled on the flatbreads he had packed. The middle-aged man, while engrossed in conversation with the woman, opted not to share his box meal with the mother and daughter. After enduring over 26 hours on the train heading south, Ye Xiaowen awoke to find the train had arrived at the bustling Shanghai railway station. To his surprise, Lu Feng and Lu Ming had also remained on board, having journeyed all the way to Shanghai instead of disembarking earlier like the middle-aged man. Did you two miss your stop? Ye Xiaowen inquired casually while gathering his belongings. No. Since we couldn't reach Pingcheng, we decided to come to Shanghai instead, Lu Feng replied, acknowledging their lack of alternatives. Having embarked on this journey, we can't return without achieving something substantial, without earning some money. Ye Xiaowen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He was aware that one could enter the special economic zone without a border pass by employing a smuggler to navigate the barbed wire. It was rumored that real estate mogul Pan Shi had once found himself in a similar predicament, paying 50 yuan to cross the wire. However, such methods were not only illegal but would also force one to live in hiding, with the constant threat of arrest and deportation. Ye Xiaowen had no intention of sharing such unscrupulous ideas with these two simpletons. With his green shoulder bag secured, he adjusted his train cap and made his way toward the station exit. By this time, Shanghai had begun to flourish rapidly since the 1990s, though it had yet to acquire the characteristics of an international metropolis. Having departed from home on January 19, 1992, and now it was January 21st, he recalled that the stock subscription certificate was to be issued between January 19th and February 1st. There was still ample time. So Ye Xiaowen felt no urgency as he strolled through the streets of Shanghai. A young man riding a motorcycle halted at the roadside, a beautiful girl perched behind him, as he brandished a large mobile phone, shouting exuberantly. Passers-by cast envious glances in their direction, and the man's voice grew louder as he reveled in the admiration. In that era, individuals with a wealth of 10,000 yuan were indeed the objects of admiration and desire. The man with the enormous mobile phone held in his hand had a device worth approximately 20,000 yuan. It is noteworthy that Ye Xiaowen had exerted considerable effort to secure a loan of the same amount. A man pedaling a rickshaw suddenly emerged from an alley, transporting an old cabinet. Trailing behind him was a middle-aged woman, urging him to proceed with caution, lest he topple the load. On the street, a woman cradled a pet dog, likely a Bichon Frise, proudly boasting about it. Let me tell you, this dog is extraordinary, imported from abroad. Ye Xiaowen was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming to himself, "Indeed, this is Shanghai. Even in this era, people are already keeping pet dogs." Chapter 12. The brothers. As Ye Xiaowen walked along, an unsettling sensation crept over him. It seemed as though someone was trailing behind. A few furtive glances over his shoulder yielded no evidence of this presence. A surge of alarm coursed through his mind. He carried his entire fortune on him. And if he were to be robbed, all his meticulously laid plans would come to ruin. Although he had sewn substantial amounts of money into the lining of his clothing to thwart petty thieves, such measures offered little defense against a violent mugging. Should he find himself subdued, a mere pat-down would expose his secrets. Ye Xiaowen pondered intently, seeking to discern where he might have inadvertently revealed his vulnerability. He understood well the adage that one should not flaunt their wealth. His sustenance had consisted of flatbreads, and he had quenched his thirst with water drawn from a canteen on the train. How could he have drawn attention? After disembarking, he had spent not a single dime. Shaking his head, Ye Xiaowen recognized that now was not the time for such ruminations. He needed to address the immediate threat at his back. Running aimlessly was not an option, for he was unfamiliar with Shanghai and might not escape unscathed. With no retreat available, Ye Xiaowen steeled himself, casually reaching into his green shoulder bag to grasp a fruit knife. He then quickened his pace, slipping into a somewhat secluded alleyway, venturing deeper within. His breath quickened as he caught sight of a shadow racing around the corner. "Where is everyone?" he muttered, the voice sounding eerily familiar. However, he had no time to dwell on it. He surged forward and forcefully shoved the figure against the wall, pressing the fruit knife to their throat. "Don't you dare move. If you do, I'll end you." Ye Xiaowen growled, sensing the person he had pinned had ceased their struggle. Only then did he turn to regard the other shadow. His pupils constricted in surprise. It was Lu Ming, the individual he had encountered on the train. Upon further inspection, the one he had cornered was none other than Lu Feng. Though somewhat unexpected, Ye Xiaowen did not release Lu Feng. A fleeting acquaintance did not equate to trustworthiness, especially when one was burdened with a fortune. Instead, he pressed the fruit knife more firmly against Lu Feng's neck. "Speak. What are your intentions?" His gaze was chilling, an aura of menace emanating from him. In his previous life, he had navigated the tumultuous waters of commerce for many years, and now reborn into this chaotic era, he possessed a requisite fierceness. "In misunderstanding," Lu Feng stammered, feeling the cold steel of the blade against his neck induce waves of pain, rendering his speech halting. The two brothers were no innocents. Even good children would not impulsively travel south. They had engaged in brawls before, but never had they encountered someone like Ye Xiaowen, who was willing to take a life at the drop of a hat. "Yes, brother, it's a misunderstanding," Lu Ming hastily interjected. "You know, my brother and I originally planned to go to Pengcheng, but now we find ourselves in Shanghai. We don't know anyone here or where to earn a living, so we thought to follow you and see what you were up to. Please show me your ID," Ye Xiaowen said, expressing neither complete trust nor disbelief. All right, Lu Ming cautiously handed over his identification. After a glance confirmed their names matched, Ye Xiaowen slowly released Lu Feng, a smile gracing his face. He patted Lu Feng's shoulder and said, "My apologies, my friend. I misjudged you. I'm truly sorry." He placed the fruit knife into his bag but kept his hand near it, the blade subtly directed towards Lu Feng and Lu Ming. Oh man, brother, this is quite intense," Lu Feng remarked, wiping his neck where Ye Xiaowen had pressed the knife moments earlier, a trickle of blood now visible. Lu Ming, wanting to say something, hesitated to speak after recalling Ye Xiaowen's earlier demeanor. "I apologize for the misunderstanding. When you're out and about, one must always be cautious. Since we are all fellow villagers, let me treat you both to breakfast as a gesture of goodwill, shall we?" Ye Xiaowen's face radiated a boyish charm. "All right, it's nothing," Lu Feng stammered, still recovering from the shock. The three walked out of the alley, with Ye Xiaowen graciously allowing the others to go first. Following closely behind, they casually selected a small eatery by the roadside and took a seat. "What would you like to eat?" "What do they have?" Ye Xiaowen inquired. "Big oil cakes, soy milk, plain noodles." "Let us have 3 bowls of soy milk and some oil cakes to start," he decided. "What kind of soy milk do you want?" Ye Xiaowen was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, do you prefer plain soy milk, sweet soy milk, or salty soy milk?" It was the first time Ye Xiaowen learned of the various types of soy milk. "Sweet soy milk," he replied. "Very well." Ye Xiaowen enjoyed 2 oil cakes and a bowl of soy milk, while Lu Ming and Lu Feng were quite unapologetic, consuming 8 oil cakes and downing 4 bowls of soy milk. Ye Xiaowen's heart sank, and his smile became somewhat strained as he watched the feast unfold. When it was time to settle the bill, Ye Ye Xiaowen paid 3 yuan. By the way, madam, do you know where I might find stock subscription certificates? Ye Xiaowen casually inquired. I'm not sure what you mean, the shopkeeper replied. Never mind, he said, shaking his head as he stepped outside. You two can go ahead. Ye Xiaowen waved to Lu Feng and Lu Ming. No, we have nowhere to go, and we're quite lost, Lu Ming admitted. You still owe me. I don't know where to find work either. Fellow villager, please help us out. We'll follow you for now and get acquainted, he pleaded. Suit yourselves. Ye Xiaowen continued on his way, feeling more secure with the two in tow. During their meal, he had gathered enough to understand their situation. They hailed from a village in Shizhou City, Hedong Province, where they were part of a large family with 8 children in total. They are the 5th and 6th sons of the family. Despite their arduous efforts, life at home remains challenging. The entire family is cramped within a single courtyard. And as the 2 brothers reach marriageable age, no local girls express willingness to marry them, deeming their household too impoverished. One day, while perusing the village committee's newspaper, they discovered opportunities for financial gain in the south, which ignited a fervent desire to venture to Pengcheng. Their aspiration was to earn enough to return home and wed. Ye Xiaowen had observed the brothers for quite some time and sensed that their words were sincere, prompting him to agree to accompany them. In this unfamiliar territory, the juxtaposition of a frail high school student with 2 robust men creates a distinctive form of intimidation. Chapter 13. Shanghai Securities. Within the confines of the Shanghai Securities Office, the head of the Stock Subscription Certificate Issuance Agency, Shen Jiqing, sat behind the counter with a furrowed brow, deeply troubled. The circumstances surrounding the issuance of stock subscription certificates had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Prior to this issuance, numerous meetings were convened to discuss the matter, with many believing fervently that the demand would be exceedingly robust. Thus, extensive brainstorming was devoted to ensuring the safety of the issuance. Some suggested that each issuance point should have a spacious operating area and ample surrounding space to facilitate the smooth flow of crowds. Others contended that maintaining order during the issuance could not rely solely on the security teams of various financial institutions, and that police assistance was essential. There were proposals to significantly raise the fee for each subscription certificate to deter retail investors from entering blindly. Furthermore, some argued that the sales period for the certificates should not be too lengthy to avoid overselling, which would lead to a low success rate and public outcry of deception. Numerous meetings were held to address security and disciplinary issues during the issuance process. Yet no one raised the concern of what to do if the certificates failed to sell or if sales were insufficient. The reason for this oversight can be traced back to December 1991, when 3 securities firms jointly rented over 20 sports venues in Shanghai to simultaneously issue various stock subscription certificates, followed by a lottery for purchasers to pay for their stocks at different underwriting firms. The scale of personnel and resources deployed during that event was unprecedented in the history of stock issuance in the metropolis. Despite the mobilization of nearly all available police forces to ensure safety, chaos ensued as crowds overwhelmed entry points at venues like Jiawan Stadium and Suhui Swimming Pool, resulting in injuries from trampling. Given the fervor surrounding the event, one might wonder why no one was willing to purchase even a single stock subscription certificate priced at 30 yuan. However, the reality was stark once purchased. The lottery system meant that if one did not win, that 30 yuan would simply become worthless paper. In an era where 30 yuan was not an insignificant amount, the citizens of Shanghai, who had long been accustomed to meticulous budgeting, were acutely aware of the risks. Buying too many would be unaffordable, while buying too few would result in a wasted opportunity. Now, on the 3rd day of the stock subscription certificate issuance, the scene outside the business outlet remained desolate and forlorn. January in Shanghai was typically dreary, and the atmosphere was even more somber. Few were inclined to make purchases. Even those who might have been interested hesitated upon observing the lack of buyers. Brother Shen, what should we do? The urgency was palpable. Today marks the 3rd day, and we are still far from meeting our targets. If this continues, I fear for this year's bonuses. Shen Jiqing shook his head, his expression one of despair. I have no solutions either. We have received several calls from above, urging us to enhance our promotional efforts, but how can we do so with such a high price? 30 yuan for a single certificate? Who would be willing to buy? He lamented further, moreover, we cannot sell less than the offerings of Wanghua Securities. How can we compete? Shen Jiqing ran his fingers through his hair, his face etched with helplessness, as Shanghai Securities continued to vie for stock issuance rights against Wanghua Securities. In the realm of stock subscription certificates, competition has intensified. Just yesterday, I had no choice but to purchase 3 for my family, and upon returning home, my mother nearly scolded me to death, a staff member remarked. Today, as my friend's child celebrates a birthday, I have decided against buying a gift and instead shall offer 2 stock subscription certificates, another employee chimed in. Shen Jiqing nodded in agreement, stating, I am similarly inclined. I will promote them at my second aunt's home. She has been so bothered by me that out of embarrassment, she bought 3. Then she informed me that the family has been busy lately, so I should refrain from visiting. He continued, if all else fails, I shall visit my third aunt this afternoon to see if I can sell another 3 or 5. Shen, you are quite resourceful. 3 or 5 certificates amount to over 100 yuan, a colleague remarked. Shen Jiqing replied, what can be done? My supervisor calls incessantly. Just then, the door swung open. Shen Jiqing, you truly are something. While I'm away, you deceive my mother, do you? Her monthly retirement pension is hardly substantial. And you coax her into selling this worthless paper. A young man entered, followed closely by Shen Jiqing's second aunt. Dear cousin, let us discuss this at home. Shen Jiqing promptly stepped out from behind the counter. Discuss what? You still recognize me as your cousin, and this is your aunt. Look at the mess you've created. No. Today we must demand a refund. Shen Jiqing, with no other recourse, pulled out 90 yuan from his own pocket and handed it to his cousin. It would be best not to visit my third aunt this afternoon. Otherwise, we might sever ties. At that moment, the door opened once more, and a young man, handsome and wearing a train cap, entered, carrying a green military satchel. I saw a sign outside painted red, advertising stock subscription certificate agency. Indeed. The newcomer was Ye Xiaowen. However, before he could speak, Shen Jiqing, beaming with joy, rushed over. Yes, sir. Are you here to purchase stock subscription certificates? Before Ye Xiaowen could respond, a young man supporting an elderly gentleman walked out, casting a glance at Ye Xiaowen and warned, do not be deceived. These stock subscription certificates are akin to a lottery ticket. If you fail to win, they are nothing but worthless paper. Such a person, even deceiving his own relatives. The young man remarked, leading the elder away. Ye Xiaowen stood momentarily stunned. What is happening? Shen Jiqing felt a twinge of embarrassment but still urged Ye Xiaowen to take a seat. Would you like some water? Allow me to pour you some. Ye Xiaowen retrieved a canteen from his satchel, followed closely by Lu Ming and Lu Feng, who entered behind him. Ah, splendid. Shen Jiqing said as he took the canteen and went to fetch a cup of hot water for Ye Xiaowen. Young man, are you looking to buy stock subscription certificates? Shen Jiqing inquired. Yes, I wish to purchase stock subscription certificates, Ye Xiaowen confirmed with a nod. Shen Jiqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shall we discuss this elsewhere? Ye Xiaowen, observing the glimmer in Shen Jiqing's eyes, thought to himself, it appears this is indeed serious. These stock subscription certificates are truly difficult to sell. Without commenting on the desolate atmosphere, one could discern from Shen Jiqing's expression that he was aware of the gravity of purchasing stock subscription certificates. Very well. Please step into my office, Shen Jiqing stated. Ye Xiaowen rose and addressed Lu Ming and Lu Feng. Please wait for me here for a moment. He then gestured to Xiao Wang, kindly attend to these 2 gentlemen. Shen Jiqing promptly instructed. And an employee emerged from behind the counter to pour water for Lu Ming and Lu Feng. Ye Xiaowen followed Shen Jiqing into the adjacent office. Chapter 14, 200 blank shares. What is your name? Inquired Shen Jiqing. Just call me Ye Xiaowen, came the reply. Mr. Ye. You mentioned earlier that you wished to purchase some stock subscription certificates? Shen Jiqing continued, aware that these certificates were currently languishing in the market. Selling even one was a small victory. Yes, how do we proceed? Are there any prerequisites? Ye Xiaowen asked. They are priced at 30 yuan each. And a complete set consists of 100 consecutively numbered certificates. How many do you desire? Shen Jiqing inquired, observing Ye Xiaowen's demeanor. He appeared to be an ordinary young man, seemingly new to the workforce, lacking substantial financial means. Thus Shen Jiqing held little hope of selling an entire set. I would like 2 sets, totaling 200 certificates, Ye Xiaowen stated. At 30 yuan per certificate, one set would amount to 3,000 yuan, while 2 sets would total 6,000. Although he carried 20,000 yuan, he had no intention of exhausting it all at a single agency. Caution was paramount. He understood the adage of keeping one's wealth discreetly concealed better than anyone. However, Shen Jiqing was taken aback by Ye Xiaowen's request. 2 sets, 200 certificates? That is quite a significant transaction, even beyond the usual dealings at our agency. Typically, buyers purchased 1 or 2 certificates, rarely exceeding 10. As anything beyond that would surpass 300 yuan. Yet here was this unassuming young man, boldly requesting 200. Indeed, Ye Xiaowen affirmed confidently. Excellent, excellent. Shen Jiqing exclaimed. his excitement palpable. That's 200 certificates at once. However, I require them to be blank, no names written. Ye Xiaowen specified. Blank? Shen Jiqing paused momentarily, surprised that Ye Xiaowen was aware of such a detail. After a brief hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Initially, stock issuance in the metropolis was restricted to local residents with local identification, but it later expanded to allow purchasers from across the nation. Although it was customary to inscribe names on subscription certificates, early regulations were not strictly enforced, leading to a number of certificates being issued without names, colloquially referred to as blanks. Ye Xiaowen's preference for blank certificates stemmed from two potential avenues post-purchase. One could either wait for the certificates to appreciate in value before selling, or, upon winning a lottery for shares, purchase the allotted stock with the intention of selling it later at a profit. At this juncture, stock prices were on the rise. With no signs of decline, the only variable was the extent of the increase. If he were to sell the subscription certificates, he believed that blanks would be more advantageous. Shen Jiqing retrieved 200 stock subscription certificates from his drawer. Ye Xiaowen removed his outer garment, deftly unthreading the lining of his inner clothing. After completing the first, he produced 3,000 yuan, then proceeded to unravel the second. He placed 6,000 yuan on the table and pushed it towards Shen Jiqing, then took over 200 stock subscription certificates before finally speaking to Shen Jiqing. Can you count it? Shen Jiqing observed Ye Xiaowen's demeanor and, as anticipated, discerned that this young man was indeed an ordinary individual. The 6,000 yuan likely constituted the entirety of his family's savings. And here he was investing it all in stock subscription certificates, risking total loss. Ye Xiaowen began examining the stock subscription certificates, which were of the traditional style, with a 5-leaf inner core and a green cover. At the top, there was a hollowed-out red inscription stating the year 1992. In the center, in black letters, it read, Magic City Stock Subscription Certificate, accompanied by a unique identification number beneath. The back bore 10 large green characters warning that the stock market carries risks, and one must exercise caution, inscribed in traditional Chinese characters. Ye Xiaowen did not linger on these details, meticulously counted, confirming there were indeed 200 certificates, and was preparing to stow them away when he noticed Shen Jiqing had yet to finish counting the money. Is there a problem with the money? Ye Xiaowen inquired. No. It's just. Shen Jiqing hesitated, then suggested, why don't you purchase a few less? If you buy so many and don't win the lottery, it could all be for naught. Shen Jiqing felt it took considerable effort to voice such a sentiment. Despite the high demand, he found himself reluctant to sell, questioning his own sanity. However, Shen Jiqing's unfinished thought was interrupted by Ye Xiaowen. What is your surname? Shen Jiqing. Oh, brother Shen, there's no need for your advice. I am quite aware of what I am doing, Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile, unfazed. Although Shen Jiqing's current behavior appeared to oppose his own interests, as advising him to purchase less would ultimately lead to regret over missed profits in the coming months, it was clear that Shen Jiqing's intentions were well-meaning, which Ye Xiaowen appreciated. Count the money. Once confirmed, I shall take it, Ye Xiaowen asserted confidently. With a sigh, Shen Jiqing began counting the money, which was easy to tally as it consisted entirely of 100 yuan bills withdrawn directly from the credit union. Nodding in affirmation, Shen Jiqing indicated that there were no issues, and Ye Xiaowen proceeded to sew the stock subscription certificates into his clothing. Observing Ye Xiaowen's actions, Shen Jiqing found himself at a loss for words. Brother Shen, I truly have high expectations for this stock subscription. Look, it's already the third day, and very few have made purchases. Ye Xiaowen initially thought highly of Shen Jiqing and intended to engage him further. However, he soon noticed Shen Jiqing's awkwardness, realizing that this investment was not attracting interest. Brother Shen, have you considered that with fewer stock subscription certificates sold, the corresponding lottery win rate diminishes? Ye Xiaowen's sentence trailed off as he finished securing his clothing and stood up to leave. It was only after Ye Xiaowen exited the office that Shen Jiqing came to his senses and hurriedly rose to see him off. Goodbye, Ye Xiaowen called back. And Lu Ming and Lu Feng, his brothers, stood up and followed him out of the Shenin Securities Agency. As he watched Ye Xiaowen depart, Shen Jiqing found himself momentarily stunned, profoundly affected by Ye Xiaowen's final remarks. Brother Shen, what happened? How much did you buy? It seems you are nearly at your wit's end, an employee remarked. Shen Jiqing instinctively replied, 2 sets, 200 shares. Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the entire Shenin Securities Agency. Just then, another individual entered. Here to purchase stock subscription certificates? The newcomer inquired, producing a wad of 100 yuan bills. Perhaps after Ye Xiaowen's departure, A stroke of good fortune had graced this Shanghai agency. A female employee whispered, "Another fool has arrived." In the local dialect of Shanghai, fool refers to someone naive. Upon hearing this, the newcomer immediately took offense, withdrew the money, declared he would not buy after all, and left in a huff. Chapter 15. Ye Xiaowen, of course, was oblivious to the events that would unfold later. Accompanied by his two companions, he wandered through the bustling metropolis. During their midday meal, each of the trio settled their own bills. In the afternoon, Ye Xiaowen sought out a branch of the construction bank that advertised stock subscription certificates. Inside, he found a handful of individuals engaged in the sale of these certificates. Though they were few and far between, with most transactions involving only 1 or 2, perhaps 3 to 5 certificates, larger amounts were conspicuously absent. Seizing an opportunity, Ye Xiaowen discreetly pulled the responsible party aside and purchased 200 blank certificates for 6,000 yuan. Upon exiting the bank, Ye Xiaowen turned to Lu Feng and Lu Ming, inquiring, "Do you two have a place to stay tonight?" Both shook their heads in response. "Since we still have some time, shall we find a modest inn and share a room?" he suggested, his frugality driving him to stretch every penny. He thought that saving 30 yuan could allow him to acquire yet another stock subscription certificate, which could potentially multiply in value in a few months. "All right." Lu Feng agreed with a nod. The three of them located a small inn where the nightly rate was 5 yuan. Ye Xiaowen, with his characteristic patience, negotiated it down to 3 yuan. The room was dilapidated, damp, and chilly, permeated by a musty odor. And any thoughts of bathing were rendered moot by the presence of a communal restroom at the end of the corridor. In his previous life, Ye Xiaowen had never stayed in such a dismal establishment, yet now he pinched his nose and stepped inside. Throughout the night, he awoke several times from the cold, only to drift back to sleep. The following morning, during breakfast, Ye Xiaowen asked Lu Feng, "How much money did you brothers bring with you?" Lu Feng hesitated, a hint of wariness in his voice as he questioned, "What are you getting at?" "If you have enough funds, I believe purchasing some stock subscription certificates could be quite profitable," Ye Xiaowen replied. Before Lu Feng could respond, the owner of the breakfast shop, busy with his tasks, interjected upon hearing their conversation. "Do you know what stock subscription certificates are? Buying those isn't like buying stocks. You must enter a lottery. If you don't win, they become worthless, just a piece of paper, and you would have lost 30 yuan. There are hardly any available in the entire metropolis, and those who sell them often deceive outsiders like you." Ye Xiaowen merely smiled in silence. "We brought a little over 200 yuan with us," Lu Feng whispered. At that moment, Ye Xiaowen fell silent. 200 yuan would scarcely suffice for their expenses. "How about this? You two need not accompany me today. To be frank, I came here specifically to buy those stock subscription certificates. Once I sell them, I will return home. I have no intention of working in the metropolis." His candidness nearly caused Lu Feng and Lu Ming to spit out their soy milk. "But do you two possess any particular skills? I can offer some suggestions." "I am strong," Lu Ming replied. "Me too," Lu Feng added. This time, it was Ye Xiaowen's turn to feel despondent. "I meant a specific skill, such as repairing bicycles or," he faltered, realizing he could not continue. In this era, young individuals in rural areas have spent their days tending to the fields, lacking any particular skills. "Never mind, you two should wander around and see what you can find." Ye Xiaowen waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Ye, we fear we might not find our way back," Lu Feng replied with a bitter smile. "Indeed, this place is vast, far larger than our village or even our county," Lu Ming added. "Enough with the brother Ye. Do I look that old?" Ye Xiaowen shook his head, feeling indifferent. If they wished to accompany him, so be it. After a meal, Ye Xiaowen stepped out with his satchel, filling a large bottle with hot water at a breakfast shop. In the morning, he visited a securities agency and acquired 100 shares, bringing his total to 500 subscription certificates. Concerned about the 400 certificates he had purchased the previous day, he kept them close, feeling uneasy about leaving them at the inn. However, he was left with only 5,100 yuan. Ye Xiaowen planned to spend it all in the afternoon, eager to return home, as he could no longer tolerate the small inn, feeling as though he were growing moldy. In the afternoon, he entered a bank intending to exchange his last 5,000 yuan for subscription certificates. After purchasing 169, he was left with a mere 30 yuan. With his imminent return home, he now possessed a total of 669 subscription certificates. If he had no plans, he could dispose of these certificates and invest in several properties in the capital or Shanghai, leading a life of leisure as a landlord, free from worries. Indeed, rebirth seemed to pave a remarkably easy path to success. Just as Ye Xiaowen prepared to revel in his good fortune, he heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he found a burly man with a menacing glare standing close by. Caught off guard by his own arrogance, Ye Xiaowen instinctively reached into his green satchel while discreetly signaling to Lu Feng and Lu Meng nearby. They promptly rushed to his side, bolstering his confidence. Young brother, please do not misunderstand. My name is Wu Zhuang from Anhui. I saw you purchasing subscription certificates while I was making a deposit, Wu Zhuang explained. Ye Xiaowen remained unaffected. I noticed there are various subscription certificates for sale here, and with some spare money on hand, I was unsure whether to invest or not. Hence my desire to consult you, Wu Zhuang continued. Why seek me out? Ye Xiaowen inquired. Some say it's a good deal, while others claim it's a scam. I can't be certain, as it's all mere talk. However, I observed you investing real money, Wu Zhuang said earnestly. Ye Xiaowen nodded, feeling relieved, questioning whether his initial suspicion was unwarranted. How about this? Let me treat you to a meal, and we can discuss this further. May I ask your name? Wu Zhuang proposed. No need for formalities. Just call me Yi. You can refer to me as Xiaoye, Ye Xiaowen replied. Ye Xiaowen took the lead in finding a quaint little restaurant, ensuring that Wu Zhuang did not accompany her, so as to avoid any potential schemes. Once seated, Wu Zhuang presented the menu, prompting Ye Xiaowen to order. She did not hold back, as her palate had grown weary after a few days away. She selected 2 meat dishes and requested a bowl of rice. Wu Zhuang added 2 more dishes to the order and then asked for a bottle of white liquor. A little drink, my young friend? He inquired. No, thank you, Ye Xiaowen replied, shaking her head. Although in her previous life she was not averse to indulging in a few drinks, in this life, her current body had yet to taste alcohol. Being away from home, she was wary of the consequences that might arise from overindulgence. Chapter 16. The wealthy household. As Wu Zhuang spoke, Ye Xiaowen became familiar with his circumstances. Wu Zhuang was a contractor who had migrated from Anhui province. In recent years, the bustling metropolis had transformed into a vast construction site. As one of the first to venture out for work, Wu Zhuang quickly brought a group of laborers from his hometown and established himself as a contractor. At that time, the notion of easily amassing wealth in the south may have seemed slightly exaggerated, but it was not far from the truth. Profits were readily available across various industries. Countless contractors had struck it rich during this period. Today, Wu Zhuang had gone to the bank to deposit money, coincidentally noticing that the bank was selling stock subscription certificates. He was aware of stocks. Many had profited from selling them the previous year. He had attempted to buy some, but the crowd had been overwhelming. This time, he was prepared with funds and intended to purchase stock certificates. However, he had heard that this issuance was different from before. One needed to buy a subscription certificate first and then participate in a lottery. If he failed to secure a winning ticket, the certificate would become worthless. Those around him were refraining from purchasing and advised him against it as well. Although Wu Zhuang had earned a modest amount in the past 2 years, it did not imply a high level of education or keen insight. Furthermore, during this time, anyone with the audacity to act could easily make money. Thus, when others were dissuading him from buying, he was inclined to follow suit. He had no time to test the waters with a few shares. He could simply return to his hometown and bring over a couple of workers to earn that money. Therefore, his purpose at the bank was solely to deposit the funds he had set aside for purchasing stock subscription certificates. To his surprise, while waiting in line, he spotted Ye Xiaowen vigorously acquiring stock subscription certificates. Unlike others, Ye Xiaowen approached the purchase with a calm demeanor, exuding confidence and assurance. He was neither elated nor disheartened. Instead, there was a subtle satisfaction reflected on his face after each transaction. Having spent years in the industry, Wu Zhuang possessed a discerning eye. It was not mere folly that allowed him to gather a team from his hometown as a contractor. With a blend of rural cunning and practical wisdom, he immediately noticed Ye Xiaowen's typically cautious nature momentarily falter after completing a transaction. This observation prompted their dinner invitation that evening. After Wu Zhuang finished speaking, he turned to Ye Xiaowen. Setting down his chopsticks, Ye Xiaowen smiled and asked, "Do you trust me?" "Yes," Wu Zhuang replied affirmatively. "How much do you have in savings?" "All of it." Wu Zhuang was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, 100,000, 180 yuan. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaowen remained composed. While the brothers Lu Feng and Lu Meng beside them were left astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. The chopsticks held by the 2 individuals fell to the ground. Over the past 2 years, rural areas have implemented a system of contracted farming, leading some families to become affluent, with assets exceeding 10,000 yuan. They have become the envy of all, often displaying considerable pride. However, today, they find themselves dining with someone who possesses a fortune of 100,000 yuan. Yet, this individual appears rather unremarkable. How is it possible for them to have such wealth? Ye Xiaowen is taken aback, realizing the truth in the saying that one cannot judge a book by its cover, and that appearances can be deceiving, as this person possesses a staggering amount of savings. In a future era, 100,000 yuan may not seem significant, but in this time, it is effortlessly sufficient to purchase 2 courtyard houses in the capital or 2 apartments in Shenzhen. In just a few years, the value could multiply exponentially. Nevertheless, Ye Xiaowen, having come from a more modern era, does not regard 100,000 yuan with disdain, for he has experienced grander spectacles. Observing the expressions of Lu Feng and his brother, Wu Zhuang feels quite pleased with their reactions. He knows that his role as a foreman is not in vain. However, Ye Xiaowen appears somewhat disinterested, which aligns perfectly with Wu Zhuang's expectations of him. It is no wonder that he favored this young man. Upon hearing of the 100,000 yuan, Ye Xiaowen merely shows a slight flicker of interest, without any further reaction. If you trust me, just buy in, Ye Xiaowen suggests. Buy in? Wu Zhuang exclaims, drawing the attention of others in the restaurant. At this moment, however, Wu Zhuang is too stunned to care about the gazes of onlookers, simply staring at Ye Xiaowen in disbelief. Indeed, Ye Xiaowen replies casually, let's go all in. When a model from the club, lose, and work at sea. Wu Zhuang does not comprehend the latter part, but he grasps the former. Brother Ye, what does going all in mean? And who is this model from the club? The 2 inquisitive youngsters gaze at Ye Xiaowen eagerly, but he refrains from explaining, not wanting to corrupt their innocent minds. Wait, Brother Ye. Could you enlighten me on what this subscription certificate is all about? Wu Zhuang inquires with a broad smile as he takes a seat. What is there to explain? It's merely a stock subscription certificate. You enter a lottery. If you win, you purchase stocks. If not, it's just a worthless piece of paper worth 30 yuan. However, I genuinely believe this opportunity holds promise, Ye Xiaowen replies. It is often said that one should not speak too deeply with acquaintances. Ye Xiaowen has shared enough to show his appreciation for this meal. Observing Ye Xiaowen's demeanor, Wu Zhuang comes to understand. Gritting his teeth, he pulls out a bundle of 100 yuan notes from his pocket and hands it to Ye Xiaowen beneath the table, saying, I kindly ask you to guide me. Ye Xiaowen is somewhat surprised. Upon squeezing the bills, he estimates there to be around 1,000 yuan, a gesture of sincere intent. Very well, let me explain. In the beginning, when it comes to stocks, no one understands them. In Magic City, stock issuance was conducted through prize sales to attract buyers. At that time, merely queuing allowed one to purchase stocks. Subsequently, it became widely recognized that purchasing stocks was a surefire way to generate profit. As interest in stocks surged, the ability to buy them directly was no longer feasible. Moreover, the process of acquiring stock subscription certificates through a lottery system became prevalent. At the end of last year, 3 securities firms, Wanhua, Shenin, and Haidong, issued stock subscription certificates, which, at that time, did not require any monetary investment. One merely had to queue to obtain these certificates, which, in the eyes of the public, resembled a lottery. However, this lottery did not necessitate a purchase. Simply standing in line sufficed to receive the certificate. This led to chaotic scenes at venues such as Jiawan Sports Stadium and Suwei Swimming Pool, where overwhelming crowds surged through the entrances, resulting in numerous injuries amidst the turmoil. Chapter 17. Seeking favor. Wu Zhuang, having invested his money, rightfully expected Ye Xiaowen to provide services of commensurate value. It would not suffice to dismiss him with mere casual remarks. Even if it required some trivial chatter, it was essential to engage more deeply, ensuring that he felt the experience was worth his expenditure. This would foster a willingness for future transactions or friendships. The prior incident where stock subscription certificates could be obtained through queuing had precipitated a tragic stampede at Jiawan Sports Stadium and Suwei Swimming Pool. Consequently, this calamity necessitated a fee of 30 yuan for a single stock subscription certificate this time around. Ye Xiaowen paused momentarily to sip water, allowing Wu Zhuang a moment to absorb the information before continuing. He elaborated that the issuance of stock subscription certificates commenced on January 19th of this year, just a few days prior. It is crucial to note that this issuance is not a singular stock offering, but encompasses all stocks released in the bustling metropolis throughout 1992. After detailing the significance of the stock subscription certificates, Ye Xiaowen transitioned to explaining the profitability of stocks. Despite having no personal experience in stock trading in his past life, Ye Xiaowen possessed a modicum of understanding, albeit he had never ventured into the market during its prosperous times. Nevertheless, he had acquired some knowledge. He navigated the conversation from primary markets to secondary markets, from policy-driven markets to capital markets. Lu Feng and Lu Ming had already begun to eat, their minds thoroughly bewildered by the discourse, yet their gazes toward Ye Xiaowen brimmed with admiration. Even Wu Zuwang, observing from the side, was awestruck by Ye Xiaowen's insights. Brother Yi, I still do not fully grasp the distinctions between primary and secondary markets. Might I trouble you to elaborate once more? Wu Zuwang unconsciously addressed Ye Xiaowen with deference, although he had not received formal education. His years of experience in the world had imparted an understanding of the prowess that comes from education and knowledge. In the construction industry, every grand design and heavy machinery demands a foundation of learning. Despite his lack of comprehension, Wu Zuwang felt an unspoken respect. He believed that the 1,500 yuan he spent was indeed a wise investment. He was aware that countless individuals in the metropolis had dabbled in stocks, yet few truly understood the mechanics behind profitable trading. Many merely echoed the sentiments of others, blindly following the notion that stocks could yield profits, without grasping the underlying reasons. To illustrate the difference between primary and secondary markets, Ye Xiaowen provided an analogy. Imagine you possess a batch of goods, selling them wholesale to 3 associates at 3 yuan each. That represents the primary market. Those 3 associates then sell the same batch to 3 additional individuals at 5 yuan each, exemplifying the secondary market. As Ye Xiaowen picked at his teeth with a toothpick, he rose and moved toward the exit, prompting Wu Zuwang to hastily settle the bill and follow. But why purchase stock subscription certificates if one does not win the lottery? Isn't it merely a piece of worthless paper? Wu Zuwang gazed at Ye Xiaowen and inquired. Sighing, Ye Xiaowen regarded Wu Zuwang with a look of profound disappointment, rendering him utterly abashed. After personally using his own funds to secure a more favorable room for Ye Xiaowen at the hotel, he finally spoke. You have observed that the sales of stock subscription certificates have been lackluster in recent days. Many share your sentiments and refrain from purchasing these certificates, fearing they may become mere scrap paper. With fewer certificates issued, the probability of winning these subscriptions naturally increases. If the winning rate reaches 100, the stock subscription certificate, priced at 30 yuan each, transforms into a ticket for stock acquisition, not just once, but repeatedly. This certificate provides comprehensive access, akin to a year-long pass for purchasing stocks. The more individuals who buy, the lower the winning rate becomes. I suspect some may have secretly hoarded subscription certificates at home, while outwardly discouraging others from purchasing, labeling it a scam. This is the crux of the matter, and in that instant, Wu Zuwang comprehended the significance. His eyes sparkled with realization. How had he overlooked this? Thank you, Brother Yi, Wu Zuwang expressed, fervently grasping Ye Xiaowen's hand, overwhelmed with gratitude. Had it not been for the 1,500 yuan he had received, Ye Xiaowen would not have imparted this knowledge. As he had articulated, more buyers lead to a diminished winning rate. Since arriving in the metropolis, he had conversed with 3 individuals. The first was Shun Jiqing from a securities company, whom Ye Xiaowen deemed a promising ally for future endeavors, subtly suggesting he might be of assistance. The second duo consisted of Lu Feng and Lu Ming. They were a single entity in that they had been encouraged to buy freely but soon discovered their financial constraints. The third was Wu Zuwang, a result of the 1,500 yuan investment. Additionally, since last year, newspapers have reported numerous state-owned enterprises in the metropolis undergoing share reforms, leading me to surmise that this year may witness a plethora of companies going public with substantial issuance volumes. Concluding, Ye Xiaowen patted Wu Zuwang on the shoulder and whispered, Old Wu, this is a grand feast. If you dare to partake, I assure you will be overwhelmed. Good night. After delivering this, Ye Xiaowen turned to his room, pausing halfway to add, By the way, Old Wu, keep today's conversation to yourself. Rest assured, I shall remain here tonight, Wu Zuwang replied, only to hear a resounding bang as Ye Xiaowen vanished down the corridor. Upon returning to his room, Ye Xiaowen counted the funds Wu Zuwang had provided, 1,500 yuan in total, equivalent to 50 stock subscription certificates. Initially planning to depart the next day, it seemed he would have to postpone for another day. Brother, today Wu Zuwang gave Ye Xiaowen a substantial amount of money. I noticed many bills, all 100 yuan notes. Ye Xiaowen truly excels. He earned that much in such a short time. Indeed, remarkable. How did we not recognize this sooner? Brother, for now, let us follow Ye Xiaowen. No. We shall follow Brother Yi. Yes, we shall follow Brother Yi and cling to his success. Cling to his success. The 2 brothers were utterly conquered this evening, primarily due to the substantial pile of banknotes and the identity of Wu Zuwang as a wealthy individual. Even a person of such affluence must consult Ye Xiaowen. After a prolonged silence, "Brother, are you asleep?" "No." "What are you pondering? Do you miss home?" "No. I am contemplating how effortlessly Ye Ge earns that money. How I wish I could achieve such ease as well." Chapter 18. A return to Shenin Securities the following morning upon rising. Ye Xiaowen opened the door to find Wu Zuwang standing at his doorstep, his eyes swollen and red. Startled, Ye Xiaowen exclaimed, "Wu, what on earth are you doing? Are you not aware that startling someone can be perilous?" "My dear brother Ye, after contemplating throughout the night, I have resolved to proceed," Wu Zuwang replied. Ye Xiaowen regarded Wu Zuwang with a hint of astonishment. Although his previous night's persuasion had proved effective, the sum of 100,000 yuan represented the fruits of Wu Zuwang's arduous labor over the years. Were he to possess the foreknowledge of success in trading stock subscription certificates as Ye Xiaowen did, it would be a different story. However, to place such unwavering trust based solely on another's word, without any prior knowledge, was truly remarkable. It is often observed that even amidst this golden era of opportunity, those who achieve prosperity do so for a reason. While they may lack formal education, they possess an instinctual understanding that eludes the average person, particularly in matters of risk-taking. Ye Xiaowen mused that had he been in his previous life, and someone suggested a venture promising wealth, his immediate thought would have been to question the authenticity of the claim. With the perspective of his former life, he could articulate 100 reasons, rooted in scientific and economic rationale, why investing in stock subscription certificates could yield profit, or why engaging in the internet business was prudent. Yet, these insights were born of experience, leading to societal acceptance. Prior to such understanding, those who espoused these notions were often dismissed as lunatics or fools. "Let us purchase separately. Do not buy at the same agency," Ye Xiaowen advised. "I shall heed your counsel." Wu Zuwang nodded, his previously intimidating demeanor softened by an unexpected charm. "Let us eat. And afterwards, I will awaken Lu Feng and Lu Ming," Ye Xiaowen declared, turning towards the rooms of the Lu brothers. After a few knocks, Lu Feng and Lu Ming finally emerged, their eyes bleary from a late night of conversation. The moment the door swung open, a musty odor wafted out. "Quickly tidy up. Let us have breakfast, and then head out," Ye Xiaowen instructed before leaving. After enjoying breakfast at a nearby CAF, Ye Xiaowen accompanied Wu Zuwang to the bank to withdraw the funds, emerging with a black bag containing the 100,000 yuan. Wu Zuwang laughed heartily and patted Ye Xiaowen on the shoulder. "Do not fret, my young friend. Who would suspect that such a shabby bag could contain so much wealth?" he reassured. "In years past, when I collected wages for my workers, I would carry the money in a tattered sack, tossing it onto the luggage rack or under the seat without a second thought. Life goes on as usual, rest assured. No one dares to touch that sack. Thieves barely give it a glance." Wu Zuwang's words reflected the wisdom gleaned from his life experiences. "On one occasion, upon my return, I encountered a train robbery, an experience that sent beads of cold sweat cascading down my forehead. Yet, the assailant paid no heed and simply discarded the loot beneath the seat." As Wu Zuwang recounted this tale, Ye Xiaowen listened in astonishment, acutely aware of the chaos that often accompanied such tumultuous times, rife with bandits and rogues. However, the audacity of a train robbery was simply too outrageous. Lu Feng and Lu Ming, the brothers, were equally enlightened by this revelation. Ye Xiaowen led Wu Zuwang to the Shenin Securities office, where he had initially procured his stock subscription certificates. It was now January 23, 1992, marking the 5th day since the issuance of the certificates. The deadline for subscription was approaching, yet due to the lackluster performance of the stock certificates, the upper management had postponed the deadline to February 1st. Nevertheless, this extension held little significance. If these certificates were unsellable, they remained unsellable. The staff at the securities agency were merely representatives, not members of a multi-level marketing scheme. It was clear to them that these $30 pieces of paper were worthless, making the prospect of selling them utterly futile. The atmosphere at the Shenin Securities office was laden with despondency. Shen Jiqing, as the junior manager of this agency, was particularly beleaguered, his hair nearly turning gray under the weight of his worries. With upper management imposing stringent targets and the staff grumbling in frustration, he found himself contemplating resignation. The office had opened at 8 a.m., yet now, at 9:30, not a single client had graced their presence. "Well, if this continues, perhaps we should all step outside and promote the certificates. Staying here is of no use," Shen Jiqing remarked with a wry smile. Just then, the office door swung open, and he felt a surge of hope. Someone had arrived. However, Upon turning, his initial joy faded as he recognized the visitors, Ye Xiaowen, accompanied by a middle-aged man and the two robust youths from that day. The fleeting thought crossed his mind that perhaps this young man named Ye had come to express regret over his stock subscription and intended to return the certificates. Was the middle-aged man his guardian? Shen Jiqing worried whether they might resort to aggression if he was unable to process a refund. In the midst of these swirling thoughts, Shen Jiqing found himself overthinking the situation. It was not entirely unfounded, as many had returned to seek refunds for their stock certificates in recent days. He forced a strained smile and approached them. "Ah, if it isn't Brother Ye, what brings you here?" he inquired, noticing the uncomfortable expression on Shen Jiqing's face. Ye Xiaowen felt a twinge of confusion. Hadn't he become a valued client? Why did Shen Jiqing regard him as if he were a creditor? "What's the matter, Brother Shen? Am I not welcome?" Ye Xiaowen asked with a smile. "Of course, welcome. Let us discuss this in the office," Shen Jiqing replied, leading Ye Xiaowen and his companions into the back room. The employees at the agency immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. "Isn't that the young man who purchased the stock certificates? He must be here to request a refund today," one speculated. "Xiaomei, be cautious with your words." Constantly referring to him as the young man might offend. "We lost a customer the last time because of such remarks," cautioned another employee, displeased by the term, which translates to fool in local dialect. "There is a task at hand that is inherently unachievable. To make matters worse, a customer berated my colleague, which is hardly a situation anyone would willingly accept. It was Xiaomei who came in that day. I observed her intent on making several purchases. If the sales figures fall short, must one not compensate from their own pocket? Am I mistaken in my assertion? Is it not the truth? Spending 30 yuan on a mere scrap of paper is hardly a worthwhile endeavor. I suspect this individual has come solely to return items. It is quite possible that a confrontation may ensue shortly. I recall that the young man made numerous purchases." Xiaomei muttered under her breath, though her voice gradually diminished. Chapter 19. Ye Xiaowen's jealousy. Ye Xiaowen, what brings you here this time? Shen Jiqing inquired tentatively in the office. "I'm planning to purchase some more stock subscription certificates," Ye Xiaowen replied, only to hear Shen Jiqing mutter, "Brother Ye, once sold, those cannot be returned." Ye Xiaowen halted his words, and Shen Jiqing ceased his murmurs as well. He understood Ye Xiaowen's intent. His eyes widened in astonishment, and the bitter expression on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by incredulity and delight. Gazing at Ye Xiaowen, he hesitantly asked, "If I heard correctly, you just mentioned wanting to buy more stock subscription certificates?" He stared at Ye Xiaowen, apprehensive that he had misheard. "You heard correctly," Ye Xiaowen nodded affirmatively. Instantly, Shen Jiqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. No matter how many were purchased this time, the fact that he was not returning stock subscription certificates was sufficient. Ye Xiaowen produced the 1,000 yuan that Shen Jiqing had given him the previous day and placed it on the table. "As per our usual arrangement, I'll take 33 subscription certificates, all in white bards," Ye Xiaowen stated. "All right, please wait," Shen Jiqing responded, turning to retrieve them. However, he returned not with 33, but 34 certificates. "Shen Ge, what is this?" Ye Xiaowen inquired, puzzled. "Each certificate costs 30 yuan. 33 would total 990 yuan, leaving you 10 yuan. But with 34, you'll need to contribute an additional 20 yuan. It was that he lacked the 20 yuan, but he had only 30 yuan on him in total, which he needed to reserve for a train ticket. He might require funds for the journey, so keeping 30 yuan as a reserve was essential. "This one is half bought, half given. You've already purchased so much from me with this 1,000 yuan. Consider it 34 white bards. Brother Ye, you can count them," Shen Jiqing said with a smile. Ye Xiaowen, no longer feeling the need for formality, gave Shen Jiqing a thumbs up, acknowledging his kindness. After counting the stock subscription certificates, he carefully tucked them into his clothing. He had anticipated that the certificates would create a noticeable bulge, so he wore a somewhat oversized outer garment, which concealed the bulk well, including the previous 669 certificates. He now possessed a total of 703 stock subscription certificates. After methodically organizing everything, Ye Xiaowen lifted his gaze to Shen Jiqing and remarked, "Brother, you've been generous. I'm not being difficult. To be frank, I've brought a significant client with me today." He gestured towards Wu Zuwang, who stood beside him. Shen Jiqing paused, as if coming to an understanding. Although this young man named Ye appeared to be of a tender age, through their interactions, it became evident that he possessed a remarkable acumen in navigating social situations. His demeanor and approach to matters were far from juvenile. He seemed quite reliable. Given Ye Xiaowen's assertion, it was clear that a substantial business opportunity was at hand. "Xiaolu, Xiaolu. Go fetch some tea leaves from my cabinet and brew some tea, Shinjiqing called out towards the door. Before long, an employee arrived to prepare the tea, while Shinjiqing offered cigarettes to a few individuals present. This is Wu Ge, the boss of the project, who is preparing to purchase stock subscription certificates to distribute benefits to his workers, Ye Xiaowen introduced. Hello, Boss Wu, Shinjiqing said, his face lighting up with joy. Greetings. May I inquire how many stock subscription certificates you intend to purchase? Shinjiqing exclaimed excitedly. Ye Xiaowen exchanged a glance with Wu Zuwang, who, having made up his mind, decided not to hesitate any longer. Wu Zuwang placed the bag he was holding on the table. 100,000 yuan worth of stock subscription certificates. I hadn't planned to buy them all from you at once, but seeing how decent you are, speaking and acting with integrity, I've decided to make the purchase here. Wu Zuwang said with a hearty laugh. Ye Xiaowen smiled as well. Wu Zuwang was indeed a person of substance. His words were eloquent, fulfilling a favor for himself while also enhancing his own reputation and making Shinjiqing feel appreciated. 100,000. Shinjiqing trembled as he opened the black plastic bag. Inside were neatly bundled stacks of 100 yuan bills, easily counted, 10 stacks totaling 100,000 yuan. This. Shinjiqing felt as though he had been struck by a windfall from the heavens. This substantial amount would significantly alleviate the burden of his tasks at the agency. He had nearly completed more than half of his quota in one go. Thank you, Boss Wu and Brother Yi, I truly appreciate it, Shinjiqing exclaimed with unbridled joy. As per our usual practice, I will prepare a whiteboard for Boss Wu. Ye Xiaowen said. No problem, Shinjiqing nodded vigorously. Please hold on a moment, I will get everything ready, he said as he took the black plastic bag and exited. Soon after, Ye Xiaowen and the others heard a series of astonished exclamations from outside. In the world of future stock exchanges, 100,000 yuan might barely make a ripple, attracting little attention. However, in the present context, it represented a considerable sum, 100,000 yuan entirely devoted to purchasing stock subscription certificates. Even the previously critical Xiaomei dared not utter any disparaging remarks. For losing such a golden opportunity would be catastrophic. The sound of the counting machine filled the air, a delightful melody. Then, the storeroom door swung open, revealing the stock subscription certificates being moved outside. 100,000 yuan had translated into 3,334 subscription certificates, which soon lay neatly arranged on the table. Shinjiqing, Lu Feng, Lu Ming, Wu Zuwang, and the others viewed the certificates with little sense of impact. However, Ye Xiaowen, upon gazing at the certificates, felt his breath quicken. This was indeed a fortune. Wu Zuwang's investment of 1,000 yuan was truly worthwhile. Aligning with him had proven to be a path to prosperity. With over 3,000 certificates that amounted to over 300 sets, each set consisting of 100 certificates worth 3,000 yuan, could potentially yield up to 500,000 yuan. Over 300 sets would total more than 16 million yuan. Such a sum could easily secure a prominent position nationwide. Gazing into Ye Xiaowen's crimson eyes, Wu Zuwang felt a twinge of fear as he stuffed stock subscription certificates into a snakeskin bag. It was as if, should he gather them all, Ye Xiaowen might resort to treachery under the cover of night. One could hardly blame him for such a notion after all. With over 10 million at stake, a single bold move could pave the way for a new identity and a fresh start. The risk seemed almost too enticing to resist. Not only Wu Zuwang, but also Shinjiqing and Lu Feng had discerned the gravity of the situation. The hurried breaths and the bloodshot gaze suggested a man driven to the brink. Here are the scattered 34 pieces, Wu Zuwang declared as he fumbled, feeling little attachment to the money, which, despite its verdant hue, was hardly the coveted greenback others spoke of. Chapter 20. Homecoming. Ye Xiaowen suddenly lunged forward, muttering, I don't want it. No need to give it to me. Wu Zuwang curled his lips in exasperation, pondering the absurdity of her protest. What does she mean by not wanting it? If he were to retract his offer at this moment, Ye Xiaowen's fervor could well turn lethal. However, Wu Zuwang felt no remorse. Rather, he was relieved to witness such earnestness from the mature and composed Ye Xiaowen. It indicated that she genuinely valued the stock subscription certificate, believing it to be a lucrative opportunity. Although the 30-odd certificates amounted to 1,000 yuan, his own investment was a substantial 100,000, rendering the former insignificant in comparison, as long as profits were to be made. Even a doubling of the investment would yield 200,000 yuan. What did a mere 1,000 matter in that light? Moreover, having conversed with her the previous night, Wu Zuwang was well aware that Ye Xiaowen was no ordinary individual. Lu Feng and Lu Ming, standing nearby, felt as though they were witnessing someone devoid of any sense of shame for the first time. Her directness was astonishing. Yet, they were perplexed as to why Ye Xiaowen exhibited such an intense fascination with this particular item. Despite their high school education, which, while not particularly esteemed, certainly did not render them illiterate, they recognized the term stock subscription certificate. However, they had overheard bits of conversation during dinner the previous evening and still found themselves baffled by Ye Xiaowen's obsession. Shen Jiqing, equally incredulous and astounded by Wu Zuwang's generosity, could hardly believe that he was so casually giving away 1,000 yuan worth of real money. Truly, he was the epitome of a benevolent boss. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder Ye Xiaowen's motivations. It was clear she had high hopes for this stock subscription certificate, combined with her earlier remarks. It seemed prudent for him to consider acquiring some as well. "Let us go, Shen Good," Ye Xiaowen said as Shen Jiqing accompanied her and the others out of the Shenyin Securities Agency. Wu Zuwang tossed the bag containing the stock subscription certificates to Lu Feng and Lu Ming. In contrast to Ye Xiaowen's cautious demeanor, Wu Zuwang exuded a carefree nonchalance. Upon returning to the small inn, Wu Zuwang carelessly tossed the stock subscription certificates beneath the bed and handed Lu Feng 10 yuan to fetch some food. "This afternoon, I shall purchase a train ticket home. Brother, if you have no pressing matters, I suggest you remain in the metropolis for news." While eating, Ye Xiaowen mumbled indistinctly, expressing her desire to stay in the city for timely updates instead of returning home for the new year. However, this reasoning was merely a fabrication. If she did not return for the holiday, her parents would undoubtedly grow suspicious. At this juncture, it was of little consequence if her absence was discovered. But with the new year approaching, she wished to spare her parents from anxiety. After all, this involved a loan of 20,000 yuan, a significant sum, particularly for the Yi family, capable of causing her father and mother sleepless nights and loss of appetite. Certainly, another reason is that he has run out of money, leaving him with only 30 yuan, insufficient for his sustenance. Thus, once the matters at hand were concluded, he prepared to return. "Well, I have no pressing concerns, so I shall remain in the metropolis," he stated. Wu Zuwang nodded, acknowledging that even without Ye Xiaowen's suggestion, he would not depart. After all, it was a sum of 100,000 yuan, the entirety of his hard-earned savings accumulated over the years. "Brother Yi, why don't you stay as well? If circumstances change upon your return, it would be rather inconvenient," Wu Zuwang suggested. "No need. I will provide you with my neighbor's phone number, should you require anything. Just give me a call," Ye Xiaowen replied, shaking his head. "All right, I will promptly contact you if necessary," Wu Zuwang agreed with a nod. Lu Feng, Lu Ming. "Since it may be difficult for you both to secure employment at the moment, why not accompany Brother Wu for now?" Ye Xiaowen turned to the Lu brothers. "What do you think, Brother Wu?" "That works. I could certainly use some assistance," Wu Zuwang affirmed. Having two strong individuals by his side would certainly add a layer of safety. "Thank you, Brother Yi. Thank you, Brother Wu." Lu Feng and Lu Ming expressed their gratitude in unison. Although the brothers had set out to earn money, they had no concrete plan. Upon arriving in Pengcheng, they discovered they needed a border pass, and finding their way in the metropolis was equally challenging, leaving them at risk of becoming lost at any moment. Without Ye Xiaowen's guidance, it was likely they would have found themselves in some obscure corner of the city. "Very well, I shall purchase my ticket this afternoon. If all goes well, I will return tomorrow," Ye Xiaowen decided after arranging his affairs in the metropolis. In the afternoon, he headed to the train station to buy his ticket, while Wu Zuwang and Lu Feng stayed back at the inn, and Lu Ming accompanied Ye Xiaowen. The next morning, as the train departed, Wu Zuwang packed a meal from the restaurant, bringing along 2 bottles of beer and 2 bottles of baijiu. He was aware that Ye Xiaowen did not drink baijiu, though he was unsure whether it was due to an inability or a fear of inebriation. As for the beer, Ye Xiaowen was indifferent, raising a glass for a toast and engaging in light conversation. Primarily, it was Wu Zuwang and Ye Xiaowen who spoke. While the Lu brothers listened intently, Wu Zuwang recounted his experiences over the years, revealing that he was among the first wave of migrant workers. He had arrived in the metropolis as early as 1986. By 1989, during the initial surge of 1 million migrant workers entering the city, he had gathered a group and taken on the role of a small contractor. To this day, he managed a team primarily engaged in construction. "Brother Wu, with the manpower and machinery at your disposal, why not establish a construction company?" Ye Xiaowen inquired. "It's not that simple. I lack the capacity to take on major projects, and the bigger contracts are beyond my reach. As for the smaller ones or those subcontracted from others, they yield little profit, and collecting payment can be quite arduous. It's simply not worth the trouble," Wu Zuwang replied with a wry smile. Ye Xiaowen nodded in understanding, recognizing the truth in his words. However, Ye Xiaowen suddenly recalled a matter that seemed to suggest the establishment of a construction company. Yet, it was still too early to speak of such endeavors, and so he tucked this thought away in his mind. After enjoying a delightful meal, Ye Xiaowen indulged in a refreshing slumber. The following morning, Wu Zuwang and others accompanied Ye Xiaowen to the train station. Well, I must take my leave, Wu Gu. If you need anything, just give me a call. Farewell, Fengzi Mengzi. Ye Xiaowen waved goodbye, and then turned to enter the platform. I have come softly. Just as I depart softly, with a gentle wave of my sleeve, carrying away 737 stock subscription certificates. This marked the first pot of gold in his rebirth. Moreover, as the train glided slowly along the tracks, Ye Xiaowen's thoughts began to swirl in disarray. Chapter 21. Where have you been? After enduring a day and a night, Ye Xiaowen finally alighted from the train in Bingzhou, only to transfer back to Pingcheng. Departing from Pingcheng on January 19th and arriving at the train station on January 25th, it was already dark. The journey spanned 7 days in total, with 4 of those days spent in transit, leaving Ye Xiaowen with merely 3 days in the bustling metropolis. Yet, within this brief span, he felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Being away from home during such a tumultuous era, where public safety was far inferior to future standards, exacerbated his fatigue. Moreover, during this time, the allure of wealth drew countless individuals southward in pursuit of fortune, some intent on diligent work, others dreaming of overnight riches, and still others seeking to profit from the chaos. With a significant sum of money in his possession, Ye Xiaowen remained perpetually on edge, making it almost inevitable to feel exhausted. Upon returning to the small county of Pingcheng, a sense of tranquility washed over him. As he emerged from the train station amidst the bustling crowd, he trudged homeward with weary steps. Approaching the entrance of his alley, he instinctively quickened his pace. Standing at the gate, gazing at the warm glow emanating from within, Ye Xiaowen felt a surge of happiness. A faint smile graced his lips as he stepped into the yard. You're back? Have you eaten? Why are you dressed like this? What is that smell? His mother, Jiang Guizhi, rushed towards him with a blend of joy and concern as the family gathered around the dinner table. No, the accommodations at the math camp were inadequate, and I couldn't take a shower, so this is how I am, he replied. Why did you return so late? Go wash up. I'll get you some clean clothes. You can eat after your shower. Well, it's been 7 days, a week. After all, Ye Xiaowen mumbled, making his way to his room. He stowed his bag in the cupboard, along with the coat that bore the stock subscription certificate, before wrapping himself in a larger coat and heading to the shower. The Jiang family's shower was a small section partitioned off in the utility room, equipped with a gas water heater. Having a hot water heater at home was quite a luxury during this period. However, compared to future standards, it was still lacking, and the cold air left him shivering as he undressed. Finally, the warm water trickled down, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. As the soothing water cascaded over his fatigued body, he felt all his weariness wash away, bringing him a sense of relief. Yet, in the next moment, a gasp escaped his lips. His hand, gripping the shower head, trembled as the water suddenly turned cold, leaving him with goosebumps all over. What the hell? Why is it cold now? Ye Xiaowen cursed under his breath, hastily lathering himself with soap. As the water finally reverted to warmth, he quickly rinsed off. Eager to escape the chill, desiring a soothing bath, I contemplated visiting my parents' factory tomorrow to indulge in the communal bathing area, as the comforts of home seemed futile. The clothes I was to change into were delivered by my second brother, Ye Xiaohai, who, upon entering, deliberately dawdled, allowing the cool air to waft into the room. His mischief was evident. Only upon catching a glimpse of Ye Xiaowen's piercing gaze did he relinquish the garments and depart. Once I donned my attire and dried my hair, I discovered that Jiang Guizhi had prepared dinner for Ye Xiaowen. Were you calling out earlier, drenched in cold water? She inquired. Yes. Tomorrow I shall visit your factory for a bath, Ye Xiaowen replied, eyeing the steaming scallion scrambled eggs on the table, evidently prepared by their mother during my bathing time. Grabbing chopsticks, he began to eat while Jiang Guizhi incessantly questioned him. How did you fare in the Olympiad class? Where are you staying? Is it cold? Why is there mold? Ye Xiaowen exhibited no sign of impatience, patiently crafting responses to his mother's inquiries, albeit fabricated. My studies are going well, the pressure is manageable, though the living and dining conditions leave much to be desired, but for the sake of education, one must endure. He added, with a hint of worry, Mother, please do not discuss this with anyone. The slots for the Olympiad class are limited. I understand, rest assured, I won't mention it, just asking. Besides, I heard you didn't attend, Jiang Guizhi speculated, weaving an elaborate narrative in her mind regarding the limited slots, fearing that if their third child attended, others might be denied the opportunity. She believed that voicing this could displease the instructor, and since they had already benefited, there was no need to risk further complications. Indeed. Ye Xiaowen nodded, feeling the final thread of deceit tied up neatly. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaohai observed them with a peculiar gaze, alternating between scrutinizing Ye Xiaowen and their mother. Jiang Guizhi, Ye Guoping, seated nearby, remained silent, puffing on his tobacco pipe. After dinner, upon returning to my room, I noticed Ye Xiaohai approaching with an air of secrecy. Third brother, confess and you shall be treated leniently. Resist and face the consequences. Where have you been these past few days? He demanded. What are you talking about? Ye Xiaowen replied, bewildered. Ah, dear third brother, I see you have become quite the actor. Open your eyes and recognize your surroundings. Ye Xiaohai transformed into an authoritative figure, glaring fiercely. Just then, Ye Guoping's voice resonated from the living room. Second son, what ruckus are you making at this hour? Are you itching for trouble? Instantly, Ye Xiaohai reverted to his usual demeanor, responding hastily, I'm heading to bed, father. Then, lowering his voice, he turned to Ye Xiaowen. I inquired among your classmates, and there is no Olympiad class as you claimed. I visited each of their homes, particularly those who excel academically, and they were all present. Observing Ye Xiaowen's nonchalant expression, he felt a twinge of fear but resolutely pressed on. Moreover, I discovered a fruit knife in your bag. What precisely have you been up to? In the next moment, Ye Xiaowen was stirred. Abruptly sitting up from the bed and turning to Ye Xiaohai with a questioning gaze. Did you rummage through my bag? Ye Xiaohai was taken aback by Ye Xiaowen's sudden movement, but she quickly settled back onto the bed. In truth, her concern was not the discovery of the fruit knife, but rather the stock subscription certificate. However, upon reflecting, she considered that even if Ye Xiaohai were to uncover it, he would likely be oblivious to its significance. Moreover, Ye Xiaohai might not even have noticed the item discreetly sewn into her coat. Well then, I should just get some rest. After a week of studying, I am utterly exhausted, Ye Xiaowen said, waving her hand as she returned to her slumber. Chapter 22. The scapegoat Ye Xiaohai stood on the ground, gazing at his brother Ye Xiaowen, who had climbed onto the bed, his expression oscillating between light and shadow. The brothers, having spent every day together and of similar age, were exceptionally familiar with one another, perhaps even more so than with their parents. Recently, however, Ye Xiaohai had acutely sensed a transformation in his younger brother. Once characterized by a bowl-cut hairstyle and a quiet demeanor, focused solely on schoolwork and homework, Ye Xiaowen had never been one to wander aimlessly or indulge in wild antics. Yet now, he accompanied Ye Xiaohai to dance halls, grew close to Lu Sahan at school, and was increasingly elusive after classes. To make matters worse, he had recently been missing for over a week, and it was rumored he carried a fruit knife in his bag, exhibiting a wilder side than his older brother. Lying on the bed, Ye Xiaowen felt utterly fatigued, yet he dared not succumb to sleep. Although Ye Xiaohai had not discovered the stock subscription certificate earlier, it had awakened a caution within him. Storing the certificate in his coat was precarious. It was conceivable that upon rising the next morning, their mother would inadvertently wash it, leaving him in a state of despair. Thus, Ye Xiaowen awaited the moment when Ye Xiaohai would drift into slumber so he could discreetly relocate the certificate. However, on this particular night, Ye Xiaohai appeared unusually alert, tossing and turning in the lower bunk, unable to find rest. Could it be that he was suffering from insomnia? Ye Xiaowen pondered anxiously. In truth, Ye Xiaohai was preoccupied with thoughts of Ye Xiaowen, contemplating what this enigmatic third brother was up to. If matters did not improve, he resolved to enlist Zhang Weiming the next day to follow Ye Xiaowen and uncover the truth. At last, Ye Xiaowen detected the faint sound of snoring emanating from the lower bunk. He quietly descended from the bed, retrieving his coat from the closet. One by one, he unwrapped his belongings and gently extracted a small wooden box from the wardrobe. This box had been handcrafted by their father, Ye Guoping. In this era, students boarding at school not only brought their bedding but also required a wooden box for their belongings. Though Ye Xiaowen resided in the county and had never boarded before, he had once seen appear with a similar box and had yearned for one. Consequently, he approached his father, who, being fond of his youngest son and recognizing Ye Xiaowen's typically gentle nature, readily fulfilled this modest request, dedicating 3 days to construct the box. However, since it had remained unused at home, the box had been relegated to the bottom of the wardrobe. Ye Xiaowen gently opened the small chest, placing all the stock subscription certificates inside. then rummaged through a drawer to find a sturdy padlock to secure it. With that, he returned the box to its hidden spot in the wardrobe, assured of its safety. It was indeed quite robust. Naturally, being at home meant that no one would dare to tamper with his little box. After securing the key close to himself and tossing the fruit knife from his satchel onto the table, he finally felt at ease and climbed into bed. With the winter break upon him, there was no school to attend. When Ye Xiaowen awoke the following morning, it was already past 10 o'clock. Rubbing his eyes, he rose and took a basin and towel to the living room, where he found his mother, Jiang Guizhi, already engaged in washing clothes. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the very coat he had exchanged. Fortunately, his quick wit the previous night had spared him from potential trouble. Ah, what a clever little rascal I am. Rising from his slumber, Sanzi washed his face and prepared to dine, for the pot still held warm food. Ye Xiaowen responded, stretching languidly. He had slept soundly, feeling invigorated and refreshed. Jiang Guizhi vigorously rubbed the garments in her hands and continued, "This clothing has gone moldy. Why leave it in the wardrobe?" She paused. "By the way, this morning while tidying up your rooms, I noticed a fruit knife on the table. That must belong to your second brother, correct?" "Indeed." Ye Xiaowen nodded without hesitation. "I knew it. Your second brother refuses to admit it, insisting you brought it back. That rascal has grown quite audacious, wielding even a fruit knife. Who knows what mischief he intends?" Jiang Guizhi lamented. "Your father gave him a severe thrashing this morning, and now, who knows where he has scurried off to?" It was no wonder that Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi did not suspect Ye Xiaowen. Throughout his upbringing, he had always been gentle and composed, while Ye Xiaohai was the mischievous one, struggling academically and constantly causing trouble, often shifting blame onto Ye Xiaowen. Eventually, the couple ceased to believe Ye Xiaohai, feeling justified in their actions as they never sought the truth before punishing him. Ye Xiaowen nodded, brushing his teeth while mumbling, "Yes. My second brother often wrongs me, but what does he need a fruit knife for? To cut fruit, perhaps? Do not concern yourself with such matters. Finish up and eat quickly. Weren't we supposed to head to the factory for a bath? The timing is perfect, and the water is heated. Now is the ideal moment for the first wash, while the water is still clean." Jiang Guizhi shook her head, unwilling to discuss the fruit knife further. "Oh. By the way, mother, why didn't you go to work today?" Ye Xiaowen inquired, chewing on a steamed bun. He had not touched the pickled vegetables on the table. Made from radishes, which were dry and bitter, he truly had no desire to eat them. With the new year approaching, there is little work at the factory. I'm just tidying up at home. Today is the 22nd day of the 12th month, and tomorrow is the little new year. After finishing his meal and tidying up, Ye Xiaowen prepared to take a bath. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Ye Family Alley, Ye Xiaohai and Zhang Weiming were stealthily observing from the side. "Chief, what is the mission for today?" Ye Xiaohai asked. "What are we tracking your third brother for? He probably won't leave the house all day, buried in homework." "It seems pointless," Zhang Weiming replied, shaking his head vigorously. "I'll tell you. My third brother has been acting quite mysteriously lately." Ye Xiaohai recounted the situation. Zhang Weiming's eyes widened in disbelief. "Chief, you can't be serious. Are you talking about your third brother? He has accused you of using a fruit knife? How could that be? Having committed numerous misdeeds, Ye Xiaohai had wronged Ye Xiaowen countless times. Even his followers did not believe him, let alone his parents. Nonsense. Ye Xiaohai, with reddened eyes, gently touched his backside and immediately shuddered. Old Ye had been particularly harsh this morning, nearly leaving him in tatters. Usually, when he anticipated trouble, he would discreetly hide various household items to prevent old Ye from finding suitable implements for his punishment. However, this morning, still in a daze, he was abruptly summoned from the warmth of his bed. What followed was a vigorous bout of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Sitting was out of the question, and even the slightest movement made his rear end throb with discomfort. Chapter 23. Being followed. Zhang Weiming was about to say something when he was interrupted by Ye Xiaohai. "Stop talking, he has come out," Ye Xiaohai whispered. Ye Xiaowen stumbled out from the alley, wearing a train cap, thick cotton gloves, and carrying a toiletry basket. He was in no hurry, occasionally pausing to observe his surroundings, as if reconciling them with memories. Yet this peculiar behavior left Ye Xiaohai and Zhang Weiming filled with perplexity. "What on earth is your third brother doing?" "I don't know. Now you see I wasn't lying, right? Our third brother really seems like a different person." Ye Xiaohai replied, shaking his head. "Come on, let us follow him." Perhaps Ye Xiaowen had returned home and let his guard down. Or maybe the tracking skills of Ye Xiaohai and Zhang Weiming were truly commendable. Regardless, Ye Xiaowen remained oblivious to the two trailing behind him. Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi worked at the state-owned Pingcheng glass factory, the only state enterprise in Pingcheng County. The factory employed over 400 people. And at its peak a few years ago, it had over 1,000 employees, serving as the economic backbone of not only Pingcheng County but the entire Yuan city. It was among the first to introduce float glass production lines. However, in recent years, it had fallen into decline, and frankly, a glass factory was ill-suited for an urban setting. Yet, the Pingcheng glass factory lacked the capacity to relocate, now akin to Wang Showers celebrating the new year. Each year worse than the last. They persevered day by day, but even at the factory's entrance, the wide cement road still bore witness to the factory's former glory. In those days, trucks delivering goods would line up at the entrance, and there was even a dedicated railway line. It was impressive. Both of Ye's parents worked at the glass factory, making their family one of the most esteemed in Pingcheng County. They lacked for nothing. And many preferred working at the Pingcheng glass factory over entering the government system. Recalling past splendor, the ambitions and dreams seemed trivial in the face of life's burdens. The dilapidated factory gate was coated in black dust, nearly obscuring the white sign bearing the words Pingcheng Glass Factory. Third brother Ye, are you looking for your parents? No. I'm taking a shower, Ye Xiaowen replied, shaking his toiletry basket and sauntering into the factory area. Just as Ye Xiaowen entered, Ye Xiaohai and Zhang Weiming followed suit. The gatekeeper cast a glance at Ye Xiaohai, disdainfully ignoring him. Inside the shower room, scattered slippers lay carelessly strewn about, with a shower costing 50 cents. Employees and their families could bathe for free, while outsiders were required to pay. Initially, this bathhouse was exclusive to the factory's internal staff and their families. However, as the glass factory struggled, it expanded into tertiary industries, renting out a row of storefronts outside, and opened the bathhouse to the public to augment its profits. Ye Xiaowen opted not to wear the communal slippers of the bathhouse, choosing instead to don his own pair. At that moment, the state of the shared footwear was questionable, with no knowledge of who had worn them previously, and the absence of any cleaning. Furthermore, selecting a matching pair from the jumble of slippers was a daunting task. One invariably found mismatched sizes, contrasting colors, or broken straps. After changing into his slippers, he selected a clothing frame, also known as as there were no lockers available. He retrieved an old newspaper from his toiletry bag, laid it flat within the frame, and then disrobed before entering the bathhouse. The ambience of the bathhouse was far from the opulence of contemporary establishments, yet it boasted a large soaking pool. As the new year approached, despite the early hour, the bathhouse was bustling with patrons. Ye Xiaowen prepared to enter the pool, mindful of the proper etiquette. Leaping in haphazardly would reveal one as a novice. Especially in the frigid winter of the north. With his body still chilled, he knew the warmth of the water could be overwhelming, necessitating a gradual approach. Standing at the edge of the soaking pool, he reached out to touch the cool white porcelain tiles. Others lingered at the perimeter, scooping warm water with their hands to warm the tiles before stepping in. Only then did Ye Xiaowen face the pool and lower himself onto the edge, playfully splashing his feet in the water. Once his feet acclimated to the temperature, he took a few steps into the center, simultaneously splashing water onto his body. As he became drenched, he retreated a step and slowly sank into the water. While doing so, he let out a contented sigh. The increasing contact between the water and his body was delightful. A hot soak in winter was an unparalleled pleasure, far superior to the meager capabilities of his home water heater. Oh, so comfortable, so refreshing, Ye Xiaowen exclaimed, firmly embracing the sensation. He was not alone in his enjoyment. The other gentlemen around him shared a similar air of satisfaction, relishing the moment. Hey, Ye Xiaowen, when did you return? Inquired a middle-aged man nearby. Recognizing the familiar voice, Ye Xiaowen squinted to see none other than Shen Baolong. Adjusting to a more comfortable position, he asked, Uncle Shen, what brings you here? I just got back yesterday and was planning to visit you. Look at you. I thought you were too timid to see me. Shen Baolong replied with a squint. What nonsense. I owe you my gratitude. How could I possibly avoid you? By the way, I'll treat you to a meal later. Ye Xiaowen responded. Sounds good, Shen Baolong nodded, surprised to encounter Ye Xiaowen here. Through the mist, not far off, Ye Xiaohai had draped a towel over his face, releasing clouds of steam. Beside him sat another similarly styled individual. Every so often, they would lift their towels to peer at Ye Xiaowen in the distance. These two were indeed Ye Xiaohai and Zhang Weiming. Chief, who is that middle-aged man? Zhang Weiming inquired in a gravelly voice. Is he a relative of yours? Ye Xiaohai shook his head and replied, No, I do not know him. I have never seen him before. When did the third brother ever become acquainted with such a person? He is certainly not a relative, nor a friend of my parents. At this moment, a man beside him interjected, "Are you referring to that man over there?" Ye Xiaowen lifted the towel partially covering his face and inquired of the man, "You know him?" "Of course. The vice director of the credit union, one of the esteemed benefactors of our Pingqing city. How could I not recognize him? We have even dined together," the man boasted. However, Ye Xiaowen was not in the mood to listen. He could not fathom how the vice director of the Pingqing credit union could possibly be known to his third brother. Chapter 24. Observations in the magical city before long. Ye Xiaowen and Shen Baolong had finished their baths and were preparing to depart. Ye Xiaohai tugged at Zhang Weiming, who was nearly dozing off in the bath. "Hurry up. We're leaving." Startled, Zhang Weiming sank back into the water. Gurgling, he accidentally gulped down a couple of mouthfuls of bathwater before finally rising. The others around him erupted into laughter at his antics. "Commander," Zhang Weiming said, his face full of grievance. "Enough, let us go," Ye Xiaowen urged, ignoring his discomfort and pulling him along. "A bath truly is delightful," Ye Xiaowen remarked as they exited the bathhouse. "Let us get on the bike," Shen Baolong cheerfully suggested, pushing a motorcycle into view. At that moment, a motorcycle was considered a luxurious mode of transportation, especially in the small town of Pingqing. Initially, one might have expected Ye Xiaowen to display excitement or enthusiasm. After all, boys typically revel in such things. However, to everyone's surprise, Ye Xiaowen remained remarkably composed, merely nodding before mounting the bike. In truth, he felt not excitement, but rather a desire to complain. In the frigid winter, riding a motorcycle was quite an ordeal. Just a short journey could leave one's tears and snot frozen in place. "This is torture," Ye Xiaowen muttered to himself as he climbed onto the motorcycle. Shen Baolong revved the engine, which roared to life with a thunderous sound. Moments later, Ye Xiaohai and Zhang Weiming, just emerging from the bathhouse, witnessed the motorcycle belching black smoke as it sped away without a trace. They hurried after it, but apart from the dissipating smoke, Ye Xiaowen was nowhere to be seen. "What if we lost the commander?" Zhang Weiming sighed. "It's not that our army is inadequate, it's just that our equipment is vastly inferior. What a shame. What a shame. Never mind, let us go find Lu Yuan and the others to have some fun." At least today we gleaned that the third one certainly harbors secrets, Ye Xiaohai concluded thoughtfully. "All right, let us go find Lu Yuan," Zhang Weiming said excitedly, brushing aside any thoughts of Ye Xiaowen. As Ye Xiaowen shivered on the motorcycle, he thought to himself, "I can't contend with the big shots. Next time, could they not drag me along for their grandstanding?" Fortunately, Shen Baolong soon stopped at a small restaurant. Though Shen Baolong usually did not dine at such establishments, he refrained from going to pricier places since Ye Xiaowen had just offered to treat. After all, it would be quite embarrassing if word spread that he had charged a child dozens of yuan for a meal. This small restaurant had no menu. They simply prepared whatever was ordered. Shen Baolong requested stir-fried pork, scrambled eggs with chives, a serving of peanuts, and 2 bowls of fine noodles. With a determined resolve, Ye Xiaowen grabbed a bottle of white liquor for Shen Baolong. Of course, it was not high-end, merely a 2 yuan bottle of sorghum liquor. The peanuts were already prepared and promptly served. "Come, Uncle Shen, allow me to raise a glass in your honor." Ye Xiaowen poured a drink for Shen Baolong, then filled a glass for himself. The sorghum liquor at this moment, though inexpensive, was not akin to the alcohol mixtures of later years. It was brewed from pure grains. A sip revealed its smoothness, soft and delicate. "Well done, lad. You can hold your liquor," Shen Baolong chuckled, raising his glass and gazing at Ye Xiaowen with a warm smile. "It's not bad. This is my first experience with alcohol. Just a few days ago in the magical city, I dared not drink, being alone and wary of missteps if I indulged too much," Ye Xiaowen replied, returning the smile. "So, you truly went to the magical city?" Shen Baolong inquired, his interest piqued. "Indeed, Uncle Shen. If I hadn't gone to the magical city, why would I have taken out a loan? Surely, it wasn't merely for pocket money. Do you think that a meager allowance could cover such expenses?" Ye Xiaowen retorted, a hint of disdain in his tone, aware of Shen Baolong's skepticism, which had been evident since their bathhouse conversation. It was merely a test of trust. "Then, do share the experiences you've had over these past few days. I've heard so much about the rapid development in the South. How it's a land of opportunity. Is it truly as they say?" Shen Baolong asked with a jovial demeanor. "Certainly. The South is developing at a pace far surpassing our own. However, the notion of it being a land paved with gold is somewhat exaggerated, though not entirely unfounded. While in the magical city, I befriended a gentleman from Anhui, a pioneer among migrant workers who arrived during the Great Influx in 1989. He has since established a contracting team and amassed savings of 100,000 in just a few years, Ye Xiaowen narrated, recounting his journey. He spoke of the Liu brothers he encountered on the road, the necessary border passes for traveling to Pingcheng, the soft dialect of the magical city, and even the moldy little inns he stayed in. He reminisced about the savory soybean milk from breakfast stalls, the securities agency, and the charming Bichon frises seen on the streets. Initially, Shun Baolong had merely sought to confirm Ye Xiaowen's visit to the magical city. Yet he found himself captivated by the unfolding tale. As the deputy director of the credit union, he was a prominent figure in Pingcheng. Yet his travels had only taken him as far as Bingzhou, the capital of Hedong province, which he had considered a significant city until learning of the vastness of the magical city. Now, let me try that dialect. Shun Baolong attempted to mimic the accent of the magical city, chuckling heartily. At that moment, all his doubts about Ye Xiaowen's journey vanished. A child raised in a small county, unacquainted with the world, could not possibly articulate such experiences without having lived them. Ye Xiaowen, too, chuckled, offering Shun Baolong another lesson in the dialect, acknowledging that they were not in a time with the conveniences of the internet. After this exchange, Shun Baolong would certainly harbor no further suspicions. By the way, have you purchased your stock subscription certificates? Shun Baolong recalled the important matter at hand. I have indeed acquired them, investing the entirety of 20,000, along with an additional 68 shares, Ye Xiaowen replied, his face reflecting a sense of regret. What a splendid opportunity, now squandered in vain. If only I possessed a sum of over 100,000, alas. I watched the inaugural golden train slip away right before my eyes. My mere 700 shares barely amount to a dusting of powder from that golden train. It is only individuals like Wu Zuwang who can truly claim to have boarded the train, reaping bountiful rewards. Such thoughts are unbearable. Merely contemplating them sends pangs of anguish through my heart, rendering me breathless. How is the stock subscription certificate selling in the magical city? Are there many buyers? Shun Baolong inquired further. Ye Xiaowen shook his head and replied, not many, just a handful, virtually ignored, with the doors cold and unwelcoming. Chapter 25 features but a handful of characters, neglected and overlooked, the atmosphere utterly desolate. Shun Baolong felt as if he were not merely lacking in culture, but perhaps truly illiterate. These words were unequivocally derogatory, yet Ye Xiaowen spoke of them with such enthusiasm, as though she relished the notion. Shun Baolong's most distant venture had been to Bingzhou, a far cry from the bustling metropolis where Ye Xiaowen had traveled. Nevertheless, with a lifetime of experience, he understood a simple truth: the more individuals who purchase an item, the higher its perceived value. Conversely, a lack of buyers often signifies something less desirable. When visiting a restaurant during peak hours, a full house suggests that the cuisine is likely to be satisfactory. In contrast, a sparsely populated establishment at mealtime might indicate various factors at play, but poor food quality would certainly be among them. Such a straightforward principle was one he could not fathom Ye Xiaowen failing to grasp, if she did understand yet remained undeterred. It suggested either madness or knowledge of something beyond his comprehension. Was Ye Xiaowen truly mad? A high school student had secured a loan of 20,000 yuan from him. Was he the mad one? The mere thought of granting such a substantial loan to a teenager now struck him as astonishing. Perhaps during his tenure as deputy director of the credit union. No, it might well be the most reckless loan he had ever sanctioned since beginning his career. She was sharp-witted, articulate, and at such a tender age. Had ventured to the metropolis alone, a journey he himself would scarcely dare to undertake. Yet, if she were not mad and maintained such a demeanor, there must be elements he was unaware of. Embracing the virtue of humble inquiry, Shun Baolong inquired, "Why are you so pleased when no one is purchasing this item?" Ye Xiaowen nodded enthusiastically, responding, "Of course I am happy, Uncle Shun. The fewer people who buy, the higher the odds of winning, and the greater the potential profit. How could I not be delighted? I would almost prefer to be the only one purchasing it." Yet, she was aware that such a scenario was improbable. "This is akin to a lottery," Ye Xiaowen elaborated, noting Shun Baolong's apparent confusion. "For instance, if there are 10 first prizes and 30 second prizes, yet only 40 tickets are sold in this round, consider the odds of winning." Understanding dawned upon Shun Baolong. No wonder the atmosphere was so sparse and desolate. Indeed, the fewer the buyers, the more elated Ye Xiaowen seemed. However, was this venture truly reliable? Shun Baolong probed. "Remove the word it," Ye Xiaowen replied, prompting Shun Baolong to pause. Contemplating her words for a moment before chuckling, "You young rascal, your confidence in this venture is remarkable. Do you realize that a loss would mean 20,000 yuan, sufficient for you to indulge in a jug of drink? Or rather, far more than that? Your father might well break a leg over this. Ye Xiaowen raised her glass, downing the remaining third of her drink in one gulp, smacking her lips as she declared. If it can generate profit, what is a leg worth? Just consider Wu Zuwang, with a purchase certificate of 100,000 yuan and proper maneuvering. One could earn tens of millions or even billions. The monetary figures reach staggering amounts, discounting a limb. At this moment, even in the future, it would be difficult to traverse from the bustling metropolis to the capital. Shen Baolong was momentarily taken aback by the words, expressing, "What a clever lad," while secretly feeling alarmed. Over the years, he had encountered numerous individuals from various walks of life, some of whom were formidable enough to intimidate him. However, he had yet to meet anyone so young who could be equally harsh on themselves. The tone of Ye Xiaowen's speech conveyed a sincerity that was unmistakable. It was evident he was not merely boasting but genuinely indifferent to the stakes involved. With such insight and audacity, Shen Baolong placed greater importance on Ye Xiaowen, recognizing that even if he were to incur losses this time, he would still have the opportunity for a resurgence. Come, let me toast you, uncle. Do not be anxious. Wealth is not acquired all at once. Take your time, Shen Baolong said with a smile, deliberately avoiding the topic of repayment, indicating that there was no need for haste. Time waits for no one, Ye Xiaowen remarked, and then fell silent. Indeed, opportunities for wealth abounded, yet not every opportunity was easily grasped, nor was every chance straightforward. Furthermore, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of subsequent failures. Having seized this opportunity, he was no longer content with merely being affluent. While Ye Xiaowen and Shen Baolong dined, Ye Xiaohai was meandering homeward. Upon arriving, he found his father, Ye Guoping, engaged in work with Jiang Guizhi. The sight of his father sent a chill through Ye Xiaohai's body, and he instinctively rubbed his sore backside. Where have you been running off to again? You can never stay home for even a day? Ye Guoping remarked, furrowing his brow. Each of his children possessed their own distinct characteristics. The eldest was earnest yet taciturn, seemingly incapable of making a significant impact, though this was not abnormal for someone who was simply reticent. The second son, Ye Xiaohai, was unruly, with academic performance that could best be described as dismal. It was unknown from whom he had learned such behavior, as he had trampled the family threshold since childhood. It was not uncommon for other parents to come knocking, either because Ye Xiaohai had bullied their children or had engaged in some mischief. His antics, such as placing worms or caterpillars in girls' desks, had become a regular occurrence. In contrast, the youngest child was remarkably demure, often seen as a target for bullying at school. However, her academic achievements sharply contrasted with those of her brother, consistently ranking among the top 3 in her class. Teachers adored her, parents favored her, and she was notably well-behaved, though she harbored fears of being victimized. I didn't do anything, Ye Xiaohai said, his eyes darting around. Ye Guoping could hardly tolerate his son's demeanor, slouching with a sideways glance. It was evident he was concocting some mischief. What are you plotting this time? Did I not strike you hard enough this morning? Ye Guoping said, preparing to roll up his sleeves. I haven't done anything, Dad. I just wanted to ask if you know Shen Baolong from the Pingxing County Credit Union? Ye Xiaohai sidestepped the question and finally spoke. Why do you ask this? Ye Guoping replied, puzzled. Having shared a couple of meals together, we are not particularly acquainted. Today, in the bathhouse of the factory, I observed that Lao San and Shen Baolong were quite familiar with each other, engaging in cheerful conversation. How could Lao San possibly know Shen Baolong? Ye Xiaohai inquired. Before Ye Guoping could respond, Jiang Guizhi interjected. What is the big deal? Shen Baolong is the uncle of your classmate, Shen Jinhao. Since Lao San shares a good rapport with Shen Jinhao, it is likely that he has visited Shen Baolong's home and become acquainted with him. As for Lao San's affairs, you need not fret unnecessarily. Mind your own business, and if you stir up trouble again, I shall have to discipline you. With that, Ye Guoping issued another warning before returning to his tasks. Chapter 26, Discrimination in the afternoon, Ye Xiaowen decided not to return home. After dining with Shen Baolong, reeking of alcohol, he pondered the futility of returning home merely to invite trouble upon himself. However, without any appealing destination, he could only persuade Shen Jinhao to accompany him for a stroll. As soon as they stepped outside, Shen Jinhao darted towards the arcade, and Ye Xiaowen lingered for a while before accompanying him to his home to freshen up. Only then did he finally head back home. Where have you been all day? Third, as Ye Xiaowen entered the house, Jiang Guizhi furrowed her brow and inquired. In this era, a day spent out was hardly alarming. Even a missed lunch would be of little concern. However, in a modern context, it might have sent parents into a tizzy. I ran into Shun Jinhao's uncle while taking a shower, and we ended up having dinner at his place, he explained, his tone earnest. Mom, if you disapprove, I promise I won't go out anymore and will stay home with you. His demeanor was so sincere that it was evident he was not fabricating a story. It's all right, dear. Mother isn't forbidding you from going out. After all, when you're tired from studying, it's only natural to enjoy your holidays. Just let me know where you're going, Zhang Guizhi said, her heart aching at the sight of her son's pitiful expression. He was nothing like the second son, who, despite poor academic performance, was rarely home. As she spoke, she retrieved 5 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Ye Xiaowen. In disbelief, Ye Xiaowen watched from the side. Take this money. The new year is approaching. If you want to buy something while out, feel free to do so. Thank you, Mom. Ye Xiaowen replied obediently, allowing his mother to tousle his hair affectionately. I also. Ye Xiaohai began to speak, but was swiftly interrupted. Go where it's cool. Zhang Guizhi instructed. All right, he mumbled, lowering his head to eat, choosing to ignore the situation, for he had long grown accustomed to it. If necessary, he could always extract some money from the third brother. However, he sensed that it might be somewhat challenging now. In the past, it was easy to procure 4 yuan from the fifth, as he seldom spent money. Yet recently, Ye Xiaowen felt something was amiss. His younger brother had undergone noticeable changes. After dinner, Ye Xiaowen did not retreat to his room but assisted his mother in tidying up the dishes before finally heading to his quarters. Didn't Mom just give you 5 yuan? Ye Xiaowen asked, his eyes fixed intently on Ye Xiaowen. Ye Xiaowen ignored him, simply carrying a basin outside. Hey, third. Your brother is talking to you. Ye Xiaowen exclaimed, darting to the door to block his path. Is your red envelope money all collected now? Ye Xiaowen inquired. What red envelope money? I don't understand. Aren't you supposed to be washing up? Go on, go on. I'm going to sleep. Ye Xiaohai waved dismissively, stifling a yawn. With the 23rd day of the lunar month passed, the new year was swiftly approaching. Although the factory had not yet closed for the holiday, only a few employees remained. Zhang Guizhi had not gone to work since the 23rd, and their father, Ye Guoping, only visited the factory every 2 or 3 days, ensuring everything was in order before returning home. Every day at noon, when the warmth of the sun envelopes the world, Ye Xiaowen takes a stroll outside. Aside from that, she primarily remains at home, keeping company with her parents, Ye Fu and Ye Mu, assisting in preparing the family's New Year provisions. Although her contributions may appear limited, Ye Xiaowen derives immense joy from the simple pleasure of being near her parents. In her youth, she failed to appreciate this, considering her parents' incessant chatter to be trivial. Driven by youthful ambition, she ventured out into the world, wandering for a considerable time until she finally found stability. However, upon reflection, she realized just how distant she had become from her home and parents, spending less than 10 days at home throughout the year. The days of lifelong companionship with her parents seemed to dwindle before her eyes, a stark reminder that the time to cherish them is fleeting, and the regret of not having done so may come too late. Zhang Guizhi and Ye Guoping find their daughter, Ye Xiaowen, to be exceptionally obedient and endearing, appreciating her understanding nature. In previous years, she would often be cooped up indoors, immersed in her studies, though it brought her happiness. It paled in comparison to the delight she now brings them. Without the contrast of experience, one seldom realizes the pain incurred, which has unfortunately fallen upon Ye Xiaohai, who spends his days frolicking outside. He believes he has been sufficiently well-behaved lately, not causing any trouble, and challenges anyone to count the days since anyone last visited him. Yet, despite his efforts, he feels unjustly punished and wonders if there is any fairness in this treatment. Nevertheless, punishment aside, they still take Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai out to buy new clothes for the upcoming festivities. On their way back, Ye Xiaohai is brimming with excitement, clutching his new garments while his pockets are filled with sunflower seeds. For children, the anticipation of the new year is palpable, primarily because it heralds new clothes and delicious treats. Ye Xiaowen, however, remains indifferent, having long outgrown such childish excitement, though she feigns a smile for appearances. Third brother, Ye Xiaohai whispers, stealthily tugging at Ye Xiaowen's sleeve as they walk behind. What is it? Ye Xiaowen inquires. Earlier, Lu Sihan had asked about your whereabouts. She inquired again yesterday, wondering when you might accompany me on an outing. Would tomorrow work? Ye Xiaohai's demeanor takes on a mischievous tone as he leans in, a familiar pose he adopts when he seeks favor. But tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Do you think that's feasible? Ye Xiaowen replies, somewhat exasperated. It's not that she is unwilling to meet her creditor. After all, she still owes them several dozen yuan, nearing 100. In these times, 100 yuan holds significant weight among adults, let alone students. However, lacking the means to repay, she feels uncomfortable confronting her creditor and decides it best to wait until she has sufficient funds. With the year drawing to a close, evading debt is not a source of shame. Moreover, encountering a creditor on New Year's Eve would only invite misfortune upon herself or her creditor. Ah, indeed. Ye Xiaowen nods, choosing not to press further. However, just as they reach the entrance of their alley, Ye Xiaowen spots her classmate, Jiang Xian, waiting there. Xian, Jiang Guizhi calls out. Living in the same alley, they are all neighbors and well acquainted. Auntie, have you been out shopping? Jiang Xian replies. I just visited your home looking for Xiaowen, but she wasn't there. Jiang Xian replied obediently. Well, let's take them out to buy some new clothes. Have you purchased any for yourself? Jiang Guizhi inquired with a smile. This young lady was not only beautiful but also excelled academically, making her well-liked by most of the people in the alley, much like Ye Xiaowen. In contrast, Ye Xiaowen was the type who stirred up chaos and was generally scorned by the others in the neighborhood. Moreover, Jiang Xian had grown up alongside the family's third child. The two had been classmates for most of their lives and shared a close bond. The third child had few friends, with only Xin Jinhao and Jiang Xian being among them. Chapter 27. Childhood Sweethearts. I purchased it yesterday. My mother took me to the department store, Jiang Xian remarked. Her family's situation was quite favorable. Her father was a physician. Her mother held a position within the government. And she had an elder sister who had graduated from a vocational school and entered the workforce. In fact, when compared, their circumstances surpassed those of the Yi family. The Yi household relied solely on Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi's earnings to support their two sons, Ye Xiaohai and Ye Xiaowen, while also preparing for the eldest, Ye Xiaofeng's future marriage. Moreover, given the economic downturn of the factory in recent years, life had become rather challenging. In contrast, the Jiang family thrived on the income of 3 working members, with Jiang Xian being the sole spender. And she would not have to worry about dowry preparations in the future. Thus, their lifestyle was considerably more affluent than that of the Yi family. What brings you here? Ye Xiaowen inquired nonchalantly, holding a bag containing her new clothes. Before Jiang Xian could respond, Jiang Guizhi reached for the bag, saying, Little 3, hand me the clothes. I will carry them back for you. You two go and have fun. Sure, Ye Xiaowen replied, passing the clothes over. Once Jiang Guizhi and Ye Xiaowen departed, Ye Xiaowen turned her attention back to Jiang Xian. Suddenly, the telephone in the small shop at the alley's entrance rang, followed by the unmistakable, piercing voice of Aunt Wang. Ye family's third child. 3. I'm here, Aunt Wang. Ye Xiaowen hurriedly responded, racing over. What with all these calls for you? Who is looking for you? Aunt Wang inquired, her curiosity piqued, as there was but one telephone in the entire alley. Jiang Xian followed Ye Xiaowen, clearly intrigued as well. It's my classmate's father. He needs some assistance with something from a few days ago, Ye Xiaowen replied vaguely. Then picked up the phone. Aunt Wang and Jiang Xian showed no inclination to step away, prompting Ye Xiaowen to turn slightly, attempting to distance herself from the two. Ye brother, you are my true brother, my destined benefactor. When a fortune teller visited our village in my childhood, he foretold that I would encounter a benefactor in my middle age. It was, without a doubt, Wu Zuwang on the line, who had already called twice since his return, discussing matters related to the bustling metropolis. Ye Xiaowen listened intently as Wu Zuwang excitedly rambled on, revealing everything. Ahem. Ye Xiaowen cleared her throat. Let's get to the point. The stocks have risen. Yesterday afternoon was the final deadline. I visited each brokerage, and they were teeming with people, absolutely packed. Afterward, I noticed individuals on the street purchasing stock subscription certificates. The blank ones were trading at 32, while those with names were at 31. This morning, I went back out, and the blank ones have already surged to 35 each. A complete set of consecutive numbers. 100 certificates per set is being offered for 5,000 yuan, Wu Zuwang exclaimed, his voice booming through the receiver. The price for a single ticket is 35 yuan, while a complete set of consecutive tickets is priced at 5,000 yuan, meaning that with his investment of 10,000 yuan, he has already earned over 60,000 yuan to date. It is important to note that over the years, he has only managed to earn a modest total of 100,000 yuan, and now, in the blink of an eye, he has accrued 60,000 yuan. How could he possibly contain his excitement? Brother Yi, I am fortunate to have encountered you. You are indeed my benefactor. Otherwise, I would have regretted depositing all that 100,000 yuan into the bank. Ye Xiaowen felt a surge of exhilaration as well. He owned more than 7 sets which meant that his current holdings were worth 35,000 yuan, yielding a profit of 15,000 yuan. Of course, the amount of 10,000 or 5,000 yuan was not his primary concern. What truly mattered to him was that events were unfolding in accordance with historical trends. Ye Xiaowen took a deep breath and calmly stated, "I understand." "And what comes next?" "There is no next," replied Wu Zuwang, somewhat impatiently. "No, brother Yi. I mean, when shall we sell these stock subscription certificates?" Wu Zuwang inquired eagerly. "Why sell?" "We shall not sell," Ye Xiaowen asserted firmly. "We will not sell. The prices have already risen significantly, and we have made a considerable profit." Wu Zuwang grew anxious. "If you trust me, remain patient and wait. I will call you every day at this time to update you on the market conditions and prices," Ye Xiaowen instructed. Wu Zuwang gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well. I shall call you at this time tomorrow." After ending the call, Ye Xiaowen retrieved 50 cents, as making a call at that time incurred a cost. Even to answer a call required some courtesy. Aunt Wang cheerfully accepted the money and then curiously asked, "What market prices are you talking about, Xiaowen? You aren't being deceived, are you?" "Aunt Wang, do you think I could be deceived just because I have money?" Ye Xiaowen shrugged and responded, "My classmate's father deals in antiques. He merely teaches me a few things since I have an interest." Having said that, Ye Xiaowen did not concern himself with Aunt Wang's belief and turned to leave with Jiang Xin. "Xiaowen, are you lying?" Jiang Xin fixed her gaze on him intently. "What would I lie about? It's the truth," Ye Xiaowen deflected, changing the subject. "What did you need to discuss with me? I have other matters to attend to." "You are clearly lying. Recently, when I visited your home and said you were attending some math Olympiad class, but there is no such class. Where have you really been?" Jiang Xin pressed on. "No. Do you have something to discuss or not? If not, I shall return home." Ye Xiaowen replied irritably, preparing to leave. If Jiang Xin had mentioned anything else, he might have been willing to chat with this childhood friend for a while. However, if she probed into sensitive matters, he would be unwilling to engage. Should Jiang Xin persist, it could lead to complications. After all, if she were to complain, it would be entirely different from reporting to Ye Xiaohai. Although Ye Xiaowen had already primed his mother, Jiang Guizhi, he was reluctant to invite any unnecessary trouble. "Ye Xiaowen," Jiang Xin called out, her voice tinged with grievance. "Why have you not sought my company recently? Your demeanor towards me has changed, unlike before. Could it be that the incident at the department store, where you witnessed me strolling with Lu Banguin from the adjacent class, has affected your feelings?" Jiang Xin pouted, on the verge of tears. Ever since that day, though Ye Xiaowen had promised to come to my home for homework the following day, she never arrived. Subsequently, we ceased to commute to and from school together, nor did she seek my assistance with her studies. Now, she even treats me with a harshness that is bewildering. Ye Xiaowen was momentarily stunned. The situation seemed utterly perplexing. Yet after a brief pause, a realization dawned upon her. She recalled that in a previous life, her affection for this girl originated from a similar incident where she had seen her with another boy, which had caused her prolonged anguish. Could it be that this was the very occurrence she mentioned? What a curious coincidence. Chapter 28. A meal invitation as time would have it. It seemed about the right moment. I recalled that in my previous life, it was around New Year's Day, and it had snowed that day. However, this situation felt rather clutch. Noticing Ye Xiaowen's silence, Jiang Xin continued, "We are not in that kind of relationship. We merely crossed paths and decided to stroll together. Our fathers are friends." Ah, Ye Xiaowen was momentarily taken aback. In his previous life, he had harbored feelings for Jiang Xin and even penned a love letter, though it had sunk without a trace. He had never dared to bring it up. And upon witnessing Jiang Xin shopping with a boy from the neighboring class, he had resigned himself to the belief that she was unattainable. Although he felt heartbroken, he maintained a facade of normalcy. Later, when they entered university, their paths diverged, and their relationship gradually faded, with Ye Xiaowen embracing a carefree lifestyle. Their interactions dwindled to mere nods and smiles during the rare encounters at family gatherings during the holidays. Yet, in this lifetime, Ye Xiaowen did not intentionally distance himself from Jiang Xin. He genuinely had matters that required his attention, leading to a similar estrangement from his classmates. "I'm not avoiding you. I truly have things to attend to. However, you must promise to keep it a secret," Ye Xiaowen stated, his tone somewhat authoritative. Jiang Xin nodded, refraining from further inquiry, and suggested, "How about coming over to my house? We can have lunch there. My mother is making braised pork." All right." Ye Xiaowen nodded, realizing that the Jiang family enjoyed a commendable standard of living, particularly with the promise of braised pork. Upon hearing his agreement, A flicker of joy crossed Jiang Xian's face, though she swiftly suppressed it. She couldn't afford to be too elated, lest this rascal discern her feelings. After all, prior to her explanation, he had been ignoring her while mingling with that girl named Lu Sihan. Now that she had clarified her stance, he readily accepted her invitation. As they made their way to her house, Jiang Xian mused about Lu Sihan's undeniable beauty, perhaps slightly surpassing her own. Yet, she consoled herself with the thought that she excelled academically, and once they reached university, they would be at the same institution. Xiaowen's here. Come in. What have you been up to during the break? Why haven't you come to visit Xianer? Jiang's mother greeted warmly upon seeing Ye Xiaowen. Annie, hello. With the holidays approaching, I've been helping my parents at home, so I haven't been out, Ye Xiaowen replied obediently. Jiang's mother exclaimed, Your mother is truly fortunate to have such a filial child like you. No wonder she has been all smiles while chatting with me these past few days. And uncle? Your uncle is still at the hospital and has had a break yet. His job makes it difficult for him to come home even on New Year's Eve. Uncle dedicatedly serves the community. Ye Xiaowen sweetly conversed with Jiang's mother before he and Jiang Xian retreated to her room. Have you finished your winter break homework? Ye Xiaowen surveyed the room before plopping down on Jiang Xian's bed and inquired. I have. What about you? Jiang Xian responded. I have also completed my work. In that case, please hand me my assignment shortly so that I can take it home and check for any mistakes, Ye Xiaowen casually remarked. Jiang Xian, without giving it much thought, nodded in agreement. Ye Xiaowen's academic performance in class was on par with hers, and often, she excelled. Xiaowen, was it really that classmate's father who spoke to you about antiques? Indeed, do you know about antiques? In times of chaos, gold, in prosperous times, antiques. A few days ago, I visited the classmate's home, and their entire room was filled with antiques, paintings from the Ming dynasty, plates from the Tang dynasty, porcelain from the Song dynasty, and countless bronze artifacts from the Western Zhou. Do you know what their dining table is made of? Wow, it's entirely crafted from Wangwali wood. Do you have any idea how much that is worth? 3,000. Don't be ridiculous. It's worth at least 30,000. While Ye Xiaowen boasted, eagerly anticipating a delightful meal of braised pork, her mind wandered to the matter of stock subscription certificates. As expected, the stock subscription certificates began to rise. They had just closed yesterday, and today, the increase was astonishing. A complete set of whiteboard stock subscription certificates could fetch as much as 5,000, nearly doubling in value. It was only the first day, and the surge was remarkable. One wondered if Wu Zuwang would succumb to temptation and sell some of his stock subscription certificates. It was uncertain. Even if one were unaware of how wildly valuable these certificates could become, one would not dare to imagine their worth. Doubling in value was already commendable, and it seemed likely that they would sell quickly. However, it mattered little. After all, she had already advised him against selling. If he chose to sell regardless, he could only blame himself for lacking the fortune to prosper. In the bustling city of magic, many lacked the fortune to thrive. Countless individuals regretted not purchasing stock subscription certificates, while others lamented having sold theirs too soon. Really, is it that expensive? Wangwali furniture, why is it so costly? Jiang Xian exclaimed. Wangwali itself isn't the issue. The key is that it is Ming dynasty furniture. Moreover, Wangwali has a long growth cycle, and its patterns are particularly exquisite. Thus, Wangwali is inherently pricey, especially when it's Ming dynasty furniture. Soon, the voice of Jiang's mother echoed from outside, calling the two in for dinner. The meal consisted of white rice, braised pork, tomato and egg, and pig's head meat with cucumber. This fare, in the Yi household, would only be seen during the new year. The Jiang family's meals were slightly better than those of the Yi family, but even today's spread was a rare treat. Xiaoner, please serve Xiaowen some rice. No need, Auntie, I'll eat at home, Ye Xiaowen said with a difficult swallow. Observing her discomfort, Jiang's mother chuckled. Why are you being so polite at Annie's house? All right, hurry and sit down to eat. At this moment, the food was insufficient. Everyone appeared gaunt. And some families went an entire year without ever seeing meat. The Yi family is relatively well off. Yet indulging in a sumptuous meal only once every couple of weeks is all that it amounts to. Daily feasting on lavish dishes is beyond their means. Thank you, Auntie. I shall not be modest, said Ye Xiaowen as she took a seat. She picked up a piece of braised pork and, with a gentle bite, it nearly melted in her mouth. Delicious. Auntie, your culinary skills are truly unparalleled. I dare say no master chef can compare to you. As she savored her meal, Ye Xiaowen lavished praise upon Aunt Jiang. Ah, this child knows how to flatter. There is no way I could match the prowess of a master chef. I merely prepare some home-cooked meals and a few snacks. Chapter 29. Continuing to rise after dinner, Ye Xiaowen gently patted her round belly, initially intending to return home post-meal. However, feeling a tad awkward and pleasantly full, she decided to take a leisurely stroll and called Jiang Xin to accompany her. Candied hawthorn. Candied hawthorn. Not far from the alley, they encountered a vendor selling candied hawthorn. Ye Xiaowen spent a dime to buy a skewer for Jiang Xin. The two then sauntered towards the market. In Pingqing, markets are held on the 3rd, 6th, and 9th days, with the pre-New Year markets being particularly bustling. They squeezed into the lively crowd. At the end of the market, numerous peculiar trinkets were displayed at a stall, and Ye Xiaowen crouched down to observe them. To her surprise, after boasting to Jiang Xin, she stumbled upon a vendor selling antiques. The stall also bore a sign indicating that they were purchasing old items, presumably antiques as well. However, Ye Xiaowen had little knowledge of such things and merely watched from the side. Jiang Xin, too, crouched beside Ye Xiaowen, examining the items on display. Normally indifferent to such curiosities, her interest was piqued after hearing Ye Xiaowen's extensive talk about antiques. "Excuse me, could you hand me that item over there?" Jiang Xin said, pointing to a jade pendant displayed not far from them. "Certainly." The vendor, a man in his 20s, replied as he picked it up and handed it over. Just as Jiang Xin reached out to receive it, Ye Xiaowen stopped her. "Brother, you can just place it down," Ye Xiaowen said with an innocent smile. The man nodded and set it back down, leaving Jiang Xin slightly perplexed. Ye Xiaowen then explained, in the antique trade, it's customary not to handle the items. If something were to break while being passed, it could lead to misunderstandings. We're merely here to admire, not to purchase. The vendor's eyes lit up, surprised that such a young girl possessed knowledge of the trade. However, his intention in handing the pendant was not malice, as these items were not particularly valuable, merely crafts. His primary goal in setting up the stall was to acquire genuine antiques. "May I ask your surname, young man?" he inquired. "Ah, you flatter me. My name is Yi, and I hail from the capital," Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile. "Ah, I could tell from your speech that you are knowledgeable and from Beijing," the vendor remarked, slightly taken aback. "With the new year approaching, aren't you returning home?" "I will be returning. I am the only one left at home." "Anywhere can feel like home," Ye Xiaowen responded. "My surname is Jean. You may call me Jean Feng," the vendor said with a grin. "Just now, I overheard you speaking, and I must say, you possess considerable knowledge in this field. To be frank, these items hold little value. My primary purpose here is to collect things. Displaying these trinkets merely serves to attract attention. However, I can only bear to be out for a short while in this rather frigid weather." Ye Xiaowen, having come merely to wander, engaged in conversation with Jean Feng beside the antique stall. Jean Feng mentioned that Hedong province still boasts a wealth of treasures. Indeed, there is a saying that in the span of 10 years, look to Pingqing for China, in a century to Modu, in a millennium to Jingqing, in 3 millennia to Xi'an, and in 5 millennia to Hedong. The region of Hedong is steeped in history, a cradle of cultural heritage. Numerous valuable items abound. After a brief exchange with Jean Feng, Ye Xiaowen felt the biting cold and decided it was time to take his leave. Jean Feng, speaking in the authentic dialect of the capital, captured the attention of many in the market, a sight he relished. Ye Xiaowen returned home with Jiang Xin's homework, perfectly timed as Ye Xiaohai was not present. He took out the assignment and began to transcribe it. Although he had once achieved academic excellence, graduating from a prestigious institution, it had been many years since then. The knowledge he had gleaned had long been returned to his teachers. Now, upon his return, after the final exam results were announced, his homeroom teacher had given him quite the admonishment. Had he not feigned illness during that exam, promising to perform better next time, his teacher might have involved his parents. Yet, he feared that the next examination would not be so easily navigated. Why couldn't he be reborn after the college entrance examination? Ye Xiaowen pondered silently. However, upon reflection, that too seemed inappropriate. If he had been reborn post-examination, he would have lost the opportunity related to the stock subscription certificate. Just then, Ye Xiaowen entered, glancing at Ye Xiaowen laboring over his homework with disinterest. "When you're done, let me copy it," he said before reclining on the bed with a Jin Yong novel in hand. On the morning of the 31st day of the 12th lunar month, Ye Xiaowen strolled to the mouth of the alley. He lit 2 small firecrackers, detached from a long string, while awaiting a phone call. As a boy, nothing delighted him more during the new year than playing with firecrackers. The family would purchase strings of 1,000 or 5,000, and he would hesitate to set them off all at once. On New Year's outings, he would have firecrackers in one pocket and sunflower seeds and candies in the other. Before long, The phone rang melodiously. Brother Yi, the stocks have risen again. A whiteboard is now worth 40 yuan, and all those registered have climbed to 35 yuan. A complete set of consecutive numbers has increased by 1,000. Potentially selling for 6,000 yuan today, doubling in value. Wu Zuwang exclaimed, yet he did not mention selling the stock subscription certificates he held. The prices continued to soar, and he decided to wait a bit longer. All right, I understand. When you have some free time, visit those places that acquire stock subscription certificates to gauge the market. Ye Xiaowen advised. To avoid becoming blind and deaf to the perils around us, it is important to remain vigilant. However, today is New Year's Eve, and it is likely that by this afternoon, the streets will be devoid of people. You need not venture out. Should you do so, exercise caution and be mindful of those who may be observing you, for the allure of wealth can corrupt the heart, as Ye Xiaowen advised. Rest assured, I understand, replied Wu Zuwang, a cold sweat breaking out upon him. Having navigated the world for several years, he was acutely aware of the treachery of human nature. Yet, over the past few days, witnessing the fluctuating prices of stock subscription certificates had momentarily clouded his judgment. Reflecting on his recent behavior, he inadvertently glanced back to find two idle men loitering by the roadside, their gaze fixed in his direction. A wave of fear washed over him. Indeed, he had attracted unwanted attention. Were it not for Ye Xiaowen's timely warning, he might have remained blissfully ignorant of the danger. Chapter 30. Almost upended the table after concluding his phone call, Wu Zuwang dismissed those trailing behind him and promptly relocated to a modest inn. Meanwhile, having hung up, Ye Xiaowen strolled to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase 2 cans and a few snacks, spending a mere 10 yuan before heading towards Shen Baolong's residence. Although Shen Baolong had already settled his loan, it was essential not to neglect social obligations, particularly with the new year approaching. Thus a visit was warranted. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A woman inquired, opening the door without hesitation, her sense of caution not as heightened as in later years. I am Hao Zi's classmate, Ye Xiaowen. She introduced herself. Oh, I remember you. Come in. The woman welcomed her inside. Xiaowen is here. Shen Baolong, busy with his tasks at home, paused upon hearing Ye Xiaowen's voice. He invited her to sit on the sofa and prepared a cup of tea for her. My dear, why bring something? Just come as you are, Shen Baolong said with a cheerful demeanor. It's nothing much, just 2 cans and some snacks. I cannot afford anything expensive. Ye Xiaowen replied candidly. Where is Nini? She went to her uncle's house early this morning, just in time to play with her brother Haozi. We'll join them for dinner later, Shen Baolong explained. Please continue your work, aunt. I'll just sit for a while, Ye Xiaowen quickly assured her. The living room was left with just Ye Xiaowen and Shen Baolong. Shen Baolong inquired, given your demeanor, I presume the stock subscription certificates have appreciated, haven't they? Just a slight increase, Ye Xiaowen modestly replied. Nonsense. I am practically your uncle. Why hide things from me? Do you think I'm oblivious just because I reside in a small county? Shen Baolong jested. Ye Xiaowen, taken aback, asked in confusion, Uncle Shen, what do you mean? Just the other day, I contacted a friend over there, and yesterday he informed me that the stock subscription certificates have skyrocketed. When the deadline passed, there were countless people in line who couldn't purchase any, and by last night, their value had doubled, Shen Baolong explained. Looking at Ye Xiaowen with a mix of envy and admiration. You truly have a knack for fortune. Those 2,000 yuan stock subscription certificates can now fetch 4,000. What a remarkable profit. However, you are quite audacious. I commend you, he added, giving Ye Xiaowen a thumbs up. Genuinely impressed. It was because Ye Xiaowen had borrowed money from him to purchase the stock subscription certificates that he had deliberately kept an ear to the ground regarding such news. He had not anticipated being astounded when his friend informed him that the certificates had doubled in value. In just a few days, the profits soared. Such a rapid accumulation of wealth seemed almost surreal. Take Ye Xiaowen as an example. After graduating from university, how much can one earn in a month? To earn 500 or 800, one must resort to private enterprises. In the current system, salaries hover around a mere 1 to 200 yuan. 20,000 yuan could sustain Ye Xiaowen for 10 or 8 years of work, yet after a brief excursion, he has managed to earn a substantial sum. At this juncture, it truly is a case of the bold thriving while the timid perish. Really? Has it doubled? Ye Xiaowen wore an expression of astonishment. However, the indifferent Shen Baolong chose not to engage. Observing Shen Baolong's lack of reaction, Ye Xiaowen sheepishly smiled and said, Actually, Uncle Shen, it was my intention to keep it from you. I only learned about it this morning and didn't believe it for fear of misinformation. Trust you? You're quite the crafty one, Shen Baolong scoffed. Haha, Ye Xiaowen chuckled, opting for silence. Shen Baolong continued. By the way, you haven't sold those stock subscription certificates yet, have you? A friend of mine is interested in buying some. He has substantial resources and could acquire your entire lot. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaowen's expression shifted unpredictably. What did Shen Baolong mean by that? Was he attempting to engage in some underhanded dealings? The audacity. He wants to purchase all my stock subscription certificates, leaving me with no alternatives. If he merely wanted to buy 1 or 2 sets, I might have considered it for Shen Baolong's sake. But what worth does his face hold? A well-executed operation could yield around 500,000 yuan, certainly not worth that much. Even if Shen Baolong intended to turn against me, it mattered little. After all, the money was already secured and the stock subscription certificates purchased. It's infuriating. I came to see you on New Year's Eve, and now you wish to swindle my money. Shen Baolong, observing Ye Xiaowen's fluctuating expression, remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts racing through Ye Xiaowen's mind. As he contemplated overturning the table at any moment, noticing Ye Xiaowen's lack of exuberance at the prospect of profit, Shen Baolong curiously inquired, Do you not wish to sell? How dare he threaten me? That scoundrel Shen Baolong, just wait. Ye Xiaowen's face darkened. Just as he placed his hand on the table, Shen Baolong interjected, If you're unwilling, then so be it. He merely asked me to mention it. And I felt the price was reasonable, which is why I agreed to inquire. Shen Baolong then asked, intrigued, Xiaowen, to be honest, do you believe this stock subscription certificate could appreciate further? Ye Xiaowen, taken aback, nodded. Goodness, if you speak any slower, I might just upend your glass coffee table to show you what true chaos looks like. Really? To be honest, I truly cannot comprehend this. I should have heeded your words from the beginning and invested in some stock subscription certificates as well, Shen Baolong lamented. Uncle Shen, you are the deity of wealth and pitching. Do you still lack money to spend? Upon realizing that Shen Baolong had no intentions of forcibly seizing his money, Ye Xiaowen promptly donned a cheerful expression. With a demeanor akin to that of an obedient child, she inquired with a beaming smile, Who told you such tales? As for the god of wealth, I am certainly no such figure. The funds at the credit union belong to the public, not to any individual. Everyone speaks thus, uncle. I have heard that when you play cards, you write deposit slips for your winnings and loan slips for your losses, Ye Xiaowen whispered with curiosity. Shen Baolong nearly leapt from the sofa, his countenance growing somewhat pale. Where did you hear that? You mustn't speak carelessly. It could lead to trouble, he chuckled nervously. Ye Xiaowen, shaking her head in silence, lingered at Shen Baolong's residence for a while longer before finally taking her leave. Chapter 31. The rabbit does not eat the grass near its nest. After Ye Xiaowen departed, Shen Baolong's wife approached him. Did he agree? She asked anxiously. Agree? How could he? Shen Baolong shook his head, recalling the boy's expression earlier, which was one of barely restrained hostility. In truth, his earlier conversation with Ye Xiaowen contained both truth and deception. He had indeed inquired through a friend, who informed him of a price increase and mentioned that the market was performing well, likely to rise further. Everyone is astute in their own right. The initial plan was to issue over 10 million stock subscription certificates, yet only about 2 million were ultimately released. The figures speak for themselves, otherwise, there would not have been such a long queue on the final day for purchasing these certificates. A considerable number of individuals remain optimistic. Shen Baolong was aware that Ye Xiaowen held 20,000 stock subscription certificates. He pondered that although Ye Xiaowen was no ordinary child, it was remarkable that he could turn a profit of 20,000 in just a few days. Most people would succumb to such temptation, which is likely why they sought to acquire those certificates from him. However, observing Ye Xiaowen's demeanor, he feared that pushing further could lead to irreparable consequences. So he refrained from being explicit. This lad is quite formidable, Shen Baolong remarked with a wry smile. Though he appeared jovial on the surface, I could sense a fierce resolve beneath. He might as well have been contemplating my demise. Surely not, his wife replied. He seemed like a fine young man, quite polite and well-mannered. Huh, Shen Baolong chuckled, shaking his head. What kind of well-mannered child would dare to borrow 20,000 and venture into the metropolis alone, only to return safely with stock subscription certificates? His wife nodded, reflecting on his words. That is indeed peculiar. It seems Ye Xiaowen's appearance is quite misleading. Moreover, during our conversation, I sensed he was not someone to be trifled with when he mentioned that earning money was worth any risk. His tenacity is exceptional. We shall not speak of this matter again. Let the 2,000 in loans be regarded as a fortunate encounter. With his resolve firm, Shen Baolong remained contemplative while outside. Ye Xiaowen's countenance darkened considerably. Though he had not grasped Shen Baolong's full intentions, he had gleaned enough to suspect that Shen harbored designs on his stock subscription certificates. Even though Shen ultimately decided against it, caution was prudent. With the stock subscription certificates already rising significantly by the deadline, even the dimmest of minds would consider holding on to them for a few days. Any talk of concern or goodwill was mere pretense. Initially, Ye Xiaowen had hoped to secure further loans to facilitate operations following a potential win in the stock subscriptions. However, it seemed futile now. Although their conversation had been cordial, it was little more than polite exchange. Alternative methods must be contemplated. If all else fails, after the first lottery draw, I shall sell a set of my stock subscription certificates to raise funds. At worst, I shall earn a little less. Do they take me for a fool? Bah. With a morose expression, Ye Xiaowen returned to the alley's entrance, vigorously rubbing his face before donning a cheerful facade. Xiaowen, where have you been so early? Jiang Xian, holding a couplet, was at the doorway with her father, affixing the spring festival couplets. Upon seeing Ye Xiaowen approach, she promptly inquired, I went to my grandfather's house. Uncle Jiang, are you in need of assistance with the couplets? Ye Xiaowen asked warmly. No need, we are nearly done with the last door. Just a couple of lanterns remain to be hung. You two may go play, Jiang Jijuan replied with a hearty laugh. Old Jiang was a remarkably amiable man, perpetually wearing a smile, and in the decades spent in the alley, he had never been seen with a frown. All right, Uncle Jiang, I shall head home to help. Ye Xiaowen nodded obediently as he made his way back home. Upon returning, he found Ye Xiaofeng and Ye Xiaohai busy putting up couplets. Ye Guoping was sweeping the courtyard, engaged in preparations for the New Year's Eve dinner after a busy morning. The festive atmosphere was palpable, with red paper cuttings adorning the windows. The family had been bustling all morning, enjoying a simple meal at noon, and the afternoon was free of obligations. Ye Guoping was in the kitchen cooking, while Jiang Guizhi was preparing dumpling filling. Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai sat idly, gazing at the black and white television. The screen displayed The Flying Fox of Snowy Mountain, a recent adaptation of Jin Yong's martial arts novel. Ye Xiaohai was engrossed, occasionally mimicking fight moves. Yet, Ye Xiaowen felt somewhat disenchanted. The black and white screen detracted from the viewing experience. Nevertheless, it was one of the few electrical appliances in their home, alongside a fan, a radio, and a desk lamp. If the latter could be considered as such, entertainment was indeed scarce at that time. After watching for a while, they heard Jiang Xian's voice from the courtyard. Lately, the girl had been visiting often, which irked Ye Xiaowen. After all, it was just a couple of meals of braised pork at her house. Why was she still clinging to him? In truth, Jiang Xian was quite attractive. Had it been someone else, Ye Xiaowen would have welcomed the attention. After all, he had once been a wayward youth, having traversed through tumultuous times. However, one must avoid entanglements with neighbors. It is a troublesome predicament. Once they became romantically involved, parting ways could lead to discord, even between two once friendly households. In this second chance at life, was it meant for indulgence? Or to end up hanging from the crooked tree at one's doorstep? Moreover, in his past life, he had a wife and would inevitably seek her out again. Of course, prior to that, engaging with a few former flames should not be deemed as infidelity. Surely, it could not be considered as such. In pursuit of a blissful future, Ye Xiaowen surely wishes to maintain a relationship with Jiang Xian that does not transcend the boundaries of friendship. Xiaowen is in the room. Why not go and spend some time with him? Jiang Guizhi said warmly to Jiang Xian. All right, Auntie, Jiang Xian replied as she pushed open the door and stepped inside. Xiaowen, I wish to visit the department store to purchase a few items. Will you accompany me? The department store has been closed since New Year's Eve, Ye Xiaowen retorted. It is not closed. I just came from there. Ye Xiaowen's eyes widened in disbelief. You went just now? Why didn't you bring anything back? Sometimes, it is truly perplexing to comprehend the thoughts that occupy a woman's mind. Chapter 32. Narrow paths of enmity. I won't go even if the door is open. It's New Year's Eve, and I'm just strolling around. Ye Xiaowen languidly reclined on the bed, when suddenly, she heard Jiang Xian calling out, Auntie, we are going to. Oh dear, oh dear. Ye Xiaowen swiftly leapt off the bed and exclaimed, Look, I was just joking to tease you. How could you not catch the jest, you little girl? Come on, let's go. How could we not? Jiang Guizhi entered the room, looking puzzled, and asked, What is going on? It's nothing, Mom. Jiang Xian wants to go to the department store to buy a few things, and I'm just accompanying her. We'll be back shortly, Ye Xiaowen quickly replied. All right, off you go, Jiang Guizhi said with a smile. Sitting nearby and watching television, Ye Xiaohai rolled his eyes, thinking, Indeed, this third sibling has a secret. Unfortunately, he had no idea what that secret was. Otherwise, he could leverage it for his own pocket money in the future. What are you going to buy at the department store? A headband. Mine is broken. Have you tidied up the house? The two chatted and laughed as they exited the Ye household and made their way out of the alley. Once they reached a secluded spot, Ye Xiaowen immediately adopted a different demeanor. With a fierce glare at Jiang Xin, she declared, Jiang Xin, if you threaten me again with the math class, we'll part ways. If worst comes to worst, you can always complain to my family. It makes no difference to me. But from now on, you'd better be careful in class. If you offend me as the class monitor, I'll make your school life a living hell. I could easily convince the teacher to remove you from your role as the Chinese class representative. However, the frightened reaction she had anticipated from Jiang Xin did not materialize. Instead, Jiang Xin looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked, what has gotten into you lately? Why the sudden change? I'm serious. When I get fierce, I even frighten myself, Ye Xiaowen threatened, tossing her hair dramatically. Jiang Xin burst into laughter, revealing two shallow dimples on her cheeks, her playful ponytails bouncing behind her. All right, I understand now. Good, as long as you know. Let us go, Ye Xiaowen sighed in relief, realizing that the innocent audacity of youth had emboldened her. She truly couldn't do anything to this little girl. If threats proved ineffective, she might have to enlist her older brother for assistance. Her older brother had a knack for dealing with young girls, employing tactics like placing caterpillars in pencil cases or frogs atop their heads, all to avoid leaving them with lifelong psychological scars. Alas, one cannot be too outstanding, for it always attracts the attention of young girls who cling stubbornly. Impossible to shake off. Ye Xiaowen. Have you been reading Qiong novels lately? I noticed you were speaking a bit like characters from Qiong Yao's novels just now. Ye Xiaowen twitched her lips, incredulous at the mention of Qiong Yao's works. Qiong Yao's stories were introduced to the mainland in 1982 with the novel I Am a Cloud published in the magazine Straits. At that time, her tender tales were akin to a gentle rain, nourishing the hearts of the long-parched populace. In the context of the 1980s, a time when discussions of romance were strictly prohibited, Qiong Yao's novels experienced an extraordinary surge in popularity. Many readers were unable to obtain legitimate copies, resorting instead to pirated versions. Furthermore, numerous parents forbade their children from indulging in these novels, which predominantly captivated female readers, while males gravitated towards Jin Yang's martial arts stories. However, these two were regarded as perilous by many parents, akin to the later societal concerns surrounding internet cafes, which faced vehement opposition. Countless individuals clandestinely immersed themselves in these tales. It is difficult to fathom that in the future, watching brief films would become commonplace, while during this period, Qiong Yao's romantic novels had to be enjoyed in secrecy. It was not until 1990 that Qiong Yao's first television adaptation, Wan Jun, was filmed in the country. By the mid to late 1990s, dozens of Qiong Yao dramas inundated the mainland television landscape, released at a staggering rate of several each year. From Several Times the Sunset Red to My Fair Princess, countless fans emerged over the span of a decade. At that time, not having watched a Qiong Yao drama was tantamount to never having seen television, a phenomenon that was immensely popular. Ye Xiaowen, why are you so quiet? I'm exhausted, utterly drained. Indeed, you seem rather mature for your age. The department store was still open, albeit in the process of closing down. This department store, with its 4 floors, could be deemed the largest shopping venue in Pingcheng County at that time. The first floor offered general merchandise, while the second and third floors were dedicated to clothing. And the fourth floor featured bedding essentials. This establishment represented the pinnacle of luxury in Pingcheng County until the nearby pedestrian streets development led to a decline. As various branded clothing stores set up shop, Jiang Xin found the headband she wanted on the first floor, where several stalls were beginning to close. She casually selected one, and after Ye Xiaowen paid for it, they prepared to depart. The payment was also a strategic move to silence the young woman, hoping to avoid further threats regarding the math Olympiad class. However, at that moment, a few girls descended from the upper level. The tall girl in the center immediately brightened upon spotting Ye Xiaowen. Ye Xiaowen, stop right there. The girl behind quickly closed the distance, her long legs propelling her forward. She seized Ye Xiaowen's arm, prompting her to halt and turn around, adopting an expression she believed conveyed innocence and sincerity. With a cheerful smile, she exclaimed, "Ah, Lu Sahan, I thought you were someone else. What brings you out shopping? Have you finished your homework? Why are you running away?" Lu Sahan scrutinized Ye Xiaowen and Jiang Xin. Ye Xiaowen's expression grew serious as she replied, "Running? Who's running? Jiang Xian's headband is broken, and as the class monitor, I am merely assisting a classmate in purchasing a new one. Oh, I see. But yesterday, when Ye Xiaowen asked you to come out, didn't you say that it was inappropriate to go out on New Year's Eve? Lu Sihan inquired. That is not true. How could I say such a thing? Ye Xiaowen's eyes widened. Well then, what about the third day of the new year? I can't. I must visit my grandmother's house. What about the fourth day? On the fourth day of the new year, my aunt came to visit. Well then, let us arrange this. On the fifth, I shall come to your house to collect the money, and you shall. Before Lu Sihan could finish her sentence, Ye Xiaowen pulled her aside. Lu Sihan. Sihan, please grant me a couple of days' grace. I assure you I will repay you once I have the funds. With a firm resolve, Ye Xiaowen declared. In that case, you need not concern yourself with your winter vacation homework. I shall assist you in managing it when school resumes. The authority of a class monitor was wielded by Ye Xiaowen with remarkable efficacy. Indeed, it is essential. Very well. And what of Lu Yuan and her companion? Lu Sihan raised the stakes, referring to the two girls who spent their days in her company. You. Fine. Ye Xiaowen nodded. Acknowledging the truth that even the mightiest can falter over a mere coin, you shall wait for me. Chapter 33. New Year's Eve dinner. As Lu Sihan and the others walked away, Jiang Xian gently nudged Ye Xiaowen with her arm, her voice laced with irritation. What were you discussing just now? What does she want with you? It's nothing, Ye Xiaowen replied, shaking her head, reluctant to elaborate. Let's go. It's getting late. We should head back. Though Jiang Xian was curious, she found herself powerless against Ye Xiaowen's reticence. Thus, she sulked in silence, ignoring her friend throughout the journey. However, Ye Xiaowen had no time to attend to her friend's moodiness. Silence suited her just fine. I'm heading home now, Ye Xiaowen announced as they arrived at Jiang Xian's doorstep, showing no intention of entering. The sun was already setting, casting a warm glow across the sky, as if it had painted the heavens in shades of crimson. With her back to the sunset, Ye Xiaowen began her walk home. Xiaowen. Ye Xiaowen turned around to see Jiang Xian standing on the steps, illuminated by the golden rays of the setting sun. Thank you for the headband you gave me, Jiang Xian said, waving her hand, her face adorned with two delicate dimples that revealed a sweet smile, making her appear as though she were enveloped in a golden glow. Ye Xiaowen waved back and resumed her walk home, thinking about how everyone has their own neighborly girl. Baya, thud. Baya, thud. Baya, thud. Hey, go check if the fish is done steaming. It's only been 12 minutes. If it goes over by a minute, the meat won't be fresh. Second brother. If you don't chop the meat soon, we want to have dumplings for dinner tonight. Mom, I've been chopping for ages. My arms are sore. Look. I don't care. Chop some more. That filling needs to be minced into a paste. Hurry up. Big brother, is the braised pork ready? We need the pot over here. It'll be ready soon, Mom. Just one more minute. Outside, night had fallen, and the sound of firecrackers echoed from somewhere nearby, unmistakably the sound of firecrackers being lit. Inside the Yi household, however, there was a cacophony of activity as they busily prepared the New Year's Eve dinner. The atmosphere was warm and lively, albeit slightly chaotic. But perhaps that was the very essence of reunion. Jiang Guizhi naturally assumed the role of the chief coordinator, with no one in the family idle. Even Ye Xiaowen, the most cherished one at home, was engaged in peeling garlic. The black and white television set received the central television station, which was airing some tedious advertisements. However, everyone was eagerly anticipating the upcoming Spring Festival Gala. Third brother, come help me chop some meat. Your second brother can't manage anymore, called Ye Xiaohai. Mom assigned me to peel garlic. I'm not done yet, second brother. I'll help you once I finish, Ye Xiaowen replied without looking up. Let us switch. I'll do your task. No, we're not switching. Hurry up. You too. You still have time to mess around. But soon we want to have dinner before the gala starts, Jiang Guizhi admonished. Whose fault is that? We've been cooking all afternoon, and we're still not finished. Second brother, you've grown bold, daring to retort against your mother. Do you think I want to discipline you just because it's New Year's Eve? That is hot. Ye Xiaohai placed the last dish from the pot onto the table, pinching his ears with his thumbs and forefingers while exclaiming how hot it was. All right. Second, hurry and sit down. All the dishes are ready, said Jiang Guizhi with a cheerful smile. Tonight's New Year's Eve dinner might be the most sumptuous of the year. Featuring a total of 8 dishes, a steamed fish, symbolizing abundance year after year, which is an essential part of the feast, braised pork, chives with eggs, pig's head meat mixed with cucumber, crispy pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, fried peanuts, and winter melon stewed with ribs. Although none of these dishes are exotic delicacies, They represent ordinary home-cooked meals in later generations. Yet, in this era, they are indeed quite lavish. This feast also embodies the flavors of the new year from Ye Xiaowen's childhood memories. At the center of the table sat Ye Guoping, flanked by 2 green bottles of sorghum liquor and several cans of soda. Ye Guoping opened a bottle and poured some for his eldest son, Ye Xiaowen, who had already started working, making it quite normal for him to have a drink. However, Jiang Guizhi was taken aback when Ye Guoping also poured liquor for Ye Xiaohai. Dad, I don't. Ye Xiaohai looked at his father with a hint of unease. Although he had consumed alcohol outside, and even at home before, it had always been in secret, away from his father's watchful eye. What did this gesture mean? Was it a test, and if he accepted, would he face consequences? Still, Ye Guoping wouldn't be so cruel on New Year's, would he? A little is fine, Ye Xiaohai thought, cautiously observing Ye Guoping, his body slightly tensed, ready to flee if his father truly intended to test him. However, as the liquor flowed generously into the glass, Ye Guoping seemed unfazed, allowing Ye Xiaohai to relax considerably. After filling Ye Xiaohai's glass, Ye Guoping proceeded to pour for Ye Xiaowen. Dad, I don't drink. Ye Xiaowen quickly interjected. Jiang Guizhi chimed in. Yes. Don't make the third drink. He has never consumed this before and could feel quite unwell. It's all right. A little won't hurt. If he finds it unpleasant, he likely won't drink again. The more you try to prevent him from drinking, the more curious he will become about it, Ye Guoping replied. Ye Xiaowen was taken aback, glancing at Ye Guoping in surprise. How remarkable that a lifelong worker from the glass factory could express such philosophically rich thoughts. He resembled those fathers who take their daughters to bars. Isn't that right, third? Ye Guoping asked with a knowing smile. Ye Xiaowen instinctively nodded, then suddenly realized the implication. Had his father caught on to him drinking with Shen Baolong that day? It was impossible. He had returned sober and had washed up. He had even checked for the sin of alcohol and found none. Oh dear, the Spring Festival Gala has started, Ye Xiaowen exclaimed, pointing at the television to divert the conversation. Ye Guoping grinned, fully aware that there were no easygoing members in his family. Ahem. Ye Guoping cleared his throat lightly, drawing the attention of the gathering back to himself before preparing to speak. The Ye family has a tradition where, during the New Year's Eve dinner, rather than exchanging auspicious words or clinking glasses, the head of the family, Comrade Ye Guoping, delivers a speech. His addresses typically encompass a summary of the family's affairs over the past year, followed by a glimpse into the prospects of the upcoming year. This bears a resemblance to an annual report, yet at this moment, as everyone gazed at the sumptuous dishes laid out before them, their mouths watered, and few were inclined to listen. Ye Xiaowen had long harbored doubts, pondering whether old Ye sought solace at home after failing to secure a leadership position at work. Chapter 34 Summary Meeting this year. On the whole, our family has fared quite well, achieving stability while seeking progress. This is certainly attributable to the fact that the second son has not caused any major trouble this year. Ye Xiaohai, with a sullen expression, lowered his head in silence. Old Ye's statement, while blunt, held an element of truth. In previous years, if Ye Xiaohai had stirred up significant trouble, the family would have endured a year of unrest. The eldest son's job has been stable. He has been employed for several years at a decent organization. Although his position is not formal, with some effort, I can assist in seeking a promotion for you. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofeng's face lit up with joy, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Dad. The disparity between temporary workers and formal employees is indeed vast, placing them in entirely different tiers. There is no need for thanks. However, your primary task this year is to find a partner. Aunt Wang next door mentioned that her niece, a nurse with an appealing appearance, is available. If the circumstances are suitable after the new year, we shall arrange an introduction. Ye Guoping continued with his plans, and Ye Xiaofeng felt no discontent with the prospect of an arranged marriage. In this era, such matchmaking is a common practice. Though influenced by certain romantic novels, Ye Xiaofeng had not encountered such tales during his schooling and remained oblivious to them. Understood, Dad. Ye Xiaofeng nodded in agreement, entirely unaware of the concept of pursuing love. He had never even heard the term. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaowen silently criticized the situation, recalling that in his previous life, the eldest brother indeed courted the neighbor's daughter. However, by the end of 1992, as preparations for their wedding began, with Jiang Guizhi losing her job, the girl became reluctant. By early 1993, with Ye Guoping also unemployed, the situation took a definitive turn. The girl withdrew entirely, and from that point on, the already reticent Ye Xiaofeng suffered a significant emotional blow. It was only later, After he ventured out from the party and government office to start a business, and subsequently met his future sister-in-law, that he managed to overcome this hurdle. As for the second son, Sai, I do not demand much from you. Just graduate from high school safely, and we will see about finding you a job. Do not wander aimlessly. Ye Xiaowen gazed at his second son, a sense of resignation washing over him. I understand, Dad, Ye Xiaowen quickly replied. Alas, if only you could take over the family legacy. Otherwise, you two could simply step into my and your mother's roles as official workers in the factory. Ye Xiaowen sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. The concept of succession that Ye Xiaowen referred to originated in the 1950s. Initially stipulating that children could replace their parents in employment if the latter had died or become completely incapacitated due to work-related incidents, with priority given to their hiring by administrative or corporate entities. This evolved into a policy allowing the children of retirees facing financial difficulties to gain employment. In 1957, to encourage older workers to retire, provisions were established to absorb their children into the workforce under equal conditions. Over time, this regulation transformed into a formal guideline allowing children to take their parents' places in factories after retirement. However, by the 1980s, issues arose as many individuals who did not meet the criteria began to usurp these positions. For instance, when a teacher retires, and their children have not received any relevant educational training, they may take up teaching positions at the school. This not only leads to numerous complications but also raises questions of fairness. Consequently, in 1986, the system of allowing children to take over their parents' positions, which had been in place for approximately 30 years, was abolished. Jiang Guizhi nodded and remarked, Indeed, it is quite a pity. However, Ye Xiaowen did not share this sentiment. By 1993, her parents' glass factory was on the verge of closure. Even if she were to inherit the position, it would only result in unemployment after a couple of years. The youngest sibling was performing admirably in school, and it seemed that gaining admission to a university next year would pose no challenge. Your father has no worries. After graduating from university, you will be assigned a job. Starting as a cadre, Ye Xiaowen said, his face illuminating with pride. Although Pingxing County faced economic difficulties, its educational system remained commendable, with numerous students gaining admission to various universities each year. With Ye Xiaowen's current academic standing among the top in her class, it was reasonable to expect that she would secure a place at a university. Even if she did not gain admission to a university, attending a vocational college would still be an option. Hence, Ye Xiaowen genuinely felt no anxiety. Yet, Ye Xiaowen responded somewhat sheepishly, I will do my best, Dad. In her previous life, she indeed fulfilled her parents' expectations by gaining admission to a prestigious university, one that was part of the 985 and 211 projects. However, in this life, she felt a sense of uncertainty. What if her efforts did not yield the same results? Would her father resort to extreme measures, such as breaking a leg, in disappointment? All right, let's raise a glass. Happy New Year. Ye Xiaowen concluded with a smile, lifting his glass and gulping down half of it in one go. He smacked his lips and began to eat, observing that the eldest sibling was also keeping pace, having consumed a similar amount, with a slightly flushed complexion indicating that he was not accustomed to drinking. The second son, without a doubt, had indulged excessively, as he was busy pouring himself a drink at that moment. However, as Ye Xiaowen's gaze shifted, he found himself puzzled by the third son, who had taken just the right sip, neither too much nor too little, savoring the taste before swallowing and appearing to relish the experience. His eyes narrowed as if reminiscing. It seemed that the youngest son had developed a more refined palate for alcohol than himself. The voice of Zhao Zhengxiang resonated from the television, announcing the 10th Spring Festival Gala, which was also the first to be directed through external bidding. Feng Gong appeared youthful, yet instantly recognizable, his face familiar to all. The skit, I Want to Have a Home, marked Zhao's third appearance on the Spring Festival Gala, his debut having been in 1990. Kai Guqing sang towards the Olympics. Although the bid for hosting the 1992 Olympics ultimately failed, resulting in the omission of this performance from subsequent DVD releases. Dad, Mom, Happy New Year. Wishing you health and happiness in the coming year, Ye Xiaowen was the first to toast. We wish you a successful year ahead and hope you find a good partner, replied the parents. Jiang Guizhi said with a smile. Originally, it was Ye Xiaohai's turn, but all the words Ye Xiaohai had prepared were articulated by his elder brother, Ye Xiaowen, leaving him to rethink his approach. He shot a fierce glare at his brother, signaling for Ye Xiaowen to take his turn first. You useless fellow. Ye Xiaowen chided with a laugh. Ye Xiaowen raised his wine glass and proclaimed, wishing Mom and Dad a Happy New Year. May all their wishes come true in the coming year. May they enjoy peace and prosperity, good fortune and health, joy and happiness, auspiciousness and good luck. With each word Ye Xiaowen uttered, Ye Xiaohai's face grew paler. The third brother was leaving him no room to maneuver. Smooth sailing, 2 dragons soaring. 3 goats ushering in prosperity, peace through all seasons, 5 blessings arriving at the door, 6 auspicious occurrences, 7 stars shining brightly, wealth from all directions. Unity in heart and mind, perfection in all things. Chapter 35. Happy New Year. Ye Xiaohai glared fiercely at Ye Xiaowen. But it proved futile as he watched Ye Xiaowen articulate every thought he had, both expected and unexpected. All right, third brother, that's enough, Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi chuckled. Their third son, true to his academic prowess, delivered a New Year's blessing with remarkable fluency. Indeed, he is my son, Ye Guoping beamed with pride. He then turned to Ye Xiaohai and inquired, and you, second son? Ye Xiaohai's face turned pale. What am I supposed to say? What should I even say? You need not emulate your brother's verbosity. Just a couple of words will suffice. Ye Guoping emphasized the word brother with particular weight. Dad, I wish you a happy new year, and may all your wishes come true. Your brother has already said that, Ye Guoping responded. May it be auspicious and smooth sailing? Your brother has already said that as well. May all be well, and may you find joy and peace? That has been said too. Dad, I can't recall what the third brother said. He was too relentless, Ye Xiaohai lamented, hanging his head in despair. Beside him, Ye Xiaowen wore an innocent expression. Why are you glaring at me? You were the one who prompted me to speak. Seeing his second son's woeful demeanor, Ye Guoping could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm just teasing you. The second son really doesn't know how to take a joke. It's not about whether we celebrate the new year or not. When have I ever put you in a difficult position over such matters? As long as you don't trouble your mother and me, we are content. Now, let us all raise our glasses together. Another sip. Cheers. Cheers. Outside, snow had begun to fall unbeknownst to them. The courtyard lights cast a warm yellow glow beneath the eaves. Hexagonal snowflakes drifted lazily from the sky. The warmth inside the house condensed on the windows, forming a thick layer of mist. Laughter resonated continuously as the family enjoyed their reunion dinner, watched the spring festival gala, and cherished their time together. It truly was a moment of unparalleled happiness. The heavy door curtain was lifted, and Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai emerged from the house, each holding a few firecrackers. Old Ye, keep an eye on them. Don't let them blow themselves up, came Ye Guoping's voice as he followed them outside. Ye Xiaowen spread his palms, gazing up at the dark sky, allowing the snowflakes to settle on his hands, where they quickly melted into glistening droplets. Time felt exquisitely beautiful. May it pause at this moment. May it linger just a little longer. Bayou. Bang. Ye Xiaohai lit a firecracker and promptly scurried away. Following the noise, neighbors seemed to ignite their own firecrackers in unison. Ye Xiaowen struck a match and lit a string of firecrackers laid on the ground. The crackling sounds erupted, mingling with the scent of gunpowder, instantly filling the small courtyard. Ye Xiaowen cupped his hands to amplify his voice and shouted, Happy New Year. Ye Xiaohai observed Ye Xiaowen's actions with a hint of admiration and followed suit, exclaiming, Happy New Year. Amidst the crackling sounds of fireworks, the cheerful greetings echoed, embodying the hopes and aspirations of the people for the forthcoming year. On New Year's Eve, it is customary to stay up late. And only after the clock struck midnight did Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai return to their respective rooms. After refreshing themselves, Ye Xiaowen was ready to retire for the night. Yet Ye Xiaohai, brimming with energy, continued to chatter incessantly. Old third, did you memorize those well wishes in advance? You nearly got me into trouble tonight. If it weren't for the fact that it's New Year's Eve, I would have given you a beating for showing such disrespect to your elder brother. Ye Xiaohai rambled on, while Ye Xiaowen paid him little mind. Despite their childhood antics and Ye Xiaohai's numerous pranks at Ye Xiaowen's expense, the brothers had never resorted to physical confrontation. A prank was merely a prank. Ye Xiaohai's current complaint stemmed from trepidation, as Ye Xiaowen had recently played a few tricks on him. Just days prior, he had faced punishment for an incident involving a fruit knife. And on this New Year's Eve, he had narrowly escaped another beating. At this rate, danger looms, Ye Xiaohai mused, while Ye Xiaowen engaged him with half-hearted responses, uncertain of when he would finally drift into slumber. The next morning, Ye Xiaowen was awoken by the resounding firecrackers. Peering out from bed, he noticed that Ye Xiaohai had already risen, having left at some point unbeknownst to him. Yawning as he tidied his bed, he lifted his pillow only to discover a red envelope containing 10 yuan tucked beneath it. This custom dictates that parents secretly place lucky money under their children's pillows on New Year's Eve. After securing the money, Ye Xiaowen made his way to the living room. "Dad, Mom, I bow to you," he said, kneeling before his parents. Ye Xiaowen was unsure whether this was a custom of Hedong Province, Pingqing, or simply a tradition of the Yi family. Nevertheless, it had become a ritual for him to bow to his parents on the first day of the lunar year. "Get up, the floor is cold," came the prompt from his father. There were many such customs in Pingqing, such as refraining from splashing water on the ground before sunrise on New Year's Day. If it was cloudy, one had to wait until after 9 o'clock. The reasons behind these practices eluded Ye Xiaowen, but they had been passed down through generations, becoming traditions that no one could clearly explain. Everyone adhered to them. Thus they became customs, perhaps one of the flavors of the new year. "Quickly, eat your breakfast. Afterward, we shall pay New Year's respects to your grandparents," Ye Guoping urged. Ye Xiaowen's grandparents resided in a town near Pingqing and lived with his uncle's family. The relationship between Ye Xiaowen's mother, Jiang Guizhi, and his grandparents was rather strained, reportedly due to favoritism shown towards their youngest son, Ye Xiaowen's uncle, during their childhood. Indeed, every family has its own struggles, and it is a rarity for relationships between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law to flourish over prolonged cohabitation. Consequently, Ye Xiaowen's grandparents eventually bequeathed all their belongings to his uncle's household. The elderly couple also moved over to reside there, and during festive occasions, Ye Guoping would take the entire family to visit them, offering some monetary support. To be honest, Ye Xiaowen found it perplexing. There seemed to be a certain emotional distance between her and her grandparents. Perhaps it was due to not having lived together since childhood. Each visit was marked by superficial exchanges, brief conversations that felt more like a formality before departing. Oh, Ye Xiaowen acknowledged this, and at that moment, Ye Xiaohai had already finished his meal and retreated to change into fresh attire. Beside them, Ye Guoping appeared somewhat anxious, prompting Ye Xiaowen to hastily consume a few bites before rushing into her room to change clothes. Chapter 36, New Year Greetings and Truth. Old Ye harbored a profound concern for his grandparents. As Ye Xiaowen changed his clothes, he contemplated this sentiment. He recalled a past life when his grandfather passed away, and Ye Guoping had collapsed to the ground, weeping inconsolably. Witnessing his father in such despair had deeply affected Ye Xiaowen. It is a common phenomenon for emperors to favor their eldest sons and for common folk to dote on their youngest. Parents often unconsciously exhibit a particular fondness for their youngest child. However, some individuals navigate this dynamic adeptly while others falter, inevitably leading to conflicts with a daughter-in-law. It is indeed a commonplace occurrence, and Ye Guoping, caught in the dual roles of husband and son, found himself in a challenging position. Throughout the years, whenever Ye Guoping sought to honor his parents, Jiang Guizhi did not hinder him, though they lived apart. Yet Ye Xiaowen found one aspect perplexing. His grandparents seemed rather indifferent towards him and his two brothers. Perhaps their mother's strained relationship with their grandparents cast a shadow over their familial bonds. Shaking his head, Ye Xiaowen resolved to dismiss such unproductive thoughts. Children should not speak ill of their parents. The complexities of the previous generation are often convoluted, with each side possessing its own rationale, rendering it impossible to discern right from wrong. The family of 5 owned 3 bicycles in total. Ye Guoping rode one bicycle with Jiang Guizhi, thus freeing up Jiang Guizhi's bike for Ye Xiaohai, who eagerly waved at Ye Xiaowen. "Come on, third brother, let second brother take you." "Forget it. I'll ride with eldest brother," Ye Xiaowen replied, shaking his head as he hopped onto the back seat of Ye Xiaofeng's bicycle. The previous night had seen a light snowfall, making the roads treacherous, and given Ye Xiaohai's questionable cycling skills, he feared for the fate of his new clothes should he accompany him. Whatever. A dog biting El Dongban, unable to recognize a kind heart, Ye Xiaohai muttered, clearly feeling slighted by Ye Xiaowen's refusal to ride with him. Throughout the journey, he paid no attention to Ye Xiaowen, instead engaging in lively banter with their elder brother, Ye Xiaofeng. Within half an hour, they arrived at their uncle's doorstep. "Ah, brother. Sister-in-law has arrived. My, how tall these 3 brothers have grown." Ye Guoting, Ye Xiaowen's second uncle, emerged from the house upon hearing the barking dogs. "Guoting, uncle." The 3 brothers greeted eagerly. Eldest brother, sister-in-law, their young, and also stepped outside, and a flurry of greetings ensued, ensuring that both families maintained a cordial facade. This was particularly true for Jiang Guizhi and Ye Xiaowen's young aunt. Ye Guoting and Ye Guoping shared a close bond. He remembered a time in the future when Ye Guoting had gone out with a tricycle and failed to return. In the dead of night, it was Ye Guoping who was first sought out by his sister-in-law. Upon receiving the news, he rallied the entire neighborhood and factory colleagues to aid in the search. Ultimately, they found Ye Guoding in a ditch, having overturned the tricycle, which had pinned him down. Had they arrived even a moment later, the outcome could have been dire. Such was the bond between brothers, akin to that of Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai, who often playfully bickered and schemed against one another. However, there was an urgent matter at hand, and the first to rush out would undoubtedly be the other party. To echo the words of a domineering CEO from a novel, listen well, from now on, only I have the right to bully you, no one else may. Oh, where are Mom and Dad? Let us check on them, Ye Guoping said as he led the family inside. Grandfather and grandmother were seated within, and upon entering, Ye Guoping took the lead in kneeling. Ye Xiaowen and the others followed suit without hesitation. Mom and Dad, we bow to you, he said. Grandfather and grandmother, we bow to you as well. Rise, sit down and talk. Guoping, there are cigarettes. Take some for yourself, the grandmother urged. Shanghai, Xiaowen. Come and have some sunflower seeds and peanuts. Thank you, grandmother, Ye Xiaowen replied. Before long, the two children from the second uncle's family arrived. One was a cousin named Ye Zishi, roughly the same age as Ye Xiaofeng, who was currently teaching at a primary school in the county. The other was Ye Xiaowen's cousin, Ye Zijian, who was the same age as Ye Xiaohai, being merely a month younger. Once they entered, the room became crowded and lively. The group then moved to the second uncle's residence to continue their conversations. Xiaowen, Xiaohai, you are both preparing for the college entrance examination this year, right? How is your studying going? The aunt inquired, expressing her concern over Ye Zijian's academic performance. Ye Zijian is driving me to despair. He had to repeat a year, and, needless to say, he didn't even qualify for university, let alone a junior college. His scores were far from satisfactory, so he is reviewing again this year. Xiaowen's grades are decent, but as for Xiaohai, I can only hope for him to graduate safely and find a job afterward, Jiang Guizhi said with a wry smile, expressing her lack of expectations regarding his studies. Alas, Ye Zijian is in a similar boat. We thought 1 year of review would yield progress, but, well, let us not dwell on that during the new year. By the way, what about Xiaofeng? Has he found a partner? Is there any girl he fancies? Zishi's school has quite a few teachers. Perhaps Zishi could help with introductions. That sounds wonderful. Zishi, please take care of Xiaofeng's matters, Jiang Guizhi eagerly added. Aunt, you need not worry about it. Leave Xiaofeng's affairs to me. I promise to introduce you to a daughter-in-law who will satisfy you, Ye Zishi replied with a cheerful demeanor. As the extended family gathered, their discussions revolved around such domestic matters. While the adults conversed, Ye Zijian took Ye Xiaohai and Ye Xiaowen outside to play with firecrackers. Despite the chilly air outside, Ye Xiaowen was reluctant to join. Yet, he preferred to step out for some fresh air rather than endure the mundane chatter of adult life within the house. After enjoying a meal at the second uncle's house, Ye Guoping had a bit to drink. In the afternoon, as they returned home, Jiang Guizhi found it somewhat strenuous to ride the bicycle while carrying Ye Guoping. Halfway through their journey, noticing his mother's fatigue, Ye Xiaohai offered to take over for his father. Just as they started, a long sound followed by a short one echoed through the air. Ye Guoping propped his elbow on the ground, while Ye Xiaohai clutched his throbbing head and cried out. The fall had completely sobered Ye Guoping from the bit of alcohol he had consumed at noon. Goodness, you nearly broke your father's leg. Are you all right, my son? Ye Guoping quickly scrambled to his feet, disregarding the pain in his arm, and hurried over to check on Ye Xiaohai. I'm fine, but this isn't my fault. Dad, you were the one who was heavy and drunk. Ye Xiaohai stubbornly defended himself. Dad, second brother. Ye Xiaowen jumped off his bicycle and rushed over as well. Chapter 37, the start of school. Originally, if Ye Xiaohai had refrained from complaining, Ye Guoping would have harbored no further thoughts. A fall was just a fall. As long as one was unharmed, all was well. However, Ye Xiaohai insisted on being obstinate, concocting reasons and excuses. Upon observing Ye Xiaohai, lively and unscathed, Ye Guoping was incensed and on the verge of taking action, were it not for Jiang Guizhi's intervention. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether Ye Xiaohai would even make it home safely. After the tumble, Ye Guoping sobered up, cycling with Ye Xiaohai. Ye Xiaohai, either dazed from the fall or simply not thinking clearly, chattered incessantly along the way. Dad, keep the bike straight, don't swerve. Dad, did you drink too much at noon? Pedal more slowly. Dad, perhaps I should take the reins. Your driving skills seem inferior to mine. Beside them, Ye Xiaowen felt a sense of reflection, realizing how difficult it was for his second brother to have reached this age. In modern parlance, One might say that if one doesn't create trouble, one face calamity. Sure enough, upon arriving home, Ye Xiaowen wasted no time before launching into his tirade. This time, no one intervened, as Jiang Guizhi acknowledged that the second son had indeed crossed the line. On the second day of the new year, Ye Xiaowen took Ye Xiaowen to their uncle's house. Their uncle lived in another county, necessitating a bus ride. As for Ye Xiaowen, he remained at home nursing his injuries, for his backside had swollen too much to endure the journey. Throughout the entire Lunar New Year, Ye Xiaowen was exceedingly busy, either visiting relatives or hosting them at their home. On the sixth day of the new year, Ye Xiaowen received a call from Wu Zuwang. "You brother, has it increased again? By how much?" Ye Xiaowen inquired. "A complete set of 100 consecutive numbers has soared to 9,000 yuan. It has doubled completely," Wu Zuwang exclaimed. They had initially purchased each ticket for 30 yuan, and a complete set for 3,000 yuan. Now, it could be sold for 9,000 yuan, meaning Ye Xiaowen's 7 sets were worth over 60,000 yuan. After repaying a 20,000 yuan loan, he would still have over 40,000 yuan remaining. If his parents were to save this sum, contributing over 200 yuan a month, together they would accumulate 400 yuan monthly. In a year, that would total 4,000 yuan. Over 10 years, 40,000 yuan, assuming they lived frugally. However, the reality was that managing to save 1,000 yuan in a year would be considered fortunate. "How much is a blank board?" Ye Xiaowen asked. "For one, the lower acquisition price is around 60 yuan, while the higher end does not exceed 75 yuan, Wu Zuwang replied. In the span of the New Year festivities, he had managed to double his hard-earned 100,000 yuan over the years, 20,000 yuan compared to the arduous toil at construction sites. This sum was astonishingly easy to earn. Reflecting on the initial 1,000 yuan given to Ye Xiaowen, it seemed an exceptionally wise investment. A mere 1,000 yuan had yielded 20,000. It was rare to find such lucrative ventures. "All right, I understand now," Ye Xiaowen stated. "When shall we sell?" Wu Zuwang asked eagerly. The stock subscription certificates were rising too rapidly, causing him anxiety, fearing that one day there might be no buyers left. "Selling? Why must we sell?" "And sell at a favorable price, nonetheless? If you trust me, just wait a little longer," Ye Xiaowen spoke up. If circumstances allowed, he would prefer not to sell, instead waiting for the lottery results to secure a position and subsequently enter the market at a better time, thereby maximizing the value of his stock subscription certificates. Unfortunately, lacking sufficient funds to operate, he could only resort to selling 1 or 2 properties to acquire some cash for his stock subscriptions. However, even if he were inclined to sell, the current price was far from reaching Ye Xiaowen's anticipated value. "Brother Ye, I trust you, of course. If it weren't for you, how could I, Wu Zuwang, have a chance to prosper? If I don't believe in you, whom should I believe?" He hurriedly explained, fearing that Ye Xiaowen might misunderstand him. "All right then, let's wait. Starting tomorrow, unless there is something extraordinary, refrain from calling in the morning. We can talk in the evening," Ye Xiaowen advised. Tomorrow marked the 7th day of the new year, and their final year of high school would commence. Okay, Wu Zuwang responded repeatedly. After hanging up, Ye Xiaowen returned home to deliver Jiang Xian's winter vacation homework. He had already completed the assignments that required copying, leaving only the wait for school to resume. On the morning of the 7th day of the new year, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai each slung a backpack over their shoulders and stepped outside. Jiang Xian was waiting at the alley's entrance and approached as she saw Ye Xiaowen. "Why are you two so slow? Hurry up. If we don't leave now, we'll be late," Jiang Xian urged. "What's the rush? Besides, on the first day back, we went to have classes, just cleaning," Ye Xiaohai responded nonchalantly. "Second brother, if you avoid cleaning again this time, I will report you to the teacher," Ye Xiaowen warned, looking at Ye Xiaohai with a serious expression to preemptively caution him. "Really? Third? When has our second brother ever cleaned? Besides, I have something to attend to this morning." "Second brother," Ye Xiaowen called out emphatically, then continued. "This matter is non-negotiable. I am the class monitor. If everyone behaved like you, I would be unable to fulfill my duties. If you dare to skip out, I shall uphold justice against kin. If the teacher informs our father, you know the consequences." Faced with Ye Xiaowen's threat, Ye Xiaohai glared at him fiercely. But Ye Xiaowen remained unfazed, striding ahead. Today marked the beginning of their final year, and the school entrance was not as bustling as usual. Students arriving at school wore excited expressions, having not seen each other over the winter break. They exchanged greetings and shared amusing anecdotes from their holidays. Ye Xiaowen, their homeroom teacher, Sun Shanqing, called him over. "Yes, teacher Sun." "Ah, Xiaowen, This morning we will organize everyone to clean the classroom thoroughly, and in the afternoon, we will assign seats. Understood, teacher's son, Ye Xiaowen replied, then turned to return to the classroom, watching Sun Shanqing depart. In truth, Ye Xiaowen's personality was not ideally suited for the role of class monitor. He was somewhat too reserved, making it challenging to manage the more mischievous students. Every time a new school term begins, Ye Xiaowen is troubled by the task of cleaning the classroom, as a portion of mischievous students invariably sneak away. The remaining diligent and earnest students, burdened not by poverty but by inequality, cast reproachful glances at Ye Xiaowen. The classroom buzzes with noise, akin to 1,000 flies flitting about chaotically. Ye Xiaowen firmly closes the classroom door and strides back to the podium, seizing the eraser and vigorously striking it against the desk. Bang, bang, bang. Gradually, the classroom descends into silence. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Xiaowen persists until the cacophonous sound becomes unbearable for someone, prompting her to cease. At this moment, all eyes converge upon Ye Xiaowen. Chapter 38, Establishing Authority this morning. The task assigned to everyone was to tidy up the classroom. As Ye Xiaowen began to speak, the chatter below grew louder. Despite their awareness and mental preparation, reluctance lingered among the students. Silence, everyone, Ye Xiaowen exclaimed, vigorously striking the blackboard eraser. I will now assign tasks according to the study groups. Groups 1, 2, and 3 will be in charge of cleaning the windows. Group 4 will wipe the desks and arrange them. Group 5 will handle mopping the floors and taking out the trash. Now, let us get to work. Upon finishing her instructions, Ye Xiaowen paused, recalling something. Oh, and no one is allowed to leave. If anyone tries to sneak away, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Remember, we will rearrange the seating in the afternoon. Anyone who dares to slip out will end up sitting with the girls. At her words, a few boys who were preparing to leave suddenly froze. Indeed, Ye Xiaowen was correct. The punishment for misbehavior was to sit among the girls. At that moment, the boys were decidedly unwilling to share a seat with the girls, at least on the surface. Everyone had spoken of it this way. So when Ye Xiaowen issued her warning, no one dared to leave, for doing so would imply a desire to sit with the girls. Some girls cast Ye Xiaowen discontented glances, but before they could voice their complaints, Ye Xiaowen waved her hand impatiently. All right, get to work. The sound of desks scraping against the floor was grating to her ears, and she could no longer tolerate it. She dragged a chair outside to the corridor to catch her breath. Lu Jingyu, the leader of Group 1, approached her. Ye Xiaowen, go wash the rags and bring back 2 basins of water. Ye Xiaowen blinked in disbelief. Are you talking to me? Lu Jingyu nodded. Who else would I be addressing? There's no one else here. I need you to wash the rags and fetch 2 basins of clean water. Ye Xiaowen chuckled, looking at Lu Jingyu incredulously. Have you lost your mind? I am the class monitor, and you expect me to wash rags and fetch water? Lu Jingyu had bullied her in their previous life, and he had always been the one to speak out, coveting her position as class monitor. How dare you insult me? Lu Jingyu was indignant. It turned out that Ye Xiaowen usually contributed the most during class work, and now she was refusing to help while hurling insults. Insult you? Ye Xiaowen grabbed Lu Jingyu and dragged him into the classroom, banging on the desk to attract everyone's attention. I hereby announce that Lu Jingyu, leader of Group 1, has been dismissed. I will temporarily take on the role of group leader. Everyone was taken aback. What was happening? Lu Jingyu stammered, nearly choking with rage, and was about to retaliate. Fortunately, Ye Xiaohai was nearby and swiftly delivered a slap to Lu Jingyu's face. How dare you hit my brother? You've gone too far. As Ye Xiaohai scolded and struck him, no one else dared to intervene. Finally, Ye Xiaowen spoke up. All right, second brother, that's enough. However, no one dared to intervene, yet that did not imply that no one was bold enough to report to the teacher. Shortly after, Sun Shanqing arrived, and upon seeing Ye Xiaohai, he too felt a sense of trepidation. He summoned several students to the office. Xiaowen, could you please explain what transpired? Certainly, teacher. After I instructed my classmates to clean up, I intended to check if anyone faced any other difficulties or if the task distribution was uneven. At that moment, Lu Jingyu requested that I wash the cloth and fetch water. I informed Lu Jingyu that as the class monitor, my responsibility was to coordinate the entire class and ensure we completed our tasks. Subsequently, Lu Jingyu attempted to strike me, which frightened me greatly. Fortunately, my elder brother was nearby, preventing me from being harmed. Is this true, Lu Jingyu? Sun Shanqing furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Lu Jingyu. Ye Xiaowen's account was both reasonable and substantiated. After all, Ye Xiaowen was the class monitor, and Lu Jingyu, merely a group leader, had no authority to command her. No, Lu Jingyu began, but Ye Xiaowen interjected with sincerity. I must apologize, Lu Jingyu. I should not have unilaterally dismissed you from your duties. I acknowledge my own fault in this matter. Lu Jingyu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Also, Lu Jingyu, you ought to apologize to both Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaowen. Let us consider this matter settled. We are all classmates and must strive to coexist harmoniously. Sun Shangxing felt somewhat exasperated, as the start of the school year was already bustling with activity. And Ye Xiaowen's maturity further led him to believe that Lu Jingyu was indeed in the wrong. I will not apologize, Lu Jingyu replied defiantly. Why should I? I was scolded and then struck. Now I must apologize as well. That is utterly unfair. Very well, if you refuse to apologize, then be it. Return now, and you are to comply with the class monitor's directives from henceforth. With a wave of his hand, Sun Shangxing dismissed the 3 students. Once outside the office, the previously amicable Ye Xiaowen's demeanor shifted. Lu Jingyu, you will be responsible for taking out the trash. No need to clean the windows anymore. Why should I? Did you not hear the teacher state that you must comply with the class monitor's orders? This is unjust. Suit yourself. If you choose not to cooperate, prepare for a call to your parents this afternoon. Ye Xiaowen waved her hand dismissively, no longer regarding Lu Jingyu. Cleaning was something she could do effortlessly. It was not worth her time to continuously fuss over one student. A warning to establish Lu Jingyu's authority would suffice. Lu Jingyu felt tears welling up, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly proceeded to take out the trash. The commotion had escalated. And soon he returned, having lost his position as group leader to Ye Xiaowen. Consequently, no one dared to disrupt the peace any longer. And certainly no one approached Ye Xiaowen to request her assistance. As the morning passed, the afternoon brought with it the matter of seating arrangements. This was a significant issue, primarily determined by academic performance, followed by the order of seating. The more mischievous students were effectively separated by Ye Xiaowen, ensuring a more harmonious classroom environment. The roster for seat assignments, typically reserved for the distribution of new textbooks, had become somewhat redundant, as the new materials for the 3rd year of high school had already been issued and the lessons completed. The remaining time was primarily dedicated to reviewing. A fulfilling yet hectic day swiftly drew to a close, but it was not the end. They were scheduled for evening self-study, however, on the first day of school. No teachers were present, leaving the students to their own devices. Ye Xiaowen opened her books, intending to study for a while, but upon doing so, she found herself confronted with the realization that while the material was familiar, it was as if it did not recognize her. After perusing the various subjects, she came to a disheartening conclusion. Her aspirations of gaining admission to university through sheer effort were unattainable. Even with relentless studying starting today, success seemed out of reach. Chapter 39. Wu Zhuang sells stock subscription certificates during the winter break. Ye Xiaowen collected the assignments, and there were 3 missing from Lu Sihan and her 2 close friends. He harbored a desire to act as a creditor, thinking, what can you do if I refuse to pay you back? However, the predicament lay in the fact that this creditor could easily locate his home. Thus, he resolved to endure the discomfort. If the assignments were not submitted, so be it. After all, he was the one who collected them and would hand them directly to the teacher. Once graded, the teacher would typically return them without counting. Moreover, Lu Sihan and her companions were not particularly diligent students, so it was unlikely the teacher would suddenly notice anyone's absence of submission. In the bustling metropolis, stock subscription certificates fluctuated in value almost daily. By mid-February, prior to the Lantern Festival, a complete set of 100 consecutive stock subscription certificates had already surged to 30,000 yuan. This represented a tenfold increase from before. Wu Zhuang, observing the rapidly changing values of the certificates, felt a thrill of anxiety. After finishing a call at a public telephone booth, he gestured to Lu Feng and Lu Ming, signaling that it was time to return to the construction site. The site had commenced operations, and he had enlisted both Lu Feng and Lu Ming to work there for a monthly wage of 300 yuan. At this juncture, this wage was considered reasonable. Of course, both Lu Feng and Lu Ming understood that this was due to Wu Zhuang's regard for Ye Xiaowen. When Ye Xiaowen departed from the metropolis, she had asked Wu Zhuang to look after the 2. Naturally, Wu Zhuang took her request seriously. How could he not? A stock subscription certificate purchased for 100,000 yuan could now be sold for 1 million. He had even commissioned a sturdy iron box to secure his certificates. There was no doubt that he could care for Ye Xiaowen's 2 friends. He could manage 20 without issue, even if they did nothing all day. He would ensure they were well-fed and comfortable, especially since they were hard workers who toiled diligently. The following morning, Wu Zuong took the two men to the black market, which was essentially a street where vendors purchased stock subscription certificates. The prices remained unchanged from the previous day. The lead vendor, upon seeing Wu Zuong, greeted him with a smile. "Brother, the prices are quite high now, having risen tenfold. If you have any, you should sell them quickly. It might drop further." Wu Zuong visited periodically, and everyone was astute enough to surmise that he likely possessed one or two sets. "Huh, I don't have such things. I'm merely here to see something new. I did consider buying initially, but was persuaded not to, and now I regret it immensely," Wu Zuong would never admit. The vendor remained silent, feigning regret. Wu Zuong was taken aback, glancing around before giving a subtle signal to the vendor, then making his way toward a secluded alley nearby. A flicker of excitement crossed the vendor's eyes, prompting him to follow closely. Initially, it was merely an attempt to deceive, yet he did not anticipate that it might actually yield results. Nonetheless, his demeanor became increasingly composed. "Brother, how much would you offer for 100 consecutive anonymous stock subscription certificates?" Wu Zuong inquired of the vendor. "Isn't the price displayed?" The vendor replied, 30,000 yuan. "Brother, be honest with me. Truth be told, if I weren't in urgent need of money, I wouldn't sell. Given the current market, I believe it will appreciate further." "Appreciate further? I'm telling you, we are nearing the peak. Haven't you noticed that this is the only price in recent days? Consider it. How much can one earn from selling stocks? Now a single stock subscription certificate has reached such a price. Is it reasonable? In my opinion, we might face a market crash any day now." The vendor's reasoning was both sound and persuasive. Wu Zuong couldn't help but nod. Indeed, the price surge was somewhat alarming. He felt exhilarated when his investment of 100,000 yuan doubled, and when it quadrupled, he celebrated with a feast. When it multiplied threefold or fivefold, he found himself unable to sleep, rejoicing in his past choices, offering gratitude to the deities, making trips to the temple to pray, and urging his family to honor their ancestors. But now, the value had soared to a staggering tenfold, and he felt trepidation, anxiety gnawing at him. Though he still had faith in Ye Xiaowen, fear gripped him, dreading that he would awaken to find it all a fleeting dream. Noticing Wu Zuong's indecision, the vendor chose to stoke the flames of urgency. "You see, my stall is also in the business of acquisitions, backed by significant investors. If it were solely up to me, I would have long hesitated to make such purchases. The prices are simply outrageous. I suspect that my backers might soon cease to buy altogether." Wu Zuong lifted his gaze to the vendor and said, "If you can increase the offer a bit more, I'll sell." The vendor felt a surge of joy but maintained a facade of indifference as he shook his head. "How many do you have? If you have a considerable amount, I might be able to negotiate, but if it's a small quantity, it's best to leave it." 15 sets, Wu Zuong declared, deciding to sell half. Having purchased 33 sets for 100,000 yuan, he had given the extra 34 certificates to Ye Xiaowen. Now, offering 15 sets at the current price of 30,000 yuan each, he would receive 450,000 yuan. Even if the stock subscription certificates lost all value in the future, he would still profit by 350,000 yuan. The vendor was momentarily taken aback. 15 sets? Goodness. I expected perhaps one or two, but 15 is astonishing. Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. This seemingly simple migrant worker possesses such wealth. How much could one earn from this? 15 sets? Is that real? Indeed. Why would I deceive you? Once Wu Zuong made his decision, he felt an unexpected lightness. All right then, I'll make a call. The vendor said hurriedly as he dashed out of the alley, but paused at the entrance to remind, "Don't leave, wait right here. I'll be back shortly." Wu Zuong nodded, unperturbed by the potential for deception, reassured by the presence of his companions, Lu Ming and Lu Feng, who were close behind. Soon, the vendor returned and looked at Wu Zuong, saying, "Add another 1,000 to the original price. If you are willing, then accept it. To be honest, my employer is quite apprehensive. With such a substantial amount, if the market declines." Wu Zuong nodded in agreement. The two parties arranged to meet at the bank the following morning to finalize the transaction before parting ways. The next morning, outside the Industrial and Commercial Bank, both parties meticulously counted the payment. Wu Zuong deposited 460,000 into the bank, thus completing the transaction. The middle-aged man beside the vendor looked at Wu Zuong with a smile and remarked, "Brother, your insight is commendable. You've made quite a profit. Hundreds of thousands in hand. It seems you have encountered a benefactor." Wu Zuong replied with a brief comment, waved his hand, and walked away with Lu Ming and Lu Feng. Chapter 40. When my boyfriend encounters a benefactor, the middle-aged man gazed at the receding figure of Wu Zuwang, muttering to himself, pondering the meaning behind his words. Boss, should we find someone? The vendor inquired hesitantly as he observed the middle-aged man's demeanor. Before he could finish his sentence, the man shot him a fierce glare. We are engaged in legitimate business here. What are you insinuating? If you harbor such thoughts, you might as well leave at once. Yes, 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 the vendor replied cautiously, feeling envious. Had he known such opportunities would arise, he would have invested his savings as well. Meanwhile, Wu Zuwang deposited 450,000 into the bank, feeling completely at ease. Accompanied by the Liu brothers, Lu Ming and Lu Feng, they ventured to an upscale restaurant. Wu Ge, this place is too extravagant. Let us choose another, Lu Feng suggested. The brothers had indulged in various culinary delights during their time with Wu Zuwang, yet this was their first experience in such a lavish establishment. With a cheerful demeanor, Wu Zuwang responded, "Today, we celebrate. Let us enjoy a splendid meal. Spending money is of little consequence." After seating the brothers, a waiter approached with a sweet smile, ready to take their orders. Once the meal was decided, Wu Zuwang poured a glass of wine for each of them. Honestly, I've been out here for many years, and I have never met anyone like you two, the Ye brothers. You are truly my benefactors. Were it not for you, I would not have had the fortune to prosper, Wu Zuwang expressed sincerely. Lu Feng hesitated momentarily before speaking up. Wu Ge, should we inform Ye Ge about this matter? Indeed, it is imperative to inform him. I shall call him shortly. However, I worry that you brothers might blame me. The stock subscription certificates fluctuate daily. And to be frank, it is not that I do not trust you brothers. I am simply apprehensive. Selling half now, whatever profit remains is inconsequential, Wu Zuwang continued, downing his drink in one gulp. In the future, whether it rises or falls, it matters not. Let it be known that old Wu lacks that fortune. To you, Wu Ge, we raise a toast. You've provided us with jobs and taken us out to dine. Thank you, Lu Feng declared, lifting his glass. No, no, no. If thanks are to be given, let them be directed towards you brothers. Frankly, the mere chance to meet you brothers is a tremendous blessing. Henceforth, we must remain steadfast by ye brothers' side. Opportunities for prosperity will undoubtedly abound, and we shall indulge in hearty feasts and revelry. Earning substantial wealth, Wu Zuwang proclaimed, leading them in another toast. I wonder what circumstances you brothers are facing. It's already past the Lantern Festival, yet there is no sign of him visiting. Wu Zuwang mused aloud. How about this? Let us visit you brothers' home. Excellent idea. Ye Ge mentioned his family resides in Pingqing County, just beneath Luzhou. Lu Ming chimed in, suddenly intrigued. Very well, I shall request a leave from the supervisor, and we will pay a visit, Wu Zuwang resolved. Having earned 350,000, he felt that even if he ceased working on the construction site, it would be of little consequence. In the future, following Ye Xiaowen to amass great wealth seems feasible. Meanwhile, the three individuals have resolved to visit Ye Xiaowen, who remains blissfully unaware. Each day, he leads a mundane existence, oscillating between school and home, although he occasionally ventures to the arcade with Shinjin how to indulge in games like King of Fighters. Given the scarcity of entertainment options during this period, returning to school and sitting in the classroom among peers, reliving the essence of this era, offers a unique and nostalgic charm. However, the entire class has sensed a transformation in Ye Xiaowen. No longer the quiet and shy individual who would blush at the slightest provocation, he has adopted an assertive demeanor. As class monitor, he has begun to display a newfound authority, effectively silencing any dissent, at least on the surface. As a person reborn, Ye Xiaowen finds it effortlessly easy to manage a group of naive high school students, especially with the title of class monitor backing him. Yet, beneath the surface, Ye Xiaowen does not lead a particularly joyful life. Lu Sahan, how much longer will you persist? It's merely 100 yuan. Last time, I didn't require you to submit your winter vacation homework. What more do you want? He asserts, indeed, 100 yuan is not a considerable sum, but you ought to return it to me. And as for our failure to submit the winter vacation homework, are you not concerned I might inform the teacher? How ruthless you are. Ye Xiaowen gazes intently at Lu Sahan. I want us to date, Lu Sahan replies, biting her lower lip. Feeling somewhat wronged after Ye Xiaowen's earlier reproach. Yet, she quickly adopts a playful demeanor, her striking beauty rendering her not just endearing but irresistibly charming. Cautiously, Ye Xiaowen inquires, why not share what you like about me? I can change, can I? You. Lu Sahan is taken aback by Ye Xiaowen's response, nearly moved to tears by her sense of injustice. However, she swiftly reaches out to tousle his hair playfully and insists, You either agree to date me, or return the money immediately. Otherwise, I shall come to your home after school to collect it. But if you agree to be my girlfriend, I will cover your pocket money, giving you 5 yuan a day, she declares boldly, wrapping her arm around Ye Xiaowen's shoulder. Since that fateful dance under the dim lights, this man, who had both taken advantage of her and scolded her, has left a profound impression in her heart. Initially contemplating revenge, she found herself unable to act. Then, her best friend suggested dating Ye Xiaowen with the intent of breaking up later, and inexplicably, she agreed. Being young, she felt a surge of curiosity, not fully understanding the implications. Money cannot buy love. Alas, since you threaten me, I shall acquiesce. Ye Xiaowen concedes with resignation. You've agreed? I have. Lu Sahan's long eyelashes flutter as her cheeks flush with a hint of color. She gazes at Ye Xiaowen and states, I read in a Qiangyao novel that couples are supposed to kiss, right? Are you daring enough? Enough of this. Were it not for your threats, I would never consent to such matters, Ye Xiaowen remarked with evident impatience. Follow me. I am aware of an abandoned building behind the school that is seldom visited. 10 minutes later, Lu Sahan emerged from the dilapidated structure, her slightly disheveled attire adjusted, biting her reddened lips as she trailed behind Ye Xiaowen. Ruffian, it is you who has threatened me. Ah, women, the ancients did not deceive me. It is indeed difficult to nurture both the petty and the fairer sex. Chapter 41. A heartfelt gesture to the blind. Hello, Wu, came the voice on the other end. What? You've arrived in Hedong? When did you get here? The midday train was supposed to arrive at night. All right, I'll arrange accommodations for you. After hanging up the phone, Ye Xiaowen remained momentarily stunned. How had they suddenly come to Pingxing? This was a crucial time, and now, with their departure, there was no one left in the bustling metropolis to keep watch. It truly felt as if he had become blind and deaf. Moreover, they could have at least given him a heads up. They were almost at his doorstep before they mentioned it. How to arrange for them? Ye Xiaowen rummaged through his pockets and discovered he had merely 10 yuan left. He had earned a bit of pocket money during the new year, but it had all been confiscated by his mother, Jiang Guizhi. At this time of year, every family had 2 or 3 children. What was supposed to be a gift of red envelopes was merely a formality of exchanging money among themselves. Most children ended up with nothing. Yet, while he lacked, others had plenty. Hadn't he just started dating a wealthy girlfriend? With a smile gracing his lips, Ye Xiaowen made his way to the classroom. It was precisely the intermission between classes, and the atmosphere was lively following the recent break for exercises. Upon peering into the classroom, he spotted Lu Sahan animatedly chatting with Lu Yuan, her laughter causing her to tremble with delight. Unintentionally glancing up, she caught sight of Ye Xiaowen, her face flushing slightly as she shot him an exasperated glance. Ye Xiaowen approached her directly. Lu Sahan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as memories of the previous day flooded back, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Lu Yuan, return to your seat. I have matters to discuss with Lu Sahan, Ye Xiaowen said earnestly. The authority of the class monitor still held sway over Lu Yuan. What is it? My esteemed class monitor? Lu Sahan teased, her innocent words laden with mischief, causing one to ponder deeper meanings. Just lend me some money. I have a use for it, Ye Xiaowen stated bluntly. It seemed that the term borrow had transformed into a more casual request, now that she was his girlfriend. To mention borrow again would surely hurt her feelings. Lu Sahan was taken aback, having expected a private conversation, only to find herself being asked for money. All right, how much do you need? Is 10 yuan sufficient? She queried, retrieving her small red leather wallet. Hand it over. Let me take a look, Ye Xiaowen replied. Without further thought, Lu Sahan passed the wallet to him. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, she was affluent. Inside lay a considerable sum, likely over 100 yuan. Without needing to count, he extracted a bill, pocketing the remainder before returning the wallet to her. Wait, do you need an IOU? She inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. Never mind. Just make sure to spend it wisely, she advised. All right, Ye Xiaowen replied, his countenance beaming with joy. Ah, the joys of being an 18-year-old man. With good looks comes admiration from the fairer sex. Prowess in basketball attracts more attention, and academic success garners yet more affection. Yet, once one surpasses the age of 24, without financial means, admiration dwindles to naught. As Ye Xiaowen departed with a bright smile, Lu Sahan couldn't help but feel her lips curl upward slightly. During lunchtime, Ye Xiaowen held his lunchbox, preparing to indulge in his meal. In truth, there was not much to speak of, just 2 plain steamed buns accompanied by a small serving of shredded potatoes. Although this meal could hardly be deemed exceptional within the classroom, it certainly ranked above the worst offerings. Naturally, it paled in comparison to the braised pork that her deskmate, Jiang Xian, had brought. Xianer, would you care for a bun? Ye Xiaowen inquired, breaking off half a bun and extending it towards Jiang Xian. No, thank you. What about some shredded potatoes? Ye Xiaowen pressed further. Not interested. Well then, how about some braised pork? Yes, please. Just place it in the middle, Jiang Xian replied. Ye Xiaowen promptly set Jiang Xian's lunchbox between them. Sipping hot water while nibbling on the cold buns, complemented by the savory pork, proved quite delightful. The dish was rich yet not greasy, albeit a tad chilly. Jiang Xian. I must tell you, in the future, we ought to heat our meals beforehand. Otherwise, they lose their appeal when cold. Your aunt's braised pork is truly commendable. Ye Xiaowen chattered on as she savored her food. At the back of the classroom, Lu Yuan and Lu Sihan were engrossed in conversation, with Lu Sihan's gaze fixed intently upon Ye Xiaowen and Jiang Xian's table. The clinking of her spoon against the lunchbox echoed, leading one to believe that Lu Sihan harbored an intense vendetta against her meal container. Following Lu Sihan's line of sight, Lu Yuan inquired, since when have Ye Xiaowen and Jiang Xian grown so close? Although previously Ye Xiaowen and Jiang Xian maintained a cordial relationship, Ye Xiaowen was timid and reserved, always polite whether at school or after hours. Clearly, he is enamored with her lunchbox. What does friendship even mean? We shall tend to our own meals. Lu Sihan remarked bitterly. This good-for-nothing dog of a man, his loyalty lies with whoever provides sustenance. After finishing their meal, Ye Xiaowen carelessly tossed his lunchbox onto the table and leaned over, ready to steal a brief nap. As for washing the lunchbox, he had no intention of doing so. He would simply take it home for his mother to clean later. Lu Sihan and Lu Yuan approached with their lunchboxes, and after a moment's hesitation, Lu Sihan casually picked up Ye Xiaowen's lunchbox and headed toward the washroom. Sihan, you. Oh, never mind, Ye Xiaowen sighed. Lu Sihan flushed, reluctant to elaborate. After all, it was customary for a girlfriend to assist her boyfriend. There were indeed a few couples in class, and since she was dating Ye Xiaowen, it was only fitting that she wash his lunchbox, even if deep down, she suspected he might be with her solely for financial gain. Suddenly, a sharp bell rang, rousing Ye Xiaowen from his slumber. The discomfort of sleeping on the desk stirred him awake, and he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, reaching to toss the lunchbox into the space beneath the desk. However, upon grasping it, he noticed droplets of water still clinging to the surface. A closer inspection revealed it had been washed. Instinctively, Ye Xiaowen turned to Jiang Xian. It wasn't me, it was Lu Sihan, Jiang Xian stated darkly, then added, hurry. Open your book, the teacher is about to begin class. Oh, Ye Xiaowen replied, tucking the lunchbox away beneath the desk and glancing toward the rear of the classroom. Lu Sihan had indeed been keeping a watchful eye on Ye Xiaowen, eager to observe her reaction upon discovering that her lunchbox had been washed by someone else. In the throes of romance, couples often find themselves secretly assisting one another in little ways, all the while feigning indifference, though their hearts brim with delight. As the teacher entered the classroom, Ye Xiaowen refrained from making any significant movements. She discreetly placed one hand behind her back, crossing her thumb and index finger to form a heart gesture towards Lu Sihan. Regardless of whether Lu Sihan comprehended the meaning, Ye Xiaowen opened her book, preparing for the lesson ahead. It was evident that Lu Sihan had failed to grasp Ye Xiaowen's intent. She pondered, rubbing her thumb and index finger together. What could it mean? Was she short on funds again? The expenses were becoming overwhelming. A mere 100 yuan a day was insufficient, and returning home empty-handed was simply unacceptable. Alas, navigating a romantic relationship was indeed a challenging endeavor. Chapter 42. Hosting after a long wait. The afternoon classes finally came to an end, yet evening study sessions loomed ahead, prompting many students to opt for a quick bite at the cafeteria. Ye Xiaowen hastily gathered her belongings from the table and tossed her backpack into the pocket of the table, straightening herself as she prepared to head to the cafeteria with Shanghai. Brother, when you return from evening study, just tell them I stayed in the dormitory and 1T be back tonight. Although they were day students and had T paid for accommodation, occasionally opting to stay in the dorm for a night wouldn't raise any eyebrows. Where will you go if you're not returning home? Ye Xiaohai inquired, puzzled. Mister, son wants to see me about something. I'm not sure if it's regarding homework or extra lessons, but he mentioned it would take a while. You needn't worry about me. Ye Xiaowen fabricated an excuse, knowing Ye Xiaohai wouldn't dare confront the homeroom teacher. Besides, during her visit to deliver assignments to the substitute teacher at noon, She overheard discussions in the teacher's office about Mr. Sun leaving at noon for a relative's child's full moon celebration, hence not returning in the evening. All right, Ye Xiaowen replied, his interest waning. He turned to call Lu Yuan and others, and together they made their way to the cafeteria. As Lu Sihan passed by Ye Xiaowen, she opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately refrained. Ye Xiaowen then approached the teacher supervising the evening study to request a leave. Allowing her to depart from the school, she hurried toward the Pingqing train station. Upon arrival, she spotted Wu Zuwang and his companions who had just disembarked from the train. Haha, Wu Gu, Fingzi, Mingzi. Ye Xiaowen greeted them with a smile, embracing each of the three in turn. Come on. You all should have at least sent a message before rushing over. I was supposed to pick you up in Bingzhou, but look at this situation. Regardless, since you are here, I will take charge. Tonight, no one is allowed to dispute my arrangements. Let's go. I'll show you the guest house. And if it doesn't meet your expectations, we can change it. With a hearty laugh, Ye Xiaowen donned a green cap that concealed her hair, slightly opening her coat, as if to exude an air of authority. If she had also worn sunglasses, she would truly resemble a distinguished leader. Let us heed the arrangements of Brother Yi, Wu Zuwang chuckled in response. Pingqing County, being a rather small locale, was only a 15-minute walk to the guest house. We'll need 2 rooms, Ye Xiaowen instructed, handing over 5 large bills at the counter. All right, the clerk replied. The Hongqi Guest House was one of the oldest accommodations in Pingqing County, originally owned by the local street committee and quite renowned in the area. However, after the establishment of the Pingqing Hotel, the Hongqi Guest House was leased out. Nevertheless, in terms of conditions, it was infinitely superior to the small lodgings where Ye Xiaowen and her friends usually stayed in the bustling metropolis. For a mere 6 yuan per night, the 2 rooms cost a total of 12 yuan, along with a 5 yuan deposit, summing up to 17 yuan. However, the disparity between a 6 yuan stay in Pingqing and a 5 yuan one in the metropolis was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. It was far beyond a mere 1 yuan difference. Of course, even in the metropolis, Ye Xiaowen had never considered staying at a 5 yuan place, as she had managed to negotiate it down to 3 yuan. After setting down their belongings, Ye Xiaowen led the trio to a restaurant specializing in large chicken dishes. This establishment, renowned for its authentic big plate chicken, is truly unparalleled in flavor. Come, let me treat you, said Ye Xiaowen as he led Wu Zuwang and others inside. The restaurant was modest, with only 6 tables, but Ye Xiaowen was aware of 2 small private rooms at the back. Let's head to a private room. We have matters to discuss, he remarked, addressing the owner. Of course, perfect timing. As a table just vacated, the owner replied cheerfully, guiding them to the room. Although the private space was compact, it comfortably accommodated 4 individuals. What would you like to order? The big plate chicken or the chicken noodle? The owner inquired. The 4-person serving of big plate chicken was priced at 15 yuan, with unlimited noodles available at 2 yuan per bowl. The owner scrutinized Ye Xiaowen's expression, knowing that even 2 yuan for a bowl of noodles was considered somewhat pricey in Pingqing County at that time. Among the group, it appeared that the middle-aged man held the authority, yet it was the youngest member who had been speaking since their entrance. Ye Xiaowen smiled at the owner, saying, Listen, I'm treating friends who have come from afar, so let us skip the 15 yuan, put in more chicken pieces. I'll give you 20 yuan, and also prepare some cold dishes and 2 bottles of sorghum liquor. Payment for those will be separate, all right? Absolutely, that sounds splendid. Just wait a moment. I wouldn't dream of letting you down in front of your friends, the owner replied, nearly jumping for joy. He was thrilled to encounter such a generous patron, as most customers would typically find the 15 yuan for the big plate chicken too steep, often settling for just a bowl of chicken noodles. However, Ye Xiaowen's order not only included the big plate chicken, but also a generous additional 5 yuan. Owners prefer customers like him, open, discerning, and lavish. It wasn't that Ye Xiaowen sought to flaunt wealth. Rather, the chicken noodles contained only a small amount of chicken, while the big plate chicken, albeit more substantial, still was tea enough for several people to share. Wu Zuwang and Lu Feng had traveled quite a distance, and it was only fitting to indulge in a good meal. As for money, well, within the time it took to enjoy this meal, the value of a stock subscription certificate could easily rise by a yuan or more, making dining out quite feasible, despite the current lack of cash on hand. Naturally, a valued customer would receive preferential treatment. Before long, the owner returned with a plate of cold pig ears, celery, and peanuts, along with 2 bottles of sorghum liquor. Please enjoy. The big plate chicken will be ready shortly. Once the owner had departed, Ye Xiaowen uncapped the liquor and poured for everyone, cheerfully declaring, When we were in the Magic City, I often indulged with Brother Wu. I wouldn't dare drink alone while traveling. Today, I toast to you, Brother Will. Brother Ye, you're being too formal. What I say little food and drink among friends? They echoed, raising their glasses. Ye Xiaowen laughed, taking a hearty swig. Though it was merely a small measure of liquor, it still elicited a satisfying smacking of lips. With a creaking sound, Ye Xiaowen nibbled on a pig's ear and looked up at Wu Zhuang, inquiring, Brother Wu, what prompts your sudden visit? Is there something amiss? Is it inconvenient to discuss over the phone? Wu Zhuang shook his head and replied, nothing is amiss. It's just that after the new year, Yu Haven Tea returned to the bustling city of Magic Capital. Since we also found ourselves with free time, we thought it fitting to come and check on you. Nothing amiss? Ye Xiaowen was taken aback, gazing at Wu Zhuang in confusion. What did he mean by nothing amiss? They had to keep a keen watch on the fluctuations of stock subscription certificates in Magic Capital. Although he could not be there himself, he certainly could not remain entirely in the dark. Chapter 43 marked the beginning of our companionship. However, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Wu Zhuang pondered for a moment before speaking. Please, go ahead, old Wu. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and the restaurant owner entered, carrying a large platter. A delightful aroma wafted in with him. The attendees could not help but swallow in anticipation. With a thud, the platter was placed on the table, revealing a vast porcelain bowl filled with rich, thick chicken soup, adorned with a layer of vibrant red chili oil. The chicken pieces, visibly tender and well-marinated, harmonized perfectly with the broth's hue. The owner also brought several large bowls of noodles, white and glistening, which paired exquisitely with the chicken, enticing everyone's appetite. Ye Xiaowen poured the noodles into the soup, stirred them slightly, and beckoned everyone to partake. The flavor was simply divine. Everyone indulged, their lips glistening with oil as they occasionally sipped their drinks. This was precisely why Ye Xiaowen had informed his brother, Ye Xiaohai, that he would not be returning home. Returning home reeking of alcohol would surely test old Ye's patience. Old Wu, what were you saying earlier? After a few drinks, Ye Xiaowen dropped the formalities and addressed him directly as Old Wu. Wu Zhuang paused momentarily while picking up a piece of chicken, then set down his chopsticks and replied, I sold 15 sets of stock subscription certificates. Clink. Ye Xiaowen's chopsticks fell into the platter of chicken, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Wu Zhuang, rendered speechless for a long while. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Lu Feng and Lu Ming also ceased their activities. Xiao Yi, I know you have confidence in the stock subscription certificates, believing they will rise further. Yet, this surge is truly alarming. The price has soared tenfold in just half a month, a sight that sends shivers down one's spine. Earning money without any effort, such rapid price increases are disconcerting. Wu Zhuang continued, gathering his thoughts, it's not that I don't trust you, old brother, it's simply fear that holds me back. I sold 15 sets at 11,000 each. Even if the price continues to climb, I regret it. Perhaps it's just not in my fate to profit. Mengzi, please fetch me a pair of chopsticks. Ye Xiaowen instructed Lu Ming, then raised his glass to Wu Zhuang. The two clinked their glasses, and Ye Xiaowen downed his drink, setting the glass down afterward. He then addressed Wu Zhuang, Old Wu, perhaps you were right. One must not be overly greedy. I had initially planned to wait for further gains. Maybe even purchase half a set. However, securing a stock subscription certificate also requires capital for operation. Wu Zhuang had made his decision. He had sold not just his own, and he had thought it through. He had traveled quite a distance to explain his stance to himself, so what further dissatisfaction could he harbor? Wu Zhuang silently divested himself of the stock subscription certificates. Their loss bore no personal consequence to him. Moreover, Wu Zhuang is not a reincarnated individual. The surge is so frenzied that anyone with a semblance of sanity would be filled with trepidation. Aside from a few reckless youths, the more the prices soar, the more they sell, ultimately ensnaring themselves. The astute prefer to earn a modest sum rather than gamble. Brother Yi, are you not angry? What would I be angry about? The money belongs to you. Old Wu, you have taken such good care of me, gifting me 1,000 yuan and 34 stock subscription certificates, which now amount to over 10,000. Does that not cause you any distress? Ye Xiaowen inquired with a smile. Brother, what are you saying? Although I, Old Wu, do not dismiss over 10,000 yuan lightly, it depends on who it is for. If it weren't for you, brother, I would not have had the opportunity to earn this money, Wu Zhuang asserted firmly. Just a few days ago, she lamented that the 2,000 yuan given to Ye Xiaowen was well worth it. To be honest, Brother Yi, this 360,000 yuan feels like a hot potato in my hands. I have done nothing, yet the money has circulated and earned me 360,000. I could not have earned this even if I worked on the construction site for another 10 or 8 years, and I still have 18 units left. If I manage to maintain this price, that could easily exceed 500,000, adding up to nearly a million. In the past, I would not have dared to dream of such a sum. Wu Zhuang spoke with fervor, her thoughts spilling forth in a disjointed manner, revealing the whirlwind of emotions within her: excitement, fear, confusion, and more. Ye Xiaowen chuckled, patting Wu Zhuang's arm, saying, "Brother, just wait and see. The ways of making money will differ vastly from the past. Some will earn hundreds of thousands or even millions from the comfort of their homes, while others toil tirelessly on construction sites, earning just a few yuan a day." As he spoke, Wu Zhuang, Lu Feng, and Lu Ming nodded in agreement. All three had labored on construction sites, enduring hardships for a month to earn merely 200 yuan. If their wages reached 300, it was already considered quite high. Yet, this time with Ye Xiaowen, Wu Zhuang, for instance, had spent 4 or 5 years saving 100,000 yuan, only to seize an opportunity that multiplied it tenfold in just over half a month. What does that signify? It equates to the labor of 4 to 5 decades on the construction site. The ease with which this money has been earned stands in stark contrast to their previous struggles. The disparities in social class will become increasingly pronounced, with the wealthier finding it ever easier to generate income, while the less fortunate remain trapped in their circumstances. It is imperative to seize every opportunity to become one of the early beneficiaries of wealth, living in this era amidst transformative tides. We must strive to become pioneers of change to navigate the currents of progress. While we may not leave behind a legacy, we can at the very least ensure a more comfortable existence for ourselves. As Ye Xiaowen continued his discourse, he noticed only 3 pieces of chicken remained on his plate and resolved to persist until he had finished them. Old Wu, today you may believe that possessing 500,000 or even a million ensures a lifetime free from worry about sustenance. However, in the not-so-distant future, that sum might scarcely suffice to purchase a modest abode for your shelter. Of course, I merely use this as a metaphor. Ultimately, the future is rife with possibilities. Ye Xiaowen set down his chopsticks and lifted his wine glass. Wu Zhuang promptly followed suit, raising his glass and declaring, "Brother Ye, you are truly a benefactor in my life. While I, old Wu, may not comprehend what the future holds, I am certain that following you, Brother Ye, will undoubtedly lead to great wealth. From now on, I shall follow your lead without question, going where you direct, never straying from your path." Lu Feng and his brother Lu Ming quickly chimed in. "We feel the same way." Chapter 44. Following Brother Ye following me? Don't be ridiculous, Brother Wu, Fingzi, Mingzi. You should be following Brother Wu, Ye Xiaowen chuckled, shaking his head. Brother Ye. Wu Zhuang attempted to continue, but Ye Xiaowen, with a warm smile, removed his hat, revealing his bowl-cut hair. Brother Wu, weren't you curious why I didn't go to the Magic City after the New Year? Indeed, why not? Because I am still a senior in high school, attending classes in preparation for college entrance examinations, he replied. A senior in high school? Wu Zhuang was taken aback, scrutinizing him closely. He had always suspected that Ye Xiaowen was quite young, but his mature demeanor had led him to believe otherwise. It was only now that he realized that Ye Xiaowen's seeming maturity was simply a mask for his actual youth. His own son would be entering middle school next year. Yes, without a doubt, a genuine high school senior. I sneaked out of class tonight, Ye Xiaowen affirmed. So, Brother Ye, how old are you this year? Lu Feng inquired. 18. In a month, I will celebrate my birthday, marking my official entry into adulthood. You certainly don't look it. Lu Ming shook his head, sipping his drink. Ye Xiaowen, who had been composed until then, found himself unsettled by this remark. What did he mean by that? Did he think he appeared older? Lu Ming, slowly catching on, raised his head and awkwardly clarified. Brother Ye, that's not what I meant. I was trying to say that you don't look like you're 18. Ye Xiaowen's expression darkened. No. I meant that 18-year-olds don't typically look like you. Sigh, that's not right either. In any case, I certainly didn't mean to imply that you appear old. Get lost. Drink 3 cups as punishment, Ye Xiaowen retorted helplessly, prompting hearty laughter from Lu Feng and Wu Zhuang. Therefore, let's not discuss whether I will continue in this line of work. If I am ever unable to, I will seek you out for a meal. Ye Xiaowen remarked casually. Wu Zhuang shook his head, looking earnestly at Ye Xiaowen. Brother Ye, I was not joking earlier. Whether you are 18 or 20, a high school student or a university student, I recognize you as a person and your identity is irrelevant. It is you, Ye Xiaowen, who has allowed me to earn money, not some title of a college student or age. If age were a true measure of worth, Then turtles would be the wealthiest creatures. Ah, Lao Wu, if anyone dares to say you lack culture again, I shall defend you vehemently. You articulated that beautifully. Such profound philosophy, Ye Xiaowen interjected, raising his glass to clink with Wu Zuwang and Lu Feng. As for Lu Meng, it was best to leave him out of such discussions. He truly lacked the finesse of expression. Haha. A few individuals laughed and, after taking a sip from their glasses, Wu Zuwang continued. So, Brother Yi, unless you express right now your disinterest in us and your reluctance to associate with us, we shall set forth back to Modu at dawn tomorrow. We can still remain friends thereafter. Ah, old Wu, what are you implying? Never mind. If you are not afraid of following me and facing losses, then we can discuss matters as they arise. Ye Xiaowen wore a conflicted expression. Yet his heart was brimming with joy. Lu Feng and Lu Ming, being brothers, were not particularly remarkable beyond their considerable strength. However, with such strength, they could earn a living wherever they went. Why would they choose to follow you? As for Wu Zuwang, there was no need to elaborate on the connections and experience he had amassed over the years on construction sites. While his connections might be somewhat lacking, at the very least, he could find some workers. The experience garnered from years of striving in society was not for naught, and importantly, Wu Zuwang currently possessed 460,000. Additionally, he held 18 stock subscription certificates. With such ample funds, financial concerns would be a distant memory regardless of the ventures undertaken. Ye Xiaowen was indeed inclined to accept Wu Zuwang's offer. Yet he felt a twinge of discontent that Wu Zuwang had sold the stock subscription certificates without informing him. Moreover, he knew that his own identity could not be concealed indefinitely. It would be wiser to address it openly now. If they were willing, that would be splendid. If not, forcing a situation would yield no sweetness. It would be better to clarify matters from the outset. Thus, the earlier exchange unfolded, with Ye Xiaowen subtly courting and retreating. A delicate dance of intention. Haha, I knew it. Noble man, come, Brother Yi, let us three toast to you. We shall follow you henceforth. Wu Zuwang gazed at the young man before him, who was scarcely older than his own son, and spoke without a hint of awkwardness. If calling him brother could yield earnings of tens of thousands in just a few short weeks, Wu Zuwang believed there would be many willing to call him father or grandfather. Brother Yi, Brother Yi. Lu Feng and Lu Ming chimed in eagerly. Hailing from a rural background, they were simple-hearted, but that did not imply foolishness. They understood how Ye Xiaowen made his money, and they were acutely aware of why someone like Wu Zuwang, at his age and managing a construction crew, would wish to align himself with Ye Xiaowen. Therefore, they felt no qualms about addressing a man slightly younger than themselves as brother. If they could achieve even modest wealth through association with Ye Xiaowen, it would be a point of pride upon returning to their village. As for calling someone younger brother, it was hardly a matter of consequence. In the countryside, it was not uncommon for younger individuals to refer to their elders as uncle, and yet, after such an address, they would receive no reward. Not even a piece of candy. Nonetheless, they would still do it. Come, let us drink. Setting down his glass, Ye Xiaowen turned to Wu Zuwang and said, Since we are to collaborate henceforth, there are certain matters I must address. Wu Zuwang retracted the smile from his face, adopting a serious demeanor. Wu Ge, you have already sold 15 sets of stock subscription certificates. Even if the remaining 18 sets yield no profit, you have still earned 360,000. Of course, I do not express this sentiment as a complaint. You have a family to support, which is different from our situation. However, regarding the remaining 18 sets, I propose that you retain them entirely. In the future, we shall operate independently in the market, and I assure you that you will earn even more. Rest assured. Brother Yi, I will not touch a single set of the remaining 18. I will follow your guidance. Wu Zuwang confidently pledged, fully aware that had he not expressed his intention to follow Ye Xiaowen, the latter might not have shared these insights with him. All right, Lu Feng, Lu Ming. For the time being, you shall follow Wu Ge. In the bustling metropolis, with the three of you present, I can feel more at ease. Chapter 45. A few individuals behind the young man. Rest assured, Brother Yi, we shall not fail in our mission. Where we go, Brother Wu follows. If we fall, then. Before Lu Ming could finish his sentence, Wu Zuwang was seized by a violent cough. Mingzi, Ye Xiaowen promptly interjected, cutting off Lu Ming's reckless words. If this continued, Wu Zuwang might as well be drafting his last will. That is not what I meant. I simply meant that with both of you accompanying Brother Wu, I feel a measure of reassurance. After all, you are two robust young men. Any adversary contemplating an attack would undoubtedly harbor some reservations. I understand, Brother Yi. You need not worry, Lu Feng said, restraining his younger brother. eager to prevent further imprudent discourse that could jeopardize their recent agreements. In the first half of this year, our primary endeavor will be to navigate the operations of stock subscription certificates. Previously, I was troubled by the lack of funds to engage in these transactions, but now, fortuitously, you have capital at your disposal. I had initially planned to wait until prices peaked to liquidate a couple of sets for some operational funding. But now it seems I can forego that. When the time comes, old Wu, I might borrow some funds to facilitate the operations. Wu Zhuang nodded without hesitation. No problem. Excellent. So, in the first half of the year, we will focus on stock subscription certificates, executing trades as necessary after a few rounds of lottery draws. Or perhaps we shall continue to hold them. By then, with funds available, I will have graduated high school, and whether I pursue university or other ventures, I will have the time to fully engage. Wu Zhuang's eyes sparkled with interest. Brother Ye, do you have a goal in mind? Ye Xiaowen nodded. I have a few modest aspirations, but for now, I shall refrain from discussing them as circumstances are ever-changing. We will address that later. Very well. Upon our return to the Magic City, we must not lose contact with Shen Jiqing from Shenin Securities. There may come a time when we can utilize that connection. Even if it does not yield substantial help, the information he possesses will inevitably be more insightful than ours. Maintaining contact can only be beneficial. Ye Xiaowen instructed. And Wu Zhuang nodded incessantly, though his gaze upon Ye Xiaowen grew somewhat peculiar. Ye Xiaowen remarked, "What is it, old Wu? Why do you regard me so suspiciously?" Brother Ye, as Mingzi articulated, you truly do not resemble an 18-year-old. Your acumen for financial matters and social intricacies is rather impressive, Wu Zhuang responded. Ye Xiaowen's expression darkened. What nonsense is this? I have only just returned to 18. What are you all implying? Ha ha. Lu Ming erupted in exaggerated laughter. A philosopher. Who said you lack culture? I am not in a hurry with anyone. Wu Zhuang's expression soured as well. By the time their meal concluded, it was already past 10. Exiting the restaurant, the group staggered slightly on their feet. Unbeknownst to them, tiny droplets of rain began to fall from the sky. As described by Lu Yao in Ordinary World, it was an unremarkable day, with fine, misty rain mingling with the occasional flake of snow, cascading gently down to the earth. On this particular day, Ye Xiaowen walked at the center, with Wu Zhuang trailing half a step behind on his left, and Lu Feng and Lu Ming following closely on his right. Though Ye Xiaowen was still a fledgling in the world, he had transformed significantly since his journey to the magical city on January 19th. That year, he had ventured forth without a sword, already immersed in the complexities of life. On this day, while he had yet to fully mature into a man, he was accompanied by a few companions. The harsh, protracted winter of the Lus Plateau seemed to be waning, yet the truly warm embrace of spring remained a distant prospect. That night, the four friends engaged in deep conversation for hours before surrendering to slumber. The following morning, Ye Xiaowen arrived at school, bearing the weight of 2 dark circles under his eyes. During the break, as he indulged in a sweet slumber, the sound of someone tapping on the desk jolted him awake. Groggily raising his head, he realized it was Lu Sihan. He then got up and followed her out of the classroom. Where did you go last night? She inquired. I didn't go anywhere, just stayed at school, Ye Xiaowen replied, rubbing his eyes. You're lying. You reek of alcohol, and I found out that teacher's son wasn't even there yesterday, Lu Sihan stated assertively, fixing her gaze on him. However, Ye Xiaowen's expression remained unchanged as he responded, I went out for a bit. Keep this under wraps, will you? I haven't told anyone else, just you. All right. Lu Sihan nodded, then continued, but you really shouldn't wander aimlessly. Your studies are quite good. This is the crucial year for college entrance exams. What if you don't get into university? Ye Xiaowen widened his eyes and reached out to touch Lu Sihan's forehead. What are you doing? Lu Sihan blushed, evading his hand and quickly glancing around to ensure no one was watching before playfully admonishing him. Wait, are you actually advising me to study? A poor student like you is telling a top performer like me to focus on my studies? I may be a pseudo-academic, but others are none the wiser. If you don't want to listen, then forget it, Lu Sihan huffed, turning back toward the classroom. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she thought to herself, yes, I may not excel in my studies, but that does not preclude me from attending university in the future. However, what will happen to you if you don't get into college? Though her words seemed contradictory, Lu Sihan had heard her father mention that if one could not succeed, they could always enroll as a self-funded student, as there were indeed universities that accepted such students. Yet, she was well aware of Ye Xiaowen's family circumstances. If he failed to enter university, there would be no alternative path aside from relentless revision. As for attending a self-funded university, It was clear that his family could not afford it, and even if they could muster the funds, they would lack the necessary connections. At noon, Lu Sahan tossed a lunchbox to Ye Xiaowen. Upon opening it, his eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of braised pork, tomato, and egg, and a generous serving of fluffy white rice. Baya, sending love. Just as he returned to his seat, Lu Sahan beckoned him outside again. She retrieved 50 yuan from her wallet and handed it to him, saying, "Spend it wisely. If it's not enough, let me know." Then, before Ye Xiaowen could process her gesture, she slipped back into the classroom. "What does this mean? Are you sponsoring me? First, you bring me delicious food. And now you're giving me money." Ye Xiaowen tucked the money into his pocket and touched his face, pondering, "Am I truly this handsome?" During the evening self-study session, he once again chose to skip class, falling back into the same routine as the previous day. Ye Xiaowen watched the departing figure of his younger brother, shaking his head with a tinge of pity for his sibling, who endured such exhaustion every day. Alas, before Lu Sahan could call out, Ye Xiaowen had already vanished, leaving her unable to articulate the remainder of her thoughts. At this rate, how will you ever gain admission to university? That night, he meticulously briefed Wu Zuwang and the others on the matters requiring attention upon their return to the bustling metropolis. The following morning, Ye Xiaowen accompanied Wu Zuwang and the others to the train station in Pingxing. Chapter 46. Confessing to parents after Wu Zuwang took Lu Feng and his brother away from Pingxing, Ye Xiaowen returned to her normal routine, continuing her life between school and home. Meanwhile, Wu Zuwang in the bustling metropolis found himself increasingly troubled each passing day. The stock subscription certificates were skyrocketing in value. A set of 100 consecutive stock subscription certificates went from 31,000 to 32,000 and eventually soared to 36,000. This represented a twofold increase compared to before. Having acquired 15 sets meant a staggering sum of 90,000. Nevertheless, Wu Zuwang could still bear this amount, as he had previously earned 350,000. He could maintain a facade in front of Lu Feng and Lu Meng, but he had no desire to hide his feelings from Ye Xiaowen, often expressing his grievances. Yet, Ye Xiaowen offered no consolation, merely stating, "As time passes, your regret will only deepen." As February transitioned into March, the first lottery draw was fast approaching on the 2nd. It was imperative for Ye Xiaowen to be present in the metropolis. Remotely orchestrating events from home was simply untenable. Contemplating how to request time off for this trip, she found herself at a loss. The excuse of attending the mathematics competition could not be used twice. With the looming college entrance examination, taking leave without her parents' presence was also out of the question. Ultimately, she resolved to tell the truth. After all, the earnings would need to be shared with her parents, and whether she disclosed it early or late made little difference. That afternoon, Ye Xiaowen skipped her self-study session and returned home directly. Knowing her parents were both off that day, she found them at home. Her elder brother was absent, likely still at work. "Mom, Dad, come here. I need to talk to you," she called out. "Why are you back so early instead of attending self-study?" Jiang Guizhi asked, her head buried in work, sewing something. Ye Xiaowen recalled that her mother was perpetually busy, never truly at rest. Without responding, Ye Xiaowen went out to the yard and shut the main gate. "What are you doing closing the door?" Ye Guoping, puffing on his pipe, furrowed his brow. Ye Xiaowen remained silent, not only closing the yard gate but also the door to the living room. "Dad, come help me," she beckoned. Ye Guoping, amused by his daughter's secretive demeanor, chuckled and teased, "What treasure do you have to show us?" He followed her into her room. Observing Ye Xiaowen struggling with a small box, he approached and lifted it effortlessly. "What kind of treasure is tucked away in this box, locked up so mysteriously?" he inquired. "It's a treasure," Ye Xiaowen replied with a grin. "You'll find out soon enough. It's absolutely splendid." "Such arrogance. If you don't study well, just wait until I deal with you." Ye Guoping chided with a laugh. If the second child were to skip studying and return home, he would surely deliver a beating without inquiring into the circumstances first. The third child, Ye Xiaowen, excelled academically, consistently ranking either first or second in class, never falling out of the top 5. The neighbors could only envy him, and thus, Ye Guoping had to be comparatively lenient with Ye Xiaowen. "I assure you, once you see what I have, you won't even think about studying," Ye Xiaowen said mysteriously. Both Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi's curiosity was piqued. The small box was placed on the coffee table, and Ye Xiaowen took out his keys, unlocking the box and retrieving a bag from within. "What is this? Such a large package?" Ye Xiaowen opened the bag, revealing layer upon layer of smaller bags, until finally, newspapers were unveiled. As he unfolded the newspapers, a series of green stock subscription certificates lay before them. Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi had modest educational backgrounds. Both had only completed junior high. The characters on the stock subscription certificates were written in traditional Chinese, and they struggled to comprehend them fully. Ultimately, it was Ye Guoping who haltingly read aloud, "Stock subscription certificate?" "Yes, a stock subscription certificate. What is it used for? Is it a receipt or a quadruple copy?" Ye Guoping inquired, perplexed. "Neither." Ye Xiaowen shook his head. "If you ask anyone in the bustling metropolis, they could explain it to you. However, finding 10 people who have heard of it is a different matter entirely. At least 8 would know of its existence. Yet, the distance from the metropolis to Pinqing in Hedong province is truly vast. In his previous life, Ye Xiaowen had only heard of such things occasionally during his university years. A stock subscription certificate is used to purchase stocks. It is akin to a lottery ticket. If you win, you mean this is a lottery? Both Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi grew increasingly baffled. "Not quite," Ye Xiaowen said, shaking his head. "But the concept is similar. With this, you can buy stocks. And stocks can." Ye Xiaowen felt his explanation becoming more convoluted, nearly losing himself in confusion. Ultimately, he managed to clarify for Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi that stocks could indeed yield significant profits. "But where did you acquire all these tickets?" "Last year. I mentioned attending an Olympiad math class, but that was a fib. I went to the metropolis to purchase these stock subscription certificates," Ye Xiaowen confessed, dropping the pretense. "I am now also among the ranks of those with 100,000. Ye Guoping was so taken aback that his hands trembled, tossing aside the stock subscription certificate in his grasp, ready to take action. "Wait, Dad, don't you want to know how I got there?" Ye Guoping paused, asking, "How did you go?" "Indeed, how did you manage to go there? Surely, you just with your parents. At your age, what folly is this about traveling to the metropolis? Are you aware of the distance from here to the great city? You've read a couple of books, learned about the capital and the metropolis. And now you come to tease me and your mother." Ye Xiaowen shook her head and replied, "I'm not jesting. I traveled by train. I departed from our Pinqing on January 19th, headed to Bingzhou. The following morning, I took a train from Bingzhou, enduring a journey that spanned a day and a night, finally arriving in the metropolis on train K97. Here's the ticket." Ye Xiaowen retrieved 2 crumpled train tickets from a small wooden box. At that time, tickets bore no names. However, unless one had indeed traveled, it would be impossible for Ye Xiaowen to procure 2 tickets from Bingzhou to the metropolis. Moreover, the timeline aligns perfectly. Chapter 47. Convincing parents. How could you possibly be so audacious as to venture so far alone at your age? Ye Guoping refrained from physically reprimanding Ye Xiaowen, yet his words faltered in anger. Previously, he had always perceived his second child as a source of worry, perpetually embroiled in trouble. In contrast, the third child had been remarkably well-behaved throughout their upbringing. However, the second child, despite often feigning innocence, had now committed a grave misstep by managing to sneak away to the bustling metropolis. His audacity was astonishing, almost unbearable for Ye Guoping. Beside him, Jiang Guizhi opened her mouth, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. Eventually, she enveloped Ye Xiaowen in her arms, scrutinizing him from head to toe, her eyes brimming with tears. "Let me see. Were you safe over there? This is truly alarming, my son. How could you dare to journey so far alone? If you had gotten lost and couldn't return, your father and I would have been beside ourselves with worry. Do you wish to make your mother suffer?" As Jiang Guizhi wept, Ye Guoping resumed his habitual smoking, an attempt to manage his own frustration. "Mom, please don't cry. I'm perfectly fine. See? I'm all right." Ye Xiaowen consoled her for quite some time, but Jiang Guizhi continued to sob and scold, clearly shaken by the ordeal. "Dad," Ye Xiaowen turned to Ye Guoping. "Could you help calm her down? By heavens, you little rascal, just wait until I give you a proper beating. How dare you speak to me like that?" Ye Guoping was genuinely prepared to unleash his wrath. "Dad, don't you want to know where I got the money to buy these things?" Ye Guoping paused, the question catching him off guard. "Indeed, where did you procure the money for these purchases? Did you steal from the household? That can't be. The money was intact during the new year. Spill it out quickly, boy." "I borrowed 20,000 yuan from Uncle Shin Baolong," Ye Xiaowen confessed. "All for this nonsense?" "Yes. You ungrateful child." Ye Guoping could no longer bear the weight of the revelation and staggered backward. Fortunately, Ye Xiaowen reacted swiftly, steadying him, while Jiang Guizhi rushed to support as well. "Go away. Don't support me. Let me fall. It would be a relief." Ye Guoping's voice was barely audible. The enormity of 20,000 yuan weighed heavily on him, a sum that would take an eternity to save. After half an hour, Ye Guoping finally regained his composure and took a puff of his cigarette. He found himself devoid of the energy to chastise Ye Xiaowen any further. With the situation as it stood, 20,000 yuan was a reality to be faced. After all, he was his own flesh and blood. What could be done? He would have to tighten his belt and gradually repay the debt. How many volumes did you acquire? 737 volumes, at 30 yuan each. 737 volumes at 30 yuan each? That doesn't add up to 20,000 yuan. Well, 68 of them were gifted to me by others in exchange for my advice on purchasing stock subscription certificates. Ye Guoping could only manage a wry smile. Too weary to argue any further. Is it still valuable now? Can it be sold? Ye Guoping no longer harbored any hope in his heart. Currently, 100 shares can fetch over 30,000 yuan. I possess more than 700 shares, which means if sold now, I could obtain over 210,000. Ye Guoping shook his head and said, "Don't tease your father. You can't outsmart him." "Really? Why would I deceive you? Haven't you deceived enough already? It's a pity your mother and I trusted you so much, believing you to be well-behaved." Ye Xiaowen interrupted Ye Guoping, saying, "Why discuss this now? It truly holds that value at present. In a couple of days, the lottery will be drawn. If we win, we can earn unimaginable sums." "Is that for real?" "Indeed. If it weren't profitable, why would anyone buy it? Just like the treasury bonds from a few years ago, didn't their value increase eventually?" Mentioning treasury bonds made Ye Guoping nod in acknowledgement. Back when he and Jiang Guizhi worked in the factory, they were mandated to complete tasks and receive treasury bonds as wages. Later, their value did rise, but before that, someone came to buy them. And they sold at a loss, thus missing the opportunity to profit. "Son, is this thing truly worth 30,000 per unit?" Jiang Guizhi inquired. Holding a stock subscription certificate from the table, Ye Xiaowen shook his head, saying, "It's not 30,000 per unit, but over 30,000 for 100 units, which averages to just over 300 each. When purchased, each was 30 yuan, so it has increased about tenfold." Seeing Ye Xiaowen's earnestness, Ye Guoping picked up a certificate and examined it, but after a long time, he still couldn't comprehend how it could be worth 300 yuan. "Really? You mustn't lie any further. My heart can't bear it." Ye Guoping spoke with a hint of pleading. He felt that having such a son might cost him a decade of life. The day's shocks had been too numerous. "Don't worry. In a couple of days, the lottery in the magical city will commence, and I must take these stock subscription certificates with me. If I win, the earnings will be even greater," Ye Xiaowen asserted. "So, you are saying all this because you intend to go to the magical city?" Ye Guoping grasped the implication. "Yes. I've kept this from you and your mother for so long, and suddenly revealing it. How could I not have a purpose?" Ye Xiaowen nodded. "Dad, if you are uneasy, let us go together. Don't worry, it will only take a few days." "Nonsense, how can I not be worried?" Ye Guoping retorted, fuming. Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi bombarded him with questions, asking if they could avoid going to the magical city, whether it would be possible to sell in Pingqing, even if it meant earning less. All were firmly rejected by Ye Xiaowen, who insisted that selling in Pingqing was not feasible. To sell, one must go to the magical city. In truth, Ye Xiaowen lied again. If he truly wished to sell, Shun Baolong would definitely be interested. Unfortunately, after so much preparation, he had no intention of settling for a mere 100,000. After tremendous effort, he had finally secured this arrangement. On Thursday, February 27th, Ye Xiaowen and his father Ye Guoping embarked on a journey from Pingqing to the bustling metropolis. The matter of the stock subscription certificates was to remain a secret, confined solely to the knowledge of the three of them. Ye Xiaowen carefully concealed the stock subscription certificates once more, securing them in his small locked box. He then retrieved the attire he intended to wear and handed it to his mother, Jiang Guizhi. "Mother, could you please sew pockets into the clothes over the next couple of days? I shall carry the stock subscription certificates with me. Additionally, ensure that my father's garments have pockets as well, so nothing is lost during our travels." "Certainly, I shall sew them in the coming days." Jiang Guizhi responded with a nod. Ye Guoping, somewhat irked, remarked, "You are not entirely foolish, after all." Chapter 48. Returning to the magical city when Ye Xiaohai returned home. He sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the household. The expression on his father, Comrade Ye Guoping's face, was one he had never witnessed before. It was peculiar to the extent that it was difficult to categorize. Was he angry? Yet, there was no explosive outburst. Was he happy? There was an undeniable hint of incredulity in his demeanor. In essence, it was indescribable, but Ye Xiaohai was certain he had never seen his father in such a state. His mother mirrored this sentiment. Her eyes reddened as if she had been weeping, yet the sorrow in her gaze was minimal. Moreover, upon his return, the courtyard gate was firmly shut. The only semblance of normalcy in the house was his younger brother, who was going about his usual routines of eating and drinking without a care. As Ye Xiaowen entered the kitchen and grabbed a cold steamed bun, he began to eat while observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps his younger brother had skipped study sessions, disappointing their parents. However, he was reluctant to reprimand him. It was indeed very likely that their parents were particularly lenient towards the youngest. A sly grin crept across his face as he thought, "Well, you little rascal. Today is your day to face the music. Let me offer a bit of support." Clearing his throat lightly, Ye Xiaowen noticed that everyone's attention had shifted towards him. He then addressed his younger brother. "Why didn't you attend your study session tonight? Your recent attitude towards your studies has been lacking. Although you participated in the Math Olympiad class last year, it doesn't mean you can neglect." At the mention of the Math Olympiad class, Ye Guoping's eyes reddened further, and he seized Ye Xiaowen, forcefully pinning him to the table and delivering a reprimanding blow. Ye Xiaowen swiftly dashed to his room, locking the door behind him. Outside, they could hear the voice of old Ye. "I'm talking about the Math Olympiad class. You better mind your own business." This was accompanied by the crisp sound of a belt making contact. "Oh, Dad, why are you hitting me? I didn't even attend the Math Olympiad class." Ye Xiaowen protested. "Dare to mention the Math Olympiad class again, and I'll make you regret it." Oldie retorted. "Just vent your anger, but don't actually hurt him," came the voice of their mother, Jiang Guizhi. It seemed that the mere mention of the Math Olympiad would henceforth become a taboo in the Yi household. There was a loud knocking on the door. "Oh, big brother. Are you all right?" Ye Xiaowen inquired as he opened the door, genuinely concerned for Ye Xiaowen. However, he was met with a dismissive snort. "What do I care? You brought this upon yourself. It's none of your business whether I attend my study sessions or not." On the following day, Ye Guoping accompanied his two children to school to request a leave of absence for Ye Xiaowen. "No, Mr. Xiaowen's father, at this juncture. I believe there is nothing particularly pressing, so perhaps it's best not to grant him leave," the teacher replied. Ye Guoping sighed. "There truly is a matter at hand, but it won't take long. He will be back shortly, and I assure you it will not hinder his studies." Ultimately, Sun Shanqing nodded in agreement to allow Ye Xiaowen to take leave. On the third day, February 27th, 1992, at around 6 in the morning, Ye Xiaowen was still blissfully asleep in his bed when Ye Guoping called out to him. "What is it? Why are you waking me up so early?" Ye Xiaowen, groggy from sleep, was about to speak up as he heard the commotion within the house. Then I caught a glimpse of my father's figure, devoid of any capacity to bully me in my dreams. Instead, with a clever turn of phrase, he quickly remarked, "Getting up is a good thing. The plans for the day begin in the morning." He added, "All right, it's not your concern. Go back to sleep. There is still plenty of time. Soon, we were to embark on a long journey, and Comrade Lao Yu felt a twinge of reluctance to part with his son. In truth, the farthest Lao Yu had ever ventured in his life was to Luzhou City, never having set foot in the provincial capital, which left him somewhat anxious. Ye Xiaowen responded, promptly burying his head beneath the covers. Ye Xiaowen, meanwhile, leapt out of bed and began to dress. "Come now, son, eat well. It's important for the journey ahead. You might not eat or sleep well along the way," Jiang Guizhi said. Her eyes filled with concern and reluctance as she looked at Ye Xiaowen. "While you're out, be sure to stay safe. If you encounter unreasonable people, just let it go. It's all right. Enduring hardship is a blessing, and things are different outside of home." She continued, "I've inquired and learned that the climate in the south is excessively humid." Jiang Guizhi rambled on, and Ye Xiaowen listened patiently, occasionally responding to indicate he was attentive. "I've prepared food for your journey. It's all packed in your bag. If you find yourself short on water on the train, just ask for some hot water." Lao Jiang. Ye Guoping's voice interrupted, prompting Jiang Guizhi to reluctantly retreat to the house. "What is the matter? Is bringing 200 yuan sufficient for expenses? Perhaps you should take 300. It's better to be prepared for travel," Ye Guoping suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Indeed, it's all the fault of that troublesome little rascal." Dressed in a cap and a gray coat over a checkered shirt, with black and white sneakers adorning his feet, Ye Xiaowen presented himself as quite the dashing young man. "Mom, where is my fruit knife?" Hearing this, both Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi paused, turning their attention to Ye Xiaowen. "Is that fruit knife yours?" "Hee. I'm taking it for self-defense. One must be prepared." Ye Guoping coughed violently, reflecting that the most troublesome one in the family was indeed the youngest. "Let your father take it," Jiang Guizhi said, retrieving it and handing it over to Ye Guoping. At 6:50 a.m., the two of them ventured out. Jiang Guizhi escorted them to the gate, her eyes glistening with tears. Upon arriving at the train station, Ye Guoping went to purchase tickets. But in the blink of an eye, Ye Xiaowen had vanished. Suddenly, Ye Xiaowen's voice emerged from behind, startling comrade Lao Yi. Dad, have you bought the tickets? Yes, I have. Where did you go? Ye Guoping replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. If you keep wandering off, you'll see how I deal with you. Yet, even he felt that this threat lacked conviction. As expected, Ye Xiaowen did not engage with his father's words, instead stating, actually, we don't need to buy train tickets, a platform ticket will suffice. Taking advantage of situations can be quite addictive, after all. If one does not seize the public's benefits, someone else surely will. Nonsense. Hurry up and get ready to board the train. Ye Guoping's face was clouded with concern as he anxiously glanced around, relieved to find no one in sight. Though he was not a prominent figure in Pingqing County, he had always held his head high. He never anticipated having such a son. If these words were to reach others, how could he ever maintain his dignity? Moreover, as the train glided along the tracks, the scenery outside the window gradually receded. Ye Guoping gazed out, feeling a twinge of melancholy and reluctance. Even before leaving Pingqing County, he found himself yearning for home. Chapter 49. Unchanged name. Ye Guoping had never ventured this far in his entire life. He wondered if his two sons were up yet. By this time, the younger one should be awake and preparing for school. The elder son had been preoccupied with work lately, and Ye Guoping felt uncertain if he had properly explained his departure, worrying if his son might be overthinking the situation. Sighing, he turned his gaze towards his son, Ye Xiaowen. At that moment, he felt somewhat speechless, longing for home, feeling a pang of sorrow. Yet, it was not merely a sense of homesickness. Ye Xiaowen stretched his legs and casually placed them on the seat opposite him, reclining comfortably, his cap pulled down over his face to shield him from the sunlight. Soundly asleep and emitting soft snores. What a carefree spirit he had. He had dozed off as soon as they boarded the train. As before, after disembarking in Longcheng, the father and son had found a place in the waiting area that was both cold and dreary, where they endured their fatigue. Dad, next time I come, I'll take you to a hotel, an upscale one, the kind with a bathtub. I'll even arrange for a massage for you. Hey, don't boast. If I were to rely on you, I'd be fortunate to avoid begging for scraps. I don't ask for much. Just cause me a little less trouble, and I'll be grateful. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Guoping's tone had subtly shifted, reminiscent of the authority he held as the head of the Yi family. A position he had somehow diminished to speaking in such a manner. Not to be harsh, but one must have dreams. Ye Xiaowen attempted to throw an arm around his father's shoulders. Get off. Don't touch me. In the early hours of 4 o'clock in Bingzhou, Ye Xiaowen was aware that many had likely never witnessed such a scene. The trains heading south were always teeming with people, each carrying tales of fortune from the south, leading countless souls to impulsively journey towards that direction. This was Ye Xiaowen's second time aboard this train, and he expertly guided Ye Guoping to the window seat. What are you doing? Ye Guoping reluctantly handed his bag to Ye Xiaowen. With a thud, Ye Xiaowen tossed the bag through the window. Make way, he declared, as he too leaned through the window to climb inside. Turning back to his father, who stood bewildered outside, he called out, Come in, Dad. Stop shouting. Ye Guoping felt his face flush, yet, glancing at the throngs of people crowding by the doors, he finally crawled through the window. The father and son pushed forward with the flow of passengers to locate their seats. With a crash, a large bag was hurled through the window, landing squarely on Ye Guoping. Ye Xiaowen frowned and glanced out the window. There stood a scruffy young man, his arms adorned with tattoos, a gold chain dangling around his neck. Hey, watch where you're throwing that. Ye Xiaowen checked to see if his father was all right and, satisfied that he was unscathed, turned back to the young man outside, realizing that in such a crowded space, incidents like this were not uncommon. A mere apology typically suffices, and no further words are exchanged, for after all, there is little to be gained from the situation. Are you blind, unable to sidestep? Ye Xiaowen was momentarily taken aback before seizing the large bag from the ground and hurling it out of the car window. The young man nodded at Ye Xiaowen and said, All right, I'll remember you. Just wait. Thud. The young man threw the bag back inside. Thud. Without a second thought, Ye Xiaowen tossed it out again, cursing, Damn you. Let me tell you, I am Shun Jinhao, and you shall remember me, Shun Yi. Ye Guoping attempted to restrain Ye Xiaowen, aware that one often feels diminished away from home, and he had no intention of intervening vocally. However, in a fleeting moment of distraction, the situation escalated beyond his expectations, as his son had already invoked the name of a classmate. Yet, this third son of his, to his astonishment, had completely overturned his preconceived notions. A seemingly quiet child had shown such fierceness, cursing without hesitation, a sight that could instill fear. "It's fine, Dad," Ye Xiaowen replied. Thud, thud, thud. The two exchanged throws several times. As the young man ceased his attempts to throw, preparing to climb through the windows, Ye Guoping was still too late to intervene, as Ye Xiaowen dashed to the window. With a firm grip on the young man's collar, he shoved him back, nearly causing him to tumble. Yet, Ye Xiaowen maintained his grip, and with his other hand, he reached into the bag, clutching a fruit knife and pressing it against the young man's neck through the fabric. With a fierce glare, he demanded, "Are you part of some gang?" No. He was not. The young man felt the cold steel against his throat, and observing Ye Xiaowen's menacing demeanor, he swiftly acquiesced. "Do you yield?" "I yield. I concede, brother. You shouldn't board this train. The moment you step on, I will end you. If you don't sing Shan Dan Dan loudly enough at the station, I'll jump off and deal with you. Get lost." Ye Xiaowen gradually released his grip, but remained poised by the window, ready to leap. The young man, now singing loudly, began to retreat. The flowers of Shan Dan Dan bloom red. The young man fled in a flash, and laughter erupted among the passengers. Everyone was aware of the unfolding drama and felt no sympathy for the young man. As Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping located their seats and settled in, the train began to move. "You were overly reckless just now, throwing things around like that. It's insignificant. I simply cannot tolerate such behavior," Ye Xiaowen retorted with a dismissive pout. In truth, if it had been directed at himself, he might have let it slide. He was out to earn money, and it was not worth his while to engage with fools. After all, the purpose of earning was to minimize encounters with such imbeciles, aspiring to drive himself, or travel by private plane, or perhaps have bodyguards, thereby reducing exposure to such dimwits. However, should you confront me, it would be impossible to remain calm. Comrade Ye, throughout his life, has possessed a strong-willed character. Why should he endure such indignities? Just now, did you have a fruit knife concealed in your backpack? Ye Guoping whispered into Ye Xiaowen's ear. Nothing to worry about. How could that be? It's not like nonsense. In my youth, I too engaged in brawls and gained quite a reputation at him. Let us not dwell on that. I was inquiring, where did you go while purchasing tickets? Oh, you were out shopping instead. Higi, it's for self-defense, just in case. Ye Guoping spoke these words but refrained from taking away Ye Xiaowen's fruit knife. Chapter 50. Without morality. No one can be kidnapped. The journey ahead was uneventful, and the night train was enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility. Ye Xiaowen, with his cap partially obscuring his face, slumbered peacefully, while Ye Guoping found himself unable to sleep. He gazed out into the enveloping darkness, listening to the rhythmic clattering of the train as it traversed the tracks. The carriage was notably quiet, with passengers settled into various peculiar sleeping positions. A sense of serenity washed over Ye Guoping as he turned to look at his son, who was deep in slumber. He gently leaned his shoulder towards Ye Xiaowen, allowing him to rest more comfortably. Truth be told, Ye Guoping had never imagined that one day he would venture to the magical city. The thought alone seemed almost surreal. His son was indeed a source of worry. Losing 20,000 yuan was manageable, as he could gradually repay it. But what lay ahead? Lost in his contemplations, Ye Guoping eventually succumbed to sleep. That night, Ye Xiaowen enjoyed an exceptionally sweet slumber. The following morning, Ye Guoping was roused from his dreams by his son's gentle prodding. "Dad, wake up. We're almost there." "Almost there? Let's hurry and disembark." Ye Guoping, startled from his slumber, sprang to his feet. "No, not yet. We're nearly there," Ye Xiaowen corrected. "Oh, you could be clearer, child." Ye Guoping's abrupt movement startled the other passengers, and upon noticing their glances, he grumbled at his son before settling back down nonchalantly. "Watch the luggage. I need to use the restroom." "You can't." Ye Xiaowen pointed towards the restroom. "We're about to arrive. Everyone's packing up. The aisle is so crowded that even a fly would struggle to pass through." "Indeed." Ye Guoping nodded, then turned to his son. "Once we disembark, don't wander off. Stay close to me, understood? We're in unfamiliar territory, and getting lost would be troublesome." "Dad, do you even know the way?" Ye Xiaowen offered no courtesy to his father. Ye Guoping was momentarily taken aback, then raised his large hand like a fan and asked, "If I don't know the way, do you?" Ye Xiaowen playfully pressed down on his father's hand, chuckling. "Why bring that up? I'll just follow you. You need to worry about me getting lost." "Dear passengers, we are approaching the final stop of this journey. Please ensure you have all your belongings and disembark in an orderly fashion." Ye Xiaowen shook his head, dismissing the announcement as a mere illusion. The reality was that they had arrived at the magical city station, and it was time to disembark swiftly. In this era, everything felt so simple. Ye Xiaowen jumped down from the window and retrieved their luggage. This time, Ye Guoping did not need his son's encouragement and nimbly leapt down himself. Such is the nature of humanity. After the first leap, subsequent ones come naturally. Yes, just like that. Jumping out of the window is quite the spectacle. Dad, do not fear. As long as we lack morality, no one can kidnap us. Get lost. Keep spouting nonsense, and see how I deal with you. Ye Guoping felt that his endurance had significantly improved during this journey. He merely uttered a few words before taking the luggage and gently grasping his son's arm as they made their way out of the station. Ye Xiaowen furrowed his brow and spoke, Dad, I understand your concern for me, fearing I might get lost, but could you ease up a bit? It hurts. Is that so? It's not too bad, Ye Guoping replied nonchalantly. Upon exiting the station, Ye Xiaowen did not move forward. Instead, he observed his surroundings. Ye Guoping paused as well and inquired, Son, how shall we proceed? Perhaps we should find a place to stay first, and then figure it out. Look. Ye Xiaowen pointed towards a sign that was swaying, upon which his name was written. At that moment, the station was bustling with people, and without mobile phones. It was customary to hold up a sign to greet someone. It was entirely normal to not be noticed when the crowd was dense. Brother Yi, Yi Ge, Wu Zuwang, and others spotted Ye Xiaowen, calling out loudly as they approached. Old Wu, Fengzi Mengzi, Ye Xiaowen replied, glancing at the two imposing young men behind Wu Zuwang. Noticing Ye Xiaowen's gaze, Wu Zuwang introduced, Brother Yi, these two fellows work on the construction site. I was concerned for safety, so I brought them along to assist. They are skilled. One is called De Wang, and the other Xiao Wang. After Wu Zuwang finished speaking, he turned to De Wang and Xiao Wang, instructing them. Address him as Yi Ge, Yi Ge, Yi Ge. The two, with deep voices resonating from their abdomens, shouted in unison, startling those around them. Just as someone was about to express their annoyance, they glanced at Lu Meng and Lu Feng, quickly closing their mouths. No need to be so loud. Those unaware might think we are up to no good, Ye Xiaowen remarked, adjusting the brim of his cap and then patting the arms of the two men. In truth, Ye Xiaowen had intended to pat their shoulders, but he simply couldn't reach. He was an average height, around 1.73 meters, while at that moment, he was only about 1.69 meters tall, making it impossible to reach De Wang and Xiao Wang, who were significantly taller. The food was subpar at that time, resulting in generally shorter statures, yet the height of De Wang and Xiao Wang was astonishing, around 1.93 to 1.95 meters. This is my father. He is worried about me traveling alone, Ye Xiaowen introduced his father, Old Yi. At that moment, Ye Guoping felt somewhat bewildered, surveying the crowd before him. His large hands trembled slightly. If a fight were to break out, those hands would surely become ineffective. Yet, his son appeared to thrive in this environment, making him ponder what it truly meant to seem untrustworthy. Had he not known them, he would have thought otherwise. How far removed one must be from oneself. Languidly shouldering a green military satchel, the handle of a fruit knife protruding awkwardly, whether it was from the jostle of disembarking or some other circumstance, one cannot tell. The shirt is unbuttoned, revealing a checkered blouse beneath, with two buttons undone at the collar, and a cap askew upon the head, exuding an unmistakable air of delinquency. Is this truly my son? Where has that obedient, charming, and sensible boy gone? I cannot fathom how my son has come to associate with such a dubious crowd, none of whom seem virtuous, leading him astray. Once this affair is resolved, I must ensure that he ceases all contact with them. And what of this brother Yi? He is still here, and to address such a minuscule child as brother is utterly absurd. Chapter 51. International Hotel Greetings. I shall address you as Brother Yi, and we shall each express our thoughts. Wu Zuwang said with a cheerful smile, You may call me Old Wu. Old Wu. Ye Guoping did not respond with particular warmth. Uncle Yi, Lu Feng, and others chimed in. Lu Feng, with great tact, took the luggage from Ye Guoping's hands. Uncle Yi, I can manage this. It's no trouble. Uncle Yi, please do not stand on ceremony with me. I am young and strong, and carrying it requires little effort. You have been on the train for so long, do take a moment to rest. Very well. The words were pleasing to hear, and Ye Guoping relinquished his grip. All right. Let us go. Ye Xiaowen spoke up. A group of them strode out of the train station, hailing two taxis. Brother Yi, I have arranged accommodations for us. Let us drop off our luggage, have a bite to eat, and then you and Uncle Yi can enjoy a good rest. This evening, I shall host a welcome gathering for you both. Agreed. Ye Xiaowen nodded, acknowledging the arduousness of the current transportation system. This journey was manageable only due to their youth. Had they been older, it would have been quite a strain. The trip from Pingqing to Bingzhou took over 5 hours, followed by an overnight wait at the train station. And then another day and night on the train. Reflecting on this, Ye Xiaowen turned to glance at Ye Guoping. However, Ye Guoping was intently gazing out the window. This was his first venture far from home, his inaugural visit to a bustling metropolis, one of the most prosperous places in the country. Everything appeared novel to him. Motorcycles and cars sped by on the road. Individuals wielding large black mobile phones and clutching leather bags exuded an air of newfound wealth, loudly conversing into their devices. The imposing presence of double-decker buses passed by. Colorfully dressed young women and towering skyscrapers surrounded him. All of this ignited his curiosity and astonishment. Having spent his life in Pingcheng, he had been unaware of such advancements beyond his familiar confines. "Father, once we finish our business, I will ensure you explore this place thoroughly," Ye Xiaowen said with a smile. "No need. Once you complete your tasks, we shall return promptly. By the way, let us find a place soon to call your mother and inform her of our arrival." Ye Guoping replied, retracting his gaze. "Understood. I will locate a phone as soon as we arrive." Ye Xiaowen nodded. The red Santana taxi halted at the entrance of an international hotel. The International Hotel was once the tallest building in the Far East, standing at 83.8 meters, only to be surpassed by the 93-meter Magic City Hotel. As they disembarked, Ye Guoping looked up at the skyscraper before him. Indeed, for Ye Guoping, this was a skyscraper. Having lived in Pingcheng all his life and only having ventured as far as Luzhou, he had never encountered such towering structures. "Be careful not to lose your hat while admiring the International Hotel," Wu Zuwang chuckled. Luote is a local term meaning to fall. This was once the tallest building in Magic City, though it no longer holds that title. "Old Wu, why arrange such an extravagant place? It's quite extravagant." Yet, Ye Xiaowen was not overly concerned. In a previous life, he had stayed in hotels far more luxurious than this one. However, considering their current circumstances, this venue was indeed quite opulent for them. The last time they came, they stayed in a modest and costing just 3 yuan a night. And now they were in such a lavish establishment. But with Brother Yi also here, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't cost much at all. Wu Zuwang chuckled as he spoke. Ye Xiaowen chose not to elaborate further. He had a point. With old Yi around, staying in a more upscale place seemed justified. What was an international hotel, after all? "Let us go." Ye Xiaowen was filled with enthusiasm. "Xiaowen, old Wu, this place must be quite expensive. Should we consider changing venues?" Ye Guoping interjected. There was no need to inquire. One could sense the high-end nature of the establishment even from outside. "It's fine, Brother Yi, we've already paid the deposit. They won't refund us if we don't stay," Wu Zuwang replied with a smile. "Exactly, Dad. It's fine. Let's go," Ye Xiaowen said, pulling his father as they entered the International Hotel. However, upon entering, Ye Guoping felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. In Ye Xiaowen's eyes, the decor was rather mediocre by future standards, but for Ye Guoping and the others, it was nothing short of resplendent. Wu Zuwang had been there the previous day to reserve the rooms, and thus felt at ease. He confidently made his way to the reception desk to check in. The cost for the simplest room was 100 yuan per night. Wu Zuwang booked 3 rooms, one for Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping, one for himself and Lu Feng, and one for Lu Ming along with the 2 Wang brothers. After dropping off their belongings in their respective rooms, the group headed to the dining area. Wu Zuwang ordered food, while Ye Xiaowen accompanied Ye Guoping to make a phone call home. "Hello, may I speak to Zhang Guizhi? This is Guoping. We've arrived. We found a place to stay. Don't worry, everything is fine. How's home? All is well? Okay, if anything arises, I will call you again." Ye Guoping spoke succinctly. His brevity surprised Ye Xiaowen, who had not yet reached for the phone to say a few words to his mother, Zhang Guizhi. Before Ye Guoping hung up, Ye Xiaowen understood that his father was being frugal with the phone bill. In fact, even during the early days of mobile phone prevalence in the 2000s, many people exhibited similar behavior. Ye Xiaowen recalled how, back then, when he called his parents, they would always watch the time and disconnect just shy of 1 minute and 50 seconds or a few minutes and 50 seconds to save on call costs. During the time, conversations rarely delved into family matters. "Let us go. Everything at home is fine," Ye Guoping stated as he handed over the phone bill. Then he and Ye Xiaowen returned to the dining area, where Wu Zuwang had already ordered several dishes. Yet when Ye Xiaowen returned, Wu Zuwang still handed the menu to the 2 of them, encouraging them to order a couple more dishes. Ye Xiaowen took the menu without hesitation and added 2 more items to the order. "Brother Yi, can you drink a bit? Let us indulge in a drink. It would be perfect for a delightful slumber shortly," Wu Zuwang remarked. However, Ye Guoping shook his head in refusal. being a stranger in unfamiliar surroundings. He dared not partake in alcohol. Yet, once the dishes arrived, Ye Guoping found himself sipping a glass. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Xiaowen's cup had mysteriously filled to half. Upon noticing, he chose not to comment further. Old Wu, have you met Shen Jiqing since your return? Indeed, I have, and we even shared 2 meals together. Shen Jiqing keeps insisting on your visit to the Magic City, promising to treat you to a splendid meal as a token of gratitude. This lad has also acquired some stock subscription certificates. Though modest in quantity, it should yield a small fortune. Very well, let us invite him for dinner this evening. Ye Xiaowen instructed. Chapter 52. An invitation. Upon returning to the room, Ye Xiaowen took a towel and headed for the shower. Dad, don't fall asleep just yet. You should wash up too to relieve your fatigue. All right, Ye Guoping responded absently. Initially, when he first encountered Wu Zuwang and his companions, he suspected that they were leading his son astray. However, throughout their interaction, it appeared as though they were all primarily focused on their own sons. The strangely named Xiao Wang seemed to play the role of a bodyguard, while Lu Feng and Lu Ming, without fail, addressed his son as brother whenever they spoke to him. Wu Zuwang, who appeared to be the eldest, also seemed to be under the guidance of his own son. It dawned on Ye Guoping that it was not others who had corrupted his son. Rather, it was his son who had influenced the others. Yet, his son was genuinely good. How could this be? Was it not a failure of the father to educate the son? No, it must be the second child. Yes, definitely the second child. He resolved to have a word with him when he returned home. Meanwhile, in the school classroom, Ye Xiaohai sneezed. Who is talking about me? He murmured, his thoughts drifting back to that morning when his father took the third child out. Where could they possibly have gone? Surely, they could have invited him along. As Ye Xiaohai pondered, a piece of chalk flew toward him, growing larger in his vision. Ouch. Ye Xiaohai, what on earth are you doing? I've been calling you for ages. Stand up and answer this question. Snapping back to reality, Ye Xiaohai slowly stood and replied, Teacher, I don't know. You. Never mind. You claim to be brothers with Ye Xiaowen, yet how can there be such a disparity between you two? As the elder brother, can't you learn a thing or two from your younger sibling? The teacher paused, waved his hand and said, Forget it, sit down. We cannot afford to waste everyone's time because of you. Without casting another glance at Ye Xiaohai, the teacher continued, Everyone, make sure to remember this knowledge point. It is essential for the exam. Remember, every point counts during the college entrance examination, and you never know how many competitors you will surpass. One must navigate a narrow bridge amidst a sea of thousands. 10 points here, take them or leave them. Meanwhile, at the International Hotel, Ye Xiaowen had nestled into bed and drifted into a deep slumber. When he finally awoke, the sky had darkened. He fumbled for the light switch and, upon illuminating the room, noticed his father sleeping soundly beside him. Dad, are you joining us for dinner tonight? Or should I have someone bring food to your room? Ye Xiaowen gently shook Ye Guoping awake. What time is it? It's already dark. I'll go out with you, Ye Guoping replied, rubbing his eyes as he rose. After this refreshing nap, he felt invigorated. The bed was truly comfortable. As Ye Xiaowen made his way to Wu Zuwang's room, he found the door ajar, with the sounds of card games emanating from within. Old Wu. Ah, Brother Yi is awake, Wu Zuwang exclaimed, putting down his cards to greet him. Lu Feng hastily tidied up the cards and cleared some space. Have you contacted Shen Jiqing yet? Yes, I have. Wu Zuwang nodded and said, He will come over after work. He should be arriving soon. He knows the room number. All right, Ye Xiaowen responded. Chatting for a while with Wu Zuwang and the others when a knock sounded at the door, and then Shen Jiqing entered. Upon seeing Ye Xiaowen, Shen Jiqing's face lit up with surprise. Brother Yi, Brother Shen, Ye Xiaowen exclaimed. I've long wished to meet you. But Brother Wu mentioned you have been in your hometown and couldn't come over. Now that you're here, I must extend my hospitality. If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have had this opportunity to profit. How much did you buy, Brother Shen? Ye Xiaowen inquired. Shen Jiqing raised 2 fingers and replied, 2 sets. When I first brought them home, my wife almost threatened to divorce me, but then the prices surged. When my wife saw the money I brought back, she nearly started treating me like a lord. Ha ha. Laughter erupted in the room, though Ye Guoping felt somewhat out of place. Unfortunately, I sold one set too early, at 15,000. Shen Jiqing continued without waiting for Ye Xiaowen to respond, but I am quite satisfied. I've already quintupled my investment. Brother Shen has a great mindset. Unlike old Wu, who sold at 30,000 and still laments the loss, Ye Xiaowen chuckled. Wu Zuwang, undeterred, remarked, Brother Yi, I cannot compare to Brother Shen. I come from a rural background, and it's not easy for us to earn money. Ye Guoping, overhearing, felt somewhat speechless. as they were dining in such a high-end restaurant and enjoying exquisite food, which hardly conveyed the struggle of earning money. Laughter filled the room once more. After a lengthy conversation, Ye Xiaowen remembered to introduce his father, saying, "Brother Shen, allow me to introduce you. This is my dad. Here to observe the development in the south. Dad, this is Brother Shen, a friend of mine." Shen Jiqing felt delighted at the term friend used by Ye Xiaowen. "You can just call me brother. It's like with old Wu. We shall keep our discussions distinct." Ye Xiaowen replied, "All right, Brother Yi, welcome to the Magic City." "Hello." Ye Guoping said, somewhat unaccustomed to such a warm greeting, especially from Shen Jiqing. "Tonight, I will treat you all to dinner, and afterward, I will take you to a special place. I assure you, you will." Shen Jiqing began, but Ye Xiaowen suddenly coughed violently. "What special place? I know the Magic City is economically prosperous, but I didn't expect the entertainment to be so developed." Noticing Shen Jiqing's ambiguous smile, Ye Xiaowen realized it might not be a respectable venue. If it were just us, perhaps we could take a look as a keepsake. But now that Comrade Ye Guoping is here, one cannot assume that old Ye's large hand is merely ornamental. Shen Jiqing, being astute, quickly grasped the implication and promptly corrected himself, saying, "Let us proceed to dinner, and we shall not return until we are thoroughly satisfied." Dinner was once again enjoyed at the International Hotel, which at this hour exuded an air of sophistication. The evening meal was considerably more lavish than the one served at noon. Ye Guoping perused the menu, realizing that this feast would undoubtedly cost between 400 to 500. And with a slight lapse in attention while ordering, it could easily surpass 1,000. The thought of spending an entire fortnight's salary on a single meal was utterly staggering. Meanwhile, Ye Guoping listened to Ye Xiaowen, Wu Zuwang, and others as they anxiously placed their orders, while he quietly calculated the total cost in his mind. Chapter 53. Times are changing. Including Shen Jiqing, there were 8 individuals who collectively ordered 12 dishes, amounting to just over 200 yuan. This sum included 2 dishes ordered by Ye Guoping, who initially hesitated but succumbed to Shen Jiqing's persistent persuasion and chose the 2 least expensive options. Nevertheless, even with this, the total surpassed 200 yuan. Furthermore, Shen Jiqing requested 3 bottles of wine, which, while not Matai, were still of a decent quality and certainly not inexpensive. At this juncture, they could afford Matai, but deemed it unnecessary. The price of Matai has surged significantly in recent years. In 1983, a bottle cost merely 8 yuan. Yet it has now soared to 200 yuan. The first toast was a warm welcome to Yi and his brother upon their arrival in the bustling metropolis. The second toast was dedicated to Yi and Wu, expressing gratitude for their support during a time when stock subscription certificates were languishing unsold, causing considerable distress. The third toast was to Yi, acknowledging that without his encouragement, he might never have ventured into purchasing stock subscription certificates and thus missed the opportunity for profit. As the 3 glasses were emptied, Ye Guoping genuinely consumed 3, while Ye Xiaowen limited himself to just 1. The group engaged in lively conversation while sipping their drinks. The remarkable rise in stock subscription certificates was a topic of intrigue. "Old Wu, is it truly beneficial that these certificates are soaring? You seem to be muddled by the profits," Ye Xiaowen remarked with a smile. "Surging?" Shen Jiqing, being somewhat of an insider, interjected. "Do you know how many certificates have been sold in total?" "How many?" "Approximately 270,000. Shen Jiqing paused, continuing, "However, this figure merely reflects an increase in the probability of winning, rather than justifying such a dramatic rise in value." "Indeed." With an air of mystery, Shen Jiqing elaborated. "It pertains to the quantity of stocks issued." He then turned to Ye Xiaowen, who smiled and added, "When fewer stock subscription certificates are purchased, the winning rate improves. And with an increase in the number of issued stocks, the odds naturally heighten. To illustrate simply, if 10 individuals buy lottery tickets and all win first prizes, theoretically, everyone has a chance to win, thus elevating the price of the tickets. Yes, the first lottery draw is set for the day after tomorrow, involving 7 companies, including Zhongxing Industrial and Yixing Steel Pipe. Originally, it was anticipated that around 10 companies would issue stocks this year, but with 7 in the first draw alone, one can only imagine the total stock issuance for the year," Shen Jiqing stated, adding with a hint of regret, "Unfortunately, I am left with only 1 set." "Speaking of issuances, Brother Shen, tomorrow, Wu and I will be opening accounts at your Shenin Securities. You must ensure everything is arranged," Ye Xiaowen said with a grin. "Really? You both are too kind to me," Shen Jiqing replied. "You are valued clients. Rest assured, I will have everything ready at the securities firm, and once you arrive, we will facilitate your account opening. With the substantial number of stock subscription certificates you possess, Winning is a certainty. It's merely a matter of how much. Wu Zuong nodded and expressed his hope for a higher lottery success rate. Laughter erupted among the crowd, while Ye Guoping, bewildered and having listened intently, found himself utterly lost in the conversation. Lu Feng, having spent time alongside Wu Zuong, had grasped a fraction of the discussion, whereas Lu Meng, De Wang, and Xiao Wang remained oblivious. Yet, the trio paid little heed to the dialogue, their sole focus directed towards the delectable dishes laid before them. Brother Ye, you work at the factory, don't you? Shen Jiqing remarked, noticing old Ye, mindful of the fact that he was the host. It would be quite inappropriate to neglect Ye Xiaowen's father. Through the evening's exchanges, he recognized that Ye Xiaowen was indeed knowledgeable and not merely fortunate, possessing genuine talent. This stock subscription certificate could serve as his first fortune, promising a bright future. Cultivating a relationship with such a person would undoubtedly benefit Shen Jiqing in the long run. How did you know? Ye Guoping inquired, puzzled, as he did not recall mentioning his workplace. Was it possible that Lao San had disclosed this information? Ye Guoping pondered. Unaware that Ye Xiaowen had not needed to share details with Shen Jiqing, he had merely provided a surname, without even divulging his full name. Intuition, Shen Jiqing replied, tapping his head, leaving Ye Guoping momentarily speechless. He then burst into laughter, adding, it's actually a matter of temperament. My parents were also workers at a state-owned factory, so I'm quite familiar with factory workers. They possess an indescribable aura. When they walk, there is a certain pride and confidence about them. They dedicated their lives to the factory. As Shen Jiqing continued, Ye Guoping became increasingly animated. The words resonated deeply within him, stirring emotions that he could not ignore. Shen Jiqing's sentiments echoed Ye Guoping's own. Their generation of factory workers had indeed devoted their lives, brimming with pride and dignity. Yet now, state-owned enterprises had fallen into decline, with reforms and contracts reshaping the landscape. Once admired, factory workers were no longer the envy of society. Instead, newfound wealth and material success reigned. No longer did accolades for advanced individuals or model workers hold significance. The measure of worth had shifted to financial success, motorcycle ownership, and the allure of beautiful mistresses. Times had changed, and the tide of reform surged forward, casting aside the once glorious state-owned factory workers, leaving in its wake a profound sense of loss and discontent that weighed heavily on all. To speak candidly, I hold a deep admiration for the workers in state-owned factories. They seek no recompense and regard not their toil. Their lives are devoted to the factory, though their actions may not seem grand. I recall my own initiation into this world at the tender age of 18, guided by my mentor. Ye Guoping reminisced about his illustrious past. His words, devoid of elaborate rhetoric or grandiloquent expressions, conveyed a vivid tableau through simple phrases. The scene of laboring tirelessly in the workshop, drenched in sweat yet undeterred by fatigue, the camaraderie as everyone, clad in deep blue uniforms, emerged from the factory amidst laughter as the sun dipped below the horizon. The palpable excitement at the awards ceremony, all of these moments painted a poignant picture of dedication and spirit. Chapter 54. The lottery begins. Shen Jiqing served as a guide, with Ye Guoping speaking behind him. Come on, brother Shen, let's have one. Come on, brother Shen, let's have another. My education isn't high, but I've heard it said, high mountains and flowing waters seek a confidant. Your words resonate deeply with me. I'll drink, and you can do as you please. Ye Guoping raised his glass, saying a few words, then drank again. He only drank with Shen Jiqing, and although he repeatedly urged, I'll drink, and you can do as you please, Shen Jiqing felt too embarrassed to indulge, setting aside the fact that he was the father of Ye Xiaowen. The age difference alone made it difficult for him to partake freely. Ye Guoping had already downed his drink. How could Shen Jiqing dare to take just a sip? Thus, he found himself emptying his glass time after time. Come on, Jiqing, let us have another. We're destined to be friends. Ye Guoping's tone grew increasingly familiar, his hand unsteady with the glass. Typically, Ye Guoping was quite reliable and composed, yet this trip to the magical city had proven to be a catalyst for his behavior. Initially, he was anxious about his child venturing out alone, yet throughout the journey, he had acted like a child himself. This was shameful in itself, as many had never traveled far, but the presence of an astute son beside him intensified his embarrassment. What compounded this was that while Ye Xiaowen, Wu Zuong, Shen Jiqing, and others spoke at length, he had not understood a single word. The once decisive Ye Guoping now felt a stark contrast to his usual self. Just as Shen Jiqing broached the topic of state-owned enterprises, Ye Guoping found a release for his frustrations. Brother Ye, slow down. Let us drink at a leisurely pace. Shall we? No, no, drink up. Slow down, but heed my advice. Ah, he has done it again. Shen Jiqing now looked upon Ye Guoping with trepidation. For your sake, please, don't drink so much. I concede, is that not enough? Shen Jiqing cast a pleading glance towards Ye Xiaowen. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Xiaowen nodded and turned to her father, saying, Dad, we're running low on alcohol. Shall I fetch you a couple more bottles? I need to use the restroom. Shen Jiqing nearly retched at Jiang Xiaobai's words, covering his mouth as he hurried to the lavatory. A couple more bottles. Perhaps that's enough. Jiqing's tolerance certainly needs some work. Ye Guoping waved his hand, his speech becoming increasingly slurred. When Shen Jiqing returned, pale-faced, Ye Xiaowen suggested they wrap things up, as there were matters to attend to the following day. After returning to their room, Ye Guoping promptly fell asleep. Ye Xiaowen, having also had her fill, washed up briefly before resting. On March 1st, Ye Xiaowen, Ye Guoping, Wu Zuang, and others made their way to Shunin Securities. On March 2nd, the magical city hosted its inaugural lottery ceremony for subscription certificates, broadcasting the event live on television. The lottery was conducted by the lottery team from the Industrial and Commercial Bank's Savings Department, with the notarization handled by the Magical City's Notary Office. Ye Xiaowen and her companions rose early, preparing themselves with vigor and clarity. At the forefront stood Ye Xiaowen, flanked by Wu Zuang on one side and Ye Guoping on the other, with Lu Feng, Lu Ming, and several others trailing behind. Though there were only 5 of them, they exuded a formidable presence. At the entrance, Shen Jiqing awaited their arrival, while 2 red Santana taxis idled nearby. Indeed, Wu Zuang had hired the vehicles at a rate of 90 yuan per day. As they boarded the cars and set off, Ye Xiaowen felt invigorated. From this day forth, everything would change. Yes, Lu Feng, Lu Ming, and the others echoed enthusiastically, a palpable aura of camaraderie enveloping them, drawing curious glances from passers-by who might mistake them for formidable figures in the underworld. Laughing heartily, Ye Xiaowen felt no embarrassment. Recalling a line from a television drama in his previous life, young people must be ambitious. If they are not, how can they truly be young? Given the chance to relive his life, he had seized the opportunity and was on the brink of earning his first fortune. In this era, the future was boundless. Akin to birds soaring high in the sky and fish leaping freely in the ocean. With such prospects, why should he remain meek? A little flamboyance would do no harm. Suddenly, Ye Guoping slapped Ye Xiaowen's arm. Hurry up and get in. So many eyes are upon us. This is embarrassing. With that, Ye Guoping hurriedly climbed into the car. Ah, this old Ye is simply too modest, Ye Xiaowen mused. Seated in the front passenger seat, Ye Guoping turned to Ye Xiaowen and inquired, Third brother, is it true that this stock subscription certificate can really make money? What a question, Ye Xiaowen replied, momentarily taken aback. The past few days, I've been mingling with the right crowd. You could just ask the driver. Indeed, it can make money, big money. The stock subscription certificates have skyrocketed. The taxi driver interjected, without needing Ye Guoping to ask further. 30 yuan each at first, and nobody was buying. Only the foolish took the plunge. But later, those who didn't buy felt regret as the price soared to over 200. Many are now wishing they had invested. Perhaps every taxi driver was quite talkative. Yet some terms evaded Ye Guoping's understanding. Ye Xiaowen clarified, means fool. Over the past few days, Ye Guoping had heard many discussing stock subscription certificates. His curiosity was piqued. Yet he remained somewhat skeptical. His youngest son, merely 18 and yet to celebrate his birthday, had managed to navigate the world of finance. Obtaining a loan of 20,000 yuan to venture to the bustling metropolis and purchase stock subscription certificates. He could effortlessly sell what he bought for 210,000, netting a profit of 190,000. Had he ever earned such an amount in his lifetime? While such tales might seem fantastical when it involved someone else's child, they felt utterly surreal when it pertained to his own. Perhaps other children were simply astute from a young age, possessing innate business acumen and courage. Yet, witnessing such extraordinary feats in his own child stirred a sense of disbelief within him. I am merely an ordinary factory worker, having spent the better part of my life without even attaining a modest official position. How is it possible that my son is so exceptional, exhibiting such prowess even before reaching adulthood? The vehicle swiftly came to a halt in front of Shunin Securities, where Shen Jiqing had arranged a private room for Ye Xiaowen and the others. Inside, a color television awaited, accompanied by refreshments such as tea and sunflower seeds. Soon, the television screen illuminated with the live lottery drawing. Ye Xiaowen nodded in satisfaction while Shen Jiqing poured tea for the group and took a seat. His gaze fixed intently on the lottery scene unfolding on the screen. Chapter 55. Rate of winning on March 2nd, 1992. The first lottery for stock issuance took place in the bustling city of Magic. 7 companies offered their stocks with a total issuance of 7.05 million shares, each with a par value of 10 yuan. Once the lottery concluded, Ye Xiaowen wasted no time and retrieved the stock subscription certificates sewn into the clothing of himself and his father. Upon examination, he found that he possessed a total of 737 certificates, of which 102 were winners. This calculated to a winning rate of approximately 13. Ye Xiaowen could not recall the exact winning rate from the first lottery in his memory, believing that only those who had genuinely experienced it would retain such mundane data. He vaguely remembered it being around 10. Considering his own 13, it seemed to be somewhat higher. Ye Xiaowen laid out the winning stock subscription certificates and returned the others to their place. A total of 102 certificates required further updates from Shen Jiqing. When they had parted earlier, they had agreed on their arrangements. Wu Zhuang's certificates were kept at the construction site, while Shen Jiqing's were at home. The three would reconvene at the International Hotel after confirming their winning certificates. Third brother, are these the winning ones? Ye Guoping inquired, puzzled. Yes, they are winners. Ye Xiaowen replied. With these, can we exchange for money? Ye Guoping shook his head. No, these allow us to purchase stocks. Only after the stocks are listed can we profit, Ye Xiaowen clarified. Ye Guoping nodded, choosing not to press further, feeling that continued inquiry would only lead to confusion. As the father and son conversed, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Ye Xiaowen halted Ye Guoping, who was about to answer. It's me, Shen Jiqing. Oh. Ye Xiaowen released Ye Guoping, though he remained reluctant to move. Consequently, Ye Xiaowen opened the door himself, while Ye Guoping sat on the sofa, observing. Ye Guoping felt a wave of emotion. His youngest son exhibited far more caution than he ever did. He recognized the importance of being carefree at times, yet cautious when necessary. In contrast, he found himself lacking, often careless when he should have been prudent, and overly cautious when he should have embraced freedom. Brother Shen, welcome. How did it go? Ye Xiaowen ushered Shen Jiqing into the room and closed the door behind them. 11. I won 11, Shen Jiqing exclaimed excitedly. Wonderful. I secured 102, which is around 13. Your winning rate is 11, but given our smaller numbers, it doesn't represent much. We should await news from old Wu. Ye Xiaowen smiled. Shen Jiqing nodded, still brimming with excitement. Winning 11 on the first try was a remarkable feat. Before long, Wu Zhuang arrived with Lu Ming and others, carrying a tattered snakeskin bag, a testament to Wu Zhuang's usual style. At the entrance of the restaurant, they were almost stopped from entering. How many did you win? Ye Xiaowen inquired after closing the door. In total, 181 tickets were won, came the response. 181 tickets, which amounts to 18 sets, indicating a winning rate of approximately 10. Ye Xiaowen nodded thoughtfully. He and Shen Jiqing had a limited number of stock subscription certificates. Thus, the winning rate could not serve as a reliable comparison. Perhaps luck had favored them with 1 or 2 wins, thereby skewing the calculated rate. However, Wu Zhuang's 18 sets would essentially reflect the true winning rate for this lottery, which stood at 10, not an insignificant figure, especially since it was the inaugural draw. Ye Xiaowen felt quite satisfied. By the way, Brother Shen, which companies are issuing stocks this time? He asked. Zhongqing Industry, Yixing Steel Pipe, Pudong Qiangshan, Jiafen Company, Light Industry Machinery, and United Textiles, totaling 7 companies. Shen Jiqing replied effortlessly, as this was his line of work. The total issuance of the stocks with a par value of 10 yuan is 7.05 million shares. The winning subscription certificates allow for the purchase of 50 shares from Zhongqing Industry and Yixing Steel Pipe, while 30 shares from the other companies can be acquired, totaling 300 shares when calculated at a par value of 1 yuan per share. Ye Xiaowen nodded as he listened. Though he was not entirely clear on this segment of history, he merely knew that each stock would appreciate. Some would rise significantly, while others would see only modest gains, yet even those that increased minimally could yield a profit of 20 to 30 yuan post-listing. As for those that surged dramatically, a 100-fold increase was not out of the question. However, he was uncertain which company stocks would perform well and which would not. After some deliberation, they calculated that Ye Xiaowen had won 102 tickets. If he chose not to invest in Zhongqing Industry and Yixing Steel Pipe, but rather in the other 5 companies, approximately 30,000 yuan would be required. On the other hand, Investing in Zhongqing Industry and Yixing Steel Pipe would necessitate around 50,000 yuan. Wu Zhuang's 180 stock subscription certificates would require about 90,000 yuan for the purchase of 50 shares and around 50,000 yuan for 30 shares. Shanjiqing's 11 tickets would need slightly over 3,000 yuan for 30 shares from the 5 companies and about 5,000 yuan for 50 shares. Shanjiqing did not require a substantial amount of capital. The profits from his previous sale were more than sufficient. Brother Yi, which company stocks should we buy? Shanjiqing inquired, genuinely interested in which stocks would yield the most profit. Ye Xiaowen replied with a wry smile. Do you really think I possess such foresight? I have no idea. However, whichever you choose will likely turn a profit. The only difference lies in the magnitude of that profit. He paused briefly before continuing, nonetheless. I suggest considering the 5 companies with 30 shares, as they require less capital. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. If you have any leads, feel free to explore other options. Such matters are inherently unpredictable. Shanjiqing and Wu Zhuang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. In that case, I shall visit my workplace to see if there are any promising developments, Shanjiqing said. Sounds good. Ye Xiaowen nodded, recognizing that Shanjiqing's interest in him was primarily due to his affiliation with a securities company, which might afford him access to insider information. After bidding farewell to Shanjiqing, Ye Xiaowen resumed his conversation with Wu Zhuang. Wu Ge, I require a loan. What loan? Did we not agree on this earlier? Wu Zhuang replied, waving his hand dismissively. You possess 460,000. I need 30,000, and you will still have over 500,000, leaving you with approximately 380,000. Therefore, I am requesting a total loan of 150,000. Nearby, Ye Guoping listened in trepidation. 150,000. My goodness, 150,000. Just the 20,000 loan is enough to haunt me for a lifetime. I shall never repay this 150,000. Previously, I had thought that perhaps in the future, my youngest brother might create a significant mess, but I never imagined I would find myself unable to manage this even now. Chapter 56. Borrowing 190,000 naturally, with the additional 120,000, I intended to acquire several more stock subscription certificates. Ye Xiaowen did not conceal this from Wu Zhuang. This was precisely the reason I opted to purchase 30 shares of the company's stock. Are you still buying? We have already participated in the lottery once, and the price hovers around 30,000. After this lottery, even if there is a price drop, it won't be significant. Wu Zhuang gazed at Ye Xiaowen in astonishment. Buy. Ye Xiaowen affirmed. Wu Zhuang pondered for a moment and resolutely declared, all right, I will take the plunge as well. I currently have 460,000. Aside from the funds required for our stock subscription, I have 380,000 left. This means we can each have 190,000. Wait, that would be too unfair to you. With that amount, you could acquire several more stock subscription certificates. Splitting it, Ye Xiaowen quickly declined. In truth, he intended to borrow 150,000. With 30,000 allocated for stock operations and the remaining 120,000 designated for stock subscription certificates, which already felt somewhat inconsiderate. However, the major share still resided with Wu Zhuang, and Ye Xiaowen was confident that the profits generated for Wu Zhuang would far surpass his own endeavors. Yet, if they were to evenly divide the remaining 380,000, it would be rather greedy. Before Ye Xiaowen could finish his thought, Wu Zhuang interrupted, Brother Yi, please don't say that. The profits from this venture are entirely thanks to you. I know I lack the acumen for this. So earning this much is already a great satisfaction for me. Since I've made my decision, I hope you won't refuse again, as it would imply you look down on me, Wu. Besides, you will repay the borrowed money in due course. Ye Xiaowen smiled and nodded. All right, I shall borrow it. Wait, third brother on the side, Ye Guoping listened in trepidation, nearly in tears. 190,000, coupled with the previous 30,000. Totals 220,000, and the additional 20,000 in loans amounts to 240,000. Were these two not out of their minds? One dared to borrow, while the other dared to lend. If he had a weaker heart, Ye Guoping might have fainted by now. What's wrong, Dad? Ye Xiaowen looked at his father, puzzled by the expression that resembled constipation. Is there a shortage of food at home? Dad can't repay you. Third, Ye Guoping spoke pitifully. Ye Xiaowen replied, Dad, what are you saying? Don't worry, it won't lead to losses. All right, you two can discuss it. I'm stepping out for a smoke. Ye Guoping wished to leave the room, fearing he could not bear the tension any longer. Whether it was 150,000 or 190,000, it made little difference to him. He would not be able to repay either. Sir, Would you like to make a phone call? Yes. Hello, Guiji. How is everything at home? Is everyone well? Everyone is doing well, don't worry. How are you and the third brother in the metropolis? When will you return? Well, not good. Very bad. Ye Guoping mused internally, yet he refrained from voicing his concerns, fearing that Jiang Guiji would worry. Moreover, discussing such matters over the phone was inappropriate. It was better to elaborate upon his return home. Thus, Ye Guoping nonchalantly remarked, "It's fine. As for when to return, that's still uncertain. My son has some matters to attend to that remain unresolved." "What matters? Can't you say?" "What do you mean?" "Nothing significant," Ye Guoping replied, unwilling to elaborate. "Do you expect me to explain? I hardly comprehend it myself. Thus far, all I have grasped is the concept of a stock subscription certificate, which is meant for purchasing stocks. As for how one profits from possessing such a certificate and why it yields returns, that eludes my understanding. Has the third one done anything outrageous?" Jiang Guiji's voice conveyed worry over the phone. "Rest assured," Ye Guoping reassured her, already weary of the conversation. Outrageous? This was not merely outlandish. It was akin to puncturing a hole in the heavens, 19,000 plus 2,000, a staggering 21,000. By the way, Guiji, when we had the third child, we didn't mistakenly take the wrong baby from the hospital, did we? Ye Guoping, what do you mean by that? What do you mean wrong baby? There were hardly any others at the hospital, and besides, weren't you waiting outside the delivery room? Are you asking me what I mean? Never mind, it's nothing. Let us end the call. As Ye Guoping hung up, he mused that they had not taken the wrong child. The third was indeed his own. Yet, how had he become so audacious? In his youth, he too had been bold, engaging in fights and reckless behavior, much like his second son, Ye Xiaowen. However, compared to the third, they belonged to entirely different realms. The third appeared genteel, yet when it came to play, he spoke of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, treating money as if it were inconsequential. The most alarming part was that there were indeed people willing to lend him money. After all, he was merely a high school student, still in his adolescence. How do they dare? Are they not afraid he won't repay? To illustrate, when Ye Xiaowen ventured out to borrow money, securing 100 or 200 was commendable. If he managed to borrow 500 or 1000, it would require the goodwill of neighbors, and he would need to concoct a plausible reason. Borrowing 30 or 50 was reserved for close relatives. It must be noted that both were of the same age. Even he, having lived a significant portion of his life, could scarcely borrow 10 or 20,000. How do you possess such remarkable capability? As Ye Guoping pondered these thoughts, he heard Ye Xiaowen calling from behind. "Dad, it's time for dinner. What are you doing here? Did you speak with Mom? Is everything okay at home?" "Humph." Ye Guoping snorted coldly, his expression dark, ignoring Ye Xiaowen as he made his way to the dining room. Given the circumstances, he would relish a good meal. If losses were to ensue, the days ahead would prove challenging. Yet, if fortune smiled upon them and profits were realized, would a single meal truly matter? His son spoke in terms of tens of thousands, and for him, as a father, indulging in a bit of luxury seemed trivial. Ye Xiaowen certainly did not neglect himself. That evening, they enjoyed a few drinks together. The following day, they visited the bank, where Wu Zuwang withdrew the money, each carrying a black bag. Lu Meng, Lu Feng, De Wang, and Xiao Wang formed a tight protective circle around Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang, with even Ye Guoping closely following. However, Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang appeared surprisingly nonchalant on the surface, though their hearts raced with anxiety. They proceeded directly to Shanghai Securities. Shen Jiqing awaited them at the entrance, and the group did not linger outside. Ye Xiaowen exchanged nods with Shen Jiqing, and they all filed into the office of Shanghai Securities, where Ye Xiaowen finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 57. Purchasing stocks. Is the account ready? This is the operational capital, totaling 80,000. We have decided to buy stocks priced at 30 per share. As for which ones, that is your choice. Ye Xiaowen handed a black bag to Shen Jiqing. Very well, I shall take care of it now. Shen Jiqing accepted the bag, while Ye Xiaowen and the others awaited his return in his office. Shortly, Shen Jiqing emerged with a stack of documents, guiding Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang as they inscribed their names. After an entire morning of diligent work, they finally completed all the necessary procedures, now awaiting the listing of the stocks they had purchased, eager to reap their rewards. The stocks in question were from Modu Light Industry Machinery. Each stock subscription certificate came with a personal stock payment receipt. The header indicated that it was issued by Modu Shanghai Securities on behalf of Modu Light Industry Machinery Company, Limited. Beneath, in smaller print, was inscribed personal stock payment receipt, followed by pertinent details, shareholder's name, stock subscription certificate number, number of shares purchased, price per share, total amount paid, etc. All finalized with a crimson seal. They carefully stored the stock subscription certificates and receipts. After a midday meal, in the afternoon, Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang stationed themselves at the entrance of Shanghai Securities to collect the stock subscription certificates. Look, you've already purchased the stocks. The money has been recouped. Selling them now would yield you a tidy profit. Otherwise, to be frank, if you enter the lottery again and win, you may lack the funds to subscribe. Why take that risk, right? Sell them to me. This is a mutually beneficial collaboration. Honestly, I'm taking a gamble here. Being young, I can afford to lose. Wait a moment, let's have a word. About the stock subscription certificates, don't be anxious, under broad daylight. I wouldn't dare seize them from you. Of course, I intend to purchase. What? You have a complete set? How about 28,000? Sell it to me for 28,000. Don't leave yet. I'll offer 29,000, the highest price. 30,000 is my final offer, or I want to buy. By the end of the afternoon, Ye Xiaowen's voice was nearly worn out, having managed to acquire only one complete set of stock subscription certificates, albeit a consecutive series. Wu Zuwang fared slightly better, securing 150 certificates, a set and a half, though they were not consecutive. Considering the profit from a complete set to be 500,000, after deducting the initial profit of 60,000 and the 30,000 spent on the stock subscription certificates, they still realized a profit of 400,000. 400,000 in just one afternoon, while others labored for a mere $4. At that moment, Shun Jiqing finished work as well, and Ye Xiaowen invited him to dine together. However, Shun Jiqing declined, citing family matters and a visit to his mother-in-law's home. Ye Xiaowen did not press further and returned to the International Hotel with Wu Zuwang and the others. After dinner, back in their room, Ye Guoping, having finished his shower, lay on the bed smoking. Observing his son organizing the stock subscription certificates and receipts on his bed, he cleared his throat softly. Then he said, "Third brother, do you know what July 7th is?" Without lifting his head, Ye Xiaowen replied, "I know, it's Qixi, the Valentine's Day. What's up, Dad? You and Mom are of such an age, still wanting to indulge in romance? Besides, it's still far off. I can arrange something for you both then." Cough, cough, cough. Ye Guoping suddenly broke into a fit of coughing, exclaiming, "What Qixi? What Valentine's Day? Romance with your mother? What's wrong, Dad? Are you unwell?" Hearing her father's cough, Ye Xiaowen put down the stock subscription certificate in her hand and looked up with concern. Ye Guoping shook his head and said, "No. But do you know what July 8th and July 9th are? I mean the Gregorian calendar, not the lunar calendar," he added. "Hiki, why is Dad asking such obscure trivia?" Ye Xiaowen chuckled. "Actually, I do know. July 8th is World Allergy Awareness Day, and July 9th is Argentina's Independence Day." A former girlfriend used to ask about these peculiar holidays, so Ye Xiaowen had memorized them, recalling most of the dates. Ye Guoping felt a black line of exasperation forming on his forehead. What did allergies and Argentina's independence have to do with anything? "Do you know about the college entrance examination?" Ye Guoping thumped the bedside table and shouted loudly. "College entrance examination? Oh, right, the college entrance examination," Ye Xiaowen finally realized. It wasn't entirely his fault for forgetting. In the past, the exams were held in June, but now it was July. So what? What do you mean? We need to go back. When are we going back? In just a few months, you will be taking the college entrance examination. We left on February 27th, and today is already March 3rd. It has been 6 days since we came out. I promised your teacher that I would only take a week's leave. Oh, if you had said that directly instead of going around in circles, you would have guaranteed a week off, which you are now likely to breach. We are leaving tomorrow. It will be too late to return." Ye Xiaowen said nonchalantly, "When in the field, military orders should not be disobeyed." "My apologies to the homeroom teacher." Ye Guoping exclaimed excitedly, "We leave tomorrow? Great, then I'll pack up." Ye Xiaowen narrowed his eyes. "Old Ye, have you taken a turn for the worse? Is that how you interpret what I said? Learning to take things out of context now?" "No, Dad. Is it that the bed in this hotel is uncomfortable?" "No. It's quite comfortable, so soft." "Is it that the food in the restaurant is unappetizing?" "Not at all. It's quite delicious." "Then what are you so anxious about?" "What do you mean by anxious?" "The college entrance examination determines your entire life." Ye Guoping fumed, and Ye Xiaowen could only say, "Just give me 2 more days, I'll handle it, and we'll head back immediately." "All right, you said it." "I'm okay, then I'll sleep." "You should also rest early." Ye Guoping lay on the bed and soon began to snore softly. "So he was waiting for me." Ye Xiaowen chuckled and continued to attend to her own matters. For the next 2 days, Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang remained steadfastly stationed at the entrance of Shanin Securities. With the assistance of Shen Jiqing, Ye Xiaowen managed to exhaust all of the 190,000 yuan in hand by noon on the following day. With this sum, Ye Xiaowen acquired a total of 6.5 additional sets, bringing her total to approximately 14 sets. Wu Zuwang was not far behind, having secured around 6 more sets, which, when combined with his original 18, amounted to over 24 sets in total. Ye Xiaowen found herself with just over 100 yuan remaining, a slight improvement compared to her previous situation. Aware of her circumstances, she understood it was time to return to the role of a diligent student. Chapter 58. The Royal Palace Restaurant. During lunchtime, Ye Xiaowen turned to Shen Jiqing and inquired, "Shall we explore the black market for stock subscription certificates this afternoon?" In his previous life, he had often heard tales of the frenzied activity within this clandestine market. However, his last visit to Moda had been too brief for him to experience it firsthand. This time, with half a day left, it was the perfect opportunity for a glimpse. "Very well, I shall take the afternoon off." Shen Jiqing nodded in agreement. Ye Guoping sat in silence, his head bowed over his meal. Ever since their arrival in Modu, he had become little more than a mere backdrop, a personal prop for his youngest son. Wherever the third son went, he followed, devoid of any say in their itinerary. It was a peculiar inversion of roles. He, the father, should have been leading the way, yet here he was, trailing after his own child. 2 red Santana cars halted outside the Royal Palace Restaurant. Since the Lunar New Year, the adjacent Huangpu Road had transformed into a bustling street market, predominantly engaged in the trading of stock subscription certificates, while the Royal Palace had evolved into a hub for large transactions. Shen Jiqing provided an introduction as they observed the lively scene outside, where numerous stalls lined the street, each bustling with activity. Most of the vendors were acquiring stock subscription certificates, and hurried passers-by feigned nonchalance as they covertly glanced at the prices displayed. It was evident that the items on offer were stock subscription certificates, yet caution was paramount among the participants. Many chose to stop and engage in conversation with the stall owners. Rather than entering the Royal Palace Restaurant immediately, Ye Xiaowen ventured into the black market on the street. He noted the various signs displaying acquisition prices, with complete sets hovering around 30,000 yuan. However, this black market primarily catered to retail investors, with transactions typically involving 1, 2, or even 10 certificates. After the lottery, an additional item had emerged, the acquisition of winning stock subscription certificates, with prices reaching 500 yuan for a single winning certificate. Some offered even higher prices, ranging from 6 to 700 yuan. Considering that the initial purchase price had been merely 30 yuan per certificate, this represented an astonishing increase of over 20 times. It was a true testament to the madness of the moment, a vivid illustration of the fervent and often irrational pursuit of wealth that could only be fully appreciated by those living in this era. Ye Guoping gazed at the prices at the stalls, his heart racing. It was astonishing how little value money seemed to hold. His entire month's salary could scarcely cover the cost of a single green booklet. In fact, at the highest prevailing prices, it would take him 4 months of earnings. Even with his spouse's contributions, after accounting for living expenses, it would require 6 months of diligent saving just to afford one of those green stock subscription certificates. After meandering through the black market, Ye Xiaowen and his companions finally arrived at the Royal Palace Restaurant. The atmosphere was markedly more serene compared to the bustling street market outside, with patrons dressed in formal attire. As Ye Xiaowen's group entered, they immediately drew the attention of everyone present, leaving many to wonder at the unusual sight of a young man leading the assembly. This group appears to be entering for the first time, as evidenced by the cautious glances exchanged among the others, who were carefully surveying their surroundings. However, the young leader among them gazes unabashedly, his eyes radiating an assertive intensity. Yet, the onlookers are too preoccupied with their own concerns to notice. Simultaneously, 3 or 4 men stride forward. Nevertheless, upon seeing a man clad in a white shirt, the others quickly retreat, their faces betraying a wry smile. "Ah, young man, I see it's your first time here," remarks the man, likely in his 30s and comparable to Shen Jiqing in age, yet with a piercing gaze. "Yeah." Ye Xiaowen slightly tilts his head to regard the man. "My name is Lu Qianni. I am somewhat familiar with this place. Shall I introduce everyone?" Lu Qianni says with a grin, clearly pleased to have correctly identified the leader among this group of youthful individuals. However, Lu Qianni does not underestimate Ye Xiaowen due to his youth. He understands that at Ye Xiaowen's age, he had already left school to strive for success. becoming one of the earliest affluent individuals. Thus, he recognizes that such individuals should not be taken lightly. While they may lack the societal experience and connections of their older counterparts, they are imbued with vigor, quick to embrace new ideas, mentally agile, and, importantly, bolder. Thank you. Ye Xiaowen casually responds. Yet he comprehends the identity of the man before him. Lu Qianyi, the influential shareholder known as the King of Capital. Lu Qianyi, having dropped out of middle school to pursue his ambitions, had already achieved wealth before the issuance of stock subscription certificates, having made his first fortune through the early, lucrative stocks in the bustling metropolis. Furthermore, he has acquired an impressive number of stock subscription certificates, subsequently investing across various sectors, now a titan worth billions. Our Wanggong Hotel has essentially been the hub for most private bulk transactions since the issuance of stock subscription certificates this year. People often come here to relax, converse, and exchange information. The government is piloting securities and stocks, treading cautiously. No one dares to claim full understanding, yet we gather to share insights. As Lu Qianyi speaks, he assesses Ye Xiaowen and his companions. Judging by their attire, they likely possess stock subscription certificates. Otherwise, they would not frequent the Wanggong Hotel. And presumably, they hold several, having just concluded the lottery a few days prior, with tomorrow marking the final payment deadline. They likely did not anticipate such a high success rate. It is not surprising that many individuals are looking to liquidate a portion of their stock subscription certificates due to insufficient funds to operate their winning certificates. It remains uncertain how many this group possesses, but it is reasonable to assume they have at least 2 or 3. If only he could acquire all of those. If the price could be a tad lower, that would certainly be preferable. However, such a scenario is highly improbable. At this juncture, the pricing of stock subscription certificates is nearly transparent for those who take the initiative to inquire. I trust that each of you possesses a few sets of stock subscription certificates. After a brief exchange, Lu Qianyi spoke candidly. Ye Xiaowen did not conceal the truth. It was evident to any discerning observer that without stock subscription certificates, who would truly have the leisure to wander around the Wang Palace Hotel? Why not stroll along the banks of the Huangpu River or take a leisurely walk on Nanjing Road instead of coming to this place? Thus, Ye Xiaowen nodded affirmatively and replied, Indeed, I possess a few. Chapter 59. Genetics. Lu Qianyi's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Why not sell it to me? Sell it to you? Ye Xiaowen was taken aback, then inquired, Why would you want to? Are the big shots of the future so brazen? Just demanding to buy from me. You might as well seize it yourself. Anyone who dares to covet my stock subscription certificate is deemed an adversary. Instantly, Ye Xiaowen became vigilant. Indeed, I can assert that the price I offer is undoubtedly the highest, Lu Qianyi insisted. When did I ever express a desire to sell? Ye Xiaowen countered. Your price is of no concern to me. If you could fetch 500,000 for a single stock subscription certificate, I would sell without hesitation. But if you think to deceive me with a mere 30 or 20,000, you underestimate my intelligence. You won't sell? Lu Qianyi was momentarily taken aback. He had already prepared his bargaining strategies, but did not anticipate Ye Xiaowen's disinterest in selling. Ye Xiaowen nodded, stating, Exactly. I merely came to take a look. There are only a limited number of stock subscription certificates. If it weren't for the fact that I have already acquired some, I would have sought to obtain more. Lu Qianyi, hearing this, could only smile wryly. Observing Ye Xiaowen's cautious demeanor, he quickly added, It seems there has been a misunderstanding. I thought you were in need of operational funds and were looking to sell. Nonetheless, it's no issue. Consider it as fostering friendships. As more friends lead to more opportunities. Do we appear to be in need of money? Ye Xiaowen assessed himself and his companions, then glanced at the others in the Wanggong Hotel. They did indeed give off such an impression. Ye Xiaowen was merely a high school student, while Ye Guoping was an ordinary worker, dressed simply but neatly. As for Wu Zhuang and the others, they were even less presentable than Ye Guoping. The only one who looked somewhat respectable was Shun Jiqing, who worked at a securities company, clad in a suit. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Qianyi took his leave, and the group found a place to sit. It was then that Shun Jiqing began to recount Lu Qianyi's rise to prominence. At that moment, Lu Qianyi was a relatively well-known figure in the securities market of the Magic City. He had dropped out of middle school to join his family in business, which consisted of a modest family workshop, rather than being born into wealth. Eventually, they opened a shop near the city god temple and later purchased a taxi. His ventures were quite audacious, and he had amassed considerable wealth. While his reputation was not as grand as that of Yang Baian, who had made his fortune through the acquisition of national bonds, it was due to his low-profile demeanor that he garnered respect for his capabilities. The reform and opening up era truly birthed a cohort of legendary figures, each with a rags-to-riches story worthy of being told. Their journeys were filled with serendipity and unpredictability, captivating countless individuals. As Shen Jiqing spoke, he glanced at Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang, pondering that perhaps, in a few years, these two might also become legends in their own right. Wu Zuwang, that rascal, had indeed found himself in the right company. Otherwise, he would merely be a small contractor, possessing some money, but ultimately insignificant. After wandering around the Wanggong Hotel, they bid farewell to Ye Xiaowen and his father, Ye Guoping, who were set to return to Hedong province early the next morning. The following morning, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping rose early to catch a train back to Hedong province. This time, Ye Guoping was far more anxious than when they initially departed. When they first set out, he had been oblivious to the value of the green items he carried. However, during this journey, he had come to understand their worth. The father and son possessed a total of 14 stock subscription certificates, along with stock payment receipts, assuming each set was worth 30,000 yuan. That amounted to over 400,000. Additionally, there were the 30,000 yuan stock payment receipts, and according to his son, each share could yield a profit of over 20 yuan. If this were to materialize, they could be looking at over 600,000. With 600,000 combined with over 400,000, it would total 1 million. Given that their household had barely a 10,000 yuan savings, it was only natural for Ye Guoping to feel a surge of anxiety while holding over 1 million in his arms. Dad, relax a bit. Just by looking at you, it's clear you're carrying money, Ye Xiaowen whispered in his father's ear. Yet, in truth, they had not brought much cash. The total between them did not exceed 500 yuan. This included the 300 yuan Ye Guoping had brought from home, which remained untouched, while Ye Xiaowen had just over 100 yuan left. I know, Ye Guoping nodded, but his anxious demeanor remained unyielding as he warily scrutinized everyone around him, perceiving each individual as a potential thief. If Wu Zuwang and Lu Feng were present, they would surely recognize that Ye Xiaowen's perpetual state of vigilance stemmed from this very situation. After enduring a day of travel, Ye Guoping could no longer withstand the fatigue and began to doze off around midnight. Dad, take a nap. I'm not tired, Ye Xiaowen suggested. All right. Ye Guoping finally settled into his seat and fell asleep. In truth, Ye Xiaowen was not entirely free of fatigue, while his father was anxious both inside and out. Ye Xiaowen appeared relaxed on the surface, yet felt a tension within. Upon their arrival in Longqing, the father and son promptly boarded the train back to Pingqing County. What are you doing? Ye Guoping asked. Going to the restroom. Why can't you hold it? We're almost home. You've been standing awkwardly and sitting uncomfortably this whole journey. What kind of behavior is that? Dad, why do you get angrier the closer we get to home? Ye Xiaowen questioned, perplexed. Now you dare to retort? Do you want a lesson? Ye Guoping's demeanor shifted, sensing the gravity of their imminent return home. Throughout the journey, he had felt like a mere shadow of his son, and now it was time to reclaim his authority as a father. Dad, fine, I want to go. Ye Xiaowen sighed in resignation, beginning to understand his father's need to assert his parental role. What do you mean you want to go? If you're going, then go. Stop dawdling. You're not acting like a young man at all. Am I going or not? Get lost. Moreover, the sound was intermingled with the gentle murmur of flowing water, while Ye Xiaowen murmured to himself, reflecting on old Ye's unexpected resourcefulness during their time in the bustling metropolis. Had he known earlier, he would have left him there to fend for himself. Upon their arrival in Pingqing, both father and son exhaled a sigh of relief. As they gazed at the setting sun, they walked home bathed in its golden afterglow. I should ask someone to procure some iron and fashion a small iron box, he suggested. Yes, one that is sturdy, preferably made of steel. Perhaps a 3-centimeter thick steel plate? No, make it 5 centimeters. Additionally, let us acquire a hefty iron chain, one that cannot be broken even with a hammer. Chapter 60, The Feeling of Being a Father when Ye Guoping and Ye Xiaowen returned home. Jiang Guizhi was busy in the courtyard. Hearing the commotion at the door, she looked up and was momentarily taken aback as she saw the two of them sauntering in. Guoping, little third, you have returned, Jiang Guizhi exclaimed, setting aside her tasks and wiping her hands on her clothes as she approached them, immediately enveloping Ye Xiaowen in her embrace. Are you all right? After being away for so long, did you manage to eat well? Are you hungry? I've already bought the ingredients. I'll prepare dinner for you shortly. Mom, I missed you, Ye Xiaowen replied sweetly, gazing up at Jiang Guizhi. In that instant, her heart melted. She nodded repeatedly and headed towards the kitchen. Ye Guoping stood by, somewhat dumbfounded. The contrast in Ye Xiaowen's demeanor was striking. While outside, he had exuded an aura of authority, leading a group that included contractor Wu Zhuang, broker Shen Jiqing, and the formidable Lu Feng and Lu Meng, all of whom looked up to Ye Xiaowen. Yet now, upon returning home, he had transformed into an adorable, endearing child. Of course, Ye Guoping did not believe that his son should flaunt his prowess at home just because he commanded respect outside. It was simply the disparity that caught him off guard. However, he quickly realized that his son was merely charming his mother. "Mom, Dad and I are going to take a shower and then come back just in time for dinner," Ye Xiaowen called out again. The father and son entered Ye Xiaowen's room, first placing the stock subscription certificate securely, and on their way out, Ye Guoping moved a small box into his own room. "Your room isn't safe now that the second brother is back," Ye Guoping remarked. Ye Xiaowen shrugged nonchalantly. The two of them relaxed in the bathhouse. Finally feeling at ease, Ye Guoping, being from the glass factory, knew many people and exchanged greetings with them. Occasionally, they would inquire about Ye Xiaowen and even just about him. Ye Xiaowen genuinely felt fatigued, leaning against the edge of the bath while resting his eyes, responding to a few remarks intermittently. Meanwhile, Ye Guoping was in high spirits, smiling and chatting with everyone. "Yes, this is my little third. Ah, children. One must not overly praise them. Indeed, his name is Ye Xiaowen. He is in his senior year and will be taking the college entrance examination this year. His academic performance is quite commendable." As Ye Guoping chatted cheerfully with the crowd, he felt a swell of pride in his heart. This was how a father should present his son, not like in the bustling metropolis where he felt like a mere shadow, lacking any voice of his own. In his domain, Ye Xiaowen was the little third of Ye Guoping's family, not merely the son of Ye Xiaowen. In the first 30 years, one observes the father respecting the son. In the latter 30, the son respects the father. "You are merely 18, still trailing behind me." Ye Guoping resolved to take his son to the factory more often. After soaking for a while, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping made their way home. "Dad, where did you take little third? Why were you gone for so long?" I asked Mom, but she wouldn't tell me. That evening, Ye Xiaowen returned home. His face filled with confusion as he spoke. Beside him, Ye Xiaofeng was about to say something, but before he could utter a word, Ye Guoping slammed his chopsticks onto the table with a resounding clap. "You dare question me? Where I go is none of your business." Ye Guoping, now acutely aware of his status, would not tolerate any challenge, especially not from his second son. "That's not it, Dad." Ye Xiaohai struggled to comprehend why his father reacted so vehemently to a single remark. "It's not just that. You actually have the audacity to retort." Ye Guoping glared fiercely. Having practiced all the way home to reclaim his paternal authority, a mere sentence had stifled Ye Xiaohai's words. "Quickly bow your head and eat." Ye Guoping finally relented, allowing Ye Xiaohai to proceed with his meal, lest he forget who held the reins of authority in this household. After dinner, upon returning to his room, Ye Xiaowen was about to retire for the night when Ye Xiaohai intercepted him. "Third brother, where exactly did you and Dad go? Why don't you ask Dad?" "I'm exhausted," Ye Xiaowen replied. Speaking the truth, he was indeed weary. It was not merely physical fatigue, but also a mental exhaustion that weighed heavily upon him. From the morning of February 27th to the evening of March 7th, a full 10 days had passed without a moment's respite. Additionally, his nerves had been taut throughout this period. "Third brother, I advise you to be honest with me. Otherwise, I shall inform Dad about your relationship with Lu Sihan." Ye Xiaohai threatened, a smirk playing on his lips. "You're dating? How do you know?" Ye Xiaowen inquired, curiosity piqued. "Lu Yuan told me," Ye Xiaohai replied, his cheeks flushing slightly with embarrassment. "You needn't change the subject. Tell me what you and Dad were up to." "Fine, if you want to report me, go ahead. I'm too tired to deal with you right now," Ye Xiaowen retorted, genuinely lacking the energy to engage with Ye Xiaohai. Climbing into bed, he quickly succumbed to slumber, while Ye Xiaohai genuinely contemplated reporting him. Yet, he lacked the courage, knowing that such an action could very well earn him a beating from Ye Guoping. The following morning, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping arrived at Sun Shangqing's office at school to excuse Ye Xiaowen from his absence. "Old Ye, you assured me it would only be a week. And now? 10 days. Do you realize how much can be learned in 10 days, especially at this crucial juncture before the college entrance examination? A mere point can mean the difference between success and failure, potentially costing you dearly." Yes, I know." Ye Guoping nodded repeatedly, casting a fierce glare at the seemingly indifferent Ye Xiaowen. However, Sun Shangqing showed no signs of letting Ye Guoping off the hook. Gesturing for Ye Xiaowen to return to class, he continued to reprimand Ye Guoping, expressing disappointment over his irresponsibility as a parent for extending the leave beyond the agreed week. Upon returning to the classroom, Ye Xiaowen noticed an influx of unfamiliar faces among his peers. Upon witnessing Ye Xiaowen knocking at the door, the substitute teacher exhibited a hint of perplexity, for students typically enter the classroom with formal requests, while knocks are generally reserved for faculty members. Nevertheless, upon recognizing the academically accomplished Ye Xiaowen, the teacher's spirits lifted, and the peculiarities were quickly dismissed. After all, those who excel in their studies often enjoy certain privileges within the school. Promptly, the teacher urged Ye Xiaowen to return to her seat and proceeded with the lesson. Ye Xiaowen's presence in the classroom captured the attention of several peers, including her childhood friend and deskmate Jiang Xian, her boyfriend Lu Sihan seated behind her, and her classmate Shun Baolong sitting in front. Chapter 61. Passing notes. What have you been up to? Jiang Xian scribbled a sentence in her notebook, then lifted her gaze, fixated on the blackboard, while extending her notebook towards me. A faint smile curled at the corners of Ye Xiaowen's lips. This method of communication felt so familiar. I went out for a bit. There was something urgent at home. Ye Xiaowen preferred to keep it brief, hastily jotting down her response and passing it back. Where did you go? Jiang Xian inscribed 3 characters along with a large question mark in her notebook. Ye Xiaowen glanced at the blackboard, finding her inquiries quite unamusing. Couldn't she comprehend the nuances of adult conversation? Paying no heed to the note's contents, Ye Xiaowen soon felt a pencil tip poking her back. Turning around, she found a classmate discreetly placing a small note in her hand. Who passed this? Ye Xiaowen inquired softly. I don't know, came the reply. She chose not to press further. Such occurrences were far too common. Passing notes, a method of communication that has long faded from classrooms in the modern era, had been replaced by messages sent via mobile phones. Typically, only the first person knew who sent the note, while the final recipient only learned to whom it was delivered. Ye Xiaowen unfolded the note and observed the handwriting, which was rather elegant. Based on the neatness of the note, she surmised it was likely Lu Sihan who had sent it. Glancing back, she indeed met Lu Sihan's gaze, and the latter nodded in acknowledgement. Ye Xiaowen then focused on the note's content. Where have you been for so long? What were you doing? Why didn't you tell me? The note radiated a strong sense of concern typical of a girlfriend. I just went out. There was something urgent at home. Ye Xiaowen was busily writing when she caught Jiang Xian staring at her intently from the corner of her eye. Unfazed, she finished her note and placed it on her desk, folding it neatly and inscribing Lu Sihan's name on it. Not long after she had passed the note, class was dismissed. Where did you go? Jiang Xian asked again. Just stepped out for a moment, Ye Xiaowen began to explain, but Lu Sihan approached her just then. Shun Baolong turned his head as well, and they all posed the same question. Where did you go? What were you doing? Ye Xiaowen dodged their inquiries for a while, before her gaze landed on a few unfamiliar faces gathering their belongings in the distance. Are those the students taking extra classes? Since the resumption of the college entrance examination in 1978, it has become a pivotal milestone for numerous students seeking to alter their destinies. The fierce competition resembles a narrow bridge, where a single examination determines one's future. The harsh reality looms like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily on the hearts of every ambitious student. The college entrance exam has become the unequivocal choice for rural children aspiring to break free from the shackles of agriculture, and for urban students wishing to avoid the fate of unemployment. Many who fail the exam, unwilling to concede, become supplemental students, determined to try again the following year. The students attending tutoring sessions are categorized by their experience. Those who have been attending for less than 3 years are referred to as newcomers, while those who have been attending for over 3 years are deemed veterans. The veterans carry an air of distinction, often opting not to attend classes regularly, preferring to study at home and only appearing for a couple of days as the college entrance examinations approach. They selectively choose which classes to attend, their extensive tutoring history rendering them well acquainted with the proficiency of each subject teacher. Their presence in class serves as an endorsement of the teacher's capabilities. In contrast, the newcomers are typically apprehensive and dutiful, diligently taking notes and hesitant to miss any lessons. The veterans often look down upon the newcomers. In some regions, these groups are referred to as the New Fourth Army or Eighth Route Army, denoting the length of their preparation for the examinations, with some persevering for 7 or 8 years. Indeed, they are veterans. I heard that one has been studying for 8 years, and our school has teachers who were classmates with him. Another, who has been attending for 3 years, reportedly surpassed the vocational college entrance score last year. Yet he remains passionate about English and aspires to enter a foreign language institution, hence his decision to stay. Many teachers have advised him otherwise. Shun Baolong is known for being well informed within the class, often privy to various tidbits of information. During lunchtime, he shares a meal with Jiang Xian, while Lu Sihan, unaware of Ye Xiaowen's return today, does not bring him any treats. Although her lunchbox contains delicious food, the shyness between the genders at this age prevents them from sitting together comfortably. As time passes, Wu Zuwang calls to inform that their stocks have recently been listed. The trend is promising, having risen by over 10 yuan in just a few days. Ye Xiaowen has no intention of selling. Typically, newly listed stocks do not decline, and he plans to sell during the next lottery draw. There is no rush. During the midterm examinations, Ye Xiaowen feigns illness the day prior, claiming stomach pain, and appears pale. He perfectly avoids the midterm exams, while others toil in the examination hall. He is nestled in bed, sound asleep. Should he be unable to evade this midterm, his earlier deceit from the year-end exams, where he copied Jiang Xian's answers, would be exposed. This time, the seating arrangement has been entirely altered, yet fortunately, Ye Xiaowen's adept performance allows him to escape yet again. On the playground, the weather has warmed considerably by late April. Seated on a bench at the edge of the playground, Ye Xiaowen and Lu Sihan each enjoy a lunchbox filled with a variety of dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried onions with meat, and 2 chicken legs. The lunchbox, of course, is brought by Lu Sihan. Ye Xiaowen no longer takes his home, relishing the culinary delights she provides daily. Within the playground, energetic boys release their exuberance. Passing girls, on occasion, steal glances at the boys playing basketball, feigning indifference. Whenever a girl looks over, the boys intentionally exaggerate their movements. "Xiaowen, will you accompany me shopping this weekend?" "Sure," he mumbles, chewing on a chicken leg. There is no way to refuse the delicious food brought by others, so I indulge. "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you," Lu Sihan said, as she placed a chicken leg from her lunchbox onto Ye Xiaowen's plate. At this stage of growth, and being a boy with a hearty appetite, he certainly eats a great deal. "What kind of clothes do you like? Perhaps I could buy you something nice when we go out tomorrow." No. I have enough clothes," Ye Xiaowen quickly declined, thinking it rather absurd, as if he were indeed being financially supported by Lu Sihan. However, upon reflection, it seemed there was little distinction. Once the stock subscription certificate is sold, when the second lottery results return, he must repay Lu Sihan the money owed, no matter what. Chapter 62. Am I to enter into a relationship with you? Upon returning to the classroom, Ye Xiaowen leaned on her desk, preparing to doze off. She casually remarked, "Xian, if I don't wake up during class, please nudge me." "Humph." Jiang Xian scoffed slightly. Ye Xiaowen, puzzled, lifted her head to inquire, "What is the matter? Have I offended you in some way?" Jiang Xian, proud as a little peacock, ignored her completely, rendering her unapproachable. With no inclination to appease Jiang Xian, Ye Xiaowen decided to succumb to sleep. Yet, Jiang Xian remained awake, scribbling something with her pencil, the scratchy sound of paper preventing Ye Xiaowen from finding rest. "Hey, could you keep it down while you do your homework?" Ye Xiaowen attempted to protest, but Jiang Xian interrupted her. Realizing that Jiang Xian was intentionally being difficult, Ye Xiaowen sighed. "What is wrong with you? I haven't done anything to provoke you." "We'll walk home together after school," Jiang Xian stated. "All right," Ye Xiaowen acquiesced, and the noise in her ears ceased immediately. Later that evening, as they returned from study hall, Ye Xiaowen and Jiang Xian walked ahead, while Ye Xiaohai and Zhang Weiming sauntered behind. From a distance, their voices were audible. "What is the point of schooling? With my grades, I'll never get into college. Even with remedial classes, I doubt I'll make it. I've already asked my dad to find out about getting a job after high school," Zhang Weiming lamented. "Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I've lost hope for college. I plan to work and earn a fortune. Once I strike it rich, I'll treat you to games at the arcade every day," he continued. "Really, Juzhua, you can't deceive me. I've heard that many who get rich become arrogant and disdainful." Zhang Weiming's words were abruptly cut off by Ye Xiaohai. "Nonsense. Whoever said that? Our Juzhua wouldn't be like that. Just wait and see. Once I'm wealthy, I'll never forget you." As Ye Xiaowen walked, she listened to the aspirations of the 2 young men behind her, a smile gracing her lips. Youthful dreams often flourish in the minds of the young. Her elder brother, Ye Xiaohai, indeed ventured into the workforce, later embarking on a business journey. He experienced both prosperity and setbacks, ultimately establishing a hot pot restaurant in the provincial capital, leading a modestly affluent life with 2 houses in Bingzhou and his own car. As for Zhang Weiming, upon graduation, he secured a temporary job, which he later lost. The subsequent news about him was less than favorable. It seemed his life had taken a downturn. Ye Xiaohai often invited him to the provincial capital, but by then, Zhang Weiming had already married and started a family, thus never making the move. Do you like Lu Sihan? Suddenly, Ye Xiaowen was jolted from her thoughts by Jiang Xin's question. Huh? Every noon, Lu Sihan brings you lunch, and the two of you often stroll by the playground. I heard someone say that you two are dating. Is that true? Jiang Xin paused, staring intently at Ye Xiaowen. Well, yes, Ye Xiaowen nodded, deciding to acknowledge the matter. Jiang Xin might have some feelings, but a relationship between them is unlikely. Ye Xiaowen could date Lu Sihan, yet he dared not pursue Jiang Xin. If they were to break up, it would be quite troublesome. Why are you with Lu Sihan? She doesn't excel academically and spends her time with that group of boys who don't study. Is it her lunch that you like? If that's the case, just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll ask my mom to prepare it for you. Jiang Xin said, somewhat aggrieved. Shouldn't I then be dating you instead? Ye Xiaowen instinctively asked. Jiang Xin stamped her foot. Her face flushed as she retorted. Pervert. She then ran home. While Ye Xiaowen shook his head. In reality, academic performance is not the most important. What truly matters is beauty and independence. If I were to date you, my life would be over. In May, the weather had changed, jackets were replaced with shirts, and from a distance, the world was awash in green. The senior students had completely lost their holidays, unaware of what weekends felt like. They studied in the classroom day and night, and under this atmosphere, even those who usually neglected their studies sat obediently in class. The classroom was filled with the rustling of pages turning and the scratch of pens on paper. Each youthful face bore a hint of anxiety and unease, as the pressure of the impending college entrance examination weighed heavily on everyone. Even the seasoned tutors had begun to frequent the classroom, attending lectures and solving problems. Whenever the teacher declared, "This is a scoring question," some students displayed a knowing expression. Yet, many others remained utterly bewildered, questioning what constituted a scoring question. If it were truly a scoring question, why not just give the answers outright instead of posing questions? Such thoughts clouded their faces with confusion. Conversely, when the teacher announced, "This is a must-know question," everyone hurriedly took notes, frequently revisiting them in their spare time. Alas, the sheer number of must-know questions was overwhelming. As they studied more, confusion deepened and headaches multiplied. What once felt like confidence had dwindled into uncertainty. Now in May, with only 2 months before the college entrance examination, the pre-examination system had been abolished. Otherwise, many would likely lack the qualifications to participate. Anxiety, confusion, unease, and tension, various emotions enveloped the majority of the senior students. Crossing a narrow bridge amidst a throng of soldiers is a harsh reality. This is the first time many have faced such a challenge in their lives. During evening study sessions, Ye Xiaowen idly flipped through the book in his hands, maintaining a positive mindset. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of paying for education, yet before that, he aimed to study diligently and achieve the best he could. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from within the classroom, instantly capturing the attention of many. Ye Xiaowen turned to see the veteran student, who had been preparing for the exam for 8 long years, as introduced by Shen Baolong on that fateful day. The veteran student, in a fit of despair, hurled all the books from the desk to the floor, clutching his head with both hands. His face contorted in unbearable agony as he repeatedly struck the table. Ye Xiaowen, quick-witted and swift, rushed over to restrain him, simultaneously beckoning Shen Baolong and Ye Xiaohai to assist in holding him down. "Let us get him out of the classroom," Ye Xiaowen urged. With the three of them working together, they finally managed to escort the veteran student outside, restoring tranquility to the classroom. Yet, no one dared to discuss the incident. They simply resumed their studies, for such occurrences had become commonplace, especially concerning the veteran student. Chapter 63, It's Your Affair, Come On. Let's take him to the playground. Ye Xiaowen watched as Ye Xiaohai and Shen Baolong were about to escort the old tutor to the teacher's office, so she quickly interjected. Once they exited the classroom, the old tutor ceased to struggle, allowing himself to be led by Ye Xiaohai and Shen Baolong to the playground. The playground was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint, warm glow emanating from the distant teaching building. "Let him go," Ye Xiaowen commanded. As Ye Xiaohai and Shen Baolong released their grip, the old tutor teetered dangerously, prompting them to catch him once more. "Xiaowen, it's fine. Just let him fall. If he hits the ground, so be it. Let go and go back to the classroom," Ye Xiaowen said coldly, though she did not finish her sentence. Suddenly, there was a loud thud as the old tutor was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, and without a moment's hesitation, Shen Baolong and Ye Xiaohai turned and walked away. "No, I meant to let him down, not throw him," Ye Xiaowen exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. The old tutor, having hit the ground, was momentarily dazed, covering his face as he pushed himself up. Are you all right? Ye Xiaowen asked with concern. Yeah, I'm okay. Just a bit of a nosebleed, the old tutor replied, tilting his head back. Ye Xiaowen had initially prepared a bowl of comforting words, yet it seemed unnecessary now. She pulled out some tissue from her pocket and handed it to him, watching as he pinched his nose, before they both sat down at the edge of the playground. My name is Zhang Shanghai. My parents are just ordinary farmers, and we live in poverty. My older sister and younger brother both gave up their studies for me. My younger brother had decent grades. Although he didn't pass the college entrance exam, he was close to the cutoff for vocational college. If he had studied for another year, he might have made it, but our family simply couldn't afford for 2 children to repeat a year, so he went to work. I've been repeating for 8 years now. World War II has ended, yet I feel increasingly hopeless. Each year, the questions grow more difficult. And during the college entrance exam, I feel anxious and fearful, forgetting everything I've learned. Zhang Qingkai lamented, while Ye Xiaowen remained silent, understanding that her role was merely to listen. By the time Zhang Qingkai finished, tears streamed down his face, and in the dim light of the playground, Ye Xiaowen could faintly see the glistening droplets. In truth, the college entrance exam is merely one opportunity among many in life. Throughout our lives, we will make numerous choices and encounter many opportunities. I don't wish to offer empty platitudes about believing in oneself and studying hard. Such words carry little weight. After years of struggle without success, your emotional state is unstable, and I believe your chances of passing this year are slim. Rather than burdening yourself with excessive pressure, it would be wiser to study diligently for a couple more months. If you still do not succeed, consider an alternative path. It may not be inferior to attending university. Remember, while the college entrance exam can alter one's destiny, it is not the sole opportunity. Society is transforming. The times are evolving, and individuals must adapt accordingly. Only when you step beyond your own little world can you truly comprehend the vastness that lies beyond. Ultimately, Ye Xiaowen imparted a bowl of toxic wisdom to Zhang Qingkai. At times, such toxic counsel appears utterly futile, yet on other occasions, it proves remarkably effective, providing those on the brink of despair with a reason to persist. When Zhang Qingkai, with a nose stuffed with tissues and his face smeared with blood, returned to the classroom alongside Ye Xiaowen, he inevitably drew the attention of several classmates. Had the class monitor struck someone? Or was it a teacher who had resorted to violence? Why was there so much blood? Ahem. Ye Xiaowen cleared his throat and surveyed the classroom, daring anyone to openly challenge him. Focus on your studies and refrain from concerning yourself with trivial matters, he commanded, before taking his seat and twirling a pencil in his hand. Beside him, Zhang Xian cast a sidelong glance at Ye Xiaowen and could no longer contain her thoughts. Why aren't you studying? The college entrance examination is imminent, she remarked. I'm fine, don't worry, Ye Xiaowen replied. Relying on academic performance to secure a place in university seemed unattainable. He now had to consider the prospect of self-funding his education. The crux of the matter was earning money, especially with the second lottery draw approaching. A trip to the metropolis was essential. Zhang Xian sighed quietly, feeling an overwhelming sense of disappointment in Ye Xiaowen. He had once excelled academically, but now, mingling with Lu Sihan and others, he had forsaken his studies. Under different circumstances, there might have been an opportunity for redemption, but with the college entrance examination looming, any missed chances would necessitate a year of tutoring. Yet, she felt powerless. Despite countless admonitions, Ye Xiaowen remained unheeding. When had this malaise begun? Perhaps it started when she declined to respond to his love letter. After her rejection, he had turned to Lu Sihan. Just days ago, when she inquired about his relationship with Lu Sihan, he even suggested that she should consider dating him. Contemplating this, Zhang Xian tore off a piece of paper, hesitated briefly, then wrote, "If you study diligently, once you enter university, I will date you." Flushed with embarrassment, she swiftly slipped the note into Ye Xiaowen's hand when no one was watching. Ye Xiaowen unfolded the note, momentarily taken aback, and turned to look at the earnest yet blushing Zhang Xian. Goodness, this girl was relentless. He had just confessed his relationship with Lu Sihan, and now she was pushing him to be a scoundrel? Hadn't he merely penned a love letter in the past? This was overwhelming. He had intended to focus on his studies for the next couple of days, but now he felt even more apprehensive about doing so. After school, Ye Xiaowen first accompanied Lu Sihan home, for one cannot merely indulge in leisure. He must fulfill his obligations as a boyfriend. This was a requirement Lu Sihan had proposed a few days ago when she noticed Ye Xiaowen and Zhang Xian leaving school together. After dinner, Ye Xiaowen followed Ye Guoping into the house. "What brings you here, third brother? Hurry back to your room and get some sleep." Upon his last return from leave, Ye Guoping was reprimanded by Ye Xiaowen's homeroom teacher, Sun Shangqing, and he still felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Dad, the second lottery is about to take place. We get lost. Just get out of here. Ye Guoping interrupted, pushing Ye Xiaowen out the door. How could I possibly go and request leave for him again? But Dad, we must face it eventually. Ye Xiaowen knocked on the door from outside, while Ye Guoping had already locked it from within. That is your concern, not mine. Ye Guoping shouted with a hint of frustration. Chapter 64. What illness should one feign? Although Ye Guoping had successfully sent away Ye Xiaowen, he still found himself plagued by a headache. Despite his admonishments, he had no choice but to assist Ye Xiaowen in requesting leave. How could he not? A substantial sum of nearly 1,000,000 yuan was locked away in that iron box. Before his trip to Modu, Ye Guoping had believed that he could inquire about it himself, without needing to involve the youngest son. However, after his visit, he realized that such matters could not be resolved without Ye Xiaowen's participation. Hadn't he observed that even Wu Zuwang and others relied on their own youngest sons for such affairs? Moreover, even if his family was not in it for the money, Wu Zuwang was. The latter, without hesitation, would lend tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, and now Ye Guoping could not simply dismiss the matter, especially given the relationship at stake. Thus, a trip to Modu was inevitable. The crucial question was how to facilitate the leave request for his son and the school. Feigning illness was out of the question. It would not do to have another ailment so soon after his son had just recovered. That excuse was inadequate. Claiming family matters was also inappropriate, as he had already used that excuse for his previous trip to Modu, rendering it too insubstantial. Ye Guoping pondered several options, each one promptly dismissed by his own reasoning. Frustrated, he muttered to himself that the fault lay with his son, who had become far too accustomed to requesting leave. He lamented that perhaps it would have been better had he kept the truth from his son, allowing him to concoct his own excuse. Yet, that too was fraught with risk, as the youngest son might dare to claim that his father was ill and hospitalized. Suddenly, Ye Guoping's eyes brightened with a revelation. Perhaps that excuse would suffice. He could ask his wife to go to the school and claim that he was unwell. After all, filial piety is paramount. Surely the teacher would grant their son a few days off under such pretenses. Once Ye Guoping shared this idea with Jiang Guizhi after she finished her tasks, she furrowed her brow with concern and asked, "Is that really acceptable? Isn't that deceiving? What is wrong with that? It's settled then. When you go to the school, just fabricate a minor ailment. No need for anything too severe. Let the youngest son devise a reason himself, something not too grave, but also not too trivial, ideally an illness that could be resolved in about a week." Ye Guoping explained with meticulous detail. Before long, it was the end of May. One morning, Jiang Guizhi set off for the school with the two children in tow. "Wait. Mom, what are you going to the school for?" Ye Xiaohai asked curiously. Ye Xiaowen reminded her, "To request my leave. And if the teacher asks, just say that Dad is ill. Be sure not to let anything slip." Ye Xiaohai paused, then turned to Jiang Guizhi and exclaimed, "Mom, see, I told you. The youngest is the best at lying. He even made me say that Dad is sick, when he is perfectly fine. You heard that too, didn't you? Just wait until we get home to see how Dad handles this." "Mom, you heard him, right? It's definitely the youngest who is lying." Ye Xiaowen nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Whether he gets in trouble or not is none of your concern. Just make sure you don't reveal the truth." "All right, I've turned the tables on you," Ye Xiaohai exclaimed as he prepared to summon his mother. Suddenly, he heard the gentle voice of his mother, Jiang Guizhi, drifting from behind him. "The third one is right. Do not let the truth slip. If asked, simply say your father is ill." "No, Mom," Ye Xiaohai replied. Incredulity painted across his features. He never anticipated that his mother would urge him to partake in deception. Is excelling in studies truly rewarded with such privileges? For the first time, a spark of motivation to study diligently ignited within him. Without paying heed to the second son, who appeared lost in thought, Jiang Guizhi hurried to catch up with her third son, Ye Xiaowen. "What illness should we claim your father has?" she inquired. "Oh, I truly do not understand what you two are thinking. This is rather..." Jiang Guizhi expressed her lingering doubts. "Let us say appendicitis. It's a fitting ailment for the timing. Just explain that you and your elder brother are busy with work and lack the time to care for him." "No." Jiang Guizhi raised a question of concern. "Wouldn't it be better to request leave for your second brother instead? After all, his chances of getting into university are slim." Ye Xiaowen shook his head with a smile. "Our second brother struggles academically, which is precisely why he ought to focus on his studies even more. I can afford a few days off without significant repercussions, regardless of his efforts, He is unlikely to gain university admission. We are aware of this at home. But could a teacher utter such words? If he did, wouldn't you be upset? You would still hold on to the hope that he could succeed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guizhi understood the underlying sentiment. One could speak about their own children, but not others. Moreover, she continued, you must not wear that expression, display a hint of sorrow. But do not overdo it. No tears are necessary, it's not a grave matter. Let us not go overboard with the act. Ye Xiaowen began to instruct his mother on the nuances of deception. When you speak, adopt a somber tone, and convey the helplessness of life. Why are you looking at me like that, Mom? Ye Xiaowen questioned. How come you possess such experience? Have you not deceived your father and me before? Jiang Guizhi inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. How could that be? Why would I deceive you? Ye Xiaowen protested. Then how do you possess such expertise? By reading, of course. A scholar can grasp worldly affairs without stepping outside. What kind of books teach such things? Jiang Guizhi pressed. The thick and black arts, it matters not. We are nearing the school gate, so ponder over what I just said. Do not let the truth slip. Once they entered the school, Ye Xiaowen inhaled deeply, vigorously rubbing his face with his hands. When he withdrew his hands, his expression reflected sadness, sorrow, and a hint of anxiety, clearly indicating that something weighed on his heart. Turning to his mother, he spoke in a subdued tone. Mom, you needn't fret too much. Everything will be all right. Dad isn't seriously ill, and he will recover soon. Did the doctor not mention it? It is merely a minor surgery. What illness? Ah, has it begun? Jiang Guizhi realized. The two hurriedly made their way to Sun Shangqing's office. Sun Shangqing had arrived early, preparing the lecture notes for today. He noticed Ye Xiaowen knock and enter. Come in. Ye Xiaowen, what brings you here? What seems to be the matter? As Sun Shangqing looked up and saw Ye Xiaowen's expression, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Normally, this child was always cheerful and delightful, but today, she appeared troubled and distressed. Chapter 65. Good child indeed. A furrowed brow encapsulates Sun Shangqing's interpretation of the expression on Ye Xiaowen's face. As for the emotions Ye Xiaowen believed to embody sorrow and discomfort, they remained invisible to him. Mr. Sun, this is my mother, Ye Xiaowen stated. Hello, Miss Ye. Please, have a seat. Has something happened at home? Sun Shangqing inquired. Rising to greet Jiang Guizhi, observing the expression on Ye Xiaowen's face, he perceived only a look of distress. However, Jiang Guizhi's countenance was steeped in sorrow, tinged with a hint of anxiety. Mr. Sun, my husband has been hospitalized due to appendicitis, and I must continue working. I would like to request a leave of absence for my child to care for his father for a couple of days, Jiang Guizhi explained, pausing before continuing. I understand that the college entrance examination is imminent, and I do not wish to hinder my child's studies, but we are truly out of options. Would you consider it? Of course, Sun Shangqing replied, unable to refuse. While the importance of the examination was undeniable, neglecting a sick father would render any moral education futile. Was there any significance in elevating a child from being unworthy to merely hazardous? What about you, Shanghai? He suddenly remembered to ask. Shanghai will remain at school. His academic performance is already lacking, and further delays would diminish his chances of attending university. As a mother, it pains me to choose between them, Jiang Guizhi sighed gently. Continuing, fortunately, Ye Xiaowen volunteered to take his books to the hospital. He believes he can study while caring for his father, ensuring that his education does not falter. Very well, good child. Please do not linger here. I shall prepare a leave note for you later. Thank you, Mr. Sun. Jiang Guizhi and Ye Xiaowen expressed their gratitude in unison. Once outside the school, Ye Xiaowen, brimming with excitement, turned to his mother. Mom, your acting skills are impressive. I must say, you could easily star in a drama or film. Ye Xiaowen was not merely flattering. His mother's recent performance, while perhaps not rivaling seasoned actors, certainly surpassed the antics of many who could only widen their eyes dramatically. Such nonsense, Jiang Guizhi retorted, exasperated by her son's exuberance. Third child. This is the last time I will tolerate deceit. At my age, this is a first for me. And look at how kind Mr. Sun is. We deceived him. What do you think? Jiang Guizhi's frustration grew with each word. Realizing his mother was genuinely upset, Ye Xiaowen ceased his frivolous remarks, wrapping an arm around her and glancing up with earnest eyes. Mom, I promise this is the last time. I only wanted to help. You and Dad worked so hard. I thought if I earned some money, it might lighten our burden. His voice dwindled to a whisper. Sighing, Jiang Guizhi gazed at her obedient son, choosing not to press the matter further. Relieved that they had successfully navigated the situation, Ye Xiaowen exhaled a sigh of relief in his heart. The matter of stock subscription warrants is of paramount importance. Admittedly, Telling a lie may be somewhat objectionable, yet it is hardly a grave offense. I am not deceiving anyone for monetary gain or endangering lives, thus it does not fall within the realm of morality. Only someone as honest as Jiang Guizhi would deem deception as wrong. The worst that could happen is that teacher's son would be disappointed upon learning the truth. As a student who hasn't told a white lie to request a leave from a teacher, it is a trifling matter. The only inappropriate aspect is joking about my father's health, but that was entirely old Ye's idea, so I bear no responsibility. In this affair, it appears that my own interests are the only ones at stake, as I have squandered valuable revision time before the college entrance examination. However, I am well aware of my family's circumstances. A delay means nothing. Even without any delay, I have no guarantee of being admitted to university. Hence, Ye Xiaowen feels no psychological burden and eagerly begins to pack upon returning home. Ye Guoping is also preoccupied, discussing the journey with his son. The last time they arranged 2 mini drinking sessions. This time, they should refrain from excessive drinking. Wasn't it you who made Shen Jiqing vomit? Downing drinks one after another, how could one not overindulge? It was merely a matter of camaraderie with Xiaoshen, and I drank a couple of extra cups. This time, let us spend some money and not let others bear all the expenses. It would be rather inappropriate. Once we sell the stock subscription warrants, we will have the funds to enjoy ourselves. I will procure 2 bottles of fine liquor for them to sample the local specialties from Hedong province. I had previously mentioned to Xiaoshen that I would bring 2 bottles of Finjiu. Observing the father and son, Jiang Guizhi finds their behavior somewhat peculiar. They had previously expressed reluctance, yet now they appear quite enthusiastic. Since returning from the bustling metropolis, she has noticed a shift in her husband's attitude towards their youngest son, as he incessantly extols the virtues of that city. I am heading to work. You 2 can tidy up and catch the noon train. I will not return to see you off, Jiang Guizhi remarked. Ye Guoping waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need to worry about us. We'll find something to eat outside at noon. Jiang Guizhi, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought, it's better to let them handle it themselves, and decided to refrain from further interference. As she exited, Ye Guoping promptly followed, soon returning with 2 bottles of Finjiu in hand. After packing their belongings, the father and son set off on their journey to the metropolis once again. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Ye Xiaohai was drowsily contemplating a brief nap when the deafening sound of chalk scraping against the blackboard jolted him awake. Ye Xiaohai, wake up! What time is it that you're still sleeping? If you're tired, go stand at the back of the classroom until you're alert enough to return to your seat, instructed Sun Shanqing, before continuing with the lesson. Ye Xiaohai, still bewildered, rose to his feet and made his way to the back of the classroom. What just transpired? The last time he experienced such treatment was probably in his 2nd year of high school. Since the commencement of our 3rd year of high school, the teachers have essentially resigned themselves to the plight of those students who exhibit a lack of motivation and a tendency to give up on their studies. After 2 years in the 1st and 2nd grades, it seems futile to attempt any further instruction. Rather, their presence in the classroom encroaches upon the learning opportunities of their more diligent peers. This situation is undeniably unjust for those who are earnest in their pursuit of knowledge. Consequently, since the beginning of our final year, these students have taken to sleeping at their desks, and as long as their snoring does not disturb others, the teachers generally turn a blind eye. However, today, Sun Shanqing chose to speak up. Chapter 66. The Frantic Surge After Class. Ye Xiaohai was summoned to the office by Sun Shanqing. Ye Xiaohai, I did not intend to call you here. Your self-destructive behavior is your own affair. But now that you are 19, an adult, it is time for you to take responsibility for yourself. Sun Shanqing gazed at Ye Xiaohai, who wore an expression of utter confusion and disappointment. Yet, Ye Xiaohai felt even more bewildered. What have I been doing lately? He wondered, realizing that his homeroom teacher was visibly upset. However, you need to think not only of yourself, but also of your family. Your father is ill, and your younger brother, Ye Xiaowen, is taking time off to care for him. At such a critical moment, he is sacrificing his own opportunities to ensure you have a chance at university. How can you bear to sleep through class? Sun Shanqing continued, and it dawned on Ye Xiaohai what had transpired today. He opened his mouth to explain, but words failed him. The situation was far more complicated. His father's illness, his mother and younger brother's actions were not as straightforward as they seemed. If he spoke the truth, he would offend all 3 of them. His mother had even advised him to keep it to himself on the way here. What is it with you? If you had any sense of responsibility, you would focus on your studies, even if you ultimately do not gain admission to university. Do not disappoint your family's hopes for you. That is all I have to say. Whether you heed my words is up to you. Sun Shanqing concluded. dismissing Ye Xiaowen with a wave of his hand. Outside on the playground, Ye Xiaowen kicked at the stones by his feet, feeling a sense of frustration. Not only do you all go out without me, but you also let me take the blame. Ye Xiaowen, what's wrong? Lu Yuan approached him curiously. It's nothing. What brings you here? He replied. Just passing by, she said, her cheeks flushing. She was not adept at casual conversation. Earlier, she had noticed him wandering around looking dejected and wanted to inquire about his well-being. With graduation approaching, many boys and girls had become bolder, particularly those like Lu Yuan, who were not particularly studious. Are you troubled? She asked. Not really, just a minor issue. I plan to work in the south after graduation. What about you? I'm not sure, Lu Yuan replied, shaking her head. Maybe my family will find me a job. Then you. Ye Xiaowen stuttered, struggling to form a coherent sentence. What's the matter with you? If you have something to say, just say it. Stop being so hesitant. You don't sound like a man. Provoked by her words, Ye Xiaowen blurted out, don't rush into marriage without me. Lu Yuan's face turned crimson. And although she didn't run away, she nodded shyly and murmured, okay. Ye Xiaowen, astonished, looked at her and exclaimed, did you just agree? I have agreed to be his girlfriend. Lower your voice, please, Lu Yuan quickly interjected. A restless heart beats anxiously. Such is the essence of youth. Lu Sahan sat in the classroom, gazing through the window at the playground where Ye Xiaowen and Lu Yuan were situated not too far away. Ye Xiaowen appeared to be saying something that made Lu Yuan's face flush, as she intermittently raised her hand as if to strike him. How delightful that is. Yet what of my own boyfriend? It seemed Ye Xiaowen had vanished again. Were they truly a couple? It seemed not quite so. Yet recalling the scene in the abandoned school building that day hinted otherwise. Biting her lower lip, Lu Sahan pondered, perhaps they were indeed. On the third day, early in the morning, Ye Xiaowen and his father, Ye Guoping, set foot in the bustling metropolis. Once again, Wu Zhuang was there to greet them, and this time, the familiarity was palpable. Ye Guoping enthusiastically exchanged pleasantries with Wu Zhuang and others. Ye Xiaowen and his companions did not linger at the train station. They swiftly took a taxi to Shanghai Securities, having already made prior arrangements with Shanjiqing. The entrance to Shanghai Securities was teeming with people. Though one might not say it was impenetrable, it was close enough. Many appeared to know little about stocks yet were eager to engage in trading. It took considerable effort for Ye Xiaowen and his companions to squeeze inside. Naturally, there was some friction. But merely the sight of the Wang brothers and the Lu brothers made many opt for silence and submission. What is the current status? What are the prices for light industry machinery stocks? After a few pleasantries, Ye Xiaowen directly inquired in Shanjiqing's office. Here are the latest statistics. Take a look. But they must not be taken outside. Shanjiqing eagerly handed a document to Ye Xiaowen. Observing Shanjiqing's demeanor, Ye Xiaowen could almost surmise the contents without needing to glance. Nevertheless, he took the document and examined it. As expected, every listed stock had risen in value, which was customary, given the low price-to-earnings ratios set to ensure profits for investors. However, Ye Xiaowen was astonished by the extent of the gains. Particularly from May 18th to 22nd, the stock price for light industry machinery surged by 573, the price for specialty steel rose by 483, and the price for second textile machinery increased by 404. It was madness, sheer madness. No wonder there were so many people outside just moments ago. What days are these? Ye Xiaowen inquired, pointing to the dates on the document. On May 21st, the Magic Exchange lifted the price restrictions on the only 15 listed stocks, triggering a stock market boom. Without the ceiling limit, there was a single-day increase of 105, Shanjiqing explained. He reminded Ye Xiaowen that this event had indeed occurred. With no price cap, a single-day increase of 105 set a record that remained unbroken in later years. From this moment onward, many citizens began to believe that the stock market could indeed make one wealthy overnight. After pondering for a moment, Ye Xiaowen raised his gaze to Shanjiqing and remarked, currently, we have already profited 35 yuan per share from the light industrial machinery sector. If we proceed with selling, today being May 26th, there remains approximately a week until the lottery. Given the current market conditions, I believe it is entirely feasible to earn an additional 3 yuan per share. Should the market perform favorably, we might even see profits of 5 or 6 yuan per share without issue. Shanjiqing paused momentarily before responding to Ye Xiaowen. Moreover, my dear brother Yi, there is still the final deadline for subscription after the lottery concludes. If we manage to sell the shares before this ultimate deadline, we can maximize our returns. Chapter 67. Sacrifice and gain. Why sell? A stock rises by $3 or $5, and with the numerous shares we own, that's several tens of thousands, even over $100,000, Ye Guoping remarked from the side. Hearing this, Ye Xiaowen lifted her gaze to her father. Following her gaze, the others were equally surprised. They had never anticipated that Ye Guoping would voice his thoughts. What's the matter? Seeing everyone looking at him, Ye Guoping was momentarily taken aback, glancing at himself, and then tentatively inquired, "Did I say something wrong?" Initially, he truly didn't comprehend the intricacies, only aware that the stock warrants were a vivid green. However, pondering over the subject revealed insights. With Ye Xiaowen constantly bringing him to the bustling metropolis and discussing various matters openly, he gradually grasped some concepts, if not fully understanding them. "No, you are absolutely right," Ye Xiaowen replied, astonished that her father had grasped such knowledge, even understanding how much profit could be made from a stock's rise. "Well done, Dad. You can trade stocks now," she said with a smile. As Ye Xiaowen beamed at him with a mix of amusement and admiration, Ye Guoping felt a bit uncomfortable. "What do you mean? Is it so strange that I can trade stocks? Just because I haven't raised pigs doesn't mean I haven't seen them run," he retorted. "I don't really understand it. I'm just speaking out of intuition. I think Brother Shin is right. Holding on to them a bit longer might yield more gains." Though he was authoritative at home, asserting himself as the head of the family, in this unfamiliar city and amidst the enigmatic world of stocks, he wouldn't impose his parental authority on Ye Xiaowen regarding what she should or should not do. If age, authority, and the title of father could truly generate wealth, then figures like Wu Zuwang and Shen Jiqing wouldn't be surrounding their sons for support. Thus, he merely offered a suggestion without making definitive decisions. "Since I've spoken, I might as well share my thoughts," Ye Xiaowen began, eliciting laughter from the crowd. "You little rascal, you've turned the tables. How dare you mock your father? To bring you to this city, I even cursed myself," Ye Guoping joked, no longer enraged, but instead playfully muttering a few light-hearted rebukes. His youngest son had grown up, possessing his own opinions, ideas, and capabilities. Ye Guoping had recognized this during their first visit to the metropolis and had come to accept it. This maturation transcended mere age. For instance, his elder sons, Ye Xiaofeng and Ye Xiaohai, though older than Ye Xiaowen, would never dare joke around or contradict Ye Guoping. Of course, personality played a role as well. Most people maintain a certain silence with their fathers, a habit formed from childhood, seldom daring to jest, whereas interactions with their mothers were quite different. "What do you mean cursing yourself?" Wu Zuwang inquired curiously. Ye Guoping recounted his fabricated appendicitis story, prompting another round of hearty laughter from the group. After sharing a laugh, Ye Xiaowen spoke up, returning to the main topic. "Let me explain why we must sell. When it comes to stocks, holding on to original shares of newly listed companies can indeed yield profits. However, maintaining that hold indefinitely while continuing to earn is simply unattainable. Just look at the recent fluctuations in stock prices. Are they normal? A rise exceeding 100 in a single day, or even over 400 within 5 days, is hardly typical. Recently, stocks have gained over 30 yuan since their listing, yet in just 5 days, each share has made more than 5 yuan. This is excessive and abnormal." Ye Xiaowen furrowed his brow, his expression grave. "We must sell now. I stand by my words. The money we actually possess is truly ours, while that within the stock market remains uncertain." As he spoke, he began to extract the stock subscription certificates and payment receipts from his clothing. "I trust you, Brother Ye. Please sell all my stocks as well. I've earned enough and can afford to part with a few yuan," Wu Zuwang said, rising to greet Ye Xiaowen before heading back to collect the stock payment receipts. He left decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Shen Jiqing stood there, mouth agape, bewildered by the notion of merely a few yuan. For him, if he could earn an additional 3 or 5 yuan per share, that would amount to approximately 10,000 yuan. If Ye Xiaowen earned an extra 3 or 5 yuan per share, it would total around 100,000 or even 150,000 yuan. As for Wu Zuwang, the figures were even more staggering. An extra 3 yuan would mean 150,000, and 5 yuan would equate to about 250,000. The idea of dismissing 3 or 5 yuan seemed trivial compared to the potential gains of tens of thousands. Ye Guoping, astute in his calculations, was equally astonished by Wu Zuwang's demeanor. The prospect of losing over 100,000 yuan was met with no hesitation from his son. He mused that if it were his own son making such a statement, he would have to ponder it carefully. What truly astonished him was the realization of his son's character. From the stock subscription certificates, he had perceived his son as someone who genuinely valued money, displaying a remarkable determination to earn it. even going so far as to take out a loan of 20,000 yuan as a high school student. After the first lottery for the stock subscription certificates, the price had surged to 30,000 yuan. Yet his son had the audacity to borrow over 100,000 to make further investments. Ye Xiaowen considered himself experienced in the trials of life. Yet the boldness of his youngest son left him in a state of astonishment. He had never encountered someone so audacious. He had long regarded his son as reckless. However, it was unexpected that his son had also learned the art of letting go. At a moment when profits still seemed attainable, he was willing to relinquish them. Few possess the courage to persist and strive forward, yet the ability to relinquish is a testament to true magnanimity. In that moment, Ye Xiaowen came to a realization. Feeling it was worthwhile, even if this decision meant losing over 100,000 yuan, it mattered not. If my son continues to act recklessly, it only intensifies my concerns and fears. As I proceed with the necessary formalities, I shall cast everything aside for you. Shun Jiqing remarked, yet hesitated momentarily before inquiring. Xiaowen, are you truly certain about discarding everything without retaining even a trace? Indeed, I am resolute. I shall cast everything away, leaving nothing behind. Ye Xiaowen affirmed with a nod as she sat upon the sofa, observing her determination. Shan Jiqing refrained from further persuasion and departed with the receipts to attend to other matters. Chapter 68. When others are mad, I am afraid. Once Shan Jiqing departed, the office was left with only Ye Xiaowen and his son Ye Xiaowen. Ye Xiaowen remarked, "Third, I support you. Though I may not comprehend these matters, I believe the ability to let go is perhaps more precious than stubbornly holding on. Father, when did you become a philosopher?" Ye Xiaowen chuckled, eliciting a frown from Ye Xiaowen, who found his son's levity rather unseemly. Ye Xiaowen continued, "There is a renowned figure abroad named Buffett, who once said, 'When others are mad, I am afraid. When others are afraid, I am greedy.'" Ye Xiaowen murmured, "Indeed. The stock market tends to experience bear markets lasting longer than bull markets, and it harbors significant risks. One can become a millionaire overnight, or, conversely, a pauper in a single evening, which necessitates a cautious approach. Presently, the stock market appears distinctly abnormal, a daily increase exceeding 100, if one invests 30,000. Doing nothing for a day could yield the same amount in profit. Do you find that normal? It's faster than robbing a bank." As Ye Xiaowen spoke, Ye Xiaowen nodded in agreement. "Yes, it is indeed swifter than theft. However, you are also making money quite rapidly before. You lamented that you only earned around 2,000 a year through hard work, while you bought a stock subscription certificate without knowing father. We cannot compare. What do you mean by that? Clarify yourself." Ye Xiaowen glared at him. I meant that these two industries are different. If you were to send me to work in a factory, I would surely falter," Ye Xiaowen hastily clarified. "That is true. Your generation lacks the spirit of hard work." Ye Xiaowen conceded with a nod. When the stock subscription certificates were first introduced, others were apprehensive, fearing losses, yet I was undeterred. I recklessly took out loans to purchase them. Now, with the stock surging daily, it is time for us to rein in our enthusiasm and acknowledge a sense of trepidation. Is that your theory? Not entirely. There is rationale behind buying stock subscriptions. Firstly, fewer people are purchasing them, thus the odds of winning are higher. Secondly, when stocks are listed, profits are likely, especially since the government is merely experimenting and won't allow investors to incur losses. However, this time, selling stocks does evoke genuine fear, Ye Xiaowen admitted. Ye Xiaowen pondered, "Where did you learn all this?" "Certainly not in school. I acquired this knowledge through reading. Primarily, I am simply a clever son," Ye Xiaowen replied, shaking his head. "How shameless. When did you develop such a thick skin? I never noticed this in your childhood." Ye Xiaowen remarked, somewhat speechless. "Every dragon has its offspring, each differing in nature. The eldest is introverted and honest, the second is mischievous and troublesome, while the third, initially perceived as quiet and obedient, now appears wildly radical and audacious, yet possesses remarkable calmness and intelligence. However, none can rival his reckless temperament." Father and son sat in the office engaged in conversation when soon, Wu Zuwang returned with a group of people. Shan Jiqing also arrived, carrying transaction slips and other items, prompting the two to fill them out before he took them away to attend to other matters. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang remained in the office, sipping tea and chatting. Lunch had been purchased by Lu Feng, and by mid-afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Shan Jiqing entered the office to inform Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang that the entirety of their stock investments had been liquidated. Ye Xiaowen's securities account now boasted a sum of 980,000 yuan, while Wu Zuwang's account reached 1,800,000. Of course, There were still commissions to be paid to the brokerage, but comparatively, this amounted to a trifling sum, though it would take some time to settle the transactions properly. Ye Xiaowen counted the figures before him, muttering to himself about the astounding 980,000 yuan. Although he had anticipated this outcome and had even calculated it several times in his mind, the reality of the money returning felt surreal. 1 million, such a staggering amount. He pinched his thigh hard, feeling the pain, reminding himself this was no dream. Turning to glance at his son, he found Ye Xiaowen casually reclining on the sofa, engaged in cheerful conversation with Wu Zuwang. This rascal displayed no excitement whatsoever. This was 1 million. 1 million. How could he remain so composed? His indifference made Ye Xiaowen feel somewhat unsophisticated. Meanwhile, Shun Jiqing observed the scene, witnessing the birth of a millionaire firsthand. He recalled the day when Ye Xiaowen and Lu Feng had breezed into their brokerage, requesting to purchase stock subscription certificates. It had barely been 6 months since that moment. In the bustling metropolis, where figures like Yang Millionaire existed, now there were Ye Millionaire and Wu Millionaire. Certainly, following this wave of stock subscriptions, there would be many more millionaires. However, on a national scale, they remained a rarity. Wu Gu, I will transfer 220,000 to your account shortly, Ye Xiaowen announced with a smile. Naturally, he was elated about earning 1 million. It was his first significant profit. No rush, I don't need the money right now. The second round of lottery is about to begin, Wu Zuwang replied dismissively. The lottery will suffice. All right, it's settled then. Shingu, I'll need your assistance in transferring the funds to the bank account. Let us transfer 800,000, leaving 200,000 in the securities account. I will withdraw 150,000 and keep 30,000 in the account, Wu Zuwang added. By the time the securities company closed for the day, all matters had been resolved. The 220,000 borrowed from Wu Zuwang had also been transferred, leaving Ye Xiaowen with 580,000 in his bank account. Come on, everyone. Tonight, we celebrate at the International Hotel. No one leaves sober. My dad brought 2 bottles of Fingio for us to enjoy, Ye Xiaowen called out. Brother, you brought Fingio. We must drink a couple of toasts. Let us go. No one leaves sober. A group of individuals arrived at the International Hotel, where a lavish feast was ordered, selecting the finest and most expensive dishes available. Comrade Ye Xiaowen felt no need to be frugal this time, for what was there to worry about? His son was a millionaire. A meal was a trivial matter. Although he had repaid 220,000, he still had 78,000 left, and returning 2,000 in loans seemed inconsequential. It was a trifling sum. Comrade Ye Xiaowen felt somewhat buoyant, no longer the man who had once been nearly fainting at the thought of a 2,000 yuan loan. Instead, he was now Ye Xiaowen, the father of Ye Xiaowen, the millionaire. Chapter 69, Ye Million before the dishes were served. Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang each pulled out a red envelope. Ye Xiaowen handed his to the Lu brothers, Lu Feng and Lu Ming, while Wu Zuwang presented his to the Wang brothers, both big and small. Here, Lu Feng, take this. Ye Ge, what is this? You two have been running around with me for several months. Besides the wages you received from the construction site, there hasn't been anything else. Consider this a small token of my appreciation. Of course, you can treat it as a congratulatory gift if you wish. Ye Xiaowen stated firmly. This. Lu Feng opened the envelope, took a glance, and quickly returned it. Ye Ge, we cannot accept this. It's too much. It's not that much. Just 5,000 yuan in total. Divided between you two, it's merely 2,500 each. Since you call me Ye Ge, just take it. Meeting on the train was fate, and now being able to work together is a bond of friendship. It has been quite a while since we set out. Sending some money back home will ease your family's worries. Trust me, take it. Ye Xiaowen insisted, pressing the envelope into Lu Feng's hands. With slightly reddened eyes, Lu Feng did not refuse again and nodded in acceptance. Thank you, Ye Ge. Thank you, Ye Ge. The Lu brothers echoed in unison. They knew how much Ye Xiaowen had earned, 1 million. However, that did not necessarily mean he was obligated to share it with them. The brothers had once harbored grand ambitions while at home, planning to make their fortune in Pengcheng and achieve great things. Yet, misfortune struck before their journey even began. And they found themselves in the bustling metropolis of Modu. Had it not been for Ye Xiaowen, they would not even have known how to find work, let alone navigate the city. Once their savings ran out, begging for survival would have been a real possibility. It was Ye Xiaowen who took the two under his wing, later entrusting them to Wu Zuwang, allowing them to work alongside him at the construction site. Though the work was arduous, they earned over 150 yuan a month. Back home, they thought money was easy to earn, but only upon venturing out did they realize that those who made money were often quite clever, like Ye Xiaowen, who seemed worlds apart from them. The Wang brothers did not say much either and accepted the red envelope without further protest. Shen Jiqing felt a sense of admiration for Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang. The two were indeed quite generous, having given away a total of 10,000 yuan. Soon, the dishes arrived, and Ye Guoping attempted to pour the wine, but Lu Feng snatched the bottle away. Each person filled their glass, and then everyone turned their gaze towards Ye Xiaowen, who in turn looked at his father, Ye Guoping. The others followed suit, and Wu Zuwang cheerfully said, Ye Laoge, please say a few words. In this setting, it was only fitting for Ye Guoping to speak. Nodding, he stood up. I am not much of a speaker. With this first glass, I wish to express my gratitude to all of you for taking care of my third son. In the future, should you require anything from me, Ye Guoping, do not hesitate to ask. I will drink to that. Everyone else can feel free. Not at all, Ye Laoge. It has always been Ye Gu looking out for us. We are merely dining alongside him. Wu Zuwang articulated clearly, fully aware of his position. After finishing his drink, Ye Guoping conscientiously took a seat. His decision to speak first in this gathering was undoubtedly influenced by his son. He truly believed that he had not noticed the glances exchanged among them moments before. Ye Xiaowen had initially intended to remain seated, but seeing his father stand compelled him to do the same, as sitting while his father spoke would have been disrespectful. A few months prior, I had read in the newspaper about the impending issuance of stock subscription certificates in the bustling metropolis. I perceived this as a lucrative opportunity and, with 10 yuan of pocket money saved up, approached the deputy director of our county's credit union. After more than 10 days of persuasion, I secured a loan of 20,000 yuan from the credit union, then deceitfully claimed to attend a mathematics class before heading to the metropolis, where I purchased 7 stock subscription certificates. Now, 5 months later, I have earned my first million. Yet, I firmly believe this is merely the beginning, a new starting point. I am confident that we shall earn a second million, a third, and a fourth. With aspirations in our hearts, the future is bright. Cheers. The glasses of the crowd clinked together, producing a crisp sound. As the cups were refilled, Wu Zuwang spoke. I have nothing much to say. My ability to earn over 1 million is largely thanks to Xiaowen. I want to elaborate further. Just one thing. Wherever Brother Yi points, I shall follow. Ye Gu. I have no intention of discussing favors. I am not one for words. Simply put, we brothers, weighing over 300 jin, are at your service. You dictate, and we shall comply. Lu Feng raised his cup and downed his drink in one go. Lu Ming then raised his cup to speak. Ye Gu, I am yours in life, but Lu Ming was abruptly interrupted by Ye Xiaowen. Enough. It's clear to me that you are the least articulate at this table. Ye Xiaowen was baffled, thinking, in life, yours. What on earth is this? Laughter erupted around the table. The Wang brothers said little, each downing a drink, embodying the sentiment that everything was expressed through the wine. They were even quieter than Lu Ming, who, despite his lack of eloquence, could still utter a few words. The two of them were genuinely taciturn. One wondered what sort of individuals Wu Zuwang had recruited, as they seemed well-suited for bodyguard duties. The conversation eventually turned to Shen Jiqing, who smiled and remarked, I have witnessed the birth of 2 millionaires. Congratulations to Brother Yi and Brother Wu. One word. Impressive. Yi million, Wu million. I raise my glass to you both. Cheers. Ye Xiaowen displayed no visible emotion, yet understood that Shen Jiqing had no intention of integrating into this small fellowship. However, it was of little consequence. He was merely a person from a securities company. If he did not wish to partake or assist, that was fine. In fact, the day's stock sales had already illustrated this. At Ye Xiaowen's word, Wu Zuwang sold the shares, while Shen Jiqing held on to his. Evidently lacking faith in Ye Xiaowen's judgment, believing the stock still had room to rise, Ye Xiaowen no longer feels the need to persuade others. Each individual harbors their own thoughts. Although she has been reborn, she lacks the formidable aura that compels all to bow in submission with a mere display of strength. Consequently, the gathering unfolds in a leisurely manner, with food and drink flowing abundantly. However, the focal point of conversation invariably revolves around Ye Xiaowen, which is quite natural, as she is the nucleus of this group. Ye Guoping is genuinely elated today, imbibing freely without requiring encouragement, downing glass after glass. His son has amassed a fortune, becoming Ye million, while another, Wu million, remains centered around his own offspring. The gathering of revelers is nearly intoxicated, and that evening, even Shen Jiqing chose not to depart. They all decided to stay at the hotel, and throughout the night, Ye Guoping murmured incoherently in his sleep, his words a continuous stream of indistinct murmurs. Chapter 70. The stock index declined the following morning, While Ye Xiaowen remained ensconced in slumber, a persistent rapping at the door interrupted his repose. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the clock, which indicated it was already past 10 o'clock. Having indulged in drink the previous night and having sold all his stocks, with several days until the next lottery draw, he intended to relish a leisurely morning, hence his late awakening. "Who is it?" "It's me, Shen Jiqing." The urgency in Shen Jiqing's voice was palpable, even through the door. "What is the matter?" Ye Xiaowen inquired, swinging the door open and squinting against the light. "Something has happened." Shen Jiqing, drenched in perspiration and gasping for breath, exclaimed. "What is it? Come in and tell me," Ye Xiaowen urged, now fully alert, as he groping. Having heard the commotion, dressed and emerged from his room. Without hesitation, Shen Jiqing entered and seized a glass from the table, gulping down a substantial portion of water in one go. Cough, cough, cough. "Take it easy," Ye Xiaowen admonished, his mind racing with curiosity about what could have stirred such urgency in Shen Jiqing. "The stock index has plummeted. After the market opened today, it has been in freefall," Shen Jiqing reported anxiously. While the stock index does not equate to stock prices, it reflects the overall state of the market over a given period. "Is that normal?" Ye Xiaowen asked, arching an eyebrow. "Normal?" Shen Jiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Guoping, intrigued by the unfolding drama, pondered aloud. His son had just sold his stocks yesterday, only for the market to take a nosedive today. Could it be that the stock market was governed by a deity akin to the Dragon King, dictating the rise and fall of stock prices? If so, why did the stocks plummet right after his son's sale? "Xiaoshen, when I ask you a question, please respond candidly. What do you mean by normal?" he pressed, his curiosity piqued. Ye Xiaowen nodded thoughtfully and explained, "Not long ago, the market surged dramatically due to the Southern Tour, which lifted the previously imposed limits on price increases and decreases. Given the prolonged suppression of the market, it would be surprising if it did not rise." But, as Ye Xiaowen spoke, Wu Zuwang knocked and entered. "I thought I heard old Shen's voice. How come it's gone quiet?" "Ah, you're here. Old Shen, don't you have work today? Why are you drenched in sweat, having rushed over?" Wu Zuwang chattered on, while Shen Jiqing forced a smile, opening his mouth to explain but finding himself lacking the spirit to elaborate. "The stock index has fallen." "The stocks have dropped?" Wu Zuwang responded, perplexed. "No, the index is not the same as stocks. The index signifies—" "Oh, never mind, I can't articulate it." Shen Jiqing sighed, his agitation evident. "All right, let me continue," Ye Xiaowen interjected, seamlessly taking over the conversation as Shen Jiqing nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Ye Xiaowen continued, stating that a surge exceeding 100 in a single day is quite abnormal. Following such exuberance, it is often necessary to return to a rational perspective, as the market begins to realign with its intrinsic value, indicative of an immature stock market. As Ye Xiaowen spoke, several individuals nodded in a semblance of understanding, while Ye Guoping interjected with his own thoughts. He likened the situation to drinking. The more one drinks, the merrier one becomes, leading to boastful talk, only to later regret those utterances upon sobering up. His comprehension was undeniably sharp. Ye Xiaowen gave a thumbs up to old Yi, bemused by the younger man's irreverence. Ye Guoping felt a sense of helplessness. His younger sibling was increasingly audacious, and he resolved to reprimand his second brother in front of others upon returning home, in order to assert his authority. The rationale behind correcting his second brother for the younger one's insolence was lost on Ye Guoping. "Oh dear, I can hardly fathom this. Yet Yi, my brother, has grasped it all. It seems the acumen runs in the family," Wu Zuwang remarked with a grin, indulging in flattery. Ye Xiaowen's words resonated with Ye Guoping, who tried to draw a comparison, labeling it as hereditary, a logical fallacy, yet it brought him joy, as though he were deserving of such praise. Nearby, Shen Jiqing observed the playful banter between the two with increasing discomfort. Ye Guoping feigned understanding, while Wu Zuwang remained indifferent. After all, he had already sold his stocks, rendering market fluctuations irrelevant to him. In a rather mischievous vein, one might speculate that a decline in stock prices could bring him greater delight, while a rise would leave him unsettled. Ye Xiaowen had already excused himself to prepare tea, feeling parched after a night of revelry. Shen Jiqing, lacking the inclination to engage with Wu Zuwang and Ye Guoping, trailed behind Ye Xiaowen, inquiring, "Brother Yi, what do you think of the current situation?" "Do not ask me. I cannot provide certainty. I merely perceive a decline in stock indices as a normal occurrence. As for whether they will rebound and when, I cannot decipher that. In truth, no one can truly comprehend it. Even seasoned investors merely predict potential outcomes based on known variables, rather than making baseless proclamations about when prices will rise or fall, unless they are market manipulators. As for me, I am even less informed. I am merely dabbling in luck, and in this context, I cannot make any judgments, Ye Xiaowen replied, shaking his head. His honesty prevailed. He genuinely did not know the precise moments of decline or rise, recalling only vague memories of significant bull and bear markets. And even those were not firmly etched in his mind. Overall, he believed the current period was more conducive to a bull market, with a bear market likely to be brief. However, such statements were better left unspoken, for they would serve no purpose. If Shun Jiqing had heeded his advice, he ought to have sold yesterday and would not be fretting today. Since trust was lacking, his words held no weight. In truth, many stock traders resemble gamblers. They are not all fools. The more they lose, the more anxious they become, and the greater their anxiety, the more they lose. They perpetually cling to the hope of recouping their losses in the next endeavor, only to find themselves ensnared in a bottomless pit, wagering everything they possess and ultimately ending up with nothing. Unaware of the true nature of their predicament, they are often blind to the reality surrounding them. At times, when one is immersed in the situation, external advice falls on deaf ears. It is much like attempting to rouse a person feigning sleep. Only through personal epiphany can one extricate themselves from the quagmire. Ye Xiaowen is confident that if he were to assert that the market would continue to decline, Shun Jiqing would likely respond with a look of enlightenment. However, in terms of action, he would probably remain unchanged. Ultimately, when the market does plummet, he might deeply regret not heeding the advice given, perhaps even believing he had spoken ill-fated words. What Shun Jiqing yearns to hear most from Ye Xiaowen are reassuring phrases such as, "Rest assured, everything will be fine. The market will rebound. We can prevail." He awaits such words, only to find himself ensnared in the same predicament once more. Chapter 71. The Second Lottery at Ye Xiaowen's Place. No significant information was gleaned before Shun Jiqing hurriedly departed. Once Shun Jiqing left, Ye Guoping expressed his displeasure, remarking, "Third brother, if you harbor doubts, why not convey your concerns to Xiaoshen?" Ye Xiaowen shook his head, replying, "You can never awaken someone who feigns slumber. Our stock market is merely in its infancy. Enduring some losses is inconsequential. Moreover, I truly lack clarity on the matter. Who can assert with certainty? If I were to advise a sale, and then the prices surged, what then?" Ye Xiaowen's explanation did not satisfy Ye Guoping. He believed Xiaoshen to be a commendable individual, recalling how he had treated him to a meal previously and offered considerable assistance. Ye Guoping opened his mouth, poised to speak further, when he was interrupted by Wu Zuwang. "You can never awaken someone who feigns slumber." "Ah, brother Yi, such sagacity," Wu Zuwang exclaimed, laughing heartily. "Ah, merely ordinary wisdom," Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile, noting the illogical flattery directed towards his comrade. Upon returning to Shenin Securities, Shun Jiqing hesitated for an extended period, ultimately deciding against selling the stocks he held. Although prices had begun to decline, the decrease was minimal and insignificant compared to previous gains. Nonetheless, even a minor depreciation was still a loss, having hoped for an increase. Now a decline posed the question of whether he could sell at all. The answer was a resounding no. Selling during a price surge is challenging, but selling amidst a downturn is even more arduous, akin to a painful cut. The stock index had plummeted over 100 points in a single day, while Shun Jiqing remained preoccupied. After work, rather than returning home, he made his way directly to the International Hotel. "Knock, knock, knock. Brother Yi, where have you gone?" Shun Jiqing murmured as he approached Wu Zuwang's room. "Knock, knock, knock. Brother Wu, Brother Wu. Ah, you. I'm speaking to you, stop knocking," a cleaning lady shouted, furrowing her brow. "Where are the people in these rooms?" "They left around noon and have yet to return," she replied. "Where have they gone?" Shun Jiqing inquired, anxiety gnawing at him. "How would I know where they went? Who are you to ask such questions? By the way, how did you get into the hotel?" The cleaning lady, growing irritable, began questioning him with a flurry of inquiries. You needn't concern yourself with me," Shun Jiqing retorted, realizing the cleaning lady was uninformed. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter and dashed downstairs, intending to inquire at the front desk. "Hey, don't run. Are you a thief? Just look at how splendidly you are dressed." Upon reaching the lobby, Shun Jiqing began to seek information from the front desk. "It's that watermelon-headed fellow, along with 2 tall individuals. There are 7 of them in total." "Ah, the watermelon head. I just remembered that they are outsiders, not of the local dialect. That watermelon head is rather endearing, yet this group appears quite affluent. They had previously stayed at our hotel." Yes. Where did they go?" "I don't know. but that watermelon head was inquiring about the city god temple and the bond. Before the receptionist could finish her sentence, two uniformed detectives from the investigation bureau entered. We were dispatched. Who reported a theft? Shen Jiqing and the receptionist were taken aback, only to hear a cleaning lady nearby pointing at Shen Jiqing, exclaiming, "I called the police. It's this person who is acting suspiciously, knocking on the doors of our hotel rooms and asking if the guests were inside." He knocked on several doors. After the cleaning lady spoke, the receptionist immediately grew wary. Seeing the detective's glance over, she quickly added, "He was just asking me where those people went." No, Shen Jiqing was nearly apoplectic with frustration. How could they perceive him as a thief? What made them think he was acting suspiciously? If you aren't a thief, then why did you run? One of the detectives said, "Come with us for a moment. If you're innocent, you won't be wronged, and it will only take a little of your time. We'll clarify everything afterwards." Shen Jiqing had no choice but to comply, while at that moment, Ye Xiaowen and the others had just begun their meal at the city god temple. When they finished dining and returned to the international hotel, they heard from the receptionist about Shen Jiqing's predicament. The receptionist kept referring to him as the watermelon head, leaving Ye Xiaowen visibly annoyed. "Who told you to call me watermelon head?" "It was the thief who was taken away who said that," the receptionist stubbornly replied. "Do you know him?" "No." Ye Xiaowen muttered in response, genuinely reluctant to go, wishing instead to leave Shen Jiqing to languish there. "Watermelon head? You're the true watermelon head." Nevertheless, Ye Xiaowen ultimately went to fetch Shen Jiqing, who was babbling about how that cleaning lady had wronged him. She meant well. "Staying in such a hotel surely brings peace of mind," Ye Xiaowen remarked. "No, I should." Ye Xiaowen dropped the sentence. Shen Jiqing was bewildered, unable to discern how he had offended Ye Xiaowen. Upon returning to the hotel, Shen Jiqing finally inquired about the stock situation. Ye Xiaowen, overwhelmed, shook his head vigorously. "I don't know, really don't know." Shen Jiqing, feeling defeated, could only leave. Fortunately, he was determined. The next morning, he filled out the forms and sold all of his stocks. Ye Xiaowen, upon learning this, said nothing. After all, it was only a meager sum, not worth fretting over. He and Wu Zuwang had so much money that they could sell at a whim. Days turned into weeks, and Ye Xiaowen enjoyed a carefree life in the magical city, just as Li Guoping did. The father and son delighted in their days, sampling local delicacies and wandering about. In the blink of an eye, June 3rd, 1992, arrived, marking the date of the second lottery in the vibrant metropolis. Following the second lottery, the entire city was engulfed in a frenzy. When the newspapers announced a staggering 50% success rate, it ignited a wave of emotions among all those holding stock subscription certificates. The previous lottery, with a mere 10% success rate, had already driven many into a frenzy. Yet this time, the success rate soared to an astonishing 50%. The first lottery boasted a 10.3% success rate, while the second reached 50%, culminating in an overall 60% success rate across both events. It is essential to note that this was merely June. With half a year remaining until the year's end, further lotteries and new enterprises could still emerge. In 1992, all publicly listed companies required stock subscription certificates for purchasing shares. One can only imagine the anguish of those who sold their stock subscription certificates after the first lottery, now regretting their decisions. Chapter 72. Whose complaint? Ye Xiaowen initially possessed 737 stock subscription certificates. After the first lottery, he and Wu Zuwang borrowed 190,000 yuan to acquire approximately 650 more, totaling around 1,400 certificates, which amounts to roughly 14 sets. With a 50% success rate, Ye Xiaowen directly secured 700 certificates this time. A total of 700 stock subscription certificates were successfully obtained, while Wu Zuwang acquired over 1,200. For the 700 certificates, Ye Xiaowen invested 260,000 yuan. Yet the 200,000 yuan remaining in his Shenin securities account proved insufficient, prompting him to transfer an additional 60,000 yuan from his bank card. The profits from the previous stock sales amounted to over 1,090,000 yuan, of which the 90,000 yuan was immediately withdrawn for regular expenses. With 200,000 yuan left in his securities account, he repaid Wu Zuwang 220,000 yuan, leaving him with 580,000 yuan. After transferring another 60,000 yuan to his securities account, he was left with 520,000 yuan, just right to withdraw 20,000 yuan later to repay a loan. Ye Xiaowen casually manipulated his bank card, nonchalantly remarking, "Yet his father, Ye Guoping felt a pang of regret. 1 million yuan had swiftly dwindled to half. The title of Ye Millionaire no longer seemed fitting for his son, as the rate at which money was earned matched the pace at which it was spent. Though he understood that the 260,000 yuan expenditure was aimed at generating more income, and he had faith in his son's capabilities, the departure of money still tugged at his heartstrings. With 200,000 yuan insufficient in Ye Xiaowen's Shenin Securities account, Wu Zuwang also found his 300,000 yuan lacking, necessitating an additional transfer. Nevertheless, both remained unconcerned, even elated, believing that the more they invested, the greater their profits would be once the stocks were listed. The following morning, after the completion of their stock subscriptions, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping boarded a train home. However, prior to their departure, Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang had conspired in their room for quite some time. Ye Guoping, curious, attempted to eavesdrop but discerned nothing substantial, only catching fragments of words, next steps, key points, factory, university, vacation. The rest was a mystery. Upon knocking on the door, the discussion inside ceased, and Wu Zuwang, puzzled, opened the door with a smile, inviting Ye Guoping in. The three engaged in casual conversation before retreating to their respective rooms. Once in his room, Ye Guoping inquired what Ye Xiaowen had discussed with Wu Zuwang. Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile that it was merely small talk about family matters. Ye Guoping refrained from pressing further, acknowledging that if Ye Xiaowen wished to withhold information, he could easily fabricate a multitude of excuses. Yet, Ye Guoping sensed that their conversation was far from trivial. When has casual talk ever warranted closed doors? Moreover, he had overheard words like next steps, vacation, and factory, which piqued his suspicion. On the evening of June 6th, father and son, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping, returned to Pingqing. Upon their return, Ye Guoping distinctly felt that changes had occurred in the town. It is hard to articulate, yet there is an undeniable sentiment that Pingqing, apart from its warmth, feels rather diminutive. As they strolled, Ye Guoping instinctively straightened his posture. Father, tomorrow evening I shall treat Shen Baolong to dinner and conveniently repay the debt, Ye Xiaowen remarked as they walked. After all, dining often entails the possibility of indulging in alcohol, and it is prudent to inform the elder whenever such activities are planned at home. Very well, do so. It is only right to express gratitude. If it were not for his willingness to lend you. Ye Guoping nodded, having grown accustomed to the routine of treating others to meals and settling debts. The father and son returned home, finding the house empty, likely because Jiang Guizhi had yet to finish work. They paid little mind to this, placing the stock subscription certificates and other items in order. Father, take this 5,000 yuan for household expenses, Ye Xiaowen said, counting out the money and handing it to his father. Ye Guoping was momentarily taken aback, not quite processing the gesture before his son continued. The factory has not been performing well these past 2 years, and with my brother and I both in high school, we are at a time when expenses are high. You can use this to support the household. As for savings for me, you know it is unnecessary. I still have 500,000 on hand. Moreover, once the stocks we purchased are listed, selling them will yield even more. Ye Xiaowen could not help but chuckle at the thought. Ye Guoping, unperturbed by his son's lightheartedness, reflected on the last time they had received a return of only 10%, which had nonetheless made Ye Xiaowen a millionaire. Based on previous outcomes, securing 700 shares meant a 7-fold increase compared to 100 shares. This translated to 7 million. A staggering sum that left Ye Guoping feeling dizzy at the prospect. Enough talk. We shall see what happens when we sell, Ye Xiaowen said, shaking his head to dispel his daydreams. All right, I will accept this. Just be cautious with the remaining funds. Do not spend recklessly, as it is not Shanghai. Ye Guoping replied, accepting the 5,000 yuan and placing it safely away while advising caution. This money was initially part of the 1,009,000, which had been spent sparingly in Shanghai, totaling less than 2,000, including the red envelopes given to Lu Feng and Lu Ming, with over 7,000 remaining. Having given 5,000 to Ye Guoping, there was still around 2,000 left. I understand. Do not worry, Ye Xiaowen replied impatiently, as the two made their way to the bathhouse. Father, please ask mother to improve our meals. Both my brother and I are at a stage of growth. If we do not eat well now, we may not grow taller in the future. Ye Xiaowen rambled on as they walked, only to hear Ye Guoping respond. Isn't your diet quite sufficient? You have braised pork or chicken legs daily, at the very least scrambled eggs. You are not lacking in nutrition, are you? Who informed you about the food at school? It must have been that good-for-nothing Ye Xiaohai, despite my efforts to secure better meals for him. Upon reflection, Perhaps it is best to let it go, as I am not lacking in provisions. What are you saying, father? I can't comprehend, said Ye Xiaowen, hastening to the bathhouse. After Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping finished their baths and returned home, their mother, Jiang Guizhi, and elder brother, Ye Xiaofeng, had already arrived after work. Jiang Guizhi, delighted to see her son return, eagerly engaged Ye Xiaowen in conversation, inquiring about various matters with great enthusiasm and attention to detail. Chapter 73, Principal and Interest. Jiang Guizhi inquired extensively yet failed to uncover the truth, ultimately surrendering to her curiosity. Upon seeing her son and husband return in good spirits, she felt a wave of relief and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, the honest and naive Ye Xiaofeng harbored lingering doubts and subtly probed Ye Guoping and Ye Xiaowen about their whereabouts, having mysteriously vanished for an entire week previously. Their current secrecy raised more questions than answers. However, being a straightforward individual, Ye Xiaofeng lacked the cunning to pursue the matter further. Any attempts to extract information were deftly sidestepped by the father and son. Eventually, he resigned himself and asked directly, Dad, where have you and the third brother been on these two occasions? As Ye Xiaowen began to respond, Ye Guoping interjected loudly, What business is it of yours? Why are you prying into such matters? Focus on your own work. Comrade Ye's approach to familial matters remained as uncomplicated, forthright, and blunt as ever. Yet it proved effective. Consequently, Ye Xiaofeng, chastened by the reprimand, dared not inquire further and lowered his head to sip from his cup. The atmosphere in the living room grew somewhat oppressive. Ye Xiaowen turned to the kitchen and called out, Mom, where is my second brother, Ye Xiaohai? Under ordinary circumstances, he would have returned home by now. From the kitchen, Jiang Guizhi's voice, mingled with the aroma of cooking, wafted through the air. He is probably at school studying. Studying? Ye Xiaowen paused, momentarily taken aback. Did studying have anything to do with Ye Xiaohai? Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Xiaohai, who was indeed far removed from any study, was enduring a tedious time in the classroom, muttering to himself, Oh, third brother, please come back soon. He felt his solitary study session was nothing short of a calamity. While Ye Xiaowen was out enjoying himself, he was left holding the fort at home. Initially, he voiced his complaints vehemently, but after more than a week, Ye Xiaohai had lost the will to complain, merely hoping for his brother's swift return. Upon Ye Xiaohai's return home, he was elated to see Ye Xiaowen and their mother, Ye Guoping, had also arrived. He nearly leaped for joy. Convinced that the deities had heard his prayers, he scarcely noticed the sumptuous dinner laid out before him. Third brother, you're finally back. I've missed you so much, he exclaimed, embracing Ye Xiaowen. Both Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi were puzzled by Ye Xiaohai's exuberance. When had the bond between these two brothers grown so affectionate? Yet, the couple did not dwell on it, attributing the warmth to the time apart. It is often said that brothers are like tigers, and in battle, father and son stand united. Although the brothers frequently bickered and expressed mutual disdain, their separation revealed their bond, as evidenced by the enthusiastic embrace between the second and third brothers. With a harmonious marriage and respectful sibling relationships, the Ye family radiated a sense of unity and joy. After a long train journey, Ye Xiaowen, fatigued, retired to his room for rest following dinner. Ye Xiaohai, having learned from experience, understood that asking Ye Xiaowen about his secrets would yield no answers. Thus, he refrained from questioning. Once the gentle sounds of Ye Xiaowen's snores filled the room, he rummaged through the drawer, searching for any items his brother may have brought back. However, aside from a piece of fruit, he found nothing of significance. Lacking any discernible skills to discern valuable items, Ye Xiaohai realized that even if he possessed such abilities, they would be futile, as Ye Xiaowen had never utilized them. Meanwhile, in a different room, Ye Guoping shared the details of their recent trip to the bustling metropolis with his wife, Jiang Guizhi. As she listened, her mouth fell agape, her expression filled with incredulity, as if she were immersed in a fantastical tale. The concept of a six-figure sum was utterly foreign to her. She had never even dreamed of such wealth. Yet, astonishingly, their youngest son had earned 1 million, effortlessly rising to the status of Ye Baiwan. 1 million? How much could that possibly be? Could a single box contain it all? Jiang Guizhi simply could not fathom it. Ye Guoping retrieved 5,000 yuan from the cabinet and handed it to Jiang Guizhi, saying, This is the 5,000 yuan our son has graciously gifted us. You should keep it and perhaps improve our meals at home. 5,000 yuan is pocket change. Jiang Guizhi nearly gasped in disbelief. She found herself at a loss, unable to comprehend either her son or her husband. How could 5,000 yuan be considered mere change? What, then, did her own salary amount to? Ye Guoping sighed. observing his wife's reaction. He opened his mouth to offer an explanation but found himself at a loss for words. Although he had accompanied their son throughout the trip and grasped much of how he had earned his money, he still could not understand how his son had acquired such knowledge and had the audacity to engage in such endeavors. The child had grown. Perhaps it was time to let him navigate his own path. After a moment of silence, Ye Xiaowen uttered a remark that seemed entirely unrelated. Jiang Guizhi nodded, uncertain of what else to say. The following morning, Ye Xiaowen went to school to inform his homeroom teacher, Sun Shangqing, of his absence. Sun Shangqing looked at Ye Xiaowen with concern and asked, "How is your father's health?" Ye Xiaowen, momentarily taken aback, quickly replied, "My father is feeling much better." "Thank you for your concern." Teacher Sun Shangqing nodded, saying, "That's good to hear. Don't linger here, go borrow your classmates' notes. And make sure to study when you get home so you don't fall behind in your revision." After entering the classroom, Lu Sahan, who had been lazily dozing at her desk, suddenly woke up, standing up with a start before quickly sitting back down. However, her gaze remained fixed on Ye Xiaowen, and she watched as his figure seemed to grow larger in her sight, approaching her directly. "Lu Sahan, come out, I need to talk to you," he said as he drew near. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Lu Sahan instinctively glanced around at her classmates, relieved to see them engrossed in their studies and oblivious to her. She hurriedly stepped outside, her heart fluttering with delight. Her boyfriend was indeed attentive, seeking her out upon his return. As they walked out of the classroom, Lu Sahan, trailing behind, couldn't help but let her imagination wander. Where was he taking her? The playground? Or perhaps some other location, like that abandoned little shack from before? Remembering their last encounter, Lu Sahan's cheeks flushed with warmth. If Ye Xiaowen were to treat her similarly this time, would she cooperate? Or would she comply? Or perhaps succumb to the moment? Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Ye Xiaowen suddenly halted his steps, turned back, and, with his hand buried deep in his pocket, produced 300 yuan, extending it towards her. "Here. This is the money I owe you, paid back with interest." Repay? With interest? No matter how hard Lu Sahan racked her brain, she could not comprehend that after such a long separation, Ye Xiaowen's first words upon seeing her were about repaying a debt. "Ye Xiaowen," Lu Sahan shouted through gritted teeth, her anger bubbling over as she stamped her foot and turned to flee. Women are truly peculiar creatures. Was it not said that those who fail to repay their debts are the ones in control? Yet here I am, the debtor, returning the money, and the creditor appears displeased. Ye Xiaowen muttered to himself, utterly oblivious to the source of Lu Sahan's frustration. Chapter 74. Disdain in withdrawing money in the end. Ye Xiaowen reluctantly returned the money, causing Lu Sahan to wear a displeased expression. However, her demeanor shifted dramatically when Ye Xiaowen presented her with an electronic watch as a gift. It was not that Lu Sahan held the watch in high esteem. She already possessed one, and in contemporary times, a watch of such caliber could be acquired for a mere $2, or at most, a few tens in this era. The sum she had lent to Ye Xiaowen far exceeded $300. What truly mattered to her was the sentiment behind Ye Xiaowen's gesture. Alas, beneath the youthful facade of an 18-year-old boy lay the essence of a man in his 30s or 40s, a wayward soul. The innocence and subtle emotional resonance that Lu Sahan yearned for had long since been eroded by the passage of time in Ye Xiaowen's life. After the third period that morning, Ye Xiaowen dialed Shen Baolong's number. "I am Shen Baolong," came the voice on the line, prompting Ye Xiaowen to secretly scoff. What a grandiose way of speaking. "I am Shen Baolong," as if everyone ought to know him. Yet, upon reflection, he was indeed the wealthiest man in Pingqing County. It was not unreasonable for him to expect recognition. "Uncle Shen, it's me. Are you at the office?" Ye Xiaowen inquired. "Who?" Shen Baolong replied, momentarily perplexed. Ye Xiaowen felt a hint of embarrassment as he stated, "It's me, Ye Xiaowen." "Oh, Xiaowen. What brings you to call?" Shen Baolong's tone softened, the official jargon dissipating. "Well, Uncle Shen, I was hoping to visit your office shortly. Is that convenient?" "Certainly. Come on over, but do hurry. I have a social engagement at noon and must leave soon," Shen Baolong responded. "Understood. I won't take up too much of your time." Ye Xiaowen ended the call and proceeded to the bank with his bank card in hand. "Excuse me, I would like to withdraw some money," he said, sitting before the counter and handing his card to the teller. "Are you withdrawing for your family?" she inquired. "No, it's for myself," Ye Xiaowen replied. "How much would you like to withdraw?" The teller glanced at him skeptically, wondering if he had pilfered the card from his family, for he appeared rather youthful. Nevertheless, it was normal for someone to possess a bank card, even if older generations typically relied on passbooks. 20,000, he stated. "What? The teller nearly dropped the card in surprise, then looked at Ye Xiaowen with a mix of disbelief and exasperation. You must be joking, young man. 20,000. Few households in Pingxing County have that sum, and considering your age, it's unlikely you've been working long enough to amass such a fortune. If you truly had 20,000, I would have to confiscate your card. Now, ma'am, you can't just take my card. I still need it. Perhaps you could confiscate something else instead? Ye Xiaowen replied, swinging his legs playfully while grinning. You cheeky child. Very well, if you possess 20,000. I will consume this water cup instead. Then let us proceed with the withdrawal. Ye Xiaowen responded cheerfully. Zhang Lijuan, the teller, took Ye Xiaowen's card and began to process the transaction. Then, her expression momentarily froze, her mouth gradually widening until it seemed capable of accommodating a water cup. 1, 2, 3. Astonishingly, it amounted to a staggering 4 zeros. This was not merely 20,000, it was 520,000. 520,000. Zhang Lijuan rubbed her eyes vigorously. She had risen late that morning and had missed breakfast. Yet, could it truly be that her eyes were deceiving her? What a jest! In Pingxing County, the number of individuals with a net worth exceeding 10,000 was scarcely a few hundred. Those surpassing 100,000 were likely only a handful. The boy before her, sporting a watermelon-shaped haircut, possessed a staggering 520,000 in savings. It felt as though he was jesting with her. How could a youth possibly hold such wealth? Water cup, auntie. No. I. Zhang Lijuan opened her mouth, glancing at the water cup, then back at the boy with the peculiar haircut. Truly, she believed she harbored no animosity towards the affluent. Yet an impulse surged within her to slam the water cup against the face of this watermelon-headed youth. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. Such a person was not to be trifled with, and she had to consider how to avoid such an outburst. All right, Andy, I was just joking. Please hurry and withdraw my money. I need it urgently. Understood. Zhang Lijuan exhaled in relief. Although the notion of slamming the water cup was a jest, her disdain for the affluent was indeed real. However, she did not consider herself someone who looked down on others. She merely found it hard to believe that a young person would audaciously ask for 20,000. In other circumstances, if a bank teller and a customer were to argue, it would hardly be noteworthy. You were made to wait, and if you refused to yield, your request would go unfulfilled. But in the case of someone so young, yet already possessing a net worth of 520,000, such an attitude was utterly inappropriate. With a flurry, Zhang Lijuan counted several times before finally handing over the 20,000. At that time, the bank in Pingxing County lacked any currency counting machines, relying solely on manual counting. The 20,000 was bundled together, and Ye Xiaowen placed the money into her olive green satchel, then turned her gaze towards Zhang Lijuan. Are you really just going to carry it like that? What else should I do? Zhang Lijuan was at a loss for words. This was far too casual. That was 20,000, not merely 2 or 200. It's fine. Ye Xiaowen extended her hand. Andy, may I have my card back? Oh, right, of course. Zhang Lijuan returned the card to Ye Xiaowen, who grasped it and turned to leave. Wow, I'll have to discuss this thoroughly with my colleagues, Zhang Lijuan mused internally. Ye Xiaowen glanced back, smiled at Zhang Lijuan, and said, Auntie, remember to keep this matter confidential, or else, the water cup. Yes, absolutely, Zhang Lijuan hurriedly replied. Exiting the bank, Ye Xiaowen made her way directly to the Pingxing County Credit Union. 10 minutes later, she stood before the entrance of the credit union, eyeing the 3-story building before stepping inside and ascending to the second-floor office via the staircase beside the counter. Knock, knock, knock. Please enter. Uncle Shin. Ye Xiaowen pushed the door open and stepped inside. Shin Baolong was leisurely smoking a cigarette and sipping tea, engaged in some unknown task. Upon noticing Ye Xiaowen's arrival, he set aside his newspaper and greeted her with a smile. Xiaowen, welcome. Please take a seat. Aren't you supposed to be in class today? How do you find the time to drop by? To repay the money, Ye Xiaowen replied directly, pulling out 20,000 yuan that she had just withdrawn from the bank. Shin Baolong regarded Ye Xiaowen's nonchalant demeanor with a hint of bewilderment. Although he was known as the god of wealth in Pingxing County, he found it peculiar that such a substantial sum of money felt to her as trivial as 2 yuan. Chapter 75, The God of Wealth and Others. Shin Baolong summoned the accountant. And soon the sum of 20,000 yuan was counted, and the repayment procedures for Ye Xiaowen were completed. Uncle Shun, you have social engagements at noon, so I won't bother you then. But in the evening, I would like to treat you to dinner at the Pingxing Hotel. Very well. Shin Baolong nodded without the slightest hesitation. His curiosity about Ye Xiaowen was piqued. To be honest, he had lent out considerable amounts of money before. and many had repaid him, yet Ye Xiaowen was the first to do so with such promptness. Shen was aware that stock subscription certificates had proven lucrative, with reports of numerous individuals becoming wealthy in the Magic City. The initial lottery had yielded substantial profits, and the second lottery a few days prior had been even more rewarding. However, the specifics eluded him, thus he was eager to converse with this extraordinary young man. At 6:30 that evening, at the finest restaurant in Pingqing, the Pingqing Hotel, Shen Baolong greeted passers-by with a genial smile. "Director Shen, are you waiting for someone?" "Indeed. I am waiting for someone. Old Lu, it has been a long time. Who could be important enough for our god of wealth in Pingqing to stand at the entrance waiting?" "Haha, Old Lu, you flatter me. There is no such title as the god of wealth in Pingqing." "Ha, Xingu, you are too modest. I shall enter first and raise a glass to you shortly." "All right, be busy." "Hey, Lao Shen, what brings you here? Who are you waiting for?" "A friend." Shen Baolong replied with a smile. In Pingqing, he was somewhat of a celebrity, typically the one others awaited, rather than the other way around. The Pingqing Hotel, being the largest establishment in the city, was frequented by notable figures, all of whom were acquainted with Shen Baolong, the god of wealth. As Shen Baolong grew slightly impatient, his smile beginning to wane, Ye Xiaowen arrived, bouncing along with his small shoulder bag. "Uncle Shun, I apologize for being late. The teacher held us back." Ye Xiaowen's excuse was indeed compelling. Nothing could be more convincing for a student. However, for Shen Baolong, it was somewhat amusing that he, a prominent figure in Pingqing, was standing at the entrance waiting for a high school student delayed by a teacher. "That's quite all right. Let us hurry inside," Shen Baolong said, bemused. The two requested a private room, and Ye Xiaowen ordered a plethora of dishes, along with a bottle of Finjiu. Observing Ye Xiaowen's carefree manner, Shen Baolong felt a sense of admiration. It seemed this young man had indeed earned a considerable sum. Despite his frequent visits to the Pingqing Hotel, most were invitations from others or covered by his workplace. If he were to pay out of his own pocket for a meal here, he would feel somewhat reluctant. "Uncle Shen, please order a couple more dishes. Do not hold back. After all, you have done me such a tremendous favor, and it's the least I can do to treat you to a decent meal." Ye Xiaowen spoke with a cheerful smile. "What does it matter whether it's presentable? Uncle Shen, you are not one to fuss over such things." Shen Baolong replied with a grin. "Whether I fuss or not, I cannot afford to be indifferent. When one lacks funds, it is understandable, but when wealth arrives, one must not be careless." As he spoke, Ye Xiaowen produced a red envelope. "Uncle Shun, this is for you." Shen Baolong was taken aback. "What is this, Xiaowen?" 500 yuan. "It's not a lot. Merely a token to bring you some joy. It cannot be considered a bribe." Ye Xiaowen explained. Shen Baolong laughed heartily. "Bribe? How could I dare? I am merely curious." "Xiaowen, if you truly wish to express your gratitude to your Uncle Shun, satisfy my curiosity, how much profit did that stock subscription yield?" Shen Baolong inquired, gazing intently at Ye Xiaowen. "Well," Ye Xiaowen hesitated for 3 seconds before replying. "I'll tell you, but you must not share this with anyone else. Rest assured." "All right." Ye Xiaowen nodded and extended a finger. 10,000? "Impossible." 100,000? Shen Baolong gasped in astonishment. "That is a 5-fold return. What could possibly yield such earnings?" Ye Xiaowen shook his head with a smile, leaving Shen Baolong stunned. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he stared at Ye Xiaowen and exclaimed, "No way. Could it be 1 million? Ye Xiaowen nodded. He had not wished to disclose such astonishing news, but since Shen Baolong insisted, he relented. After all, once he stepped outside, he would deny it. Who would believe that a high school student turned 20,000 into 1 million in just a few months? Is it true? Shen Baolong's mouth hung open in disbelief. Indeed. Ye Xiaowen affirmed with a nod, lifting his glass and addressing Shen Baolong. "Thank you, Uncle Shen. Without you, I would not be where I am today." When he used the word today, Shen Baolong felt no hint of awkwardness. The term millionaire could aptly describe success, whether in Pingqing County or even in the bustling metropolis. "I toast to you." As Shen Baolong downed his drink, he felt a twinge of discomfort, as if he had squandered his life. While others referred to him as the god of wealth, he would never admit it aloud, yet privately felt a thrill from it. However, sitting across from this young man, who had effortlessly secured his first million, made Shen Baolong feel insignificant. How old was this lad? He had managed to achieve such wealth with nothing but sheer wit. In contrast, Shen Baolong had toiled his entire life, and his savings amounted to merely 30 to 50,000 yuan, considered substantial in Pingqing County, yet utterly trivial compared to this young man's accomplishment. "Come, Uncle Shen, let us have another drink. This liquor is quite flavorful." "Is it?" Shen Baolong replied, taking a sip. Though it felt somewhat bland. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Old Shen. Old Lu. What is happening? Allow me to introduce you. This is Director Lu from the Finance Department of Pingqing County, and this is Ye Xiaowen, a younger brother of mine. Greetings to you. Brother Yi, come, let us share a drink. It is rather peculiar that Shen Baolong, who was waiting at the entrance of the restaurant, raised eyebrows. The presence of someone who resembles a student is already unexpected. One might overlook it if he were merely a nephew. However, the fact that Shen Baolong refers to him as a younger brother adds an intriguing layer, indicating that he regards Ye Xiaowen as an equal among peers. Chapter 76. Ye Xiaohai's reluctance for college. Soon, the entire Pingqing Grand Hotel was abuzz with the news that the local tycoon was dining with a high school student, whom he referred to as his little brother, engaging in a conversation as peers. This was indeed quite a sensational piece of news, prompting many to inquire about the identity of this young gentleman, yet no one seemed to know. Nevertheless, numerous individuals seized the opportunity to toast in Shen Baolong's private room, hoping to catch a glimpse of this young master. However, those who encountered Ye Xiaowen were taken aback, for he appeared to be merely an ordinary high school student. If one were to identify a distinguishing feature, it would be his distinctive watermelon hairstyle, which lent him an endearing, youthful appearance. Yet, many speculated that Ye Xiaowen must possess the demeanor of a young aristocrat, as there was an unmistakable aura about him. How to articulate it? Although they had never encountered a true scion of wealth, there was something in Ye Xiaowen that resonated with their vague notions of a young nobleman. He did not exude arrogance, yet there was an absence of subservience. He embodied a spirit of egalitarian interaction. Moreover, his politeness extended not only to them but also to the waitstaff, reflecting a certain level of refinement. Ye Xiaowen returned home in a daze, and upon observing his swaying gait, reeking of alcohol, Ye Xiaohai paused mid-meal, instinctively glancing at their father, Ye Guoping, seated across from him. A smile gradually crept onto his face. Although the meal consisted solely of steamed buns devoid of any side dishes, the lively spectacle before him made the fare seem delectable. Typically, it was the third brother who found himself under their father's scrutiny. Today, however, it was Ye Xiaohai's turn to revel in the commotion surrounding his brother. He thought to himself, I refuse to believe that I will be implicated this time. Ah, third brother, today is your day to be in the spotlight, Ye Xiaohai mused, his gaze flitting between the unsteady Ye Xiaowen and their father. If he were to surmise correctly, Ye Guoping would first furrow his brow, then twitch his lips, before scanning the room for something suitable to wield, ultimately culminating in a thunderous reprimand. Unfilial son. Ye Xiaohai could hardly suppress a chuckle, albeit the last remark was his own addition, as their father lacked such eloquence. Ah, yes, the frown has appeared. Indeed, just as I anticipated, the lips are twitching. Now, where's the tool? Oh, wait a moment, father, do you not see the broom behind me? That should suffice, as you've wielded it often enough against me. Yet, the unfolding drama seemed to deviate from his expectations. Third brother, have you imbibed too much? You cannot indulge in this manner every day, Ye Guoping finally spoke. Ye Xiaohai's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is this a specter I see? Is this truly our father speaking? Even Ms. Jiang Guizhi had never exhibited such gentleness. Nothing to worry about. I merely had a few extra drinks. Just returned from work, right, father? Ye Xiaowen declared, burping slightly as he poured himself a generous cup of tea. Eldest brother, why are you glancing left and right so? Hurry and eat your meal. Can't you sit up straight? Ye Guoping remarked upon noticing his second son's posture. I'm eating, Ye Xiaohai mumbled, lowering his head in a state of grievance, pondering if he might not be their biological child. In his childhood, during his mischievous moments, his parents often joked that he was found in a garbage heap, a notion he had dismissed. Yet now, it seemed they had not been entirely untruthful. Such treatment could indeed befit someone merely retrieved from the streets. He believed that if he dared to return home tomorrow reeking of alcohol, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. By the way, second brother, do you wish to attend university? Ye Xiaowen turned to his brother, Ye Xiaohai, inquiring. After his rebirth, Ye Xiaowen had inadvertently caused Ye Xiaohai considerable trouble, though he had endured much from him in their past life. Nevertheless, they were still brothers born of the same mother, and he felt it his duty to care for him. University? What use would that be? You know my grades. I can't even find the entrance to a university. Ye Xiaohai replied nonchalantly. This was the truth, given his current academic standing. It was wiser to focus on earning a living than to rely on the elusive prospect of higher education. Still, do you want to go or not? Ye Xiaowen pressed, aware that there was little hope for him based on merit. The only pathway to university would be through financial means, and if his brother desired it, he could facilitate his enrollment through the same. Ye Guoping grasped the implication of Ye Xiaowen's words. Indeed, during this era, there were self-financed students. Yet the tuition and expenses were exorbitant, often beyond the reach of ordinary families. Previously, he had not considered such a prospect, but circumstances had changed. His son was now earning money. The notion of financing a university education no longer seemed insurmountable. Now, hurry and pour your brother a glass of water. After all that drinking, he must be parched, Ye Guoping instructed. Aye. All right, Ye Xiaohai replied, rubbing his eyes, questioning whether he was seeing things correctly. Before him stood not his father, but a different person altogether. Ultimately, he resolved to endure the humiliation and keep quiet. Second brother. Just tell me if you want to go to university. You need not concern yourself with anything else, Ye Xiaowen said, holding his teacup and gazing at Ye Xiaohai. Despite his rebirth, he was reluctant to alter the course of history. Fate was a curious thing, and should anything go awry, regret would be unavoidable. I don't want to. Ye Xiaohai shook his head vigorously. What is the point of going to university? I've had enough of schooling over the years. Once I graduate high school, I plan to work in the South and earn a fortune. Before he could finish, Ye Guoping interrupted him. Go back to your room. Not yet, Dad. I haven't finished my meal. Stop eating. All right. Ye Xiaohai turned and returned to the room. Ye Guoping gazed at his son's retreating figure, feeling a sense of frustration akin to that of iron failing to become steel. It was one thing to fail to gain admission to university, but now that an opportunity was at hand, how could he not wish to pursue it? Others would be grateful beyond measure for such a chance. This lad truly is like a stubborn lump of clay that refuses to be molded, displaying an attitude of disdain. He dreams of heading south to earn a fortune, but who does he think he is? The southern regions are beyond his grasp. Even I would struggle there. Trailing behind your brother like a mere junior. Chapter 77, solely focused on earning money. As Ye Xiaohai entered the room, Ye Guoping turned to Ye Xiaowen and inquired, Are you considering enrolling the second brother in a self-funded program? Well, spending a bit of money on college isn't a disgrace, but given my second brother's current disposition. Ye Xiaowen hesitated. It was evident that Ye Xiaohai had firmly resolved against pursuing higher education. Forcing him into university would serve little purpose. A degree was merely a piece of paper. Should he eventually seek employment within the bureaucratic system, such credentials would gain significance. Yet, knowing his second brother's temperament, it was unlikely he would endure the confines of such an environment. Thus, the importance of that degree diminished considerably. Enough. You've had your fill. It's best to return home and rest. I shall have another word with your second brother later, Ye Guoping remarked. All right, Ye Xiaowen nodded, turning to re-enter the house. Unbeknownst to Ye Xiaowen, Ye Xiaohai was engrossed at his desk, diligently folding paper into small stars. His concentration was so intense that he remained oblivious to her presence. Ye Xiaowen tiptoed up behind him. Second brother. Ye Xiaohai jumped, nearly toppling from his chair. Little third, are you seeking a beating? It's been quite a while since I last dealt with you. Second brother, who are you making these for? Let me guess, it must be for yuan, right? Not at all. Stop making wild assertions, give it back. Ye Xiaohai snatched the jar containing the folded stars back, denying it vehemently. However, the flush on his face betrayed him. Looks like my guess was accurate. It is indeed for yuan. Ye Xiaohai, I must admonish you for this early romance. You clearly disregard my authority as class monitor. Ye Xiaowen teased, prompting Ye Xiaohai to roll his eyes in response. Spare me the lecture. Early romance? You and Lu Han are courting, yet you dare to cast stones? As for being class monitor, you're clearly abusing your power. Neglecting your winter vacation assignments is inconsequential to you. Oh, it seems your relationship is rather serious, Ye Xiaowen remarked, unperturbed by her brother's candid exposure of her own romantic entanglements. She even confided this to you? I knew girls were unreliable, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. You truly are. Ye Xiaohai was at a loss for words. He now found himself utterly outmatched by his younger sibling. Once, he only struggled academically against her, but in every other regard, she had now surpassed him. Even in mischief, his forte, she had outdone him. He merely sneaked sips of alcohol, while she brazenly skipped classes and drank openly, with parental collusion to boot. The disparity was stark. By the way, little third, I heard you and Lu Han were sneaking into the woods? Ye Xiaohai suddenly asked in a hushed tone, feigning curiosity. Even with her thick skin, Ye Xiaowen felt a flush of embarrassment at her brother's inquiry. Such things do not exist. Do not speak nonsense. I am tired and will retire for the night. With that, Ye Xiaowen took the basin and proceeded to wash up. The following afternoon, during lunch, Ye Xiaowen inquired of Lu Sahan, "Have you spoken to Lu Yuan about our situation?" "What situation?" Lu Sahan responded, perplexed. "Well," Ye Xiaowen bit her lip, expressing her annoyance. Lu Sahan playfully tapped Ye Xiaowen and then lowered her head, softly affirming with a hum, "Do not share everything with others. Lu Yuan has a loose tongue. I suspect she mentioned it to my second brother, as he asked me about it last night." "All right, I understand," Lu Sahan replied. Her face flushed with embarrassment. In the ensuing days, Ye Guoping persistently attempted to persuade Ye Xiaohai to pursue higher education. They had discussed it several times. Yet for reasons unknown, Ye Xiaohai, usually timid around his father, remained obstinately silent this time. That evening, after dinner, Ye Guoping and Ye Xiaowen sat together in the courtyard, enjoying the cool evening breeze and engaging in conversation. Such scenes were uncommon in the Ye household. Ye Xiaohai reacted to his father like a mouse encountering a cat. Though Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaofeng fared slightly better, Ye Guoping's stern demeanor had always cast a shadow over their interactions, making such moments rare. "I spoke with your second brother, but it was futile. He seems resolute against attending school," Ye Guoping expressed with a hint of exasperation. Ye Xiaohai is now an adult. He has his own ideas. The youngest is one way, and the second is another. Only the eldest remains somewhat obedient and is easier to manage. That is to be expected. The second brother has long been disinterested in schooling. His temperament cannot endure it. If he truly does not wish to continue, perhaps facing the world will teach him a lesson, Ye Xiaowen remarked, adopting a mature demeanor. Yet, Ye Guoping found no fault in this perspective. The second brother wishes to work in the south, having heard tales of riches readily available there. It is easy to say, but the reality is quite different. Take Lu Feng and Lu Ming, for example. They ventured south on such hearsay. Had they not fortuitously encountered our youngest, they might well be wandering the streets today. Then there is Wu Zuwang, one of the first to seek work. Yet he was not much older, merely following in our youngest's footsteps to earn some decent money. Alas, this child thinks too simplistically. Earning a living is no easy feat, Ye Guoping sighed. Though he may be a bit more troublesome, I assure you. My affection for Ye Xiaohai remains steadfast. We can only provide him with options. Whether they suit him is another matter entirely. Ye Xiaowen viewed the situation with a sense of acceptance. In his previous life, the second brother fared reasonably well. A little hardship and suffering could serve him well. His disposition might be tempered. Your mother worries too much, Ye Guoping stated, stubbornly. In truth, Mother Jiang Guizhi harbored her concerns. Yet, he too was burdened with worry. Albeit he would never vocalize it. If he could trade places with his second son, who excelled in his studies, while the third son displayed a reluctance towards education, he would unhesitatingly acquiesce. After all, the third son had already substantiated his ability to earn a living. Moreover, he believed that the third son thrived in the southern regions. Flourishing in his endeavors, while returning home to don a school backpack felt somewhat incongruous. However, such musings remained merely thoughts. The reality was that those capable of earning did not venture south to seek their fortune while aspiring for higher education, whereas those lacking such capabilities yearned to abandon academia in pursuit of financial gain. Chapter 78. I have financial power ultimately. The father and son decided to let Ye Xiaohai go with the flow. Days turned into weeks, and before they knew it, the end of June had arrived. With less than 10 days until the college entrance examination, the classroom exhibited a stark polarization. Those who were studying poured their hearts into their work, while those who had given up entirely resigned themselves to their fate, accepting that they would not succeed. Nevertheless, even the indifferent students were mindful not to disturb their diligent peers. Jiang Xian, for instance, was deeply engrossed in her studies, practically living within the pages of her books. Her days and nights merging into an endless cycle of academic pursuit. The concept of rest had become a distant memory for her. While the saying that Wang Shiji dined on ink may be an exaggeration, her dedication was undeniably commendable. Shen Jinhao had also refrained from visiting the arcade for some time, likely bringing joy to the younger students who frequented the gaming halls. In stark contrast, Ye Xiaohai, Zhang Weiming, Lu Sihan, and others had completely abandoned their studies, spending their days dozing at their desks or engrossed in novels. The girls indulged in Xiong Yao's romantic tales, while the boys gravitated toward martial arts sagas. After classes, their conversations revolved around job prospects. Those with connections had already secured positions, ready to commence work shortly after graduation. Meanwhile, those without such advantages were actively seeking leads. A small number, like Ye Xiaohai, dreamed of heading south, but they were few. Ye Xiaowen, however, occupied a unique position. He was viewed as someone who would likely succeed in the college entrance examination, even if he occasionally expressed his frustrations on the test papers. It was almost certain that he would gain admission to a university. Even in the event of an underwhelming performance, he could still enroll in a vocational college, effectively avoiding the uncertainty of the job market. Yet, unlike Jiang Xian, Ye Xiaowen did not immerse himself in relentless study. He was aware that he would undoubtedly attend university, but the path he would take remained open to discussion. It was not solely contingent upon the entrance examination. Thus, he engaged in his studies during class and indulged in leisure activities afterward. In a classroom characterized by such pronounced extremes, his behavior appeared somewhat out of place. The first-year students exhibited little sense of urgency, creating an atmosphere of dissonance. As the weather warmed, more people gathered beneath the willows by the playground. The benches were perpetually filled, and Ye Xiaowen held a bottle of Bei Binjiang soda, sipping it eagerly. Beside him, Lu Sahan inserted a straw into her soda, sipping slowly. Since becoming romantically involved with Ye Xiaowen, she had gradually distanced herself from the boys who engaged in mischief and avoided studying. Instead, she found herself spending time with Ye Xiaowen, whether there was a specific reason or not. Initially, she had not understood what made him appealing, viewing him as merely a bookworm consumed by his studies. What began as a light-hearted dalliance unexpectedly blossomed into genuine attraction. With her soft, wavy hair framing her face and clad in a checked shirt, she casually buttoned 2 buttons and lounged on a bench, lazily observing the boys on the playground as they exerted themselves in the heat. At the outset, Lu Sahan mistakenly believed that Ye Xiaowen had a penchant for basketball. However, she soon realized that was not the case, for each time she arrived, Ye Xiaowen merely settled into a seat without engaging in the game. It was one thing not to play, but after Lu Sahan sought to glean some knowledge about basketball in order to converse with Ye Xiaowen, she found that Ye Xiaowen was utterly clueless about the rules of the game. Xiaowen, if you don't enjoy playing basketball, why do you spend your days watching it? Lu Sahan pouted slightly, tilting her head as she inquired, her face adorned with 2 charming dimples from biting on her straw, making her look particularly endearing. Who told you I am watching basketball? Ye Xiaowen replied with a smile, recalling the words of the Song Dynasty Zen master Qing Yuan Xingxi, who articulated the 3 stages of life. At the beginning of Zen practice, mountains are mountains and waters are waters. Upon enlightenment, mountains are no longer mountains and waters are no longer waters. In complete realization, mountains are once again mountains and waters are once again waters. Ye Xiaowen reached out to touzle Lu Sahan's long, sleek black hair and asked with a beaming smile, "Do you understand?" Lu Sahan shook her head, dismissing Ye Xiaowen's hand, her expression one of innocent confusion. "I don't comprehend it, but it feels profound." "Ah. What you're experiencing is the sensation of being impressed without understanding," Ye Xiaowen teased. "Though it may elude your grasp, it still resonates with you, does it not?" "Ugh. How brazen you are," Lu Sahan retorted, somewhat speechless. "Let me put it this way. While we sit here, you may think I am watching basketball, but in truth, I am observing the youthful students on the playground, exuberantly celebrating their youth. I cherish that feeling." At that moment, Lu Sahan found herself captivated by Ye Xiaowen. In that fleeting moment, Ye Xiaowen's eyes sparkled with the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, perhaps even the mountains and rivers, embodying the beauty of all 4 seasons. It was as though she possessed a wisdom beyond her years, which struck Lu Sahan as slightly peculiar. Nevertheless, with the sun setting, sitting beside someone she cherished, sipping soda and feeling the gentle evening breeze, Lu Sahan longed for time to freeze in that perfect moment. However, the tranquility was soon shattered. "Hey, third brother, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be studying?" Ye Xiaowen and Lu Yuan sauntered over, casting a glance at Ye Xiaowen. "I'm not going in. I'm just getting some fresh air. The classroom is stifling." Ye Xiaowen waved her hand dismissively. "Everyone else is studying. How will you get into university?" "I have the capability," Ye Xiaowen replied nonchalantly. "The capability?" Ye Xiaowen questioned, bemused. "Who gave you the audacity to say that? Can you even get into university?" Ye Xiaowen looked up at Ye Xiaohai, puzzled. "I am your second brother. Can I speak to you?" Ye Xiaohai countered, leaving Ye Xiaowen momentarily speechless. "Let us go out for a meal. It's on me." Ye Xiaowen stood up. "All right, let us go to that noodle shop at the entrance." "No. Come with me to try the big plate chicken," Ye Xiaowen declared with a grand gesture. "Third brother, have you been stealing money at home?" Ye Xiaohai suddenly asked. At this, Lu Sahan also recalled something. She gazed at Ye Xiaowen with a look of palpable anxiety, having recently noticed the extravagant spending habits of this young lady. Indeed, Ye Xiaowen had been quite lavish with her finances lately, surpassing even her own tendencies for indulgence. While she herself received a generous allowance, she seldom splurged. Ye Xiaowen, however, was an entirely different case. Her primary focus was on food, relishing 3 varied meals each day. What are you implying? Do you think I would resort to pilfering from my family? Rest assured, Ye Xiaowen waved her hand dismissively. I contribute financially to my household. Are you implying that I, Ye Million, am beneath your regard? Chapter 79. The College Entrance Examination Application Form. No, Xiaowen. If you are short on funds, I have some to spare. Do not pilfer from your family's money. If Uncle Yi finds out, it would be dreadful. I heard from Shanghai that Uncle Yi can be quite fearsome when enraged, and his wrath is truly intimidating. Enough, enough, interjected Ye Xiaowen with a frown. That was directed at me. It has nothing to do with San. Well, that is not ideal either. I can cover the expenses. Just use my money, Lu Sihan said, gazing at Ye Xiaowen. All right, I understand, Ye Xiaowen replied, playfully pinching Lu Sihan's cheek. Lu Sihan immediately flushed crimson, transforming from a formidable older sister into a soft, bashful girl under Ye Xiaowen's playful antics. Sigh, may I spend a little? He inquired. After all, I am San's elder brother. Scram, she retorted. Sure thing. How shameless, Lu Yuan chimed in with a laugh. Ye Xiaohai, looking quite aggrieved, exclaimed, what are you implying? If I had wealth like your girlfriend, would I need to shamelessly ask for money? Of course. Ye Xiaohai was merely jesting. He had previously pilfered from Ye Xiaowen's red envelope and Zhang Weiming's as well. However, he had never spent a single cent of Lu Yuan's money when they were together. It was always him treating her. The brothers were quite different in this regard. Ye Xiaowen was indifferent and unreserved when it came to spending Lu Sihan's money. All right, stop overthinking. I truly have my own funds, Ye Xiaowen declared as he strolled toward the school's entrance. My own money, Lu Sihan murmured, following suit. Their own money? They're all students. Where would they have their own money from? Nevertheless, since Ye Xiaowen insisted, she chose not to question further. Ye Xiaohai and Lu Yuan followed behind. Ye Xiaohai was unconcerned. After all, it was not as if he had stolen it, and even if he faced the consequences, it wouldn't be his fault. After a meal, the group returned to school for evening study. When Zhang Xin saw Ye Xiaowen return, she glanced at him casually but said nothing, her eyes filled with disappointment. The next morning, Ye Xiaowen received a notification from Sun Shangqing, instructing him to gather a few boys to assist in transporting books to his office. Transport books? What kind of books? With the college entrance examination approaching, what is the point of distributing new books? Is there even time left for studying? Ye Xiaowen grumbled as he began to summon others. In this era, students were quite proactive about labor. He gathered a few reluctant learners and proceeded towards Sun Shangqing's office. Knock, knock, knock. Teacher Sun, please wait a moment. We will be heading to the political education office shortly to move some books, Sun Shangqing replied, without looking up. Teacher, what kind of books are we moving? With the exams looming, why are we still distributing books? Ye Xiaowen inquired. Sun Shangqing glanced at Ye Xiaowen with a hint of irritation and said, You will find out shortly. Understood, Teacher Sun, Ye Xiaowen responded obediently. Moments later, having completed his tasks, Sun Shangqing led Ye Xiaowen and the others to the political education office. Upon receiving the items, Ye Xiaowen finally understood Sun Shangqing's earlier reaction when he had inquired in the office. This book is truly essential to be distributed before the college entrance examination. In essence, it serves as a guide for filling out college applications. At this juncture, Ye Xiaowen recalled that unlike in later years when students estimate their scores after taking the exam and then fill out their applications in this era, one must submit their choices prior to the examination. This presents a challenge that is not merely doubled in difficulty. How can one predict the nature of the exam questions this year or gauge their own performance? Furthermore, the number of students each institution will admit remains uncertain. Yet applications must be submitted regardless. Nevertheless, this is the method employed during this period. As Ye Xiaowen carried the book, he followed the crowd toward the classroom. He understood that in the days to come, students would likely shift their focus from studying to the intricate task of filling out their applications. It is worth noting that the prestige of universities during this time is indeed incomparable to that of later generations. Even attending a random university or college often leads to careers in government or public service. However, the challenges of the college entrance examination were not insignificant. Not in terms of the difficulty of the questions, but due to various other obstacles. For instance, the pre-examination system implemented in the 1980s mandated that students take a preliminary exam in May before the actual college entrance exam in July. Failing the pre-exam would preclude participation in the entrance examination. The pressure of preparing for the entrance exam was already considerable, and the need to adjust study plans after passing the pre-exam added to the strain. Although this preliminary requirement was abolished by the late 1980s, the necessity of submitting applications before the exam was now reintroduced. Without having taken the exam, students began the process of choosing and deliberating over their applications, investing several days to finally settle on a school. This led to a new wave of anxiety. How many students would be admitted to the chosen institution this year? Would there be adjustments to their chosen major? Such worries weighed heavily on their minds, creating a state of unrest. Of course, this anxiety primarily affected those capable of attending university or college. As for Ye Xiaowen and others, did it matter to them? What was there to be concerned about? They could fill out their applications casually, as they believed they would not gain admission to any institution. Once the book was distributed in the classroom, it ignited a flurry of excitement. Conversations erupted. Which school are you applying to? What city? What major? I'm applying to such and such school in this city and that major. How about you? The classroom buzzed with lively discussions and the rustling of pages. Most students eagerly sought information about prestigious institutions like Tsinghua University and Peking University. Although they may not gain admission, who could stop them from taking a look? Upon spotting other esteemed schools, exclamations of surprise would arise. What school is that? Where is it? Let me see. Such exchanges frequently echoed throughout the classroom. Sun Shanqing entered the room, clutching the college application forms, while instructing Ye Xiaowen to distribute them to everyone. He proclaimed loudly when the college application forms are handed out. Please refrain from filling them out just yet. I shall repeat, do not fill them in, for if mistakes are made, they cannot be rectified. At that moment, Ye Xiaowen could only watch in astonishment as her older brother Ye Xiaohai, upon receiving the college application form, inscribed the words Tsinghua University prominently on it. Moreover, he designated Tsinghua as both his first and second choices, explicitly refusing to accept any adjustments in the field of study. Impressive, indeed. Ye Xiaowen felt a profound sense of admiration. However, the notion of accepting adjustments was utterly inconsequential for Ye Xiaohai, as the prospect of gaining admission was entirely unattainable. Consequently, it appeared that Ye Xiaohai's aspirations of pursuing higher education, even as a self-funded student, had been dashed. Given that there were no available self-funded slots for such prestigious universities in Hedong province. Notably, Ye Xiaohai had long expressed his disinterest in continuing his education. Chapter 80. Southeast University. The college entrance examination application forms were distributed, and only then did Sun Shanqing begin to explain how to fill them out. He elaborated on the number of students recruited by each domestic institution in Hedong province over the years, alongside the application ratios. This lecture occupied the entire morning. He had consumed 3 cups of tea while only scratching the surface of the topic. Students who excel academically should refrain from submitting their application forms just yet. This afternoon, come to my office individually, and I will assist you in analyzing your choices, Sun Shanqing stated. At this juncture, educators were still willing to shoulder responsibility. If this were to occur in a later era, such discussions would suffice, and the rest would be left to the student's discretion. Otherwise, if a student followed a teacher's recommendation and subsequently failed to gain admission or experienced regret post-examination, they would incessantly seek the teacher's counsel, creating a burden no one could bear. However, such occurrences were absent during this time. The habit of extorting others was not prevalent, and teachers were genuinely concerned for their students' futures. They would guide students in selecting universities and majors, as their experience surpassed that of the students. Those students who had resigned themselves to the reality of not qualifying had already completed and submitted their application forms. Ye Xiaowen, which university do you intend to apply to? Jiang Xin inquired. I plan to apply to Beijing Normal University, Ye Xiaowen replied. Beijing Normal University has a respectable ranking. Its admission scores from previous years hovered around 500 to 600. Do you believe you can achieve that? Ye Xiaowen questioned Jiang Xin. At that time, distinctions such as first-tier or second-tier universities were non-existent. Institutions were classified simply as prestigious or ordinary, with a third category for vocational schools. Jiang Xin was among the better students in the class and regarded as academically proficient, yet Pingcheng was merely a small county. Despite the commendable quality of education, aspiring to enroll at Beijing Normal University was still somewhat ambitious. Of course, she recalled attending university in the capital during her previous life, though she could not specifically recall which institution. I will accept a major adjustment and then apply to Beijing University of Technology, Jiang Xin continued. This prompted Ye Xiaowen to remember that Beijing University of Technology was the university Jiang Xin had attended in her previous life. Originally known as Beijing Iron and Steel Institute, it had only recently been renamed Beijing University of Technology. It had also applied for names such as Beijing Polytechnic University and Northern University, but those requests had been declined. Nevertheless, the Steel Institute was regarded as a commendable institution nationally. That sounds good. I believe it is a solid choice, Ye Xiaowen agreed, nodding. And you? Well, Ye Xiaowen hesitated and pointed to a university in her book. Southeast University. Where is that located? In the south? Jiang Xin asked. At that time, the internet was not prevalent, and most individuals had little knowledge of universities, students, and parents alike. Only a handful of dedicated senior class teachers possessed some understanding. And even they did not delve too deeply into the subject. Many assumed Southeast University was in the southern regions. A misconception shared by many unfamiliar with it even in later years, often placing it in locations such as Fujian. It is in Jinling, Ye Xiaowen clarified. In Jinling, which is also in the southern region, will you be able to adapt? I have heard that it is particularly dreary and cold there. Moreover, what do you think of this school? Perhaps you should wait a moment to let the teacher assess it, or I could return home and have my father inquire further. Jiang Xin inquired, as the two universities she had chosen were recommended by her father, Jiang Jijuan. I'll ask the teacher for assistance, Ye Xiaowen replied. How's he? Which university are you preparing to apply to? Ye Xiaowen prodded the front-facing Shen Jinhao with her pen. Shen Jinhao turned around and replied, I intend to apply to Jinling University. How amusing. To apply to Jinling University is undoubtedly a jest. Its admission scores surpass even those of Tsinghua and Peking University. I shall not even consider Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunications, for its scores are equally daunting. I am merely planning to study at our local Bingzhou University. Bingzhou University of Industry? Ye Xiaowen asked. Yes, it's closer to home, and I can return after graduation, Shen Jinhao stated. Bingzhou University of Industry, later renamed Bingzhou University of Technology, is regarded as quite respectable within Hedong province. At that moment, many university names were in disarray. Today, they were called one name, and tomorrow another. It is needless to say that information was not well developed, and even if it were, it would still be confusing. Third brother. Which school are you planning to apply for? Ye Xiaohai approached. I am preparing to apply to Southeast University. Southeast University? What sort of institution is that? I have never heard of it. You should learn from your second brother. My first choice is Tsinghua University, and my second is Peking University, Ye Xiaohai boasted, thumping his chest. One might be led to believe he could genuinely gain admission to a university. All right, I will reconsider, Ye Xiaowen replied. No, don't take it seriously. Your second brother is just teasing you. Ye Xiaohai quickly interjected as he dragged a chair to sit down. While it was common for him to tease third brother, this matter of university admissions was far too serious to jest about. What is this? Aren't you applying to Tsinghua or Peking? Ye Xiaowen queried Ye Xiaohai. I am. Do you think my studies are inferior to yours? If you are brave enough to apply, why shouldn't I? Ye Xiaowen glared, her expression filled with indignation. This frightened Ye Xiaohai, realizing he had spoken too carelessly. If third brother were to be provoked into applying to Tsinghua or Peking and ultimately failed, it was likely that old Ye would be quite upset. No, third brother, please listen to me. Enough, you need not explain, Ye Xiaowen rose. Adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a fearless warrior embarking on a perilous journey, do not attempt to dissuade me, it is futile. I have resolved to not be so lacking in ambition. You are right. I must learn from you. If you have the courage to apply to these prestigious institutions, there is no reason I should not. This caused Ye Xiaohai to nearly topple from his chair in fright. Oh dear, I was merely jesting, as I have no expectation of success. Third brother, I was wrong. This is just. Ye Xiaohai snatched the application form from Ye Xiaowen's desk, acknowledging his mistake. Ye Xiaohai, what are you doing? Sun Shaoqing was uncertain when he would arrive. Xiaowen, which school do you wish to apply to? Come to my office, and I will assist you in analyzing your options. Sighing, she replied, I want to apply to Southeast University. Ye Xiaowen stood up, took the application form from Ye Xiaohai, and followed Sun Shaoqing eagerly. After a brief moment of silence, Shen Jinhao and Jiang Xin suddenly erupted into laughter. What the heck? Ye Xiaohai realized that he had been played all along. All that talk of Tsinghua and Peking University had terrified him, and he genuinely believed that Ye Xiaowen had firmly decided to apply there. Chapter 81. Farewell, classmates. Which school do you wish to apply for? Southeast University. Ye Xiaowen replied earnestly. This was also the institution he attended in his previous life, Southeast University. Southeast University, indeed, is a commendable choice. It originated from Jinling University and was initially its school of engineering, possessing considerable strength, and it is also a national key university. Sun Shanqing nodded, quite pleased with Ye Xiaowen's selection. At this time, the distinctions of 985 and 211 universities, or first-tier and second-tier institutions, were non-existent. Only key and ordinary universities were recognized. I wish to apply for the finance department, Ye Xiaowen stated with a nod. The finance department at Southeast University does not seem particularly outstanding. Sun Shanqing remarked with a furrowed brow. The past couple of years have seen finance become a popular major. Ideally, attending the National Financial University would be the best option. He suggested. Ye Xiaowen aspired to attend the National Financial University, yet it seemed utterly unattainable. If he possessed that kind of capability, he would have applied directly to Tsinghua or Peking University. The admission scores for the National Financial University were also above 600, not lower than those of Tsinghua or Peking University. In fact, due to the popularity of such majors, the admission scores could exceed those of Tsinghua and Peking University. I shall proceed with applying to Southeast University. Then, the admission scores in previous years were not particularly high, and as long as I surpass the threshold, I should be fine. Although the finance department is average, the institution itself is quite reputable. And it may not be imperative for my future to align strictly with my major, Ye Xiaowen concluded. Sun Shanqing pondered briefly and found merit in Ye Xiaowen's reasoning. Under Sun Shanqing's supervision, Ye Xiaowen completed the application form and submitted it to him. In the ensuing days, Sun Shanqing summoned each academically proficient student to his office to assist in analyzing their applications. A few days before the college entrance examination, Wu Zhuang called to inform Ye Xiaowen that everything had been arranged. With 3 days remaining before the entrance examination, the school was preparing to break for vacation. Starting from noon, an unusual commotion filled the classrooms. Although the bell for afternoon classes rang, the noise within the classroom persisted, a rarity in 3 years. Only quieting for a moment before resuming at a steady volume. Ye Xiaowen rose slowly and walked to the podium, gazing at the familiar yet strange faces below. Many of the students seated were merely figures from his past memories, and since his rebirth, he had scarcely interacted with them. Some of the remedial students, perhaps, left no impression on him from either of his lifetimes. Nonetheless, he had solidly navigated his initial innocent years within this class. Classmates, from this afternoon onwards, we shall have no more classes. Shortly, our homeroom teacher will come to discuss matters regarding the entrance examination, and we will begin to pack our belongings to return home. 3 years ago, we embarked on our high school journey from this very place, our youthful hearts filled with innocence, commencing the most beautiful 3 years of our lives. Some of you have diligently applied yourselves to your studies during this time. I believe your future selves will be grateful to your present selves. Others have experienced the sweetness of first love. I trust you will reminisce about those tender moments countless times in the future. Ye Xiaowen found herself at a loss today. Not out of pretentiousness, but simply desiring to share a few words with her high school classmates. As her voice resonated, the cacophony within the classroom gradually subsided, and all eyes converged upon her. Over the past 3 years, there had been laughter and tears, sweetness and bitterness. Some had amassed a wealth of invaluable knowledge. Others had forged deep friendships, while some had even discovered precious love. All these experiences were rare treasures, the most cherished wealth for our future. Even the most mischievous students listened earnestly. Ye Xiaowen did not dismiss their high school years, acknowledging that even a modicum of friendship or a hint of youthful love was part of their journey. Sun Shanqing was outside the classroom, having arrived unnoticed. Yet he refrained from entering, choosing instead to pause at the doorway, quietly absorbing the sounds from within. Thus, high school concluded, without any psychological preparation. They were on the brink of separation, each embarking on their own paths in pursuit of their dreams. Some would advance to university for further studies. Others would enter the workforce and begin anew, while some, like my second brother, would chase their dreams in the southern seas. Laughter erupted in the classroom, but Ye Xiaowen, seated at the back, showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he stood and declared, "Once we graduate, I will venture south to start my own business. When I earn my fortune, I shall return and treat everyone to a meal, gifting each a digital watch." The crowd erupted in jovial cheers. Well, let us hold you to that. Now, let us take turns sharing our dreams for the future before bidding farewell to one another. Of course, participation is voluntary. Is that agreeable? Ye Xiaowen inquired, and there was no dissent. Even the shyest students were eager to participate. I hope that each day of my future will be a new beginning, with the sun and moon in my eyes, mountains and seas in my heart, living up to my potential and cherishing my youth. Farewell, classmates, Ye Xiaowen said with a bow as she stepped down from the podium. Shun Jinhao was next to take the stage. I hope to gain admission to university and find a girlfriend there. It would be splendid if there were an arcade nearby. Farewell, classmates. Zhang Weiming followed, expressing his aspirations. I hope my family can secure me a decent job. I wish to become a minor official, nothing grand, preferably within my field of study, and return occasionally to inspect my work. Farewell, classmates. Laughter erupted once more, accompanied by applause. This dream must be realized. Outside, Sun Shaoqing found himself bemused, thinking, if this little rascal becomes a leader, he'll surely come back to pick on me. Nevertheless, he hoped for the realization of his dreams, offering his final blessing as a teacher. I aspire to attend a prestigious university and then pursue a graduate degree. This dream was unmistakably that of an academic prodigy. I hope to find work soon to alleviate my family's burdens. Farewell, classmates. I too aspire to venture southward for work, to amass wealth and prosperity, envisioning myself driving a sleek sedan while wielding a mobile phone of considerable stature. My ambitions extend to holding a position of authority, ideally as the principal of our esteemed institution. Outside, Sun Shaoqing listened, somewhat at a loss for words. One sought to return and stir trouble, while another harbored ambitions of leadership. In the classroom, each student took to the podium to share their dreams and bid farewell to their peers. Once the final individual had spoken, a chorus erupted. Farewell, classmates. The parting was not merely among classmates, but also signified the end of youthful innocence. Chapter 82. Heartbreak. The examination permits for the college entrance examination had been distributed, and everyone was gathering their belongings, preparing to head home. One by one, the classroom gradually emptied. Ye Xiaowen had nearly finished packing when Lu Sihan approached her. I need to talk to you later. Wait for me on the playground, Lu Sihan said before slinging her backpack over her shoulder and departing. All right, Ye Xiaowen nodded, swiftly completing her packing. Xiaowen, you should focus on your studies in the next couple of days. The exam is just around the corner, Jiang Xian remarked as she observed Ye Xiaowen getting ready to leave before returning to her own tasks. Ye Xiaowen nodded and stood up to exit. At that moment, the playground was nearly deserted, save for the cicadas chirping in the heat. Let us go. It's quite hot today. I'll walk you home, and we can chat along the way, Lu Sihan suggested. Ye Xiaowen carried a large backpack, propping it with one hand while shielding her forehead from the sun with the other. Okay, Lu Sihan agreed, her own bag slung across her body, as she had already taken most of her books home in recent days. Walking side by side towards the school gates, Lu Sihan finally spoke up. After the exams, I will be leaving. My family doesn't actually live in Pingqing. This is my hometown. As she spoke, Ye Xiaowen began to grasp the situation. Lu Sihan's parents had been occupied with business in another city, leaving her to live with her grandparents here. With her high school graduation approaching, they intended to bring her back home. I didn't want to tell you this initially, but I didn't want to leave without saying goodbye, so Lu Sihan expressed her reluctance. Ye Xiaowen felt somewhat speechless. If not for the fact that he was a reborn individual, breaking up at such a crucial moment before the exams would have seemed absurd. So you mean to say? Ye Xiaowen inquired calmly. At first, I approached our relationship with a playful mindset, but eventually, I genuinely developed feelings for you. However, we are still young, and the future is uncertain, Lu Sihan confessed. Ye Xiaowen interjected directly. So, it's a breakup, then? Lu Sihan fell silent for a moment before responding. As you mentioned in the classroom, some have gained love. Being with you is my sole treasure during these 3 years of high school, and I will cherish it forever. But we know not what lies ahead. Still, I want to thank you for allowing me to meet you. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Lu Sihan struggled to contain her emotions. Ye Xiaowen gently wiped away her tears and said, You're almost home. I want to accompany you further. I wish you happiness and hope you remain joyful always. I, too, am grateful to have met you. Our youth at least afforded us a sweet moment together, right? Goodbye, Lu Sihan. Farewell, classmate. With that, Ye Xiaowen turned and walked away, leaving without a trace of hesitation. In truth, this romantic liaison was fraught with uncertainty from the very beginning. Lu Sihan approached it with a playful demeanor, while Ye Xiaowen found herself compelled to sell her affections due to her dire financial circumstances. They entered into a relationship. Yet at that tender age of merely 3 or 4 months, Ye Xiaowen was often absent from school. She was acutely aware that this romance was destined to fizzle out. She initially assumed that upon entering university, they would simply part ways, even if it meant separation. However, she was taken aback when Lu Sihan solemnly proposed to break up. Ye Xiaowen. Lu Sihan called out from behind, but Ye Xiaowen did not turn back, swiftly vanishing from Lu Sihan's sight. Damn it. Lu Sihan muttered under her breath, tears welling in her eyes. It was she who had initiated the breakup, yet now she found herself drowning in sorrow. While that scoundrel appeared utterly indifferent. Men are indeed heartless, she lamented. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaowen cursed inwardly. That heartless woman, so quick to sever ties. How realistic. Both harbored the belief that they would likely never cross paths again. As Ye Xiaowen ambled along, she unexpectedly encountered Jiang Xian. Xiaowen, you haven't gone home yet? Jiang Xian, bearing a large backpack, was resting beneath the shade of a tree, perspiration glistening on her forehead. No, could you watch my backpack? It's simply too hot. Ye Xiaowen replied, tossing her bag beside Jiang Xian before making her way to a nearby soda stand. 2 bottles of soda and 2 ice pops, please, she requested. Handing over 50 cents. Here you go, Ye Xiaowen said, passing the drinks and treats to Jiang Xian. Thank you, Jiang Xian accepted gratefully. First twisting open a soda to take a sip before indulging in the ice pop. Don't mention it. Ye Xiaowen waved her hand dismissively, settling onto the ground with her backpack as a cushion. Weren't you with Lu Sihan? Jiang Xian casually inquired while enjoying her snack. We broke up. She ended things with me, Ye Xiaowen hastily replied, a hint of melancholy evident in her eyes. Is that true? Jiang Xian turned to gaze at Ye Xiaowen. Beads of perspiration adorning her delicate nose. Yes, it's true, Ye Xiaowen nodded, her expression revealing a touch of despondence as she lowered her gaze. Don't be too sorrowful. We're still young. There's ample time to find someone after graduation. Just think, if you start dating now, it might not last, and that would be unfortunate. Besides, the college entrance examinations are approaching. Try not to dwell on it. Jiang Xian encouraged. Ah, you're right, Ye Xiaowen replied, raising her head with a cheerful smile, her face devoid of any signs of heartbreak. Deep down, however, Ye Xiaowen felt a slight pang of sadness. Yet, having grown accustomed to such emotional turbulence in her past life, she reasoned that if breakups were a part of life, they would simply become easier with time. She resolved to fully savor her youth, recognizing that if she were to be as steadfast as Jiang Xian, she would truly hesitate to engage in relationships. After all, she had no intentions of marriage. That was not the purpose of her romantic pursuits. In his previous life, he indeed had a wife. At this moment, she was likely preparing for her college entrance examination, destined for Eastern University. Both Ye Xiaowen and his former spouse were graduates of Southeast University, having attended the same year. Though they were strangers at the time, it was only after graduation, through a serendipitous encounter in the workplace, that they discovered their shared alma mater. All right, let us return. I must review at home. There are still some concepts I have yet to cover. After finishing her ice pop, Jiang Xian rose to her feet. Ye Xiaowen, having swiftly consumed his treat, shouldered his backpack and, under the blazing sun, set off towards home. Chapter 83. The Gaokao arrives. Xiaowen has returned, quickly entering the house. I have prepared some mung bean porridge. Your second brother has probably already started drinking it. You should hurry and have some too, Jiang Guizhi called out to Ye Xiaowen, serving her a bowl as well. After finishing the porridge, both Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai were ushered into the room to study. Ye Xiaohai, the elder, was reluctant and voiced his complaints. Mom, what is the point of studying? I'm aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University, which feels utterly hopeless. Oh, you're aware of your hopelessness, yet you don't even consider enrolling in a vocational college. You still aspire to Tsinghua and Peking University, and you refuse to accept a change in your major. Jiang Guizhi's composure began to fray. Her second son was truly a source of constant worry. Once inside the room, Ye Xiaohai flopped onto the bed and pulled out a map to examine. Second brother, what are you looking at? Ye Xiaowen, lacking interest in studying herself, knew she had already secured a spot as a self-funded student. As long as she didn't show her acceptance letter to anyone, who would know that she was paying for her education. Look at this map, third sister. This place is Pengcheng. Do you know it? It's a special economic zone, where opportunities abound. If you go there, after a couple of years, you'll return as, wait, second brother, to go to that special zone. You need a border pass. Do you even have one? Ye Xiaowen interrupted, initially expecting Ye Xiaohai to inquire about the border pass. Instead, he chuckled. Hiki, I don't have a border pass, but I can sneak through barbed wire. There are smugglers who can help people cross. They can transport goods easily, let alone people. Who have you heard this from? Ye Xiaowen's eyes widened in fear. It seemed her second brother was determined to leave. In her previous life, he had done the same. After graduating high school, he had vanished during the summer vacation, leaving the family in the dark. Gradually, messages trickled back, such as, "I'm working in Bingzhou. No need to worry, it's great here. I'm working in Shanghai. It's wonderful, and I'm doing well. I'm in Pingcheng. I'm in Yanqing." Ye Xiaowen was gone for 2 years, only returning in 1994. Remarkably, he had never asked the family for a single penny during his absence. When he returned, he brought back tens of thousands of yuan and opened a clothing store in Bingzhou, settling into a stable life there, never vanishing again. Was he now yearning to embark on a similar adventure? Ye Xiaowen eyed Ye Xiaowen with suspicion. Perhaps he was indeed contemplating such a notion. Second brother, "You're not planning to run away, are you? Let me tell you, life out there is not as easy as you think. Not only is earning money tough, but it's also perilous. Smugglers? Do you think they're easy to deal with? Consider the nature of their business. They engage in activities that are illegal." Ye Xiaowen quickly urged him, "If you want to start a business, how about this? I can lend you money, whether in Bingzhou or the county town. I'll help you open a store. You have money? Don't be ridiculous." Ye Xiaowen waved his hand casually and remarked, "I want to ask my father to get it for you." Ye Xiaowen replied, "Really?" Ye Xiaohai's eyes lit up. "Indeed, I assure you," Ye Xiaowen continued. She was unaware of how her second brother had fared these past 2 years, but she was certain that Ye Xiaohai had not had an easy time. It was evident that an 18-year-old boy venturing alone to the south would hardly find life to be a bed of roses. Even the prominent figures of later generations faced significant hardships, let alone her second brother, Ye Xiaohai, whose lack of capability had been proven by the facts. "All right. Once the college entrance examination is over, you shall assist me. My request is modest, just open a shop in Bingzhou. I have yet to decide what business to pursue. We can discuss it later," Ye Xiaohai stated. "Understood," Ye Xiaowen replied, relieved by her brother's agreement. "Just don't wander off. As for spending a little money to open a shop, it's not a considerable issue." 2 days swiftly passed, and on July 7th, 1992, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai rose early. Jiang Guizhi brought breakfast from the kitchen, serving each of them a bowl of noodles topped with a boiled egg. "Hurry and eat. Once you finish, your father and I will take you to school," Jiang Guizhi said as she sat down at the table. "It's fine, mother. We can go by ourselves," Ye Xiaowen replied while eating. "I will drop you both off at the examination venue, then head to work. I'll return early to prepare lunch for you. Just focus on your exams. Everything else is inconsequential," Jiang Guizhi reassured them. After breakfast, Jiang Guizhi and Ye Guoping rode their bicycles, escorting Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai to school. "Have you packed your admission tickets, pens, and erasers? Make sure you haven't forgotten anything. If you need to go back, there is still time," Ye Guoping inquired without turning his head. "Rest assured, I've got everything," Ye Xiaowen replied, patting her backpack. "Good. Do well on the exam, and come straight home afterward," Ye Guoping advised. Soon, they arrived at the school gate, which was bustling with parents far more than usual. As the school had yet to open its doors, parents were busy giving last-minute encouragements to their children, occasionally greeting familiar faces. Uncle Yi, Auntie, Jiang Xian approached, followed closely by Jiang Jijuan. "Old Yi here," Jiang Jijuan called out. "Here, Xian do well." Jiang Guizhi encouraged with a warm smile at Jiang Xian. "Yes, I understand, Auntie," Jiang Xian nodded. "Xiaowen, I heard you applied to Southeast University. Do your best. It's a great school in Nanjing, the ancient capital of 6 dynasties. Uncle will visit you on business someday," Jiang Jijuan said with a smile. "Thank you, Uncle Jiang." Ye Xiaowen responded politely. Cough, cough. Ye Xiaohai cleared his throat, glancing at Jiang Jijuan. Realizing something, Jiang Jijuan looked at Ye Xiaohai, but was at a loss for words. Aware of the school Ye Xiaohai had applied to put it plainly, unless a miracle occurred, or even if a miracle did occur, Ye Xiaohai had little hope of success. To suggest that Ye Xiaohai should study diligently to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University carries a hint of mockery. Initially, he had no intention of voicing his thoughts. Yet he was taken aback by Ye Xiaohai's determination not to let the matter rest. "Xiaohai, you should also study hard," Jiang Jijuan managed to utter. Ye Xiaohai nodded and replied, "Frankly, I have no intention of attending even if I were to be admitted. My aspirations lie elsewhere. I wish to venture into business and earn a living." With unabashed audacity, Ye Xiaohai proclaimed this, leaving Ye Guoping visibly distressed. Were it not for the imminent college entrance examination that awaited Ye Xiaohai, he might have taken action. To think that he could gain admission yet not attend. As if Tsinghua or Peking University were within his grasp. Chapter 84. Submitting the exam early. As the examination hall began to release candidates, Ye Xiaowen and his companions made their way inside. At this juncture, the scrutiny surrounding the college entrance examination was not as stringent as in later years. The most advanced communication device available was the mobile phone, which few students could afford. Moreover, attempting to sneak a mobile phone into the examination hall with the intention of cheating would indeed be foolish. How could one possibly cheat by parading around with a hefty device, loudly conversing during the exam? Thus, during this period, the primary concern was simply to ensure that students did not engage in whispered conversations. A large banner hung at the entrance of the teaching building, proclaiming the 1992 National Unified Examination for Admission to Higher Education at Pingqing First Middle School. Once inside the school, the group dispersed to their respective examination rooms. The first subject was Chinese, a subject in which one could manage to write something regardless of proficiency. After filling in their examination numbers, everyone began to write fervently. Ye Xiaowen felt quite at ease, his thoughts flowing smoothly onto the paper. However, the sweltering July heat, combined with the absence of air conditioning or fans, rendered the classroom akin to a furnace, with students perspiring profusely yet fearful of dampening their exam papers. Ye Xiaowen navigated the Chinese examination with relative ease. However, his performance in the subsequent subjects was less than satisfactory. That evening, upon returning home, Jiang Guizhi had prepared braised pork, and both Ye Xiaowen and Ye Xiaohai indulged in a hearty meal. "How did you both fare on your exams today?" she inquired. "Quite well," they replied in unison, exchanging glances before resuming their meal. "As long as it went well, that's what matters," Jiang Guizhi responded with a smile. After dinner, the two found it difficult to sleep and opted to enjoy the coolness of the courtyard. "How did you perform today? Didn't Ti mention it?" "It went quite well," Ye Xiaowen retorted, somewhat reluctant to discuss it further. Despite having prepared in advance, he harbored a slight hope of gaining admission to university based on his own merits rather than financial means. Yet, after today's examinations, he had entirely relinquished that hope. Realistically, he mused, merely qualifying for a vocational program would be a stroke of luck. "Old 3, you must perform well. Our family is counting on you," Ye Xiaohai admonished with an air of authority. "Aren't we relying on you? We expect you to make a fortune." After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Guizhi insisted they return indoors to sleep. The following day, despite the absence of sunlight, the oppressive heat surpassed that of the previous day. The collective anxiety of the examinees was palpable, exacerbated by the challenging mathematics paper, which led to sporadic outbursts of frustration, punctuated by loud thumps against desks. However, upon the vigilant gaze of the invigilators, they quickly resumed their focus on the tasks at hand. As the day progressed, a torrential downpour finally began in the afternoon of the last examination day, bringing down the temperature significantly. With the final subject completed, a sense of relief washed over the candidates. Ye Xiaowen hastily submitted his exam, not waiting for the allotted time, and dashed out of the classroom into the pouring rain. Third brother! Ye Guoping emerged from the crowd, pulling the drenched Ye Xiaowen to shelter beneath the eaves outside the school. Although it was termed a shelter, with so many parents clustered together, it hardly provided any real protection from the rain, merely a space to stand. "Why did you come out?" "I finished, submitted the paper, and left," Ye Xiaowen replied. "How did you get so soaked?" "Quickly, dry yourself off, or you might catch a cold." Ye Guoping removed his coat and offered it to Ye Xiaowen. "No need." Before Ye Xiaowen could finish his sentence, Ye Guoping had already draped the coat over his head. "I'll manage myself." Ye Xiaowen smiled sheepishly. "Look at you. Such a silly sight." Ye Guoping sighed, feeling helpless. His youngest son had matured in such a remarkable way, yet now resembled a child who had not yet grown up. He wondered what Wu Zuwang and the others would say if they saw him like this. Would they still believe everything he said? Before the father-son duo could exchange further words, Ye Xiaohai burst through the downpour from the school gate. "Second brother! Elder brother!" they both exclaimed. Ye Guoping dashed back into the rain, wrapping his coat around Ye Xiaohai's shoulders and leading him to the eaves. "Third brother, you actually came out earlier than I did. I excel in my studies," Ye Xiaowen declared. Ye Xiaohai paused, unable to refute that statement. "You two fools, in such heavy rain, you couldn't wait a bit longer?" Ye Guoping chided, drying Ye Xiaohai's hair. "No need to dry off. We'll be heading home soon, and this rain won't stop anytime soon," Ye Xiaohai replied. "Let us wait a bit. This rain is relentless." Ye Guoping hesitated. "Don't wait. Who knows how long it will be? We 3 men cannot be intimidated by a mere drizzle. Let us charge back," Ye Xiaowen suggested. Ye Xiaohai eagerly nodded in agreement, and seeing others already braving the rain. Ye Guoping's hesitation faded. Ye Xiaohai dashed out, closely followed by Ye Xiaowen. How did I end up with two such foolish sons? Ye Guoping sighed, pushing his bicycle into the torrential downpour. The wind howled, and the rain fell too heavily to ride. Thus, the three of them plunged back home through the relentless storm. Jiang Guizhi watched the curtain of rain forming beneath the eaves, her face etched with worry as she frequently glanced towards the courtyard entrance. She pondered whether Guoping had found their two children and if they had discovered a place to take shelter. As she fretted, Ye Xiaohai burst in, leading the charge. Second brother, come inside. Jiang Guizhi scrambled to find dry towels to wipe the rain from Ye Xiaohai's body. Where are your father and third brother? Did you see them? Before she could finish, Ye Xiaowen and Ye Guoping rushed in together. Third brother, Guoping, in such a downpour, why did you come back? You should have found a place to wait out the rain. Jiang Guizhi, while lamenting, hurriedly sought out towels and clothing. None of the three men were a source of comfort. The younger one was unreliable, and the elder was no better. Just ask those two little rascals. They insisted on returning, yet they could hardly find a place to take shelter from the rain, Ye Guoping remarked. Achoo, achoo. As he spoke, Ye Xiaowen began to sneeze twice. Jiang Guizhi quickly set about brewing ginger tea. The three of them, father and sons, dried themselves off, changed into clean clothes, and sipped the ginger tea. By this time, darkness had descended, and Ye Guoping grew increasingly worried about his eldest son, barely managing to have a warm meal before donning a raincoat and rushing into the storm. It was not until after 8 in the evening that Ye Guoping and his older brother, Ye Xiaofeng, finally returned home. Chapter 85, Destiny. The following day, upon awakening, Ye Xiaowen felt a profound heaviness in his head and limbs. In his previous life, his constitution had never been robust, and in this life, it had not improved greatly either. One could say it was slightly better than being fragile, yet even the slightest chill could provoke a cold or fever. His elder brother, Ye Xiaohai, exhibited no such ailments. Instead, he stood at the bedside, admonishing Ye Xiaowen not to overexert himself. Ye Xiaowen wished to rise and assert that a man should not admit defeat, yet he found himself devoid of strength. He decided to let it be. If Ye Xiaohai wished to speak, so be it, as long as the information did not spread beyond their walls. Ye Guoping also coughed softly, though his condition was not severe. After Ye Xiaowen consumed his cold medicine, he and Jiang Guizhi prepared to leave for work. A cold? It was hardly a serious matter. Such ailments were often dismissed, especially in these times when pampered children were a rarity. Moreover, with Ye Xiaohai present at home, he was hardly a reliable source of support. If he were dependable, even a sow could climb a tree. Outside the courtyard, Zhang Weiming called for the officer, and Ye Xiaohai dashed out without a word. Officer, why have you not come to see me at this hour? He inquired. It's a minor issue. My younger brother is unwell, Zhang replied. Ah, it's nothing serious. Come, let us find Lu Yuan and the others. They are seeing Lu Sihan off today. Lu Sihan is leaving? Ye Xiaohai was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Her family does not reside here. Her parents are in another province for business and are now coming to fetch her home, Zhang Weiming clarified. But, my younger brother, wait for me a moment. Ye Xiaohai rushed back home, just as Ye Xiaowen, feeling dizzy and fatigued, was drifting off to sleep. He was jolted awake by Ye Xiaohai. Younger brother, Lu Sihan is leaving. I know. Is it today? Ye Xiaowen replied weakly. You know. Ye Xiaohai's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, we have already parted ways. If you wish to see her off, go ahead. I shall not accompany you. Just convey my regards and tell her to take care. Is that all? The weight of Ye Xiaowen's words left Ye Xiaohai momentarily stunned. Very well, off you go. I feel unwell and wish to sleep. Ye Xiaowen nodded and closed his eyes. A cold is not a grave illness, but when one becomes truly ill, it can be perilous. His fragile constitution was evidently ill-suited for indulgence. Even a light drizzle had rendered him incapacitated. Ye Xiaohai exited, accompanied by Zhang Weiming, and made their way to Lu Sihan's residence. A sleek black sedan was parked at the entrance. Ye Xiaohai did not recognize the model, however. The gleaming dark exterior was nearly blinding under the sunlight. Beside the vehicle stood a young man in a suit, holding a brick-like black object and engaged in conversation. Ye Xiaohai had heard it referred to as a mobile phone, yet this was his first encounter with one. Lu Sihan appeared in a pink dress and white sandals, her ponytail swaying casually behind her. She was animatedly conversing with Lu Yuan. In that moment, the usually audacious Ye Xiaohai, who had been fearless throughout his childhood, found himself lacking the courage to approach. In truth, he sought to inquire on behalf of his younger brother about the reason for the breakup. Even after parting ways, there remained a lingering concern for the future. Yet, in that moment, a sudden wave of doubt washed over him. Lu Sihan also noticed Ye Xiaowen and Zhang Weiming in the distance. At that moment, the man had just finished a phone call and was urging Lu Sihan towards the car. Lu Sihan appeared to say something to him, to which he nodded in agreement. And then she approached Ye Xiaowen and his companion. "Thank you for coming to see me off. Where is Ye Xiaowen?" she inquired. "My younger brother caught a cold after being caught in the rain yesterday and is at home," replied Ye Xiaowen. "Is he seriously ill?" she asked. "No. He asked me to tell you to take care of yourself," Ye Xiaowen recited verbatim. Then he pulled Zhang Weiming away. "Wait, Commander, I still want to see that car. It's so beautiful, sleek and glossy. Say, can we persuade Lu Sihan to let us hop inside?" Zhang Weiming rambled on. Ye Xiaowen shouted back, "All right. Once we start earning, we'll buy a car ourselves." "Commander, that little sedan costs over 100,000. Where will we earn that much?" Zhang Weiming protested. "So what if it costs that much? Once I head south, in half a year, no, in 2 years, I'll return driving a little car. And we'll go for a joyride," Ye Xiaowen asserted. "All right, let me experience that when the time comes," Zhang Weiming replied, evidently skeptical. "Take care of yourself," Lu Sihan said, and she too received the same well wishes in return. Sitting in the sedan, she occasionally glanced back at the familiar scenery receding into the distance. Of course, there were also the unseen familiar faces lingering in her mind. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaowen lay in bed, drowsy and disoriented. For 2 consecutive days, she had been in this foggy state, but by the 3rd morning, her spirits had finally lifted a little. Upon awakening, she discovered the house was empty and noticed the time had already passed 10 in the morning. "That second brother of mine is utterly unreliable. He promised to take care of me, yet he has gone off to entertain himself," Ye Xiaowen muttered. After a brief wash and a light meal, she returned to her room, intending to lie down for a while longer. However, something felt amiss. The bedding on her brother's bed was unnaturally neat. He usually tossed it about carelessly. The dirty clothes he had shed were often strewn haphazardly across the bed, but today, the bedclothes appeared meticulously arranged, and the bed itself was spotless. Suddenly, a thought struck Ye Xiaowen, and she turned to open the wardrobe. To her dismay, she found many of her brother's clothes were missing. "I knew it. I felt like I had forgotten something important these past few days." She glanced at a haphazardly placed letter on the table, snatched it up, and rushed towards the door. However, upon arriving breathlessly at the train station, she found it completely deserted. She searched around the vicinity of the station for her brother but saw no trace of him. "Oh no, has he gone south?" Just before the college entrance exams, I had a serious discussion with my brother, imploring him not to let Ye Xiaowen go south. I had promised to assist Ye Guoping in providing Ye Xiaowen with startup capital for his business. Originally, I had intended to embark on this endeavor immediately after the college entrance examination, envisioning a trip with my elder brother to Binzhou to scout locations and lease a shop. As for the merchandise, we could venture south together to procure clothing or other goods. However, to my dismay, shortly after the examination, I fell ill, languishing in a haze and consequently neglecting this matter. I recall in my previous life, my elder brother departed more than 10 days post-examination. The exact timing escapes my memory. Yet, it is perplexing how just 2 or 3 days after the exams, Ye Xiaowen has already left, and with such swiftness. Alas, fate. With a sigh resonating within, Ye Xiaowen turned away from the train station, making his way home, while simultaneously opening the letter left by his elder brother. Chapter 86. The third brother goes out to find the second brother. When you read this letter, I will have already departed, having boarded a train bound for the south. Such a mundane opening, Ye Xiaowen scoffed. "Do not worry about me. Inform our parents not to fret. Once I have earned some money in the south, I shall return." The handwriting was somewhat crooked, and the logic faltered at times. Nevertheless, the essence was clear. He had gone south, and there was no need for concern. Once he found a place to settle, he would reach out to the family, assuring them that he would return upon earning enough money. At the end of the letter, he wrote, "Third brother, I have taken the 300 yuan you had hidden in your drawer. I borrowed it from second brother, and I promise to repay you double when I have the means, including your New Year's money, with interest." Upon reading this, Ye Xiaowen's lips twitched. He was accustomed to keeping some cash in his drawer, never expecting that it would be taken by second brother. However, if it was taken, so be it, truly. He could not leave without a single cent. He would feel uneasy otherwise. This old man, Ye, must be quite anxious. Ye Xiaowen tucked the letter away and did not return home but headed directly to the factory. Dad, what is it? You asked your mother to come home. Something has happened. Ye Xiaowen maintained his calm demeanor. What happened? Let us discuss it here. Ye Guoping wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke casually. It's better to return home. It's inconvenient with so many people around, Ye Xiaowen suggested. All right. Just a moment. Ye Guoping nodded, trusting that his third son was reliable. Since there was a matter to address, it was best to take a leave and head back. On the way home, Ye Guoping and Jiang Guizhi continuously inquired about the nature of the issue, but Ye Xiaowen remained tight-lipped. It would be a joke if he revealed it, and one of them fainted on the way. Once they arrived home, Ye Xiaowen instructed them to sit down. Dad, Mom, please settle in, he said, pulling out the letter left by Ye Xiaohai and handing it to his father, Ye Guoping. This morning, upon waking, I noticed second brother's bedding was neatly folded, which struck me as odd. So, I opened the wardrobe and found many of his clothes missing. Then I discovered this letter on the table. As Ye Xiaowen narrated, he observed his parents' expressions. As Ye Guoping listened to his son's account and glanced at the letter, the veins on his forehead bulged. Ye Xiaowen, sitting nearby, could see the tension in his father's temples throbbing. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as Ye Guoping hurled a tin cup from the table to the floor, shattering it into pieces. Jiang Guizhi's eyes instantly filled with tears as she choked out, "Where has that second brother run off to? How can he manage alone out there? Eating and sleeping? Unfilial child, unfilial child. You all are such a worry. Without a word, you run off. How dare you be so bold?" Ye Guoping glared at Ye Xiaowen, who wore an expression of innocence, suffering from an undeserved calamity. "I merely went out for a while. But it seems that I have also departed from home. Is there truly any difference? Both of us left without a word. At least second brother had the decency to leave a letter, while I left nothing behind. However, weren't you planning to return shortly? This fellow, well, it seems he is also intent on making a quick profit before coming back, but whether he can accomplish that in a brief time remains uncertain. Yet, what concern is that of mine? When the city gates catch fire, the fish pond suffers. You left without a word, and now he does the same. Do you think we lack longevity? How is it that you two troublesome souls came to be?" Ye Guoping lamented, feeling a sense of helplessness. Ye Xiaowen remained silent. To speak up at this moment would be akin to throwing oneself into the line of fire. After scolding for a while, Ye Guoping grew weary. Turning to the downcast Ye Xiaowen and inquiring, "Did you go to the train station?" "I did, but there was no one there. I even inquired at the nearby shop. And the owner mentioned that a lad resembling Erge came by in the morning to buy some snacks. I suspect he took the first train out," Ye Xiaowen replied. "What shall we do?" Lao San. Jiang Guizhi listened, feeling utterly lost. "Do not worry. It is nothing serious. That boy has always been mischievous. Even if he ventures out, he will not come to harm," Ye Guoping reassured her. "If necessary, I shall go out and search. But if he has taken the train to Longqing, where could he possibly go next? There's south no place to look." As he spoke, he turned to Ye Xiaowen. "Do you have any idea where your second brother might have gone?" "I do not know," Ye Xiaowen shook his head. In a previous life, she had heard that her second brother, Ye Xiaohai, after leaving, initially went to a city in the south, then to Pingqing, and subsequently to Modu. He had visited many cities, but the specific times and places were never disclosed. By that time, Ye Xiaohai had already returned, and no one was particularly concerned about the details. No one dug deeper for information. Even if one knew the city, it was vast, making it nearly impossible to find him. Ye Guoping felt a sense of helplessness as well. However, due to the earlier incident with Ye Xiaowen, he managed to retain his composure despite his worries. Lao San is quite capable. It makes no sense for Lao Er to struggle to survive out there. Besides, he is now an adult. Though unreliable, he should not encounter misfortune simply for lacking income. Perhaps we should wait. He will return once he has exhausted his funds," Ye Guoping said with resignation. Ye Xiaowen nodded. This time, her father, Ye Guoping, was genuinely mistaken. While her brother might have his shortcomings, he was undeniably resilient. After 2 years without returning, he finally came back with 20,000 yuan in hand. When the eldest brother, Ye Xiaofeng, returned home for lunch and learned of the situation, he too felt overwhelmed, yet was equally at a loss for what to do. "Why not let me go out and search around?" suggested Ye Xiaofeng. "Forget it. You might end up lost as well," Ye Guoping replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Among his 3 sons, the eldest was the most dependable, steady, and reliable, yet perhaps a bit too obedient. If he were to venture out, it would be remarkable if he managed to find his brother. "I must go out. We need to search," Ye Xiaowen insisted. "Old third, you mustn't." Ye Xiaofeng was about to speak when he heard Ye Guoping interject. "That's fine. Since you've completed your college entrance examination and have some free time, You should venture out and look around, regardless of whether you find anything. It's essential to make the effort. Jiang Guizhi added, yes, old third, you should seek out your second brother. He has never traveled far. I truly worry about him being alone out there. Chapter 87. Dual purposes. Ye Xiaowen was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Had his parents made an error? Surely these words were meant for him. He was the eldest, 23 years of age, and had been employed for several years. By age and experience, it should be he who went. After all, seeking someone out was not akin to taking an exam. The third sibling excelled academically. So why should he be the one to go? Ye Guoping, noticing the eldest's expression, casually offered an explanation. You are busy with work. Let the third one handle it. How is this related to my job? A day off could easily be arranged. However, his parents were clearly upset, and being the obedient child he was, he dared not question them. He turned and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Guizhi, you two should help with the cooking. The eldest has work this afternoon. Don't worry, the third one is even younger than the second. He'll be fine outside, and the second one is certainly capable, Ye Guoping reassured her. Jiang Guizhi nodded. His words brought her a measure of comfort. She had heard Ye Guoping recount the third one's impressive performances outside on several occasions. He thrived in those circumstances, surpassing even Ye Guoping. If the third one was so remarkable, surely the second could manage as well, even if it was merely self-reassurance. Jiang Guizhi could only cling to that belief at this moment. With Jiang Guizhi gone, only Ye Guoping and Ye Xiaowen remained in the living room. I'll step out to make a call and arrange for them to come to Bingzhou. There is strength in numbers. We should search in Bingzhou first, then head south. Ye Xiaowen declared. Is it appropriate for Lao Wu and the others to come from the magic city for such a matter? Ye Guoping inquired. Understanding that they referred to Wu Zuwang and his companions, Ye Xiaowen shook his head. I had already sent them to Jinling a while ago. They are in the magic city now. It won't cause any delays. Very well, Ye Guoping nodded in agreement. Before long, Ye Xiaowen returned from his call. How did it go? Lao Wu's train arrives in Bingzhou tomorrow afternoon. I'll depart in the morning and meet them there. Good. Be careful while you're out. Keep in touch so we don't worry. Don't fret. You and Mom can focus on work. The second brother will be fine with his temperament. He can manage anywhere. I'll look around, and afterward, it would be a good opportunity for me to visit Jinling, Ye Xiaowen replied. He knew the second brother would inevitably face hardships. After all, an 18 or 19-year-old young man seeking to make a fortune was no laughing matter. If anyone could earn money that easily, Wu Zuwang and his companions would not be following Ye Xiaowen around all the time. Thus, the plan was set. Early the next morning, Ye Xiaowen packed his belongings, carrying a green messenger bag. Inside were a few changes of clothes. He wore a white short-sleeve shirt, military green shorts, and white sneakers. Third brother, take care of yourself while you're out. Call home often, and if you find your second brother, return early, Jiang Guizhi said. Embracing Ye Xiaowen, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having cried quite a bit the previous night. All right, I understand, mother. Do not worry, I will call home frequently. As soon as I locate my second brother, I will bring him back. Rest assured. Ye Xiaowen gently patted his mother's back, his voice tinged with emotion. Having weathered many storms in his past life, he was not easily moved. Yet, every time he returned home and bid farewell to his parents, it was his mother's parting words that struck a chord within him. Take care, mother. I am leaving now. Goodbye, father. Eldest brother, please look after our parents. With a wave of his hand, Ye Xiaowen turned and departed, this time without Ye Guoping seeing him off. Even after Ye Xiaowen's figure vanished from sight, Jiang Guizhi remained reluctant to return home. Come now, the children have all grown up, Ye Guoping sighed softly. The second and third have graduated, one left without a word, and the other is even less likely to return home. Only the eldest remains grounded, able to stay at home. That afternoon, at the Bingzhou train station, Ye Xiaowen met with Wu Zuwang and others. Xiaowen, Brother Ye, Brother Ye. A chorus of greetings erupted, clad in scant summer attire. The Liu brothers and the Wang brothers displayed their robust physiques, causing passers-by to steer clear. This group seemed formidable indeed. Let us find a place to settle down first. Ye Xiaowen nodded, satisfied with the imposing presence of his companions. In the Bingzhou Hotel, a well-established establishment, the group gathered in the dining hall after securing their rooms. The situation is this. My second brother has run away from home, and my parents are worried, so they sent me to look for him. Naturally, this journey is not solely to find my brother. We shall also explore various places and conduct some assessments, Ye Xiaowen explained. The others nodded in agreement. Wu Zuong had no objections, and Lu Feng and his companions certainly concurred. Have you sent money back home? Since we are staying in Bingzhou for a few days, do you wish to return home for a visit? Ye Xiaowen inquired of Lu Feng. Lu Feng shook his head. No need. The money has already been sent home. My parents asked me to follow you closely and to return home during the new year. Very well, Ye Xiaowen replied, choosing not to press further. He then turned to Wu Zuong and asked, how did the market assessments go in Jinling? Wu Zuong's primary mission in Jinling was to assist Ye Xiaowen in securing a self-funded spot at Southeast University. However, beyond this task, he was also tasked with assessing the market for future ventures. With both Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuong possessing funds, Ye Xiaowen was determined not to let the money languish in a bank, subject to the ravages of inflation. Investment was essential, but it had to be calculated rather than arbitrary. Although the reform and opening up had been underway for over a decade, it had previously been a cautious endeavor. It was only after this year's southern tour that the reform officially entered a fast track, heralding the golden age of reform. Consequently, state-owned enterprises still dominated the landscape. To rise, one must extract nourishment from the foundation of these state-owned enterprises. Thus, on this occasion, Ye Xiaowen instructed Wu Zuong to investigate whether there were any factories suitable for contracting that boasted commendable product quality yet lacked in sales. The Jinling area is home to numerous factories, most of which possess considerable strength, such as the Qingyuan of Factory 301, the Bowl Factory of 924, and the Jincheng Factory of 511, all of which maintain reasonable profitability. However, these are state-owned enterprises and thus beyond our capacity for contracting. As Wu Zuong spoke, Ye Xiaowen nodded in agreement. Wu Zuong was referencing the venerable factories of Jinling, many of which were originally military-industrial enterprises. For instance, the Bowl Factory of 924, which produced air conditioners and electrical appliances, was once a prominent name in the domestic market, but was later merged with Hisense of Qingdao due to declining profitability. Chapter 88. Acquiring a big brother. Regarding the military enterprises transitioning into civilian sectors, they are simply not open for contract. It is not merely a matter of profitability. It also involves intricate technological issues that are beyond the scope of individual contracts. The only enterprises available for contracting are those underperforming canneries or other small-scale vendors. This is a point that Ye Xiaowen realized he may not have clarified with Wu Zuong. Thus, Wu Zuong's initial investigative direction was fundamentally flawed, targeting large factories that held no promise of success. Nonetheless, Ye Xiaowen chose not to dwell on this, suggesting that their focus should instead be on the smaller, less profitable factories for gradual development. While he mentioned this casually, he harbored a more significant objective in his heart, though he deemed it unnecessary to disclose it at present. The following morning, Ye Xiaowen first led his team to a photography studio to develop the photograph of his second brother. Each person received a copy and commenced their search. Let us start from Yingzi Street. Wu Gu, you will be responsible for the area towards the train station, including Walangku over there. I will venture towards Wui Street, which is quite lively. Lu Feng and Lu Meng, you are tasked with the area above the train station, as it tends to be chaotic. Please ensure your safety. De Wang and Xiao Wang, you will search around Yingzi Bridge. Beyond that point, it is unnecessary to venture further. If he remains in Longqing, he should be within this vicinity. If we do not find him here, it is likely he is not in Bingzhou, and we need not search elsewhere. Ye Xiaowen organized the plan, and the others nodded in agreement. Very well, let us reconvene at Bingzhou Hotel around 11:30, regardless of the outcome. With the action plan firmly established, the group dispersed. Ye Xiaowen took charge of the search around Wui Street, which at that time was the commercial hub of Bingzhou. The pedestrian streets of later years had yet to emerge, and department stores were predominantly located on Wui Street. As Ye Xiaowen casually searched, he held little hope of finding Ye Xiaowen. The likelihood was virtually non-existent amidst the vast sea of humanity. During this period, there were no communication tools available. Even fugitives were countless and eluded the grasp of the police, let alone their small group. It was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, a task fraught with improbability. The bustling roundabout of Wui Street and the department store were teeming with people. Numerous private restaurants and shops surrounded the area. It was evident to distinguish between state-owned enterprises and privately owned establishments. While the private shops, though modest in size, boasted ample stock, maximizing every square meter of space. The proprietors or managers vociferously beckoned customers from their doorsteps. In stark contrast, the state-run shops displayed a lack of patience when queried about prices. Looking down upon the boisterous private vendors outside, Ye Xiaowen searched Wei Street for an entire morning, but could not catch even a glimpse of his second brother, Ye Xiaowen. At noon, several individuals had a brief encounter, and the circumstances were largely similar. None had succeeded in locating Ye Xiaowen. They searched for 2 days in Bianzhou, then proceeded to Modu and Yancheng. After an exhaustive 10 days of searching, they found not a whisper of Ye Xiaohai's whereabouts. In Modu, Ye Xiaowen placed a call home. "Hello, Mom. There is still no news about my second brother." "None at all? Well, never mind then. You should return swiftly." Jiang Guizhi's voice bore a hint of disappointment, though she had mentally prepared for such an outcome. "Mom, I can't come back just yet. There are matters to attend to here," Ye Xiaowen replied. "What?" Jiang Guizhi was taken aback. "What do you mean? If the second one is untraceable, then the third, who went searching for him, has vanished without a trace as well. It's just that the stock subscription certificate I purchased is due for a 3rd and 4th lottery draw. I need to handle that. Rest assured, I will certainly return before the school term begins," Ye Xiaowen assured her. "Very well," Jiang Guizhi conceded, somewhat resigned. At least the third son was reachable and she knew where he was. Furthermore, the third son was experienced in his endeavors, even though he was not nearby. She was not overly concerned about his safety. On July 23, 1992, Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zhuang's second stock purchase yielded an average profit of 15 yuan per share. Ye Xiaowen's last successful lottery win netted 700 stock subscription certificates worth 260,000 yuan, which had now grown to over 3.9 million yuan. Meanwhile, Wu Zhuang's more than 1,000 certificates had also garnered a profit exceeding 4 million yuan. They retained their stocks, and after the third lottery draw, they intended to reinvest directly from their existing capital. The probability of winning in the third lottery draw hovered around 10%, necessitating a modest sum of about 40,000 yuan. Given the brief interval between the third and fourth draws, Ye Xiaowen and the others remained in Modu, eschewing further travels, while simultaneously seeking to purchase a car. They also contemplated acquiring 2 mobile phones, as practicality dictated that a vehicle would be far more useful at this juncture. However, the mobile phones, often referred to as Big Brother phones, proved to be largely ineffective. Signal reception in many areas was subpar. Frequently, calls went unanswered, necessitating loud shouts to be heard. The ostentatious nature of these devices often overshadowed their practical utility. Yet, in the realm of business, such items could serve as symbols of power with a decisive slam. A mobile phone tossed onto the table could seal many deals. The primary function of the mobile phone was not communication, but rather a declaration of status. Ye Xiaowen initially believed acquiring one would be straightforward, but upon inquiry, they arrived at a specialized store only to be informed of stock shortages. "No stock?" Ye Xiaowen inquired. "Indeed, we're sold out and require advance reservations," replied the store manager, a middle-aged man. Mobile phones officially entered the domestic market in 1987, yet initially, their usage was sparse. Many who truly needed communication relied on pagers. In recent years, however, the demand for mobile phones surged, leading to a persistent state of supply failing to meet demand. At this time, the housing prices in the bustling metropolis were merely a few hundred yuan per square meter, allowing one to purchase an entire apartment for just several thousand yuan. In stark contrast, the price of a mobile phone, particularly the coveted Big Brother model, soared to over 20,000 yuan, excluding the cost of network fees. Despite this, the Big Brother phone garnered immense popularity among customers, resulting in a situation of high demand and low supply. "Director, shall we discuss this in your office?" Ye Xiaowen said with a cheerful smile. Upon entering the office, Ye Xiaowen promptly tucked 2 packs of cigarettes into the drawer, reflecting the straightforward and somewhat brazen nature of gift-giving at that time. "Director, we truly need your assistance. We are in urgent need of just 2 phones," Ye Xiaowen implored. Chapter 89. Purchasing a car in consideration of the 2 cigarettes. The director nodded and said, "Since you are in a hurry, I shall make an exception. We happen to have 2 mobile phones that were originally reserved by someone else. However, the individual has not come to collect them, so if you wish to have them, I will take the initiative to sell them to you." "Yes, we definitely want them," Ye Xiaowen replied with certainty. "Very well, let us proceed." The director led them back to the counter. "Retrieve those 2 mobile phones," he instructed. As 2 sleek black devices were placed on the table. "Fixed price, 23,000. No negotiations." "Agreed," Ye Xiaowen nodded, acknowledging the exorbitant price for an item that was in short supply. "The network activation fee is 6,000. "Understood," Ye Xiaowen confirmed, bringing the total to 29,000. What about the numbers? Would you like to choose one now, or wait a couple of days? We will be auctioning some auspicious numbers soon. The director said with a smile. Auspicious numbers? Ye Xiaowen was taken aback. He was aware that an activation fee was required, but he had not heard of auspicious numbers before. It was truly unexpected. In later years, there were always premium phone numbers for sale. Yet he had not known that the concept originated in this era. However, back then, they were referred to as auspicious numbers. In his previous life, he had not encountered mobile phones. It was not until his junior year in college that he saved enough to purchase a pager. At that time, owning a pager was a significant status symbol among university students. Indeed, our current numbers all begin with 90. Just a few days ago in Star City, the number 900001 was auctioned off. Do you know how much it sold for? The specialty store director exclaimed. How much? 310,000. Wow, Ye Xiaowen gasped, astonished at the sheer wealth involved. Although the reforms had not yet fully taken off before 1992, they had already allowed a number of people to amass considerable wealth. A mobile phone costing over 20,000 was already scarce, and an auspicious number fetching 310,000 was audacious indeed. There were truly individuals willing to pay such prices. We are also preparing to hold an auction for auspicious numbers in a couple of days. You are welcome to attend. Before the director could finish, Ye Xiaowen interjected, No need, thank you. Just select 2 numbers for us. We are not particular about that. We do not require auspicious numbers. Yes, no need for auspicious numbers. They are too expensive, Wu Zuang quickly added. Although he and Ye Xiaowen could afford an auspicious number, it was entirely unnecessary. They were already reluctant to spend 30,000 on a mobile phone. Very well, let us proceed with the paperwork. Upon sensing Ye Xiaowen's disinterest in the auspicious numbers, the director lost enthusiasm and beckoned the staff to assist. The mobile phone cost 23,000. The activation fee was 6,000, totaling 29,000, with a basic service fee of 150 per month and 1 yuan per minute for calls, until Wu Zuang exited the flagship store of the mobile phone brand. He was still filled with a sense of loss over the exorbitant price. Ye Xiaowen brandished the hefty mobile phone, commenting on its satisfactory weight, declaring it could easily serve as a weapon if necessary. Subsequently, she purchased a stylish black bag to conceal the mobile phone, tossing it to Lu Feng. However, Wu Zuang chose to carry it himself, relishing the envious glances from others during lunch. In that moment, his regret dissipated. The allure of the phone was undeniable. He declined Ye Xiaowen's suggestion to conceal it within the bag, preferring to carry it openly. Fine, if you wish to carry it that way. Let us proceed to purchase a vehicle, Ye Xiaowen remarked with a smile as they exited the restaurant. The car dealership was a trading company recommended by Shanghai. At this time, there were 2 primary avenues for purchasing a vehicle, either through a trading company or an automotive mall. The automotive malls predominantly offered legitimate vehicles, with prices starting around $1 million, and after customs clearance, the cost could easily double, adding taxes and various fees. It was not uncommon for the total to reach $3 million. In contrast, the vehicles from the trading company were primarily smuggled and favored by business owners due to their more reasonable pricing. The young lady attending to Ye Xiaowen and the others at the trading company was quite charming. Upon noticing the mobile phone in Wu Zuang's hand, her eyes sparkled with interest. Sir, please let me know if you require any assistance. Our company offers a wide range of electronic products at competitive prices. Wu Zuang was taken aback. Electronics? No, we are here to purchase a vehicle. Ah, purchasing a vehicle is no issue. Our company is also involved in the automotive sector. She replied with an unwavering smile before departing to find the manager. Weren't we supposed to buy a car as per Shen Jiqing's recommendation? Why are they discussing electronics? Wu Zuang inquired, looking puzzled at Ye Xiaowen. It's quite normal, she explained. Nowadays, trading companies engage in a variety of businesses, electronics, steel, anything profitable. There's often no distinct primary business focus. Those unfamiliar with the future might find it hard to comprehend how a company could thrive without a main line of business. Yet many companies of this era operated without one. They ventured into various markets, often unaware of their own core activities, under the guise of diversification. Shortly thereafter, the manager arrived, and upon hearing Shen Jiqing's name, he greeted them warmly, presenting a price list for numerous vehicles for their consideration. As friends of Jiqing, I assure you, I will not take advantage of you. For the 70,000 yuan out to, I can offer a discount of 10,000. For vehicles priced over 100,000, I can reduce the price by 20,000 to 30,000, depending on the specific model. For cars in the range of 300,000 to 500,000, discounts of 50,000 to 100,000 are available. For those exceeding 500,000, we can negotiate based on your preferences. Or if there are models not listed on the price sheet that you desire, feel free to mention them. We can procure them within 3 days. The manager spoke with an impressive air of generosity and confidence. Ye Xiaowen nodded in gratitude. At that moment, without access to the internet, the pricing of automobiles was completely opaque and rather chaotic. For vehicles priced around 800,000, it was not uncommon for the cost to double. Ye Xiaowen could not discern the specific prices of the cars, yet glancing at the quotation sheet along with the manager's offer, it seemed reasonable. However, in comparison to the prevailing cost of living, prices were indeed exorbitant. A Santana would fetch over 130,000, while a Volvo's price soared to 700,000. The majority of vehicles ranged from 100,000 to 200,000, and these were merely ordinary cars. As for the more premium models, the figures were even more staggering. It is crucial to note that this was the year 1992, not a more prosperous era. During this time, owning a car was truly beyond the reach of the average person. Chapter 90. The Tiger Head Run. How do you find this vehicle? Ye Xiaowen inquired, producing a photograph and placing it before Wu Zuwang. The manager, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "This is the Tiger Head Run. It certainly commands respect. Just one glance at this car, and others will discern your status." "Beautiful," Wu Zuwang responded succinctly. "How much does this car cost, boss?" Ye Xiaowen pressed further. "For the Tiger Head Run, since you are friends of Jiqing, I won't charge you excessively, 1.2 million. You can collect the car in 3 days." The manager stated confidently, "I assure you, there are fewer than 10 trade companies in the entire metropolis that possess this model, and we are among them. You won't find this price anywhere else." 120 million, Wu Zuwang felt his heart race. He had been paying for a long time after spending over 20,000 on a large mobile phone. Now, the prospect of purchasing a car for such an exorbitant sum made him anxious. While earning money alongside Ye Xiaowen was swift, expenditures seemed to vanish just as quickly. "Boss, let us be straightforward. You know how this car came into your possession. It doesn't require 1.2 million. I'll offer you a round number, 1 million flat. Let us be friends and maintain future dealings," Ye Xiaowen said, leaning back casually in his chair with a smile. "This isn't how negotiations work." The manager replied, his face contorted with a bitter smile. Ye Xiaowen understood he had overstepped. The initial round of bargaining hinted at an agreement, and it was clear that his offered price would yield considerable profit for the manager. However, given the illicit nature of the vehicle, transparency in pricing was a rarity. If the price were truly transparent, it was questionable whether Ye Xiaowen would even qualify to purchase it, and even if he did, the price might escalate dramatically. Extending his hand, Lu Feng, displaying his keen awareness, promptly handed a black bag to Ye Xiaowen. From within, Ye Xiaowen extracted 5,000 yuan and placed it firmly on the table. "If you agree, this serves as a deposit of 5,000 yuan. I'll return in 3 days to collect the car. Additionally, I do appreciate your assistance with the license plates. If you decline, we part amicably. I'll inquire elsewhere. Perhaps with friends in Yanqing or Pingsheng," he added, his hand resting firmly on the 5,000 yuan wrapped in newspaper, awaiting the manager's response. "All right. I accept you as a friend," the manager said, placing his hand over the money. With a smile, Ye Xiaowen released his grip and extended his hand toward the man. "To a fruitful collaboration." "To a fruitful collaboration," the manager echoed, their hands clasping together. "I'll write you a receipt," the manager offered. "No need," Ye Xiaowen waved dismissively. "I trust Jiqing's friends, and no one dares to cheat me." As the manager watched Ye Xiaowen's retreating figure, he pondered in astonishment. Who is this formidable figure, speaking so boldly? Once outside the trade company, Ye Xiaowen explained to Wu Zuwang, "Though this car is pricey, it is a symbol of status. Its practical utility is akin to that of the large mobile phone we possess. Does it truly serve a significant purpose? To assert that something possesses no value is somewhat derogatory, yet it undoubtedly does not align with its price. Are those who purchase a prestigious mobile phone merely foolish? That seems improbable. A device worth tens of thousands can indeed facilitate business transactions yielding the same amount, barring sheer luck. While not necessarily astute, many are certainly not naive. They recognize that this item does not warrant such a price. However, the ability to afford it signifies a certain status. Should you doubt this, Try claiming you forgot your wallet after dining, only to return with the funds. The establishment will likely not utter a word. But lacking that prestigious device would elicit entirely different reactions. At best, an altercation. At worst, a potential report to the authorities for dining and dashing. Ye Xiaowen speaks candidly. And Wu Zuwang along with Lu Feng comprehend him well. If one were to arrive in a luxury vehicle, the scenario would shift entirely. It is not that I am insistent on purchasing. If we were to seek a factory for business discussions, we might not even gain entry. Wu Zuwang nodded in agreement. Recounting similar experiences in Jinling, where many factories refused him a glance. Indeed, consider the difference. Should we approach in such a vehicle, the reception would surely improve. At the very least, prompting a willingness to engage in conversation. Truth be told, if circumstances permitted, he would prefer not to spend $1 million on a luxury car. With that sum, one could acquire 10 properties in the capital, potentially transforming a single unit into several in the future. Wouldn't possessing multiple properties in the capital be more appealing? Conversely, what does one achieve with a luxury vehicle? After a few years, even with meticulous maintenance, it may only serve as a nostalgic artifact, a mere reminder of the glory days spent behind the wheel of a luxury car, clutching a prestigious phone. The crux lies in possessing something of value. Without it, business interactions may falter. If one lacks capabilities, how does one navigate the world? Even without true power, one must feign possession of it. In this era, owning a luxury car is undoubtedly a symbol of status. Understood, Xiaowen. I shall cover the expenses, stated Wu Zuwang. No need. Ye Xiaowen waved his hand. I will manage. Should we pursue any ventures, this vehicle can also be valued as part of our investment. Very well. Wu Zuwang conceded. Brother Ye, we won't even drive the car, Lu Feng interjected unexpectedly. The group, having reached a consensus on the necessity of purchasing a vehicle, paused and turned to Ye Xiaowen, realizing that indeed, no one would take the wheel. At this juncture, being a driver is a valued skill. And few possess the ability to drive. It is considered a respectable profession. No worries, I can drive, Ye Xiaowen assured them. You can drive? The group was taken aback. Yes, my father's workplace has vehicles, and I learned whenever I had some free time. Driving is no issue, though I lack a license, however. That is hardly a significant concern. No one will inquire about a luxury vehicle. Ye Xiaowen concocted a rationale, indifferent to whether the crowd believed it or not. None among them had the leisure to verify the matter. To her surprise, everyone nodded in agreement. How splendid, Ye Xiaowen remarked. However, there is one stipulation. Once the car is purchased, Lu Feng, Lu Ming, as well as De Wang and Xiao Wang, you four must swiftly learn how to drive. Brother Ye, can we really learn to drive? Lu Feng felt a surge of excitement, his breath quickening. The prospect of learning to drive was not a trivial matter. It often demanded connections and considerable expenditure to secure a place for driving lessons. Possessing such a skill would be a remarkable asset. One that would undoubtedly evoke envy in others. Chapter 90. Notification for self-funded students. There is a saying in society, driving a BMW while riding in a Mercedes. Of course, one rides in a Mercedes. After all, would a millionaire spend his days behind the wheel? Ye Xiaowen remarked, noting that this phrase was quite popular in the 1990s. However, Ye Xiaowen had misinterpreted its meaning. The original sentiment was that BMW prioritizes driving dynamics, while Mercedes emphasizes comfort, two brands with distinct philosophies. Yet, among those present, all had merely heard snippets of the saying, with no one truly understanding its essence. They accepted Ye Xiaowen's interpretation without question. That makes sense, Wu Zuwang nodded in agreement, adding, but I still want to learn how to drive. Yes, once I learn, I can drive for Brother Ye and Brother Wu, Lu Ming chimed in swiftly. Haha. No problem. I'll teach you. It's quite simple, Ye Xiaowen replied. At that moment, the intricacies of parallel parking and reversing were of little concern, as the road was sparsely populated, and the primary objective was to avoid collisions. Before long, the discussion shifted from whether to purchase a car to what one should do after acquiring one. Each person was animatedly sharing their thoughts. 3 days later, Ye Xiaowen and his companions returned to the foreign trade company. A brand new Hufangban was parked at the entrance, undeniably eye-catching. Boss Ye has arrived. We have been waiting eagerly. The manager greeted with a smile. The black, boxy Hufangban glimmered under the sunlight. Ye Xiaowen took the car keys from the manager, opened the door, and stepped inside to experience it. Wow, it even has electric doors, double-glazed windows, and retractable wipers, he exclaimed. The central console featured 2 thoughtfully designed storage compartments with button-operated switches, while the air conditioning and radio were rather conventional. The instrument panel of the Hufangbin differed somewhat from modern vehicles. On the right side, there was a clock, a tachometer, a speedometer, an instantaneous fuel consumption gauge, and a water temperature gauge, providing comprehensive insights into the engine's condition. Of course, Ye Xiaowen found this design somewhat superfluous, as he could not decipher it. There were also drawbacks, such as unclear gear positions. Nevertheless, these minor flaws did not overshadow the vehicle's classic status. The Hufangbin represented the memories and aspirations of an entire generation. Ye Xiaowen took the car for a spin, and to his surprise, the suspension was quite commendable. "All right. Let us head to the bank," Ye Xiaowen said, glancing at Wu Zuwang and the others. The manager drove a Mazda, while the rest piled into the Hufangbin as they made their way to the bank. With 4 people comfortably fitting in the back, Lu Feng and the others had no trouble at all. Upon arriving at the bank, the vehicle immediately drew the gaze of a substantial crowd. As Ye Xiaowen and his companions exited, all attention swiftly shifted to Wu Zuwang. A middle-aged man, clutching a mobile phone, seated in the Hufangbin, exuded an air of authority. It was evident he was a significant businessman. In contrast, Ye Xiaowen, youthful and empty-handed, appeared to be merely a driver. Yet, who would doubt that he could afford such a car? After all, who would choose to drive themselves? The sum of 1 million transferred to the manager was intended for Wu Zuwang. Ye Xiaowen, having sold the stocks acquired during the second round of the lottery, found herself short of the total amount. Thus, she requested Wu Zuwang to temporarily cover the difference, promising to repay him once her stocks were sold. Upon arriving at the bank, the manager personally attended to her. The transaction of 1 million required prior arrangements. However, rules are rigid yet adaptable. And soon the funds were transferred to the manager's account. The deposit of 5,000 yuan was returned to Ye Xiaowen in full. The vehicle bore a license plate from the bustling metropolis, which did not concern Ye Xiaowen. After purchasing the car, she indulged in the thrill of ownership before embarking on her new role as a driving instructor. Remarkably, her students exhibited commendable aptitude, with Lu Ming displaying the fastest learning curve. Within a mere few days, they were able to drive with considerable proficiency. Rather than waiting for the 4th lottery draw, Ye Xiaowen entrusted the entire process to Shen Jiqing and set off for Jinling. During this period, highway robbers were rather prevalent. However, under the formidable presence of Lu Feng, Lu Ming, and the Wang brothers, they encountered minimal resistance. In exceptional circumstances, a bribe of 50 or 100 yuan sufficed to ensure safe passage. Upon reaching Jinling on August 2nd, Ye Xiaowen received a call from her father, Ye Guoping. He informed her that her university admission letter had arrived at home. "Third child, your admission letter seems a bit different from others," Ye Guoping remarked, puzzled. Moreover, it arrived alongside a self-funded confirmation. "Oh dear, can't you just get into any university?" Ye Xiaowen interrupted, instructing her father not to share her admission letter with anyone, as she had matters to attend to. "Where are you now?" Ye Guoping inquired urgently. "Just arrived in Jinling. I have some business here," she replied. "Jinling? Why did you go there?" "Stay safe," he cautioned. After hanging up, he scrutinized his 3rd child's admission letter for quite some time. The more he examined it, the more he felt something was amiss. Why was the tuition so exorbitant? Recalling the admission letters he had seen from other families, a realization dawned upon him. His 3rd child was likely a self-funded student. The distinction between self-funded and government-funded students is substantial, not only in terms of financial obligations but also regarding the privileges and benefits while at university. The most significant difference, however, lies in the absence of job placement upon graduation. Nonetheless, Ye Guoping came to terms with it, recognizing that whether or not a job was arranged, it was uncertain if his 3rd child would even accept it. A twinge of regret lingered in his thoughts as he concealed Ye Xiaowen's admission letter, hoping it would not be seen by others. After all, if 1 or 2 discerning individuals discovered the truth, the repercussions could be troublesome. The most renowned establishment in Jinling was undoubtedly the Jinling Hotel. Construction commenced in 1979, and the establishment opened its doors in 1983. At that time, with its impressive height of 110 meters and 37 stories, it proudly claimed the title of the tallest building in the country, with a nightly rate of $90. It is evident that Ye Xiaowen would not visit, not due to an inability to afford it, but rather because she lacked foreign exchange certificates. During this period, the majority of Jinling citizens had but one opportunity to experience the Jinling Hotel, purchasing a ticket to visit the revolving restaurant, Xin Palace. Situated on the 36th floor, the first high-rise rotating restaurant in the nation, where patrons could gaze upon the panoramic view of Jinling City. Daily, Two sessions were held in the morning and afternoon, with tickets priced at 3 yuan, which included a complimentary glass of orange juice or coffee. In a previous life, Ye Xiaowen had indeed purchased a ticket for a visit. Currently, devoid of foreign exchange certificates, she and her companions settled for a modest hotel near Xinjiku. Chapter 91. The momentum in the following days, Ye Xiaowen and his companions resumed their exploration of Jinling City. This time, they drove a tiger-headed vehicle, visiting various factories. Wu Zhuang distinctly sensed a change in atmosphere. Ye Xiaowen, exhibiting a commanding presence, did not stop at the factory gates but honked the horn vigorously, urging Lu Meng to lean out of the window to call for entry. Lu Meng, unreservedly complying with Ye Xiaowen's orders, honked relentlessly while shouting for the gates to be opened. Consequently, no security personnel dared to obstruct them. Everyone simply allowed them passage. During their previous visit, they had approached with courtesy, attempting to build rapport with the gatekeepers to gather information or to tour the factories. However, those gatekeepers had coldly responded, stating that entry was restricted to factory employees only. Wu Zhuang lamented this experience, while Ye Xiaowen burst into laughter. After the mirth subsided, he remarked, "It is only natural. Such is the demeanor of factory gatekeepers. One cannot afford to be overly polite. When I was a child visiting my father's factory, the guards would inquire, 'Who are you looking for?' I would retort, 'Do you even know them?' After that, they ceased asking me." As Ye Xiaowen spoke, the group shared a hearty laugh, imagining the scene of a small boy boldly confronting the guards. However, after the laughter faded, Ye Xiaowen continued, "In business, one must first exude confidence. If you possess 10,000 yuan, you should carry the assurance of 100,000. If you hold 100,000, your demeanor should reflect 1,000,000. Gatekeepers, in particular, are adept at discerning the nuances of status. If you treat a gatekeeper with excessive courtesy, they will recognize you as merely a small-time operator, not a significant business figure. Even if you are not driving a car, they might assume you are merely carrying a bag that could afford a modest purchase." Wu Zhuang nodded in agreement, realizing that he had been just a small contractor, accustomed to a subservient demeanor in the bustling metropolis. Despite now having money, he still lacked the requisite aura. "Hey, I'm from a Hong Kong family business and would like to assess your factory. I wonder if it would be convenient?" Ye Xiaowen said in a somewhat awkward Cantonese. Yet the factory manager immediately perked up, believing in Ye Xiaowen's credentials. For phrases the manager could not comprehend, Wu Zhuang acted as the translator. The roles established for this excursion were clear. Ye Xiaowen was the heir of a Hong Kong family enterprise. Wu Zhuang served as his translator and guide, while Lu Feng and others acted as drivers and bodyguards. "Welcome, welcome. We are curious why you have chosen to evaluate our factory," the manager expressed, both surprised and intrigued. "Our family business intends to seek development in the mainland, hence our visit to assess the situation. We have heard that your beverage production is commendable," Wu Zhuang translated. "Excellent. Please come in," the manager responded enthusiastically. Thus, throughout the visit, the factory director accompanied Ye Xiaowen and his companions, touring the production workshop, office building, storage room, and even the cafeteria, where a sumptuous lunch was arranged for them. Both Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zhuang indulged in the meal. "Thank you for your warm hospitality, Director. Should the need arise, I will reach out to you again." After the meal, Ye Xiaowen prepared to take his leave. Upon finishing his words, he entered the vehicle, and Wu Zhuang was about to follow suit when he was halted by the director. "Old Wu, please enlighten me. What's the situation with this young Master Yi?" the director inquired. Wu Zhuang replied, "Young Master Yi is here for inspection, but should he take a liking to the factory, discussions with the government regarding its acquisition may ensue." "Acquisition? Do you have ties with Zhongce?" the director questioned, having heard rumors. "Haha, I must be on my way." Wu Zhuang refrained from further elaboration and hurriedly boarded the vehicle to depart. Fearing exposure, he chose not to return to his own room upon reaching the hotel, but instead went to Ye Xiaowen's room. "Xiaowen, that director just asked me if I was affiliated with Zhongce. What exactly is Zhongce?" Wu Zhuang queried, perplexed. "Zhongce, the renowned Zhongce, symbolizes collaboration with the Chinese government's reform and opening up policies," Ye Xiaowen murmured. He recalled a lesson from his previous life, where the teacher had recounted experiences from that era. However, he had never encountered such discussions in this world. "Is it a state institution?" Wu Zhuang asked, somewhat exasperated, as the name resembled certain departments within the central ministries. "No, it is a corporation, listed in Hong Kong, with a complex web of capital behind it, involving numerous local and foreign investors, including overseas consortiums and brokers," Ye Xiaowen explained. "Zhongce is represented by someone surnamed Huang. Yet, many powerful figures stand behind him, each more formidable than Huang himself. I don't understand, Wu Zuwang confessed. To put it simply, the company known as Jiangsa has likely already acquired a number of state-owned enterprises. If memory serves correctly, the first acquisition was the rubber factory in Bingzhou. Ye Xiaowen remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Recognizing Jiangsa as the first entity to unveil the might of capital to domestic entrepreneurs. Xiaowen, over the next few days, Wu Zuwang began. But Ye Xiaowen's mobile phone rang abruptly. Hello? It's me, Shun. Jiqing. Brother Shun. I'll call you back shortly, Ye Xiaowen replied before disconnecting. Noting the poor signal quality, remarkable even within the city limits of Jinling. He could only imagine the reception once outside the urban area. Thus, at that moment, the mobile phone resembled a mere decoration for the deaf. Ye Xiaowen and Wu Zuwang proceeded to the hotel reception to return Shun Jiqing's call. Brother Shun, what is the matter? Ye Xiaowen inquired directly once the call connected. At that time, telephone charges were exorbitant and involved two-way billing. Thus, when people made calls, it was undoubtedly for a significant purpose, and they had become accustomed to a straightforward manner of communication. Unlike later times when conversations would often meander through trivialities before getting to the point. Xiaowen, I have received news that the exchange in Pengcheng is set to issue stock subscription certificates. The precise number of certificates to be issued is still unknown as no official documents have been released yet. But it is expected to happen within the next day or two, and it will be a nationwide initiative. On the phone, Shun Jiqing's voice was brimming with excitement. The issuance of stock subscription certificates in the magical city has already awakened the entire nation to the profound implications of what these certificates signify. Chapter 93. The Shenzhen Stock Exchange in Pengcheng is set to issue stock subscription certificates, a piece of news that startled Ye Xiaowen. After his rebirth, his primary focus had been acquiring stock subscription certificates in the magical city of Modu, and he had yet to visit Pengcheng. It was not that he was unwilling to go. Rather, he lacked the border pass to make the journey. Of course, he could seek a smuggler to facilitate his passage. But that seemed entirely unnecessary. Getting caught and imprisoned was not worth the risk. Xiaowen, are you listening? After noticing Ye Xiaowen's silence, Shun Jiqing prompted him. I'm listening. Ye Xiaowen replied, let us do this. Today, please help me sell all the stocks that Lao Wu and I hold. Sell them? Shun Jiqing was taken aback and asked curiously, why? Once the news of Pengcheng's issuance of stock subscription certificates broke, the stock market was on an upward trajectory, with the Shanghai Composite Index surging over 100 points that very day. It was illogical to sell stocks at such a moment. If one needed to raise funds, it would be prudent to wait until the official documents were released to maximize potential earnings. Shun Jiqing was utterly baffled by Ye Xiaowen's strategy. What do you need the money for? He inquired. Aren't you buying the stock subscription certificates for Pengcheng? Shun Jiqing asked, astonished. I'm not buying. Ye Xiaowen replied matter-of-factly. Brother. Shun Jiqing was exasperated. He could not fathom Ye Xiaowen's reasoning. Under normal circumstances, Ye Xiaowen would undoubtedly be optimistic about the stock subscription certificates. During the issuance in Modu, when the public was skeptical, he had boldly placed his bets. After the first lottery, the price of a set of stock subscription certificates skyrocketed from 3,000 to 30,000, a tenfold increase, and he even dared to borrow heavily to invest. With Pengcheng, designated as a special economic zone, preparing to issue stock subscription certificates, it was evident that Ye Xiaowen would be fervently gathering funds. The opportunity was undeniably lucrative, and as far as Shun Jiqing knew, many individuals were already scrambling to borrow identification documents and seeking smugglers to get to Pengcheng. Yet now, Ye Xiaowen seemed unfazed and expressed his intent to sell his stock subscription certificates instead. Logically, one might conclude that Ye Xiaowen had lost his mind. What the locals would call your brain is fried. However, as a friend who had witnessed Ye Xiaowen's journey from a mere 20,000 yuan loan to becoming a millionaire at a young age, Shun Jiqing had faith that Ye Xiaowen's mind was sound. Ye Xiaowen had already demonstrated his unique insight, particularly in the stock market. Thus, Shun Jiqing was torn. He genuinely wished to invest, as everyone believed it was a surefire way to profit, a notion that seemed nearly certain. Yet, he also trusted Ye Xiaowen's judgment. Faced with this conflict, he was at a loss for how to proceed. All right, remember to sell all the stocks by tomorrow at the latest, and transfer the money to my and Lao Wu's bank accounts. Thanks, Brother Shun. I'll treat you to dinner when you return. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up, Ye Xiaowen said, preparing to end the call. Wait, brother. Shun Jiqing quickly interjected. Where are you right now? I want to see you in person and have a conversation. In person? Come on, brother Shun. I'm in Jinling, Ye Xiaowen replied, somewhat speechless. All right, I understand. But don't forget to sell the stocks promptly, Ye Xiaowen reminded urgently. Sure, Shen Jiqing affirmed before hanging up. Is Shen Jiqing coming over? After the call ended, Wu Zuwang looked at Ye Xiaowen and inquired. He had caught the gist of the conversation. I don't know. He didn't specify. Ye Xiaowen shook his head. Upon returning to the room, Ye Xiaowen recounted the details of the call to Wu Zuwang. Okay, Wu Zuwang nodded. Ye Xiaowen looked at Wu Zuwang with a hint of surprise and asked, That's it? No further updates? None, Wu Zuwang replied with a smile, shaking his head. I'm not sure if the issuance of stock subscription certificates in Pengcheng will affect the stock market. It might rise or it might not. I don't understand these matters. I'm just following you. If you buy, I buy. If you sell, I sell. If it does rise, it doesn't matter. We've already made enough. Very Zin, Ye Xiaowen murmured. If only Shen Jiqing had that mindset, he'd probably live more comfortably. Ye Xiaowen then shifted the conversation away from the stock market and continued discussing matters regarding Zhangzi Company and the recent assessments conducted. Our next step is to venture into the food industry, but I haven't decided whether to focus on beverages or health products, or perhaps a combination of both. The health product sector is currently flourishing. As long as the marketing is executed well, even a mediocre product can yield substantial profits. Ye Xiaowen outlined his plans, noting that this principle applied not only to health products but to other goods as well. If marketing is done effectively, there is no reason not to profit. As for product quality, it just needs to be acceptable, considering the current chaotic market. Moreover, Ye Xiaowen did not intend to pursue health products long-term. Of course, he was unscrupulous enough to simply concoct a sugary water formula and label it as a health product. That would be quite deceptive. I was quite satisfied with the 2 factories we assessed over the past few days. Both are relatively small, with around 200 employees, operating just one production line. One produces canned goods, while the other manufactures soda. The canned goods factory lacks a recipe, Wu Zuwang remarked, but the soda factory does have a formula. However, the soda has a peculiar aftertaste that is hard to describe. It's simply unpalatable. Other flavors like peach soda and banana soda are excessively sweet. The first sip is fine, but by the second bottle, it becomes overwhelming. Exactly. Otherwise, how could they only sell locally? They barely manage to sell much in a year and rely entirely on government subsidies now. Ye Xiaowen nodded and remarked, in fact, over the past few days, it has become evident that there are numerous local soda factories in Jinling, such as Meijiale, Jiangsu, Beiling, and Baixue. Furthermore, aside from these soda manufacturers, several larger enterprises, with assets ranging from 5 to 10 million, also produce their own beverages, like the Panda Factory, for instance. Ye Xiaowen elaborated that this scenario is not unique to Jinling. It is quite similar across the nation. There are a variety of soda flavors, and some of them are indeed quite delightful. However, due to factors such as transportation, many drinks are only available locally and cannot be marketed nationwide. Additionally, certain street-level enterprises lack the capacity to expand their reach across the country, resulting in the eventual disappearance of many soda brands from the annals of history. Chapter 94. A shift in mindset soon. News spread that 2 businessmen from Hong Kong were investigating the soda market in Jinling. Consequently, Ye Xiaowen no longer needed to introduce himself. Everyone was aware of their origin. After visiting several soda factories, they received warm receptions. Xiaowen, where are you? Ye Xiaowen was dining with the leadership of the Baixue soda factory when he received a call from Shen Jiqing. Apologies, Ye Xiaowen said to a few people before stepping out of the dining room with his large mobile phone. He had intended to find a quieter spot, but the noise outside was even more overwhelming, and the sight of Ye Xiaowen with the large phone drew the attention of the employees. That phone is quite eye-catching, he thought. I'm at the Baixue soda factory. I can't believe you actually came. Stay put. I'll send Mingzi to pick you up. Ye Xiaowen felt a bit speechless. Shen Jiqing had indeed arrived. Yet, he pondered what difference it would make. After hanging up, he returned to the dining room. Apologies, a friend is coming over, he said with a smile. No worries at all. Mr. Ye's friend must be a significant figure, the factory director, Wen Jianzhong replied. Ye Xiaowen exchanged a few words with Lu Ming before sending him to pick up Shen Jiqing. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaowen continued to eat and converse. After completing the visit to the Baixue soda factory, Ye Xiaowen had already expressed his interest in acquiring it. However, discussions could only go so far, as the factory directors lacked the authority to make such decisions. Ye Xiaowen was waiting for higher-ups or those with decision-making power to approach him. When they had nearly finished dining, Lu Ming returned to inform Ye Xiaowen that Shen Jiqing had been taken to the hotel. All right. I have some matters to attend to and need to meet a friend, Ye Xiaowen stated, albeit in clumsy Cantonese. Understood. We want to keep you, Mr. Yi. Let us connect another day, Wen Jianzhong said with a smile. Upon returning to the hotel, Ye Xiaowen found Shen Jiqing waiting for him in the lobby without even going to his room. Xiaowen, let us go to your room, he urged. Ye Xiaowen lowered his voice, saying, let us keep it down. The lobby is bustling, and we don't want to draw attention. All right. Shen Jiqing nodded, looking somewhat weary. As they entered the room and had yet to sit down, Shen Jiqing anxiously began, Xiaowen, regarding the stock subscription certificate issued by the Pingcheng Stock Exchange. Are you really not planning to participate? I've already sold my shares along with old Wu's. Ye Xiaowen did not respond to Shen Jiqing's inquiry and instead redirected the conversation to other matters. Indeed, the shares have been sold. From the second lottery, I made an average profit of 20 yuan per share, amounting to approximately 4,200,000. The shares from the third lottery yielded an average profit of around 18 yuan per share, totaling 1,500,000. After deducting commissions, the remainder has been transferred to your account, Shen Jiqing remarked, enviously. That's 5,700,000 in total, not to mention the fourth lottery still to come. Adding the previous 1 million, the profits have now reached around 6,700,000. 6,700,000. Initially, Ye Xiaowen had merely a loan of 20,000. Had I known, I too could have taken out a loan. 20,000 is inconsequential. I could have borrowed 100,000 easily. Ye Xiaowen retrieved a cigarette, tossing one to each person present, and took a couple of deep, trembling puffs to steady his nerves. All right, 5,700,000 has been deposited. I should still have around 30 to 40,000 left in my account. This means my available funds have now reached 6 million. Of course, I still owe Wu Zhuang 1 million for the car, but that's of no concern. There's still one final lottery to go, and conservatively estimating, I expect to earn another 80 to 90, or even 100,000 without issue. 20,000 invested. And now 7 million earned. Though, of course, that is not entirely accurate. Wu Zhuang lent me money several times after my initial lottery win, and I acquired 6 stock subscription certificates following the first draw. However, it all began with just that 20,000. On Wu Zhuang's end, the shares sold from the second lottery yielded a total of around 7,200,000, while the third lottery brought in 260,000, all of which was transferred after commissions were deducted. Shen Jiqing continued, and Wu Zhuang's breath quickened, earning 10 million from 2 lotteries. Even if I made the money myself, it's infuriating how easy it seems. Adding the first lottery, that's over 10 million. I never imagined I would earn such sums in this lifetime. If only I had heeded Ye Xiaowen's advice and not sold 15 sets prior to the first lottery, I could have earned even more. He had never dared to mention the previous 100,000 to his family, merely claiming to have made some money without specifying the amount, fearful that revealing the truth would shock them. Now, with over 10 million in hand, it felt almost too much to bear, leaving him anxious about how his family would react upon learning of his fortune. Lighting another cigarette, Wu Zhuang allowed the smoke to fill the room, his excitement simmering just beneath the surface. 10 million, a staggering sum, especially in 1992, long before the financial boom of 98. Truly, Ye Xiaowen mused, he might not need to pursue a career in beverages. Becoming an angel investor could secure a prosperous future. However, as Shen Jiqing opened the window to let in the cool night air, Ye Xiaowen jolted back to reality, finally regaining his composure. Engaging in the beverage industry is essential, not merely for the sake of profit. Indeed, Ye Xiaowen can now confidently assert, I do not pursue my endeavors solely for monetary gain. Although this statement may initially appear somewhat pretentious, it genuinely reflects Ye Xiaowen's sentiments. With the acquisition of 7 million, he finds himself dabbling in stock trading, leveraging his profound understanding of future trends to become an angel investor, backing internet enterprises, or perhaps acquiring several traditional courtyard residences in the capital. Financial struggles will no longer plague him. However, after being reborn, is it not imperative to achieve something significant rather than merely ensuring financial stability? Without the need to accomplish monumental feats, one must at least honor the opportunity presented by this second chance at life. Unbeknownst to him, his perspective has transformed. Ye Xiaowen muses that many prominent figures initially pursue wealth, yet upon amassing sufficient riches, they invariably seek new aspirations to chase. Chapter 95, The Heart of Jealousy. Xiaowen. Shall we invest in the Pingcheng stock subscription certificate or not? Shen Jiqing broke the silence that enveloped the room. Yes. You both have made considerable profits, 7 million for one and over 10 million for the other. Yet what about me? I've only purchased 2 sets. One I sold at 30,000, and the remaining set has yielded a profit of over 400,000. Had it not been for the comparison with Ye Xiaowen and Shen Jiqing, I would have felt quite content. However, being in their company from the start has made me acutely aware of the disparity. A comparison reveals painful truths. 400,000 pales in comparison to their fortunes, which seem to dwarf mine. I have no intention of buying, Ye Xiaowen declared. I will heed Xiaowen's decision. If Xiaowen isn't investing, then neither will I, Wu Zhuang echoed, aligning himself with Ye Xiaowen's stance. His guiding principle was simple: unconditionally support whatever Ye Xiaowen pursued, while resolutely opposing anything she rejected. Though he was older, potentially old enough to be her father, he felt that wisdom transcended age. Following Ye Xiaowen had already led him to a profit of 10 million. Could he expect the same from an older companion? But Xiaowen, this opportunity is remarkable. The announcement for Pingsheng is imminent. When I arrived at the station, I received a call back home confirming that the announcement will be released tomorrow, on August 7th. It will detail the sale of 500 million domestic public shares, along with 5 million subscription forms, boasting a 10% winning rate. Each form allows for the purchase of 1,000 shares, available for 100 yuan each. With a maximum of 100 forms per person, commencing on August 9th, Shen Jiqing spoke with urgency, although the specific announcement had yet to be made public. Nonetheless, he had already gleaned the details through his connections. While some specifics might change, the core information remained steadfast. Xiaowen. With a 10% winning rate and an investment of 1,000 yuan, one could easily see their shares appreciate by several, even tenfold, once they hit the market. Shen Jiqing's eagerness was palpable. Given their experience with the stock subscription certificates in the bustling metropolis, everyone present, be it Ye Xiaowen, Wu Zhuang, Lu Feng, Lu Ming, or even the Wang brothers, could calculate the potential returns with clarity. Yet, Ye Xiaowen remained unmoved. Xiaowen, Shen Jiqing continued to persuade. I have arranged for people to collect identification cards. While I cannot guarantee tens of thousands, I am confident that we can gather several thousand without issue. If you wish to participate, I can help source ID cards from other provinces, even hiring individuals to assist. Each would require just 30 yuan. As he spoke, Shen Jiqing stood, gesturing animatedly to enhance the persuasiveness of his argument. Indeed, all you need to do is wait to reap the rewards. Let us handle everything else. But, Brother Shen, Ye Xiaowen replied, torn between laughter and tears, why must you involve me? I truly do not wish to participate. Why not? Shen Jiqing exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Is it not foolish to leave money unearned? As he spoke, Lu Feng and Lu Ming cast unkind glances at Shen Jiqing. Feeling the temperature in the room drop, Shen Jiqing quickly added, no, that's not what I meant. Oh dear, it's fine, it's no trouble. Ye Xiaowen waved his hand, maintaining his composure. The last time I bought stock subscription certificates, it was because few were purchasing them, and I believed it could yield profit. This time, however, everyone knows they can earn money, and many will surely flock to it. The competition will be too fierce, hence my reluctance to get involved. Shen Jiqing, at a loss for words, could only express disbelief. Xiaowen, is there another reason? I find it hard to gauge. When everyone thinks they can profit, they rush in like a swarm. It's too reckless, and I fear. Shen Jiqing interrupted, what are you saying? When we first participated in the lottery, it was equally frenzied. You did invest 30,000 in stock subscription certificates. Ye Xiaowen fell silent. Shen Jiqing's eyes reddened. He had gone 2 days without rest and muttered, true, you have already made enough money, so of course, you do not wish to partake. But I cannot afford such luxury. I have only earned a meager sum. What good is that? A smile broke across Ye Xiaowen's face as he replied, Brother Shen, I understand your sentiments. Here's the deal. If you wish to participate, both Old Wu and I will each sponsor you 20,000. Regardless of profit or loss, it shall be entirely yours. We shall take nothing. Shen Jiqing opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Old Wu. Ye Xiaowen glanced back at Wu Zhuang. Sighing, Wu Zhuang rose and returned to the room, emerging with a bag containing 40,000, which he handed to Ye Xiaowen. Brother Shen, thank you for your assistance. Ye Xiaowen placed the 40,000 on the table and pushed it towards Shen Jiqing. Once again, silence enveloped the room, the air seemingly suspended in that moment. Ye Xiaowen lit a cigarette, lost in thought as smoke curled around him, gradually dispersing throughout the room. Outside, the night was filled with the chirping of unknown insects, while the moonlight filtered through the tall trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The meaning behind Ye Xiaowen's words was clear to many in the room. Shun Jiqing's earlier expressions of jealousy were evident to anyone listening. Ye Xiaowen's offering of 40,000 was a gesture to repay past kindness, acknowledging Shun Jiqing's efforts in their endeavors. Although he was originally affiliated with a securities firm, he had indeed engaged in various activities. Now, Ye Xiaowen's stance is unequivocal. He produced 40,000 yuan, which Shun Jiqing accepted, thereby erasing any past affections between them, ensuring that their paths would no longer intertwine. Shun Jiqing understood, as did Wu Zuwang and Lu Feng. As for Lu Ming and the Wang brothers, their comprehension remains uncertain, yet it matters little. The crux now lies in how Shun Jiqing will ultimately decide. Ashes from Ye Xiaowen's cigarette fell in fragments onto the ground until he extinguished the last remnant of his smoke within the ashtray.